green, orange, and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, so much going on. It's July 1st. It's summer. We got tons of stuff. But Marcus, as I say good morning to you, my brother, Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy. I'm going to try with a riff to open the day. That's what I just said. Go and riff. I'm asking for laugh tracks early, baby. Should we have known when he was folding every post-game box score into a paper airplane that this was going to happen? Oh, my God. Klay Thompson spent the entire last 6 months folding box scores into paper airplanes. That's not exactly a guy who's going to stick around.
No,
buddy.
and this is not good news for the Murph and Marcus morning show since our guy Young Tony in our post-show meetings will pull Klay Thompson and start folding his own paper airplanes.
will.
Is this the end of the Young Tony era on the Murph and Marcus show?
Means he's looking around, that's for sure.
Well, it means he's got options.
Wow, we're waking up in a world. Well, it's not official yet. He has not found a destination yet, but all those in the know are telling us it's over. That Klay Thompson will no longer be a Golden State Warrior, and that is something we've been talking about and 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 talking about, and now it's finally nicely done. And now it's finally here, and I'm wondering, when you get the actual word over the weekend, I think Shams Charania was the first, right, to say it. When you get that, does it hit you any differently, given that you'd been prepared for this for weeks and weeks and weeks?
See, I've been trying to mentally prepare myself, but Murph, even today on a Monday morning, July 1st, I'm still swimming in a river out in Egypt. I'm still in denial. Until I see pen hit paper, I still want to believe that there's some chance that Klay Thompson could have a change of heart and return to the Warriors.
I suppose there's a 0.001% chance of that.
Shout out to the 0.001%ers, but everybody's saying it's a done deal. He's leaving. He'll take less money to go play somewhere else.
Yeah.
He's getting phone calls from LeBron James.
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of any of it.
How about him as a Laker?
I don't want to see it.
That's the one that's no, bro. Go be a Clipper. Go be a Maverick.
And it seems like it's going to make the most sense that he would end up playing with LeBron and the Lakers.
But the way I saw Bobby Marks explain it last night is LeBron would have to take a dramatic pay cut to allow Klay Thompson to come in.
Which he said this weekend he would do to bring in another NBA veteran, but I don't know if he's going to take a $35 million pay cut to get Klay in town.
I mean, it's 6:03. Do I start the riffs right now and say, hey, if he signs with the Lakers, just design a game plan, attack him on defense. Look at me kicking Klay on his way out the door.
Man, that's if Klay Thompson can get on the floor, get some minutes over Bronny Jr.
Right? Oh, there you go. So anyway, there it is, guys. And, obviously today all day we'll be getting your reaction. It's weird. It's going to be a weird week because it's a holiday week. And Marcus and I are kind of taking some time off this week. And as do most Americans on the 4th of July week. I imagine most everybody's taking a 4-day weekend, right? But man, oh man, Klay Thompson's kind of official. And to be honest, I'm relieved in a way. Yeah. I'm relieved. First of all, I wanted closure. But as you point out, he hasn't signed anything.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
We still don't know where he's going to end up. We don't know if this signing trade deal is going to happen with the Warriors, what the Warriors get in return. There are still question marks following the Klay Thompson saga, even though everybody is already writing their thank you letters and sending them out the door.
Yeah, they have, really. But again, relief, just because, I wanted resolution. I've been talking about that grease board forever. By the way, it turns out that grease board just basically said, get rid of Klay and Chris Paul. That's basically what the grease board said. Yeah. We were wondering, what's the grease board? What's the big move? What's the big move? Now we know they tried mightily to trade for Paul George. According to Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, they worked and worked and worked on that. And they had all the big names out there, Kuminga, Moody, Wiggins, Chris Paul, draft picks, but the Clippers just couldn't find the package they wanted.
I mean, think about that for a second. The Clippers had a trade on the table for Paul George where they could have got a Kuminga, could have got CP3, whoever else was involved in the trade. They're like, nah, we'll just let him walk for nothing.
I know, right?
We don't want anything in return. Now, I guess the only benefit of that for the Clippers is they're now below that second hard luxury tax cap. Apron, whatever the hell it was last week we were talking about.
Hard caps.
So I guess this is a money move by them. But yeah,
dude,
The Warriors are getting nothing for Chris Paul.
The world of the new CBA. Seems like teams are now really reacting to this. Like this whole the super team deal. Like the CBA has forced now the Clippers to part ways with Paul George, and the Warriors to part ways with Klay Thompson.
And the Warriors have nobody to blame but themselves.
How's that?
They're the ones who brought in Kevin Durant when the NBA salary cap rose, and they kind of set up these dynamics in the NBA now, where now they're the kind of teams that are being penalized with these luxury taxes and the hard aprons and all that stuff we talk about.
The Joe Lacob CBA.
Exactly. Joe Lacob screwed around so much with the luxury tax and everything that now they changed the rules to kind of stop the Warriors and stop these dynasties from forming.
So when he said they were light years, that's like in the Star Wars when the Millennium Falcon like flips to go into like light warp, woo, instead he flipped it and went, ooh, and died.
Ran out of gas, ran out of juice.
Now the Empire's bearing down on you from behind, which is always tough. Those guys are relentless. Those guys in the Empire.
Those guys in the Empire got Victor Wembanyama.
So obviously that was the controlling story over the weekend, and it'll be obviously something we talk about all day. But the other thing that happened this weekend was the Giants won a series from the freaking Dodgers. What? We ended Friday's show with Adrian from Rocky. We said to Kruko, how do you fight off 30,000 Pantone mother fathers at Oracle Park? And Mike said, win. And I told young Tony, get the Adrian from Rocky 2. There's only one thing left to do, win. I'm like, yeah, good luck doing that. Dodgers have completely owned the Giants forever, except for I was going through the archives here. Did you forget that last year they went down to L.A. and swept the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium? One of those games they won 15-0.
Was that like the first series of the year?
I don't see what's so difficult about beating the Dodgers. What's the big deal here?
No, it was in June. They went down and swept the Dodgers in L.A.
Wow.
Oddly, one of the games was 15-0, like the worst Dodger Stadium loss ever. But anyway, setting that aside, it's been routine and savage beatings from the Dodgers over and over and over and over again. But we were like, well, can somebody show some gumption? And Friday night, on the night we lost Orlando Cepeda. Unbelievable, man.
Again.
Unbelievable. The 2 statues in 10 days. Unbelievable. Now, I mean, again, like Willie, Orlando was in failing health for a long, long time. This wasn't a total shock. I know he had some strokes and everything, but sure, it's another statue gone, and we'll talk about that. And rest in peace, Baby Bull, and get your Cha-Cha Bowls, everybody. You guys do know those are named after Orlando Cepeda, the Cha-Cha Bowl.
Yeah,
that is his alternate nickname, Cha-Cha.
Cha-Cha himself.
Yeah. So you were at the park when that happened, huh?
I was. It's funny. I was actually walking out towards the Sunday Field bleachers, towards the Cha-Cha Bowls, towards the Baby Bowl tri-tip sandwiches.
Yeah.
And before I got really out to center field, I looked up, and on the Jumbotron out in center field, they had the graphic up.
Yeah. I mean, that was a tough deal, and obviously so close after Willie. Yeah. It's like, man, oh, man. It's like he wanted to go be with Willie, right? But in that game, the Giants turned around and said, what the hell? Let's go get that one, right? Let's go Brett Wisely walk it off, man. What a night that was. First of all, Logan Webb out there, Orange Friday, against, and who was the Dodgers starter that night was?
Knack.
Oh, yeah, Knack.
It was that kid, Knack.
The Sharona kid.
Yeah, but Logan Webb came out there, struck out Ohtani first inning, was looking good.
Right, but then 3-2 ball game in the ninth, Doval blows the save, right? Yeah. That's a tough, now you're like, you got to be kidding me. But then the kid comes up and does it, Brett Wisely. What a night that, what a scene that was out there for that. Then you get to Saturday, and here comes it was the Aloha shirt day. That was the Pantone day, right? Where they took over the bleachers?
That's when there were the most Dodger fans at the stadium the entire weekend. Don't get me wrong. There were plenty of Dodger fans there Friday and Saturday also, but Saturday was the big, big takeover, and that's when I was really looking for the win.
And they had it. They had it. First of all, they knocked Glasnow out after 3 innings. What about that?
I mean, that right there alone should count for something.
Yeah.
It's not going to give you the win, but that might have been one of Tyler Glasnow's worst outing as a Dodger. Only lasted 3 innings, especially when the Giants are going with a bullpen game. The fact that they were even in this game competitively was surprising as hell to me.
Smoltz was saying on the air, he was like, I'm not going to ask our stat guy. He goes, but when the Giants batted around in the 3rd inning, he goes, this has to be, how long has it been since Tyler Glasnow had a team bat around against him? So that was great. Then the Dodgers came all the way back, and then the Giants have it in the 10th inning, bases loaded, 1 out. Pat Bailey's up. I said, this thing, are you kidding me? I said, Pat Bailey is the king of the sac fly. He's going to hit a sac fly right now. And he struck out.
Yeah,
and then Matt Chapman swung at the first pitch and fouled out. And then that
flew out behind home plate.
That 11th inning will live for a while. Oof. And I tell you what about Sean Jelly. If you see him around town, you buy that man a beer. Because that guy jumped on a grenade for the entire team. And it was not, I mean, dude, if the Giants use that against him in arbitration, they should burn him. They should rot in hell because they made him wear that entire inning. His ERA went from 2.33 to 3.54 in one inning.
I mean, a week or two ago, we were throwing out the idea of maybe Sean Jelly representing the Giants in the All-Star game. Yeah, after that outing, I don't think it's going to happen.
I would say I would still include him as an All-Star candidate. I would write that whole outing off. It was ridiculous. They should have gone and gotten him. But anyway, he was saving the bullpen for Sunday, which led to Spencer Bivens Day. What a story. We've been talking about his story since he got here. Got even better yesterday. 10 doubles by the Giants. They crushed James Paxton, right?
I mean, most doubles for a Giants team since 1912, the New York Giants.
Shout out to Titanic. Dude, so it was a big old party out there, huh?
Oh, it was a
Mickey
blast
Mouse
on
hats,
Sunday,
right?
and the Mickey Mouse hats were a hit. Tons and tons of Giants fans were representing with Mickey Mouse ears on. A couple of Dodger fans got creative, threw some LA stickers over the Giants logo so that they could have the Mickey Mouse ears on. But it was only fitting that the Mickey Mouse ears were out for that Mickey Mouse ball club coming to town. Mickey Mouse was there, walked out the first pitch, and the Giants made Oracle Park the happiest place on earth with the series win on Sunday.
Look at you, buddy. Look at you. All right. Somebody give me the Matterhorn. I'll take the Matterhorn. All right. We got to call it in then to start the opening segment then.
I just wanted to show you this, too. I don't know if you saw this from Friday night. The OC in the air and the water celebration after the walk-off. Like, you want to talk about particles?
That was crazy.
That's absolutely insane.
The photo taken captured the water splashing on Brett Wisely, forming the letters O and C for Orlando Cepeda. Yeah. Crazy, man. All right, we got to call it in. Pat Burrell calls Rob Manfred. We're still in a good mood after Rickwood. He said, did you guys just take a series from the Dodgers? He said, that's right, my good friend. Yes, we did. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 10, LA Dodgers 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants game is great.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
The package is taking hold, and Matt Chapman says, cue up the B-52s, number 11. All right, good stuff, man. Good start to the Monday, holiday week, 4th of July coming. Klay Thompson no longer a Warrior. We react next on The Sports Leader.
I'll eat raw beef, too.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, we got some big Klay Thompson news over the weekend. In fact, we got a lot of Warriors news. They had a failed trade proposal from Paul George. They waived Chris Paul, and it sounds like Klay Thompson is on his way out of the Bay. So yesterday, Just Dubs went live on YouTube with Greg Silver and John Dixon to break down all of your Warriors offseason storylines. To hear those storylines and that podcast, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Good old basketball banter.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I'm told Klay Thompson is planning to depart from the Golden State Warriors. 3 teams that have emerged as strong suitors for him: the Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers. A sign and trade is a high possibility, as this is an end of an era for the Warriors. We know this legendary dynasty, 4 championships, along with 5 All-Star game appearances for Klay Thompson. It's really a stunning split around the league, but this has been brewing for a while now, for at least over the last year or so. This is essentially 2 differing perspectives. Klay Thompson, I'm told, feels slighted over the last year or so, feels pushed out to an extent, and off principle, he saw Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins sign 4-year deals with the Warriors, who I'm told offered him a 2-year, $48 million extension before last season. And the fact that they only offered 2, in his mind, a potential slight.
Ah, man, Shams Charania doing a great job breaking it all down. End of an era. Not official just yet, has not left, but every single report says he's already said his goodbyes to the Warriors front office. Tim Kawakami reported cordial goodbyes. The disrespect factor, real there, where he sees Draymond get paid. He did not get paid. Warriors were telling him they think Draymond is more valuable than Klay is right there. Whether you agree or disagree with that, that's the Warriors front office and Joe Lacob's estimation. So what do you think? First thing I say, Klay Thompson, Warrior, what's the first thing you think of? Rocco? The boat? 37-point quarter?
I go Game 6 Klay.
Game 6 OKC, definitely. Hold that, haters.
Yeah.
4 L's, or 4, holding up the 4 fingers. All that stuff.
haters.
Somebody 707 says, is this Joe Montana leaving the Niners type of hurt, or is it a little less? I mean, I'm always love making those analogies. For me, Steph is Joe. Joe is Steph. This would be Ronnie Lott. This is Ronnie Lott. This is the guy, the part of the crew, not the alpha. The alpha's Joe. The alpha's Steph.
Yeah.
But with the same way Ronnie was to the 40. Although I guess technically, since Ronnie played defense, maybe Draymond's Ronnie Lott. but no, I just mean in terms of, I think Ronnie Lott's more heart and soul like Klay was. And again, we're not shocked because we've been talking about this for a long time. You heard Shams say for a year, and like I opened the show with, Marcus, maybe we should have known when he kept making paper airplanes out of those box scores.
Yeah, maybe we should have read into it more last offseason when he denied that 2-year, $48 million offer.
Yeah.
When he was being offered $24 million per year by Mike Dunleavy, and he felt like that was kind of an insult to not give him an offer of $30 million plus. Now, I'll be surprised if any team around the league is going to give him more than $24 million this year.
No.
So there's obviously some bad blood, but it goes back to that front office you just said that he was cordial with, was saying his goodbyes. I think something that we need to talk about is the Bob Myers factor and how Bob got out of town just before things started going bad.
Yeah.
I mean, look what's happened in the last calendar year since Bob Myers has left. Draymond Green started lashing out, started choking guys out. I mean, Draymond was always a troublemaker.
He punched Jordan Poole when Bob was there.
Exactly. But it seems like Draymond, even this year, took it to another level where he missed like a third of the season, so on and so on. Now we're getting to the point where after everything happened with Draymond, he gets the contract extension from Mike Dunleavy, I believe. Then they go into this offseason talk where Mike Dunleavy, Klay Thompson, Joe Lacob, and these guys can't make a contract extension work. Then it leads to this offseason where, again, Clay is feeling more disrespect. I think he's missing that friendship and that relationship with Bob Myers as that middleman to sit him down and figure everything out.
And maybe Bob knew what we all know, which is that you can't hang on to this stuff forever and you have to get younger and more athletic. So this is the chance now for that core, that young four. This is Kuminga and Moody and Pods and TJD.
Yeah.
It's the time for them to step up now.
Yeah, and credit to Bob Myers for getting the hell out of town and not having to be the guy who made these decisions to move on from Klay Thompson.
Yeah, he just burned out. I think he was just tired of Joe Lacob pinging him at 3:07 in the morning.
Yeah, but now he's stuck with Mad Dog and Stephen A. Smith giving takes
now
on
he's
First
literally
Take.
beginning sentences by saying Mad Dog, comma.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I said this, I think, on the air last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever, but and it's not, doesn't please me to say this. I love Klay Thompson. He's incredible. He's Tim Lincecum-like.
Yes.
In his fan connection and his how offbeat he is and how fun he is and how different he is from every pro athlete.
And then the stuff they both indulge in off the court and off the field.
Oh, my God. Like we said, Tim Lincecum-like.
Yes, very Tim Lincecum-like.
But I did say this on the air, I think, and I said there's a scenario where this makes sense, basketball-wise, because if you don't want to become the most, like, I keep saying the Orlando Magic, but the Magic are actually decent now. Who's the Charlotte Hornets?
Yeah.
Who's like the most irrelevant team in the league? Is it Charlotte Hornets?
Portland Trailblazers?
Yeah. If you don't want to, when Steph retires, if you don't want to become the Trailblazers / Hornets, you have to start turning the page and seeing what Kuminga can do and what Moody can do and Podziemski can do and TJD can do. And this now elevates these guys. So Podziemski becomes a starter now, right?
Yeah, so it's plenty of more opportunities for Pods, more opportunity hopefully for a guy like Moses Moody. But Murph, to me, it's more of a business decision than a basketball decision. Because we know that the Warriors want to avoid that repeater tax, and so they're trying to lower their overall salary. So to me, I don't think this is a basketball decision because I can't sit here this morning and say the Warriors are a better team right now without Klay Thompson on the roster.
Well, first of all, they're going to make a move at some point. Somebody says Brian Windhorst is reporting Lauri Markkanen as a target right now.
I
don't know
like
if that's
a
a
Lauri
possibility.
Markkanen,
I know, that would
yeah.
be incredible. Well, it's a multiple-layer decision. I think Joe Lacob created an unrealistic expectation with the amount of money he paid the last couple years.
Yeah.
Like, he was doing it ridiculous levels. He created an unrealistic, I'll pay $200 million in tax, whatever it takes, you know? And so he had that new CBA is a huge factor. So given the parameters of the new CBA, this becomes a basketball decision. Like, how can we be the best team at this number, you know? But Klay, again, is going to get a number somewhere else that isn't even a backbreaking number. I saw Bobby Marks creating the scenarios where he goes to the Lakers for 12.5 or goes to the Mavericks for 17. Yeah.
12.5 or 17.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Klay Thompson then take that deal here with the Warriors?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I want to see, how this all plays off, what kind of contract he's going to get if the Warriors do the sign and trade, and the fact that he'd be willing to take less money and probably a shorter-term contract with another team just because of the disrespect he felt this offseason.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it disrespectful for the Lakers to offer $12.5 million?
Yeah, but that was Bobby Marks' scenario. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, but I've
That's the guess.
heard those theories be thrown out there also.
So Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line starting to light up. We got to get to you guys, too, at 808 KNBR, because this is the day to gather and talk Klay. Again, where will he go? There's a factor in all this, too. If he becomes a Laker, no. There's a Lincecum a Dodger.
You know it's going to happen, right? You know he's going to go to the Lakers.
Feels like it.
His dad's calling games. LeBron's calling him.
I've always thought for him, whenever they played the Lakers, I've always thought, a big part of his heart is a Laker.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's like, his dad was a Laker. Yeah. He grew up in, I've always thought, I admire how Klay rides with the Warriors so hard when I know quietly he's a low-key Laker fan. You know what I mean? So it's probably his dream to wear the purple and gold. It really is.
I hate to say it, but you're probably right. Yeah.
I know, right? So, but anyway, they're checking in. 415 comes in with a negative, with a realistic say, says, basketball-wise, Klay has been a diminished player for a couple of years now and not able to come through in the clutch. Letting him go now is painful, but it's the right thing to do because, like Bumgarner, he could become like Bumgarner on another team. So would you compare this one to a Bumgarner move where a team, the Giants and Farhan did not want to give Bumgarner, they saw a diminished Bumgarner.
Yeah, but that's what's different to me. Bumgarner, in my opinion, we talked about this a little bit last week, never truly got rewarded for the work he did here with the titles that he brought to San Francisco. I thought Klay Thompson was taken care of. I thought they paid him after he got injured. He was paid. He's got the house in Belvedere. He's got the boat. Klay Thompson is taken care of. And also, Bumgarner was a little bit more diminished in my opinion. I mean, hell, the guy's not even in the league right now. Klay Thompson, the last 2 seasons has still been top 5 in three-pointers made. He still has value. He's still productive. But I can see the comp if you want to make it.
A little bit, just in terms of a team evaluating a guy as on the wrong side of the hill, right?
True, and trying to get out before he really does fall off a cliff.
925 says, I'm sick to my stomach. We have Draymond under contract, but not Klay. Draymond has done nothing but hurt this franchise. It's sickening. Okay. 408 says, first thing I think of Klay is his swagger and his snarl that he makes when he's pissed. 707 says, I always think of Game 6 Klay. Now I think of him as disgruntled. How about that? People think a little grumpy. 408 says Klay has been pushed out Bochy style.
Ooh.
Bochy
We're
style.
going there.
Yes, and pardon me. So there you go. And 415 says, guys, don't forget Paul George is on the wrong side of that hill too. So are you lucky you didn't get Paul George at 4 years max and trading your young players, to be honest? Yeah, I'm actually excited to see these young guys step up and see what they can do. And I need another piece too.
Yeah.
You can't just cruise along, lose Chris Paul. We didn't talk about Chris Paul leaving the team too.
I mean, we didn't even talk about the ramifications of trading away Jordan Poole for Chris Paul and then really getting nothing in that trade except for a salary dump.
Which is what I guess Joe Lacob finally said, I'm tired of spending $500 million.
Yeah.
I want to spend $178 million this time. So, all right, guest list on a Monday, July 1.
July?
July 1.
Hello.
I always think of summer in thirds. Like, the first third of summer ends on the 4th of July. It's always a great, because school gets out June 13th. Everybody's buzzing. All-Star baseball, Little League, all this stuff. And then you hit 4th of July. Then you go into kind of the meat of the summer. Then you hit August, and you start thinking kids back. Then you start seeing back-to-school ads on TV.
Then it's the dog days of August.
How depressing were those when you were a kid?
I hated
You're cruising
those.
along on a summer day. You're watching the Brady Bunch, and they're like, JCPenney, back-to-school sale. You're like, whoa.
I still got a month left of vacation.
Don't hit me with that.
Get the hell out of here.
Don't hit me with that. What's up, young Tony? Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, brother?
Doing fantastic.
What's your one-sentence take on Klay Thompson here?
It's tough. It's tough.
That's the take.
That's a good
That's
take.
the take.
And by the way, I think of the 37-point quarter when I think of Klay Thompson.
Good then. I'd ask for a longer one, but we're up against it here. Yes.
All right, we got Hums and Bums coming up at 6:50. Mike Krugo is going to stop by the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. And then George Sedano going to stop by the show at 9:15. Talk some NBA hoops and then a Warriors take on him as well. And then Marcus Thompson at 9:30.
Okay, before we get to Hums and Bums, we should revisit the happenings at 3rd and King next on The Sports Leader.
Business is business.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
1-2, not running. Wisely, it's a high drive right field. This one on its way. It is gone. Brett Wisely walks it off with a towering, booming home run. And the Giants pour out onto the field around home plate. Here comes Wisely, and he'll get mobbed at the plate. A walk-off homer for Wisely. 5-3 Giants. 1-2. The pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Rogers strikes out Ohtani, who has the hat trick today. And that's how the Giants finish off a very impressive win, bouncing back from yesterday. That was a character win for the Giants right there. 10-4, the final score. They win the game and win the series against their rivals.
Well, that's a bitchin' rejoin. Yeah, the Giants win a series from the Dodgers first time all year. Very rare the last few years it happens. In fact, it hasn't happened at Oracle Park since 2022.
I remember that quite fondly, actually.
Yeah, so, dude, you were out there. I'm going to have to hear all the stories. But
yeah.
Friday night, man, that was boss. That Brett Wisely did that after Doval. It's always funny. Doval gets the win in that game after blowing the save. But, man, that little kid is something. He's got, I call him a little kid. He's, what is he, 5'9", 5'10", 5'11". He's got some pop. He's got some cojones, too. And in the orange jersey, he's walking it off in front of all those Dodgers fans. Saturday was unspeakable horrors. They had the game won. They blew it. The Dodgers, and as you talk about that Ohtani homer Saturday, created a sound in the park that nauseated you, right?
I mean, it's one of the loudest opposing fan cheers I think I've ever heard at Oracle Park, Murph.
I mean, in some way, I'm going to, believe it or not, in some perverse way, I'm going to spin mildly positive on that. That baseball has a star big enough to create that reaction. Yeah. That's my only positive spin on that. Like, be positive, bro. He's such a freaking rock star that when he does something like that, people lose their minds.
I mean, we're
guys
talking
like Taylor
about
Swift and the Beatles.
He's
man.
an international sensation, Murph. Every Dodger game that I've gone to, hell, every Ohtani game that I've been to, even when he was on the Angels, when I was showing up in Oakland last year on opening day to watch him pitch, every time he takes a mound, every time he steps in the box, there's hundreds and thousands of cameras locked in on every second of this guy's life.
Fair to say, though, that him wearing the blue is like 10x bigger than wearing the red.
100%. It's taken it to a whole nother national level as if he wasn't big enough. Yeah, I saw him before, and people were coming out. Yeah. I mean, I remember when he came to San Francisco as a member of the Anaheim Angels.
But it wasn't like this.
People were out here rooting for him and expecting. I remember, like, Giants fans were booing one of the Giants pitchers for intentionally walking Ohtani when he was on the Angels because everybody wants to see him. He's box office. He is literally showtime.
Right. So that happened on Saturday. But then on Sunday, this guy, Spencer Bivens, and we've talked about him in France, signed with that team in Prague, independent leagues, Division II baseball, Mexico. What a story. And when he strikes out Ohtani in the fifth inning yesterday and just absolutely gives himself that moment on the mound. Did you make a movie out of that, Blank? Make a movie out of that, dude.
I mean, from
like
go
that
to
freaking Dennis Quaid, the rookie movie. It's got nothing on Bivens.
No, you're right. It's been one of the best stories in baseball this year, going back to spring training this year when we were all wondering who the hell is this Spencer Bivens guy.
Mentioned in
and Rags was dropping his name. I'm like, all right, let's see what this Spencer Bivens guy can do. And he's taken advantage of the opportunity. And to go from pitching in Paris to striking out Shohei Ohtani, not just once, but 2 times yesterday, man, he can do whatever the hell he wants celebrating on that
Bill
mound.
Plunkett of the Orange County Register sent out an unfortunate tweet mocking.
Plunkett, huh?
Yeah, Bill Plunkett mocking. He said apparently Spencer Bivens just won the World Series.
You're damn right he did.
Oh, my God, they piled on. Boomer, okay, Boomer,
get the hell out of here.
Okay, Boomer.
When the Dodgers were out here down, what was the score yesterday? 10-3, 10-4 going into the last inning, and the dude hits a double in the ninth inning, and he's doing that second base celebration. Like, bro, read the room.
Yeah.
You're down 10-4 still, and you're doing your little cha-cha shuffle on second base.
That thing is so flipping annoying, man.
Yeah.
And it's, what is it, Japanese animation or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's Dragon Ball Z, like they're morphing into a character or something.
Blank Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh,
right,
and blank the Dodgers. That's what I say, Murph.
Anyways, f the died.
Yeah, but dude, if I'm Spencer Bivens, hell, if it's me, Murph, if I was the man to strike out Shohei Ohtani, I'd be doing cartwheels, I'd be doing backflips, I'd get out and I'd bust out the worm right on the middle of the mound.
Backflip would be fun, too. 2 business items. One, Tim Kawakami, who wrote an electric column about the Warriors weekend, joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50, and we'll get back to the Warriors, of course, shortly. And 2, we're sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So let's get into it. The Giants win on the Wisely walk-off on Friday. They win 10-4 on Sunday after the gut punch on Saturday, which showed, I guess my big question to you is there something slightly turning? Is there something we learned from this homestand? They went 5-2 after the terrible road trip to Chicago, Rickwood, and St. Louis, losing Willie Mays. I don't know what effect it had on them. Then they lose Orlando Cepeda Friday night. We talked about that. And obviously, it's so much hard to process because it was so close to Willie Mays. It's like you're still thinking about Mays. 24 still in the grass. The Mays logo is still behind home plate. And so you lose Cepeda on Friday night. But does this series, is there anything turning? Is there anything pointing in the right direction? They're still short on starting pitching.
Yeah.
I would say some of the bats are starting to heat up. Jorge Soler is starting to hit a little bit. Ramos continues, 3 hits yesterday, 10 doubles yesterday. Chapman with a bomb yesterday.
Luis Matos goes deep on Friday night, swinging it better a little bit.
And how about this stat? That's the most runs the Giants have scored in a 3-game series against the Dodgers in Oracle Park history.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
5 on, what was the Saturday score? Was it?
Saturday's score was 14-7.
Yeah, so 7, 10, and 5, 22 runs. That seems odd. Well, just goes to show you how freaking low scoring they've been down there forever, dude. They used to win games 3-2, 4-3, 5-4 would be a breakout game for them. So, yeah, double-digit runs is a big deal for the Giants, much less following a 7-run game the night before.
Yeah, especially when Tyler Glasnow was on the bump on Saturday. I was not expecting to leave that ballpark with the Giants having 7 runs scored. And if we're being honest with you, the Giants should have won that game on Saturday night in that 10th inning before the 11th inning disaster when Patrick Bailey strikes out with the bases loaded. Matt Chapman flies out behind home plate. They're not able to get a job done and score a run. Murph, we might be here this morning talking about a sweep, but I'll still take 2 out of 3 wins. And yes, it is a positive sign when you are talking about beating your rivals and taking down the damn Dodgers.
2 walk-offs. The Monday night Wilmer Flores walk-off and the Friday night Brett Wisely.
How about the Giants now? That was their 7th walk-off of the season, 2nd in Major League Baseball, only behind the Miami Marlins.
Yeah, I'll take it. Well, I mean, there is a little, as bad as this, listen, 41-44, nobody's writing home about this thing, all right? Nobody's sending out a box of chocolates for being 41-44. Believe me, I'm as pissed as anybody. However, if you did have to say one positive thing about this team is they do have a little late-inning fight.
Oh,
they do.
Oh, you want to talk about the San Francisco Giants this year who lead the National League in runs scored after the 7th inning. Top 3 in Major League Baseball. It makes 0 sense whatsoever. They struggle against the starting pitchers, but once that bullpen comes in, they're able to do some damage for some reason.
Yeah, I know. So that's one positive. And again, now they got a tough road ahead. They're off today. They're at Atlanta Tuesday. Hayden Birdsong's getting the ball tomorrow.
But Murph, how excited are you that we actually know the 3 starting pitchers this week against the Atlanta Braves? It's not bullpen games. You got Hayden Birdsong, then you've got Jordan Hicks, and then Logan Webb.
Is your boy Harry De La, is he coming back soon?
Sounds like he's coming back this Friday.
At Cleveland?
Yeah, coming back to face Cleveland.
Take that, Stephen Vogt.
Skipping the rehab assignment.
Take that, Kai Correa.
And going straight to the major leagues.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's 22 years old.
Get back on the
rehab.
bump.
As a baby.
Yeah, I know he's scheduled to throw a bullpen, I think, today or tomorrow, and then he should be back Friday.
Rehab. You're 22. Rehab. Your only rehab is you at the pool party in Vegas.
Hey, tell him, Murph.
That's the only rehab, all right? By the way, a couple of texts saying, is David VR a thing?
Dude, David with the big game-time RBI knock on Saturday that pushed.
He's swinging it well.
He's swinging it well. Again, as long as it's not Trenton Brooks out there, I'm happy.
and while we were sleeping, Tyro and Wilmer both went on the IL?
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, well, anyway, listen, taking 2 out of 3. When we left Friday, we said, here's the deal. Is there any way they take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers? And we were like, no, we'll see you Monday. You know what I mean?
That was the funniest thing. We were talking about here comes the Dodgers, here comes the Braves. And we both said, I don't expect the Giants to win this series.
I kind of...
But I remember saying on Friday before the show ended, it's baseball, Murph. Anything can happen. It's the beautiful thing about baseball, and they did it this weekend.
I believe I went on a negative Friday rant saying this Dodger series followed by Atlanta, followed by Cleveland. I said they could be in sell mode by the end of this stretch. I did say that. Instead, magic happened. The 3rd and King, the happiest place on earth.
On
like you like to
Disney
say.
Day on Sunday.
All right, guys.
Shout
and
out
then
Mickey Mouse.
707-760 coming up says, cool your Jets. They got to go 49-28 to get to your 90 wins. That's very good. 90 was a little Blake Snell euphoria. Wait, who did I say? Who's that again? Blake who?
Blake who?
It's July 1. Do you know where your Blake Snell is?
It's July 1st, and Spencer Bivens has pitched deeper into a game than Blake Snell has this year.
And Hayden Birdsong's tied that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And by the way, 408 says, don't forget, everybody, it is Bobby Bonilla Day.
Happy
So
Bobby
don't sleep
Bonilla
on
Day.
Bobby Bonilla Day. God bless. Beers on Bobby today. Beers on Bobby Bo. Okay, guys, the hum babies and the bum babies are coming your way. And, of course, Klay Thompson looming over the entire morning. We'll get back into it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Wow.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
You know how we do it. Monday morning style. Hum babies and bum babies. Your weekend does not end. Your scorching hot weekend, by the way, does not end until the hum babies and bum babies. And your work week, your scorching hot work week, or by the way, is anybody working this week? Is anybody? We got 4th of July on Thursday, which means everybody takes Wednesday off, which means everybody takes Friday off, which means it's Monday, and the work week doesn't even really exist this week. So, in fact, this literally is Marcus's only day this week.
That's it. One day and one day only. Come get these hot takes.
I got a personal day tomorrow, but back Wednesday with my man JD, we're going to nerd out on the NBA Wednesday.
These nerds love data.
What if I tried to hit JD with some Coney Island hot dog riffs, and he would just stare at me?
Yeah. I think you'd be down to talk some hot dog eating contest.
Anyway, what we are down to is our hum babies and our bum babies. It rotates every week. This weekend, Marcus is feeling in a good mood.
Yeah.
He was at the weekend. He was at the park all weekend. This is his only work day this week. He's hyped. So he's got hum babies.
Life is good, baby. We got the hum babies on our side, and we got Brett Wisely coming on down as hum baby number one.
My guy.
Because, Murph, we got to go back to Friday night where sports talk radio goes to die, but not when the Giants beat the Dodgers and not when they do it with a walk-off home run from Brett Wisely. Moments after the Giants actually tried to challenge a foul ball that they thought hit off the glove of Freddie Freeman. That turn did not get overturned, but luckily for the Giants, the fortune was still in their favor. Brett Wisely comes up to bat, knocks it out of the ballpark, sends all the Giants fans home happy. Logan Webb had a great day on the bump. Luis Matos went deep. Matt Chapman went deep. But Brett Wisely is our hero from Friday night, and that's why he is hum baby number one.
1-2, not running. Wisely, it's a high drive right field. This one on its way. It is gone. Brett Wisely walks it off with a towering, booming home run. And the Giants pour out onto the field around home plate. Here comes Wisely, and he'll get mobbed at the plate. A walk-off homer for Wisely. 5-3 Giants. What a swing.
He's been awesome. The guy, I mean, he's a grinder. The no batting gloves thing, I love it. I think everyone loves that. I think that's one of our favorite things. But he goes out there every day and gives it all. It's exciting to see because I got to know him a little bit better last year and then this year, and you can just kind of see the confidence, and the talent's always been there. He knows that. I don't think he knew that until it was like, hey, relax a little bit. Don't tense up so much. And it's been awesome to watch.
That, of course, was Giants ace Logan Webb talking about Brett Wisely. And Murph, whether we're talking about him ending ball games with backhanded plays at shortstop or bare hitting bombs in the ninth inning, Brett Wisely, come on down. You're a hum baby once again.
I love that Logan Webb says that's literally one of his favorite things about him is that he goes raw dog on the baseball bat there. But what a swing. What a huge, because Duvall had blown it in the top of the ninth. And you were like, here we go again. I was like, the freaking relentless Dodgers and their fans, and they're going to lose this game. That was a huge swing of the bat by that kid. And that's his third tank of the year. And it was off of Blake Trinan, who's kind of a nasty dude, right? So locked up that hum baby Friday night, man. Well deserved.
Yeah, and it was the Giants' 7th walk-off win of the season, second most in Major League Baseball behind the Miami Marlins. Great way for Brett Wisely to cap off Friday night with a couple of his own fireworks before hanging out on the railing and watching the fireworks show after the ball game. A couple great photos of Brett Wisely kind of soaking it all in on Friday night.
I didn't see that. Yeah. Oh, that's great. I tell you, if you went to that game Friday night, talk about win-win-win, man. Friday night, summertime, beat the Dodgers on a walk-off and then light up the sky.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Phenomenal.
All right.
Well, Murph, it gets better because we're going to fast forward past the game on Saturday. Stay tuned for that and go straight into Sunday, where the Giants got the series win with the most defining win of the series, an absolute beatdown of the LA Dodgers. They got the win 10-4 on Disneyland Resort Day. That's right, on the same day that the Giants gave away the Mickey Mouse ears that we were wearing on Friday. Mickey Mouse showed up to the ballpark. Lucille pointed at him and told him, "Get the hell out of here with your 2020 fake championship ring." And next thing you know, Matt Chapman was turning Oracle Park into a small world. Shout out to the PA system for playing a bunch of Disney tunes on Sunday, trolling the hell out of the LA Dodgers. But it really was a special moment for Spencer Bivens. You want to talk about going to Disneyland after winning the World Series? How about going to Disneyland after striking out Shohei Ohtani not once, but twice? This is a man that was pitching down in Mexico, was pitching out in Paris, and now he's striking out Shohei Ohtani. So I wanted to make sure to give some love to Spencer Bivens and give some love to the Giants offense, who came out and hit 10 doubles. 11 total extra base hits on the day. That's a season high. And Murph, those 10 doubles are the most that the Giants have had in a game since 1912, over 100 years ago.
Shout out Jack and Rose on the Titanic.
And shout out Jorge Soler, back-to-back leadoff doubles. Jorge Soler getting a little hot out of that leadoff spot. Here are some highlights of the Giants offense. Spencer Bivens and his 2 strikeouts of Shohei Ohtani. And, of course, Shohei sitting down for the last out of the Giants series win over the Dodgers.
Soler muscles one to center, going back on it quickly. Pages over his head, off the bottom of the wall. In to score VR, coming to third and stopping there Fitzgerald. Soler into second, another double for Jorge Soler. Behind in the count 0-2. He pummeled that one, hit it so hard it whistled right over the head of Pages. Giants have a 2-0 lead. He throws. Ohtani strikes out swinging. High fastball got him at 95 miles an hour. What a cool moment for Spencer Bivens. He gets Ohtani, the Dodgers, with their first hit, but they do not score.
The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. And enthusiastic Bivens pops up off the mound as he strikes out Ohtani for the second time. How about that?
4 tops. We were hoping to get 5 out of he and Roop, something like that. And, you know, obviously I don't want to bring Tyler in that game too, but we're overextending Rupert a little bit based on what he's done. To go 5 innings and, you know, strike out Ohtani to get the win, pretty special day for him. I think everybody got goosebumps on that one.
Yeah, special day for Spencer Bivens. That, of course, the voice of your skipper, Bob Melvin, talking about Spencer Bivens' big day and the Giants getting the series win against the Dodgers.
Sorry, am I the only one who went Motown when Bob Melvin opened that press conference with 4 tops?
4 tops.
And I go, sugar pie, honey bun, sugar. I know that I can't help myself. Come on, man.
I want Bivens and nobody else.
It's Bivens, I need your love.
4 tops.
Got to be striking out Shohei. Yeah, man, I'm so strange. I didn't know that soundbite was coming. When I heard 4 tops, I'm like,
4 tops.
Are we playing the right soundbite? Is he reviewing a Motown Broadway show or something? Incredible. It's the same old Bivens with a different pitch since you be. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Come on now. Was this the one you went to, Matinee Marcus?
Oh no, I went to
was it the Temptations?
I went to Temptations, not the 4 tops.
Matinee Marcus. Yeah. Hey. Bob Melvin's going 4 tops and Bivens striking
4
out
tops.
Shohei. All right, thank you. I was very confused. He was talking about innings.
Yes,
Very good,
Spencer
very good.
Bivens, 5 innings pitch, which I noted earlier is longer than any Blake Snell start this year. But hey, we're not being negative or being positive after the series win against the Dodgers. And Murph, as I said earlier, Giants truly turning Oracle Park into the happiest place on earth.
By the way, that was pretty exciting for him to celebrate like that. And the fact that anybody would say, come on, man. Guys, what a story. And by the way, when you say pitching in Paris, you're being glamorous. He was like 3 hours outside of Paris in some godforsaken village. So yeah, that was as great a moment. I told you, that was like Dennis. You ever see that movie, The Rookie, with Dennis Quaid?
Oh, yeah.
That was like that. You know what I mean? So let him celebrate.
Yeah, exactly. Let's celebrate the win over the Dodgers this weekend and celebrate Spencer Bivens and Brett Wisely as our first 2 hum babies. But Murph, for hum baby number 3, come on down to San Jose, Macklin Celebrini.
What?
That's right. It's time to talk some Sharks hockey, even though John Joe Curley's throwing a fit in the background right now, because the San Jose Sharks officially made the number 1 pick at the NHL draft at the Sphere, and Macklin Celebrini, the kid that grew up as a junior giant, is now an actual Shark. Not a junior shark. Yeah, excuse me.
I'm the
Let me
junior
back
Giants
that back.
guy.
You're the junior giant guy. He grew up as a junior Shark.
Yes.
Now he's back in the actual Shark Tank after being announced as the number 1 overall pick. Here is Jumbo Joe Thornton, on stage making the news that Macklin Celebrini is coming back to the Bay.
Making our selection will be one of the greatest passers of all time, former number 1 overall pick, and Sharks great, Joe Thornton.
Here we go.
Let's go Sharks!
With the first overall selection in the 2024 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are very proud to select from Boston University, Macklin Celebrini.
Got the Sharks jersey on.
Yeah.
Is today what you imagined what it would be like, or does this feel surreal a little bit?
It definitely feels surreal. I don't think I could have predicted this or planned or mentally prepared myself for this moment. So it's an amazing opportunity and an amazing experience.
Go Sharks. I feel like the guy in the Sphere yelling was the ghost of Ralph Barbieri, wasn't it?
Go Sharks!
Who is that? Or was that Raymond Ritter?
Let's go Sharks!
That's it. That guy. That's like Ralph Barbieri reincarnated right there. They say, Ralph was a believer in Hinduism and reincarnation. That could have been Ralph reincarnated for sure. By the way, Raymond was there as a guest of Rick Celebrini.
Oh,
Raymond
of course
Ritter,
it was.
Warriors legend Raymond Ritter was in the Sphere for that pick.
And shout out to Rick getting on camera, of course, for anybody outside of Loop who doesn't know, Macklin Celebrini is the son of Rick Celebrini, who is the VP of Health and Performance for the Warriors.
And Tolbert and Cope's friend of the program came on last week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And ever since going back to 2018 when he signed with the Warriors, he decided to send Macklin down to San Jose to play in that Junior Sharks program, and it's all coming full circle back to the Bay. We've heard love from Draymond Green. Marshawn Lynch was at the draft, dapped up the kid and welcome to San Jose. Even Kyle Harrison put out a message on Twitter from the San Francisco Giants. So we all want to say, Macklin Celebrini, welcome to the Bay, welcome to San Jose. Looking forward to see what these young kids can do. Will Smith, William Eklund, and now Macklin Celebrini.
So now we're entering the era of Macklin. This is the Bay's new generation. Macklin Celebrini, Johnny Kuminga, and my mullet man, Hayden Birdsong.
There it is.
All right, so there you go. All right, well, good job, buddy. Nice 3 hum babies. You, of course, are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Now, for every hum, there's a bum. For every winner, there's a loser. For every ray of sunshine, there's a drop of rain, buddy. So 3 bum babies from the weekend. Come on, man. You know where we're going. Get out your number 11 jerseys, everybody. Start playing your Too Late to Apologize. Start playing your Green Day, Good Riddance. If you're an old head like me, play your Paul Anka, The Times of Your Life. Bum baby number 1, Klay Thompson is leaving town. I'll say that again. Klay Thompson is leaving town. Oh, my God. Of course it's a bum baby. We talked and we talked and we talked and we talked about this possibility. And then over the weekend, it appeared to arrive with a Shams Toronto report that there is no conversation between the Warriors and Klay Thompson, and there is now talk of where he goes next, possibly on a sign-and trade that would help him earn a few more bucks. Warriors would do him a gesture, or he could sign as a free agent, and already they're listing the teams that are hot and heavy for him. The Dallas Mavericks. You want him with Kyrie?
No.
The L.A. Clippers with Kawhi. the Philadelphia 76ers and their new buddy, Paul George, or the Los Angeles Lakers.
No!
Apparently, according to Woj, LeBron called Clay on the first minute of free agency at 3 o'clock.
I hope he didn't answer.
So joining the Willie Mays, Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott train of immortals leaving town, Klay Thompson, bum baby number 1.
This has been brewing for a while now, for at least over the last year or so. This is essentially two differing perspectives. Klay Thompson, I'm told, feels slighted over the last year or so, feels pushed out to an extent, and off principle, he saw Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins sign 4-year deals with the Warriors, who I'm told offered him a 2-year, $48 million extension before last season. And the fact that they only offered 2, in his mind, a potential slight. But the Warriors, that was given the market a 2-year, $48 million offer. They wanted to keep Klay Thompson, and they have kept the lines open for communication, but the sides have not been engaged. And I would expect the Warriors to begin conversations on sign and trade opportunities. They want to help him get paid more than the mid-level exception. But as of right now, that relationship, from what I'm told, is pretty close to non-existent.
I'm told LeBron James called Klay Thompson right when free agency opened, 6 p.m. Eastern, reached out, talked to Klay Thompson, but certainly Dallas, the Lakers, the Clippers are working to be involved in this. Those are the prominent teams for Klay Thompson, whose career is going to be somewhere other than Golden State once his free agency period's over.
All right, we'll use the next segment to fully process those emotions because there's a lot going on there, but that is definitely bum baby number 1. Bum baby number 2, kind of just while you weren't looking, Chris Paul. We hardly knew ye. That's it, the end of the Chris Paul era. The Warriors waived him. We talked a lot going into this week about what could they do with that money, and this is the money they acquired in the Jordan Poole trade, with one option being that you shed it to create space. Now, Warriors will have some space to do something. It'll be very interesting to see what they do.
Yeah.
But are you ready for Chris Paul, the San Antonio Spur? 1 year, $11 million deal, according to Kendra Andrews. Tossing lobs to Wemby.
I was going to say, him and Wemby are going to be pretty sick together.
Here's how you sum up the Chris Paul era. 58 games, 18 starts, and a 10th place finish.
Yeah, all I know is Chris Paul showed up in town, and next thing you know, a healthy Klay, Draymond, and Steph missed the postseason for the first time in their career.
Chris Paul showed up in town, all of a sudden Klay's choking around Rudy Gobert.
Oh, and now Klay's gone. Oh, it's the curse of Chris Paul.
How will you remember the CP3 era? It is over at the Chase Center. So bum baby number 2, the Warriors lose their veteran point guard.
I was told that the Chicago Bulls were trying to get something going with the Golden State Warriors, trying to get a Zach LaVine package together. It could have been a Zach LaVine for Chris Paul or Andrew Wiggins. The Warriors, they didn't feel that was an adequate amount for a deal structure, so things didn't go as planned, so that fell through.
Oh, man, Wemby is different. Wemby is the guy that, after the game in the locker room, we all was talking about playing against him because we literally all had to change the way we shot a little bit.
Yeah, because there's highlights of like Steph Curry driving into the lane, having a wide open shot and being like, nah.
It wasn't just Steph. It was half the league.
It was legit a 45-second clip of like 10
you saw that, right?
Yes.
So my favorite shot, obviously, is when I snake back to the right and I shoot a fadeaway, right? And I got a picture of Wemby trying to block my shot. Man, I shot the ball so high, I didn't make it because I usually don't have to shoot it that high. You know what I mean? But I think he's going to be so successful too because he's very competitive and he's likable, right? And he loves the game, and you don't see guys that size moving the way he moves.
They've been preparing him and his body. He's been doing like foot and ankle.
Y'all seen that? You seen how flexible and all that
They've
stuff?
been doing it since he's like 12 years old, I guess.
Man. They knew something.
So obviously the Pat McAfee show there, Chris Paul as a guest talking on and on and on about Wemby this, Wemby that, Wemby this. Well, now they're brothers.
Yeah. Have fun playing with that flexible foot. What kind of soundbite is that? Have you seen how flexible his foot is? How flexible his ankle is?
Don't sleep on flexible feet.
Yeah, congrats.
Come on now. Shout out Rex Ryan. And there it is, bum baby, Chris Paul. We hardly knew ye, buddy. And then finally, bum baby number 3. Listen, I'm not trying to be a buzzhill because Marcus just highlighted the outstanding win of the series against the Dodgers. It was, as Marty Lear would say, orgasmic. Even set an Oracle Park record for runs scored in a 3-game series against the Dodgers. Pretty cool. But can I ask for more? The sweep was in play. Had the Giants not blown it on Saturday, knocking Tyler Glasnow out after 3 innings. building a 5-2 lead, and then coughing that up, and then going into extra innings and having the bases loaded with one out and Pat Bailey up. And that's it. I was like, oh, sack fly coming. Sack fly incoming. Sack fly has entered the chat. Instead, he struck out. One pitch later, Matt Chapman fouls out, the humiliation of the foul out. And then poor Sean Jelly. Bob Melvin did a number on him. Dodgers scored 7 unanswered. That crowd was going blank and crazy. The stupid bleacher people.
Yeah, the traveling circus was in full effect.
And Bob Melvin not wanting to tax his bullpen any further let Jelly twist in the wind. He let him barbecue him. ZRA went from 2.33 to 3.54 in that one inning alone. Melvin owes Jelly not one cold one. He owes him several cold ones, all right? Bum Baby number 3, Saturday, 11th inning, 3rd and king.
Here's the pitch. Smith hits a fly ball left center field. That's going to be a base hit, and it's going to go all the way through to the wall. In to score, Hernandez Otani rounding third, and he's going to come in to score. Here's a swing and a fly ball, left center. Coming in, Matos, and he will miss it. It goes by him. Smith is going to score. 3-2 pitch. Taylor hits a ground ball, base hit into right field. Nobody was there. Freeman in to score. Hayward pulls one. That's fair. By Wade down the right field line, and it's going to go all the way into the corner. It got by Slater.
Sean Jelly's been off to such a good start. Once he started getting hit in the 11th, was it kind of, the fact that you'd use so many arms and you have tomorrow to think about that led you to keep him out there?
Yes. And unfortunately, we had to do that. Sean Jelly's pitched great this year. I really had one inning in him today, and we asked him to do a little bit more. And it's too bad that he gave up as many as he did, but we couldn't use another pitcher at that time.
Off of that was Tyler off limits today.
Yeah.
Rogers. And then how are you guys doing tomorrow, pitching-wise?
We'll see.
I mean, they did him dirty. You got to owe Sean Jelly. He gets Bob Melvin's first-class seat on the way to Atlanta, man. Sean Jelly has to go out there for 2 innings and cough up 6 earnings, 8 total. His ERA up to 3.54. I'm still a Jelly guy. All right, ever since he hit back my kid on Twitter.
I know.
And or on Instagram.
You guys are the peanut butter and jelly family.
We are. So anyway, that's definitely a bum baby. But the rest was all hum baby winning that series. By the way, somebody wrote in and said, you got it wrong, Murph. Chris Paul leaving is a hum baby. Somebody said that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, there's your bum babies. Clay leaving. Chris Paul slips out the door in the 11th inning on Saturday. To go with Marcus's upbeat hum babies, Macklin Celebrini's arrival, Brett Wisely's walk-off heroics, and Spencer Bivens on Sunday. There it is. It's in the books, baby. Let's get your work week going. Klay Thompson reaction. Will you be able to stomach him in a Lakers jersey? Are you, I don't want to say glad to see him go, but do you understand it? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Next on the Sports Leader.
He's been doing like foot and ankle.
Y'all seen that? You seen how flexible and all that
They've
stuff?
been doing that.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
His agent, Greg Lawrence, tonight of Wasserman, are talking with a number of teams, including the Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks. You know, they've had conversations tonight. I'm told LeBron James called Klay Thompson right when free agency opened, 6 p.m. Eastern, reached out, talked to Klay Thompson. The expectation that I have right now is these conversations, this negotiation will go into tomorrow. There probably will not be a resolution tonight, but certainly Dallas, the Lakers, the Clippers are working to be involved in this. Those are the prominent teams for Klay Thompson, whose career is going to be somewhere other than Golden State once his free agency period's over.
Ooh. Had to wait that hit the post on the bye-bye. Is Klay Thompson going to be a Laker? Are you able to handle that? Man, oh man, that's tough. No. I mean, Bumgarner goes Diamondbacks, okay. Lincecum goes to the Angels, okay. Montana goes to the Chiefs, okay. Mays goes to the Mets, okay. Klay to the Lakers, not okay. Not okay at all. So that'd be brutal. I got to think, it's funny, all during his career, I used to always think whenever the Lakers came to town for a big game, I was always thinking, it's got to be a part of Klay that just vibes off the Lakers. His dad is a world champion with the Lakers.
His dad was a member of the Showtime Lakers.
His dad's a member of the blank and Showtime Lakers, and he's the broadcaster. Yeah. And Klay spent his high school years in Orange County in the shadow of the Lakers, and he knows the glory of the Lakers and Jerry West, and he had that relationship. Rest in peace, Jerry West. And so, there's got to be a part of Klay that's pretty excited by that possibility. Now, can they fit him in? LeBron would have to take a gigantic pay cut, but man, that would be, for me, that'd be a little tough. It goes to the Mavericks, fine. Goes to the Clippers, fine. It's not fine. I'll always miss Klay, and he'll always be that Ronnie Lott to Steph's Joe Montana. But the idea of him as a Laker would be that would sting.
Oh, it would be devastating. Especially if he does go on to start hitting big three-pointers for the Lakers in the postseason. Now, I'm sure there's people driving in their car or staring at their keyboard or staring at us on YouTube right now said, oh, Waterboy, who cares? He went over 10 in the playoffs, struggled the year before in the play-in against the Lakers. Maybe this would actually help take down the Lakers. Again, I'm not at that point yet. I still think Klay has value in this league. I wanted Klay Thompson to be back on the Warriors roster this year. And it's hard to talk about this right now because we still don't know what the future of Klay Thompson looks like. Everybody is saying he's on his way out of town. He's going to sign somewhere else. But until I see the pen meet paper, it's going to be hard for me to dissect it because I need to know, what does Klay Thompson want? What kind of money is he going to be getting from other teams? Because everything is linking back to how he feels disrespected by the Warriors and their contract offer. Well, what are the offers going to be from around the rest of the league? I don't think he's getting more than $24 million, what the Warriors offered him last year. AAV per year. I'd be shocked if another team gives him 25, 26, 27 million. We were talking this morning about maybe the Lakers giving him the veteran minimum almost, like 12.5, $13 million.
The Bobby Marks scenario, he offered a $12.5 million. He said in that scenario, LeBron takes a $25 million pay cut to make that happen. So maybe it's not going to happen with the Lakers money-wise.
But if we're talking money-wise here again, would Klay be taking a smaller contract with the Lakers than he would be taking with the Warriors? And if we're so focused on getting under the luxury tab, getting under second aprons, why is someone like LeBron James willing to pay a pay cut and the other Splash Brothers, Steph Curry, is not?
Well, these are all things to talk about and see what happens for sure. But, man, oh, man, it is true that it looks like the Warriors have made a decision. They're like telling Clay, or Clay has made a decision that the disrespect is so big that he doesn't want to come back at that number. He'd rather play at that number for somebody else, which is interesting. Now, for the Warriors, and again, I mentioned this last week, and again, I don't want to come off as callous at all because I do love Clay. He's a Lincecum-like figure and everything. But I did see a scenario where the Warriors maybe get a little better without Clay. I don't know. Just it opens up a door for Podziemski to play more, opens up a door for Kuminga to play more. It just opens up a door for the next wave of talent. Now, that said, if they're still out there trying to land a big piece, they still might trade Kuminga. Even though this latest rumor is Lauri Markkanen, who's a hell of a player, right? It would be amazing. Second banana to Steph. But, again, then you'd be getting rid of Kuminga. Can they move Wiggins is the one you've talked about a lot, too. So this thing's not over yet in terms of what the Warriors look like going into next year. Like right now, how you feeling about Mike Dunleavy Jr.? I saw some stuff on social media crushing Dunleavy and all that, and I think he's working under the marching orders of Joe Lacob. I think Joe Lacob kind of created an unrealistic expectation for us the last couple of years. I'm going to continue to spend whatever it takes, $500 million, and now he's like, I can't do that. Yeah. I can't be paying $200 million in tax.
But also, Joe Lacob is the guy that wanted to get the Jordan Poole deal done early. And that's why they gave him that huge contract extension. And Mike Dunleavy kind of had to do some groundwork behind the scenes to figure out a way to get rid of that contract. And that's essentially what Chris Paul turned into, a salary dump. Let's be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
The only reason why they brought in Chris Paul last year was to get this expiring contract so they could get rid of Jordan Poole and to lower down the money so that they avoid that repeater tax.
I mean, it seemed savvy at the time, right? You get him for a year to see how he does, and then you can shed that money and create that space. So, I mean, the story's yet to be written on these guys, but just in terms of KNBR listeners this morning, for all y'all on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or on the 808 KNBR, how are you processing this Clay news? I'm seeing on the text line some mixed reaction. We saw text line anti-Clay stuff all last week, and it's still out there. I don't want to go anti. To me, I'm not going anti-Clay. No. Like, oh, you cry baby this, cry baby this. No, come on, man. Rarely do they end with, think of Bryant Young being carried off the field at Candlestick Park. That's like a one-off, guys. That Jerry Rice got carried up. I mean, even Jerry Rice's farewell is bad because T.O. set a record in that game for catches and it pissed off Jerry, right?
Yeah, and Jerry didn't retire as an Iyer.
Right, he didn't retire as an Iyer. I keep mentioning Montana and Lott. I should put Jerry Rice in that freaking list. And Willie Mays and Joe Montana.
Yeah. And Tom Brady, and the list goes on and on and on, even outside of the Bay Area.
Tom Brady, the Tampa Bay Buck.
Yeah.
Emmett Smith, the Arizona Cardinal, right? So this is not unusual in any way. All right, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 559 says, he spent $400 million to miss the playoffs. Come on now. So that's exactly what Lacob's saying. I think Lacob probably said that to Dunleavy, like, look what I just did, and look what it got me. Get me back under the apron. 831 wonders, why didn't Steph fight for Clay? Well, I wouldn't put this on Steph at all. I'm sure.
Yeah, but you would think that every move, every decision would have to get the green light from at least Steph, if not including Draymond Green as well.
Well, unless Steph is told, hey, we're getting under the apron. There's nothing you can do about this. And so we're cutting costs. And I don't know. Do you guys think Steph, you think Steph just started ghosting Clay the last couple of
I highly doubt that. And now this kind of tends me to start going in the direction of my uncertainty about Steph Curry's future, to be honest with you. Because I truly thought that Steph, Dre, and Clay have all earned the right to retire as members of the Warriors. Now, again, there's no right, there's no really fair, there's no path for that to really happen. But this happening now is the first sign that the dynasty truly is coming to an end to me. Now, of course, the dynasty starts and ends with Steph Curry. But if they're willing to move on from Klay Thompson, what's stopping them from moving on from Steph Curry?
This is what happens. These things don't stay together forever. I mean, again, I just keep going back to Montana, Lott, Rice. I mean, that's the dynasty. That was Camelot. Carmen called it Camelot. Well, Camelot ended with one guy in Kansas City, one guy as a Jet, and one guy in Broncos training camp. You know what I mean? 408 says, there's no loyalty. Once they leave, they want to turn on you. It's like they didn't appreciate his whole career. He's talking about fans turning on Clay now. So according to Kawakami's column, that he says if you look at it, Clay was saying in the last several months that he was unhappy. He's talked about his snippy news conferences, the fact that he didn't like the way they moved him to the bench. That was something, even though we were publicly saying, he's embraced that role. No, he was not happy about it.
No, he was not happy with his straight start consecutive streak being snapped.
Kawakami has interesting detail on the boat ride at the end. He includes this in his column, saying that Clay walked around the locker room asking who wanted to ride on the boat. It's kind of sad, like the Peter Brady birthday party nobody wants to go to. That CP3 and Moody took him up on it, but they said they knew it was important to him.
Oh, man.
That they did.
Shout out to BBA.
The pity boat ride? Come on, man. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Here's a 925 with an anti-one. Anti-Clay. Says Clay should be embarrassed about how much he's disrespected the Warriors. They paid him 2 years of salary for doing nothing. Talk about disrespect, blah, blah. I wouldn't say that. He gave a lot to the Warriors. 831 says, well, Steve Kerr went all out. He went public saying he desperately wanted to keep Clay. 707 says LeBron has so much money where Clay doesn't, so he can't afford. No, it doesn't make any sense. That text doesn't make any sense.
Clay's got a lot of money too.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. So, man, again, we've been prepared for this moment. I don't want to say I'm excited to see what the Warriors are in the post Clay thing, but I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Can they be can this young core flourish now with the door open? I mean, they're going to have to turn the page on this. You couldn't keep riding the same three guys into the sunset. You know, I kept saying, like, running it back again, what's that going to get you? So in a weird way, I'm not delighted. It's just realistic. In a weird way, I'm sort of eager to see the next chapter of the Warriors because they couldn't keep, this chapter wasn't going to win a championship. If you ran back the three of them again, they weren't going to win a championship.
Yeah, but to me, I just hate the fact that you're running it back now with a contract like Andrew Wiggins on the contract instead of Klay Thompson.
They might move that.
Well, hell, apparently there was a report that they offered CP3 and Andrew Wiggins to get Zach LaVine from the Bulls, but they decided to pull out of that offer. That could have shifted some money around, and maybe you could have used that towards
Maybe
Klay.
he's part of this possible marketing trade.
Yeah, possibly. Again, it's just frustrating to me because it seems like it's definitely more of a business decision than an actual basketball decision.
Well, it also
I don't
sounds
think
like
the
Klay-
Warriors are better without Klay.
It sounds like Clay played a role in this, too. That Clay didn't like the way he was treated and all that.
And that's, like I said, I got to see how this plays out, what kind of contract offer that Clay's going to get, what the sign and trade's going to look like. I think this story is still unwritten.
Right. But again, I'm sort of at the point where they couldn't keep doing this same. It's like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again, expecting a different result. The last 2 years, you could see they were not a championship core. Clay wasn't the same player. That's a fact. Draymond's got to stop getting suspended. That's a fact. And they got to see what the big move is. Mike Dunleavy, the grease board is still out there.
Yeah.
Are they going to, I mean, there's a move coming, right?
Is there?
Is there?
What's plan B? What's plan C? You missed out on Paul George. He signed with the 76ers last night in case you missed it.
Could be marketing.
Yeah.
Could be something else that we're not thinking of right now. Could be the NBA is so crazy with their trades and their moves. Did you expect Paul George to be a Sixer this morning?
They have a lot of money.
I know.
I could say Klay Thompson.
I was interesting on the way in. I heard a
of
lot of people knocking that move. A lot of people knocking that move. Yeah, a lot of people. I was surprised. Maybe I just listened to the wrong show. But I was like, really? They think it's a bad move for George, Tyrese Maxey, and Joel Embiid to make a run at the Celtics? Seems like a good move to me.
Seems like a perfect guy you want on your roster to play against the Celtics.
They keep Maxey and Embiid. I mean, so anyway, that's where we're at, guys. It is definitely the big hit coming up at 7:50. Your reaction to Klay Thompson's imminent departure from the Golden State Warriors. Man, the Tim Lincecum of the Warriors. Don't forget, I looked it up, by the way, for a jock blog that was never published because, ready? And I'll take any laugh track you got. Because our printed websites were down.
Wow.
Wrote this whole thing on Friday.
Wow.
Sent it in. They're like, yeah, we can't post this.
Sorry, Murph.
But I compared him to Lincecum in the jock blog a lot, and I said, don't forget, he's talking about, you know where Tim Lincecum's last uniform was? AAA Round Rock Express of the Texas Rangers.
Oh, that's harsh. I was going to say Rangers. I didn't know it was AAA.
AAA, his last pitch was thrown for a AAA Round Rock Express.
Was that in the jock blog?
It was in the jock blog that was never published.
Well, Murph, if the KNBR digital website is down, maybe KNBR should start a newspaper.
Very, very good. All right, Mike Kruko. Hey, Orlando Cepeda slipped away over the weekend. The Giants won a series. A lot of Giants to get to. And then the big hit on Clay on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 670 AM.
All right, what a weekend. My God. 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. Brett Wisely Friday night. Spencer Bivens Sunday. Tough one Saturday. And we lost Orlando Cepeda along the way. No shortage of topics. Mike Kruger brought to us by NorCal Honda. Your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, as we say good morning on a Monday morning, I would say that when we left on Friday, I said, Mike, there's 30,000 Dodgers fans coming. The Giants just lost to the Cubs on Thursday. What do we do? And you said, win. And we kind of laughed. We got the Rocky 2. There's only one left thing to do, Rocky, win. And they did, Mike. They take 2 out of 3. So, good morning.
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 and ticked off. I mean, that's a great way to be. Mm-hmm. You know, they go to the Cubs after a dismal road trip, and they win 3 out of 4, and they're ticked off. Then they open up the series with the Dodgers on a walk-off, which was wonderful, and just lit the place up. And then you roll into Saturday, and you get a national game, and they just played great. They kind of ran themselves out of a couple of big innings, and I think they were like 5 for 21 with runners in scoring position. The Dodgers were 10 for 19, and yet here they were in the bottom of the 10th inning with the bases loaded, 1 out, and they had Patrick Bailey up there, and you're thinking, yeehaw, daddy, it's over. And it didn't work out. And none of that, but the Dodgers went on to score 7 in the top of the 11th, and it just was horrible. And everybody left the ballpark, not just the players, but everybody who was wearing orange and black was just destroyed. It was such an emotional turnaround, and the Dodger fans were just rejoicing. I mean, they just sniffed defeat after the walk-off Friday night, and that made it just grueling for Giants fans. So we come to the ballpark yesterday, and I walked in and I was talking to Bob Melvin, and he goes, I don't know what we're going to do today. I don't know if we have enough innings. I don't know what we're going to do. They had slated in Spencer Bivens to start it out, and they would have taken 2, maybe 3. As I'm walking around the clubhouse, Garvin Alston, who's the bullpen coach, I see him and I go, how's it going? How's your boys? And he says, I'm going around right now, and I'm touching base with all of them, and I'm asking who can give me what, and they all say, we can give you whatever you need, every one of them. And the first guy who came into the clubhouse and said that was the guy who pitched the 11th inning and gave up 8 runs or whatever it was, and that was Sean Jelly. He's the first guy in the clubhouse said, I'm good to go today. So that's the mentality. Now, the reality was Bob Melvin going, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. Just trying to piece it together. And while I'm talking to him, Landon Roop comes walking in. He was supposed to throw a rehab start down in the Arizona Extended League. I don't even know who's playing down there. 16, 17-year-old kids. And the first thing Mel says, you'll be pitching today. Okay. He says, I'll get back to it a little bit later. So we continue our conversation. And again, it comes back to the concern that Mel has. I don't know what I'm going to do. The story of Spencer Bivens is such an incredible story. We all know he's 30-year-old rookie, traveled the world, literally. And he goes out there with the idea that, I'm a starter. I'm going to go out and I'm going to approach this like I need to give this team 5 innings. And that's exactly what he did. And the thing that's remarkable about this guy is that all the Giants fans know his story. And they got behind this guy early in this game. I mean, he cruised right through 3 innings. And they got into it. And the emotion that you felt in that ballpark and watching this guy go, you can't even call him a kid. He's a big league pitcher. And he goes 5 innings, and en route he strikes out. He faces Ohtani 3 times and strikes him out twice. The last out he gets in the 5th inning, he strikes him out on 3 pitches. It was unbelievable. Just the whole vibe was unfreaking believable. And yet they get on a plane to go to Atlanta after the game, and they're ticked off. They didn't win them all. I love it.
Yeah, Spencer Bivens truly is turning into one of the stories of the season for the Giants. And, Mike, I want to circle back to that second strikeout of Shohei Ohtani. Bill Plunkett, who covers the Dodgers, took to Twitter and said that Spencer Bivens was celebrating like he just won the World Series. Did you have any problems at all with the way that Spencer Bivens celebrated that strikeout?
Well, it's pretty much the way the Dodgers kind of celebrate that little wiggle dance when they hit second base or third base or whatever. I don't suppose that writer made a whole lot of reported about that, did he? Emotion now has become part of the game. And if that guy can't understand the journey that Spencer Bivens has been on, and now he's facing arguably the best hitter in the world, and he shows emotion like that, and he writes like he's ticked off, screw that guy.
Like a Giants-Dodgers is alive, baby. And it was fun. It was what a story. By the way, does Spencer Bivens, in this depleted rotation, does he get another start?
Well, they're not going to hesitate to give him the ball if a slot comes up. I mean, it depends on the health and of the rotation, although they're starting to get it all back here now. They've got rotation guys lined up here the first 4 games of the series, which they haven't been able to say for a while. So let's see who they have. So they've got Birdsong, and then they've got Hicks and then Webb, and then we got Harrison coming back Friday. I'm not sure who's slotted in for Saturday yet, but I mean, if you have another open bullpen game, that guy's earned the right.
Just incredible story, and yeah, so why not? I'd look forward to seeing him in Cleveland. Stephen Vogt's already trying to bone up on his Spencer Bivens to try to beat him there. So, Mike, Friday night, we always joke that Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die, because by the time we come here on Monday, everything's forgotten. But I don't want to forget Brett Wisely. If you walk off the Dodgers on a Friday night in front of 40,000, you are kind of immortal in many ways. He continues to try to tell the front office and the dugout coaching staff, play me. Brett Wisely, where does he fit into this team? How big was that swing, and is there a statue being built for that home run?
Well, I think he's only one of 4 guys that have done it. San Francisco Giants. I saw a stat, and I kind of skimmed over it. I'm not sure if that's accurate. You might want to follow up on that, but it's rare. And if you go back into that at bat, he's facing Blake Trinan, right? So Trinan comes up. Trinan's got nasty stuff. He's got one of the biggest sinkers, heaviest sinkers in all of baseball. So he goes in and throws the first pitch sinker, and I'm thinking, ooh. He's given up 1 home run a year. And he comes back with a slider, and it's a strike. He doesn't get the call. It's kind of a weird strike zone on Friday night. And then Trinan comes back with a curveball, and Wisely swings through it like a fantasy camper. It's like the first one he ever saw. So the situation is set up for another power sinker on the outside part of the plate, and if you miss off the plate, right? I mean, the one thing you don't want to do is make a mistake middle in. Well, what if you're a right-handed pitcher and you're facing a left-handed hitter? I mean, you're throwing breaking balls and working its way in towards the guy, whereas that turbo sinker he's got, that 52-pounder, you throw that in the outside corner, it's off the end of the bat, or, at very least it's off the plate away, and you don't expose yourself. Well, why does it look so bad on the curveball? Trinan's going, I can throw that one again. He throws it up there, flop job, right there hanging at the belt, middle in, whoop, let's celebrate, and out she went, and everybody just, the eruption in that ballpark with Giants fans that night was so just incredible, and it was so spontaneous, and it was so in sync. You're talking 40,000 less about 5,000 Dodger fans. That's 35,000 people on cue erupted, and it was awesome. So it was just an unbelievable weekend out there, the emotion that was out there. And Wisely, he's going to find more playing time. I mean, what he's doing right now is not falling on deaf ears. They're seeing it. They're talking about him.
Yeah, and from Friday night's walk-off win to the series win on Sunday, Giants wrap up the 3rd game with a 10-4 victory over the Dodgers. And, Mike, they got the job done with 10 doubles on the day. It's the most doubles the Giants have hit since the 1912 New York Giants. And it all started off with Jorge Soler, who actually had a leadoff double on Saturday and Sunday. Mike, it seems like this guy's starting to heat up in that leadoff spot.
Oh, yeah, he's on fire. So's Chapman. I mean, they're barreling the ball now. Everybody in the lineup had hit. Everybody. And there were great 2-strike at-bats. You go back and look at all the 2-strike at-bats, and a lot of them were extra base hit at-bats. This is a lineup that has suddenly gotten deep. With the emergence of Soler and Chapman to sort of anchor, everybody's filling in, and they're feeding off each other. And it's not an easy – when these guys have all this inside-out approach and they're going the opposite way with pop, it's not an easy lineup to pitch to. the key for like 5 of these guys in this lineup is stay in the strike zone. Well, they are. And I've never seen this team this year be so ready to head east and take on some good teams, which is exactly what they're going to do. Taking on Atlanta in Atlanta, taking on Cleveland in Cleveland, and then come home against Toronto and Minnesota. I mean, they got their work cut out for them, but they're winning series. You know, they take 3 out of 4 with the Cubs. That's a big deal. And then you take 2 out of 3 and are ticked off about it against your rival. That's a big deal. And they're firing all pistons. Plus now, thank you Spencer Bivens, thank you Landon Roop. They got a rested bullpen going into the East Coast swing. So I mean they're stacked up, and that right now they're as good a team as they've been all year. And they have to be because these next 4 series are nasty.
Well, Mike, let's spend the last couple minutes here. On April 15th, 1958, a 20-year-old from Puerto Rico named Orlando Cepeda took the field at Seal Stadium, and all the way up until he died on Friday night was a giant. Yes, of course, the trade to the Cardinals was a big deal in his career, but he always identified as a giant. 9 years as a giant, more than any other. He's a Hall of Famer. He's statues out there. The numbers are incredible. And I have this stat that most people don't know. He still holds the single-season record for RBIs in a season, 142 in 1961, when he could have easily won the MVP, but Frank Robinson edged him out with some incredible season. He wins the MVP in 1967 as a Cardinal when they win the Baby Bull. Mike, we got Cha-Cha Bowls out in center field. We got statues, the Panama hat, the music. Cha-Cha, Baby Bull left us, Mike. Your reaction?
He cried. When they traded him to the Cardinals, he cried. He sat in his locker in front of the whole clubhouse, and he cried. He wept openly. He never wanted to leave here. And, he was such a good man. There was a softness about him that was so genuine. When you were around him, hey, Mike, you're my friend, Mike, my friend. And, we for the longest time, we just took it for granted. We had Cepeda and we had McCovey and Mays, and they were just walking history books. And you could come up to any one of them at any given time and ask them about, how a ballpark played or who was the toughest guy you ever faced, who was the hardest thrower you ever faced, Orlando Cepeda. Orlando, who's the hardest guy you ever faced? Oh, Bob Villa. He was a good man. Yeah, I like him, but he threw hard. I don't like that. But, he loves San Francisco. He used to go to a place called, I think it's the Black Hawk. Is that right? Where they had jazz. Dave Brubeck used to play there. And Johnny Mathis used to tune in, and John Coltrane would play there. Anyway, when Orlando was in San Francisco, he'd hit the streets. He was single, and he loved music. And he'd go there, and he got into jazz. And when you talk jazz with Orlando, I mean, you better have a half clue what you're talking about, because he would go into depth. I mean, it was always on. Music was such a big part of his life. When I went down to Puerto Rico in 1976, I mean, the legend of Clemente was glowing because he had just passed away tragically, and he was on everybody's mind. He was so famous. Cepeda was right behind him in fame, and in love. The island loved him. They loved his father, who was a legend there, and they loved him. And I just think that's the way that he was raised there. I think Cepeda was raised in the limelight of his father's legend, but he was raised in the beauty of acceptance for his ability. He was always expected to be as good as his father, and he surpassed his abilities, and he became legendary. And when I was down there in 76, I obviously knew about him because of the rivalry growing up in Los Angeles. And, I would ask the clubbies, the guys who'd been there forever, or anybody else around the ballpark about him, what kind of guy he was. And he was a guy that loved his island, loved his people, and loved the game of baseball as much as anybody. And, when I played down there, when you won a game playing in Puerto Rico, when the game was over, you come back in the clubhouse, and all the natives that were there, they would pull out congas and djembes and duque drums and the big boom boxes, and it was a celebration. And they were playing salsa, and they were playing reggae. Well, I'd never heard of reggae in 1976, and here they are playing this, and it was just a party. It was such a scene. And And that was the joy that Cepeda had. Music was celebration. Baseball was a celebration. And through his life as a Giant, when he was here at the ballpark, he never forgot that. He exuded nothing but joy of where he was and the people that he came in contact with. You were always his friend. And he was just so unique. And it's such a sad loss to lose that energy, to lose that smile. And but we were gifted. We were gifted to have him and Big Mac and Willie. I mean, it's just I saw Rick Monday yesterday. I said, our guys are leaving us. And Monday teared up, and he started talking about all those guys because he played against them. And he said the same thing as an opponent. I mean, you felt that these guys were a family. You felt that they loved the game. You wanted to play with them. And that's exactly what all of us in San Francisco wanted to do with McCovey and Mays and Cepeda. We wanted to play with them. They let us into their lives, and it's just such a loss. But it was such a gift to be around them.
So true. You called them our monuments. They live forever, and it was a beautiful speech there. You could see the smile, and you could hear the jazz, and see the RBIs coming off of the Baby Bulls bat. So we'll continue to remember him, Mike. Great conversation. Enjoy the day off. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, awesome as always. Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors. Big hit next on Esports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Multiple reports came out this past weekend that Klay Thompson will not return to the Golden State Warriors. So our Just Dubs boys, Greg Silver and John Dickinson, went live with the Emergency Podcast to talk about the future of Klay Thompson and what it means for the future of the Warriors. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
Now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
My splash, bro. Woo. Klay Thompson. Man. You're the quietest guy. You're actually a lot better than you used to be, but you're definitely a quiet guy that every year I've got to know you so much better. I know we don't get to hang out much outside of practice and games. You got your dog, I got my family and all that stuff, but when I get on the floor and I see number 11 suited up with me, I feel good about our success and our chances to win a game. You make my job easy when I come on the floor and I see you on the other wing, just get you the ball because I know it's going up and most of the time it's going in. So I know hopefully we have a long future together, man. And we can do some special things and, hopefully be the best backcourt to ever play this game. And we should challenge each other every single day in that regard and make it happen.
Okay, well, listen, the emotion of the Big Hit diluted by that odd soundbite there. Somebody from Twitter put that together. We used it. Probably naked next time. But, hey, 2015 NBA MVP.
I'll take the music.
Babyface Steph Curry talking to babyface Klay Thompson. My splash brother, my comrade in arms, and it is no more. The Big Hit, at least reportedly, it is no more. Nothing is official yet. The only thing that's official is that our great conversation with Mike Krukow is brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And it kind of came out Saturday, and it was not on a scale of 1 to 10. If 10 means your mind is blown because you did not expect it, and 1 is you expected it all along, it was closer to a 2 or a 3. That Klay Thompson and the Warriors will be parting ways. Shams Charania was the first to write a full comprehensive breakdown. Woj just said the same thing on ESPN. Anthony Slater, our great beat writer for The Athletic, said the same thing on NBA TV. In fact, Young Tone, why don't we go to Slater right now on NBA TV saying that not only was it over Saturday morning when the weekend came, but might have been over prior to that, last couple of weeks here.
Is there any chance Klay is back in a Warrior uniform next season?
Not from my understanding, no. This was being told to me 2 weeks ago it was over. And I was cautious with the reporting of it and that it was trending that direction and that, there'd needed to be some type of reconciliation, but there'd probably be conversations. The Warriors did intend to, come back to him after some other planning and lay what they felt like was a competitive offer on the table. But what has been made clear from Klay Thompson over the last few weeks and certainly in the last few days is he's ready to leave. He wants to depart. He plans to depart. And the Warriors have been told that, basically have been told goodbye by Klay. And they're trying to, maybe it's a sign and trade or something to kind of help him get some more money on his way out the door. But this is happening. Klay very, very likely is leaving Golden State.
Wow. Anthony Slater. And the key to that whole thing is it's Klay.
Yeah.
Klay wants to leave. Klay feels disrespected. We have these Kendra Andrews sounds too, Tony, about him feeling disrespected by the Warriors. And listen, I can't tell the guy how to feel. It's unfortunate that he feels that way. And I guess he feels Draymond Green got paid. Yep. Andrew Wiggins got paid. My starting role got taken away by Podziemski. Now we know why I was making those paper airplanes with all those box scores after games.
Yeah, he's been doing that for years, but it does seem like the last couple of years, especially after they won their last championship, after the debacle with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. And I'm not going to sit here and say it's the demise of the Warriors, but we can go back to that moment. We can go back to Bob Myers deciding, hey, I'm done dealing with this BS. I'm done dealing with Draymond Green. I'm not going to be there to be your middleman for Klay Thompson to work out a deal. And now Bob Myers is out of town, and it looks like Klay Thompson is following him out that same door. So, yeah, it's a little shocking. I don't know if shocking is the right word, Murph. I was looking up earlier the 7 stages of grieving.
Oh, we're going the grief thing.
I'm going grief already.
That was
because
a big Kate Scott thing. She took us through those grades. It's 5 stages, isn't it?
I don't know, 5 or 7.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
bargaining, denial, guilt, acceptance, that whole deal.
Well, I'm still in denial, it feels
Okay,
like.
all right, so-
And it's not just a river out in Egypt. No, it's my feelings about this Klay Thompson situation because right now he's still a free agent. He has not signed anywhere. Hell, free agency just started today, yesterday. It's July 1st. So we don't know what's going to happen with the future of Klay Thompson. And we were talking about this earlier in the show. What was your reaction on Saturday when I got the news? Well, first of all, I was down at the ballpark watching Tyler Glasnow get knocked out of the game in 3 innings.
Wearing your Beat LA Aloha.
So I was feeling pretty damn good. Even after they blew the game, I went out to the bar to go watch UFC 303, so I was in a good mindset. And then Sunday, bounced back for the Mickey Mouse game, so I've just been kind of denying and trying to avoid this story as much as possible.
So the 5 are denial is number 1. You're still in the first stage.
So I'm still in the first stage right now.
You got work to do.
This is going to be a long week for me. Thank God I'm taking time off.
Stage 2 is anger. Do you think you might hit that?
I'm starting to get pissed off this morning.
Stage 3,
I'm starting to get a little angry.
Stage 3 is bargaining, where you start to rationalize it. Stage 4 is, ready for this? Stage 4 is depression. Stage 4 is depression.
Man. I'm going to be drinking a lot this week.
Stage 5 is acceptance. And I hate to even admit this, but because I don't want to come off as callous, but I think I'm there.
You're stage 5 already?
Yeah, I am.
You're a stage 5
This was so telegraphed for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I kept thinking, and I think I told you, I think even the digital boys used it as a cut. And sometimes I have to look at those cuts to see what I said on a show, by the way. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, did I say that? Really? But they used a cut, and I was like, yeah, I guess I kind of agree with that take since I said it, which is that, I can kind of see it's time to turn the page and see what life is like after Klay. And that's not a slight on Klay at all. It's just, again, I've said this a million times, man. I lived long enough to see Joe Montana, Kansas City Chief, to see Ronnie Lott, New York Jet, to go on and on. Will Clark, Texas Ranger, Madison Bumgarner, Arizona Diamondback, Tim Lincecum, Anaheim Angel. I mean, it's just, this is what happens. This is what happens. And so the rare Bryant Young getting carried off the field at Candlestick, that's a one-off, buddy. That is a one-off. When Joe freaking Montana gets traded, anything can happen because Montana is the most iconic athlete, maybe outside of Willie Mays, but he started in New York in the history of the Bay Area because he's the guy to bring us 4. I know people put Steph Curry right there, too. And guess what? I got news for you. Steph Curry might not end his career as a Warrior either, right? So I'm interested in what the next move is. I also think that that running, quote-unquote, running it back with Klay, Dre, and Steph, they weren't going to win a championship.
But they said that 2 years ago and they won a championship.
That was different. Wiggins was Wiggins. Klay was 2 years younger. It was different.
Yeah, and I get that, but I'm telling you, they're not winning a championship with this roster without Klay Thompson.
What's the move?
That's the number one question. What's their plan B? Yeah. What's their plan C? What's their plan D? What plan are we on right now? Because you missed out on Paul George, and you spent so much attention on Paul George before Klay Thompson. And that's one of the reports out there that Klay was kind of disrespected, that they were more focused on improving their team than figuring out what they were going to do with Klay moving forward. So you missed out on Paul George. Klay Thompson looking like he's walking out the door. You just waived CP3, and turns out you turned Jordan Poole in that trade into nothing but a big salary dump. So now we're on plan D, and I'm asking, what the hell does the D stand for Mike Dunleavy?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm curious. I think he's an interesting dude. Trading Jordan Poole. Aren't you glad you're out of that contract? Or do you wish Jordan Poole was still a Warrior?
Well, Jordan Poole was not going to work with Draymond Green, and they had to make a decision. Do you move forward on the timeline with Draymond and stick with your core, which they decided to do, which I thought included Klay Thompson. And that's why I thought, hey, we're ditching a 2-timeline plan here. James Wiseman's gone. He's a free agent, by the way, too. Detroit Pistons didn't even want him back.
Bring him back.
Yeah, so they got rid of James Wiseman. They got rid of Jordan Poole. So to me, let's hop on the pony and ride off into the sunset. We're talking about the 3 longest tenured players in the NBA right now.
Well,
I would have been absolutely fine with them punting the next couple of years just to watch Klay and Steph throw up some more threes at Chase Center.
You understand the part of that deal is Klay wanting to be here.
Yeah, that's the biggest shocking thing to me, and that's the main part of my denial is that Klay wants out because he feels disrespected by the contract offer last offseason.
And the diminished role and other guys getting paid. And being told you're no longer our starter, all that stuff.
But also, that leads to the question of, what is Klay Thompson going to get paid by other NBA teams? And what is his role going to be on NBA teams? Like, if he goes to the Dallas Mavericks, which everybody is already kind of penciling him to do, he's not starting over Kyrie and Luka, so he's going to end up, again, back on the bench, making less money, but he doesn't want to do that with his boy Steph and the Warriors.
That's correct.
That, to me, is just heartbreaking.
That's a good word. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Accumulus Media Station. It's true. It is surprising that his feelings are that strong. It really is. Malika... We have Malika and Kendra. Let's go with Kendra here. 6:30 and to get to the root of Clay's feelings, she says the sour taste in his mouth there.
Yeah, I mean, we have to flip back pretty much a whole calendar year, really to last summer when the Warriors and Clay could have first come to a new agreement and gotten him a new deal and avoided this entire situation, but it didn't happen. And I'm told the way that last summer played out left a sour taste in Clay's mouth. The thing that has been repeated to me over and over and over again by so many different people is Clay wants to feel respected. He wants to feel appreciated. He wants to feel valued. And how last summer went down, he didn't feel that way. So he enters the year already a little bit unhappy. He starts the year off playing poorly. He eventually gets moved to the bench. His role for the rest of the season is bopping all around. Meanwhile, the contract negotiations, nothing moved from the summer. All the while, Malika, he had a hard time adjusting to his game and his body after those two really difficult injuries a couple years ago.
It is surprising that he would let his disrespect and wounded feelings transcend his love for Steph.
Yes.
Playing out with Steph.
I mean, you heard the clip that we played coming in after Steph won the MVP. You can go back to their play-in loss against the Sacramento Kings when he was asked about the future of Clay and what the Warriors dynasty was going to look like. And he said the same thing, essentially. I can't imagine myself playing without Klay Thompson. And now that seems like an actual likelihood.
Don't forget Clay's last act as a Warrior was to walk out into Arco Arena and look up in the stands and see that guy. And again, a movie-type ending here.
Yeah.
Seeing the guy in the Clay jersey. We were wondering if it was the bare-armed and pit hair of a Triple E up there in the archives. Kendra Andrews with more. This is pretty good reporting by her on more of Clay feeling, ready for this, mentally detached from the Warriors. Is that right? Cut to Jay here, Tony.
So he's dealing with all of this in his head. Meanwhile, he isn't getting that respect, again, that appreciation, that reassurance from people high up in the organization. And that really, really caused a splinter between him and important people in the Warriors. And now look, could the Warriors have maybe eventually put an offer down in front of Clay? Yes, but I was told earlier this month that by the time they do it, and the Warriors, by the way, have a history of taking some time before coming up with big deals, like with Steve Kerr, like with Draymond Green. It could take some time, but the question was, by the time the Warriors offered Clay something, would it have been too late? Would he have already detached himself mentally from coming back from the Warriors? And that's pretty much what we've seen play out here these last few weeks.
Wow, he'd rather be a Laker and feel just loved than be a Warrior and not feel loved right now.
I mean, but who doesn't love Klay Thompson?
Front office.
Mike Dunleavy.
The head coach that benched him.
I guess that's the answer.
Steve Kerr benched him.
And that's what I was getting to earlier when I brought up Bob Myers and the fact that he's not there anymore to sit down at the negotiation tables. Everything has kind of changed with the dynamics, whether it's Draymond Green lashing out even more than he did before, or now Klay Thompson going to these contract negotiations. The mediator is no longer there, and now we're starting to see the trickle-down kind of effects of Bob Myers being gone.
How productive was he for the Warriors? Like, did he help them win games, or did you think Clay was going to be a productive player helping them win games this year?
I thought so. Okay. I mean, we can go back and look up all the numbers. Hell, I've said 1,000 times on these airwaves, he had over 300 three-pointers 2 years ago. Yeah. Led the NBA. He was top 5 in three-pointers made last year. He was the second leading scorer in the NBA in the second half of the season. Just because he's no longer two-way Clay doesn't mean he has zero value at all. I guess the question is, what's the value, what the price point is, and what that contract offer is going to look like. Whatever it was from the Warriors, he felt disrespected, but I'd be wondering.
This goes back to last summer.
Yeah, but is anybody going to offer him more than what the Warriors did last summer? I don't think so.
No, this is all. So here's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You're all chiming in. I want to read you guys. 408 says, what part of $48 million doesn't say love? There's that, too. That gets into that respect thing, right? 408 says, I think Clay's is done being Steph's sidekick, and I feel like his 0 for 10 is leaving a bad taste in people's mouths. 925 takes a shot, says, for a kid who grew up in the NBA, he seems like a big baby. 415 says, was Clay being disrespected when he was being paid while injured? I love Clay, but he's not really Clay anymore. I wish him all the best. 650 says, Clay seems to be bitter after the Warriors and fans have treated him so well. He's not the only person in sports this has happened to. Pro sports is a business, and that's it. Part of the deal. So don't complain to me that you have 4 championships and millions of dollars. I would say the overwhelming feeling on the text line is not super pro Clay, 503 says Dunleavy basically walked into an episode of Bar Rescue.
Nice.
Do you ever watch the show Bar Rescue?
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty interesting show.
He had
that John Tafer, right?
He inherited bad contracts and an aging core. He said he has brought us Kuminga, TJD, and Moody. Give him time. Just don't give him as much time as Farhan. 503. That's a good text from the 503.
You're telling me Mike Dunleavy's out here trying to get the butt funnel in at Chase Center.
510. What's that? What is that?
Oh, the butt funnel is like when you set up like two like tables at a bar so that everybody funnels into the middle of the bar.
You know your Bar Rescue.
Oh, yeah, I got some Bar Rescue knowledge.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
510 with taking a shot at Dunleavy. Says Dunleavy Jr. is turning the Warriors into the Chris Cohan years, ... in which he played. That's coming off the table there with the elbow strong.
That's a good one.
831 says super sad to see Clay go, but I wish he would have read the 4 agreements and learned not to take things personally. We've now lost 2 great Warriors to hurt feelings and taking things personally, Klay Thompson and KD. This guy writes 831, it took me a long time to learn not to take things personally. Taking offense has led to nothing but trouble in my life. That's a very interesting text. Young Tony, 25 years old, the Oracle of Wisdom, his first week on the job, sent out his rules of life. Do you have those, young man? Do you have those available?
Hang on, give me a sec, yeah.
It's not on the wall like the Pyramid of Success?
I love that he's got like written down in his notes in his
and
iPhone
you gotta
or something.
send them to me again. The John
got the
Wooden,
rules of life.
This is a 25-year-old kid on his first week on the job sent this.
Yeah, I said I was always taught to listen twice as much as I speak, know your role, put the team first, do your job, and don't take things personally. And then Murph texted back, you're hired.
You got the job.
Well, that's where we're at with Klay Thompson. And you know what? I mean, sometimes Deion Sanders said they done messed around and made it personal. Now, will Klay Thompson's theme music be, da-da-da, look at those mountains, look at those trees, look at that bum over there down on his knee. I love it. We love L.A. Is he going to do that?
No, I hope not.
I think, don't you feel it?
Yeah, I mean, it makes the most sense. Whether it's LeBron James calling him up yesterday and saying, hey, Clay, come on down to the team you rooted as a kid. The team that your dad played on the Showtime Lakers. Hell, your dad is still calling games for the Lakers right now. It makes too much sense for him to go to L.A.
A lot of still anti-Clay text coming in, but the one guy, 707, says stay tuned for the Clay Revenge Tour.
Hell.
You can see that. Can't you see a guy coming back with a little spring in his legs?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
especially if he ends up on a team like the Denver Nuggets. You get Nikola Jokic throwing out dime passes to Clay in the corner. Watch out. Careful what you wish for.
415 says Clay going to Dallas would be like going to the head of the class for getting to the finals again. Even he likely doesn't believe the Warriors will get there again in his career with or without him. So thanks for all the great memories, and I'll see you at the jersey retirement ceremony. 831 says, I hate Clay not being a Warrior. I didn't think Dunleavy could be a worse GM than he was a player. 707 says he played 0D, and that was an issue. And 805 said, Bob Myers played it perfect. He rode Larry Riley's foundation in a fluke salary cap explosion to 4 titles, then jumped ship right as the bad contracts and 2 timelines started to fall apart. So there it is, man.
There's Bobby.
Now he's saying, Mad Dog, listen to me. All right, guys. Well, there you go, man. We'll continue on with this thread. The Clay tempers, the Clay emotions are raging next on the Sports Leader.
Clay wants to feel respected. He wants to feel appreciated. He wants to feel valued.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Is this the end of the Warriors dynasty? Reports came out this weekend that Klay Thompson is looking to move on out of San Francisco, maybe down to LA, maybe out to Denver, maybe out to Dallas. You tell us, Where is Klay playing next season? And is it a good thing or a bad thing for the Warriors? 808 KNBR is the number. Shoot us a text or give us a call or check in on the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm told Klay Thompson is planning to depart from the Golden State Warriors. 3 teams that have emerged as strong suitors for him: the Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers. A sign and trade is a high possibility, as this is an end of an era for the Warriors. We know this legendary dynasty, 4 championships, along with 5 All-Star game appearances for Klay Thompson. It's really a stunning split around the league, but this has been brewing for a while now, for at least over the last year or so. This is essentially 2 differing perspectives. Klay Thompson, I'm told, feels slighted over the last year or so, feels pushed out to an extent, and off principle, he saw Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins sign 4-year deals with the Warriors, who I'm told offered him a 2-year, $48 million extension before last season. And the fact that they only offered 2, in his mind, a potential slight.
Oh, my God. Shams Charania and, wait, Listen to this right now. Wait, turn it up. Are we going? We're going 1970s songstress Carole King? Oh.
Ooh, sing it, Murph.
This Tapestry was a game changer with her with a cat on the windowsill. I always wondered, it's too late, baby. It's too late. Klay Thompson playing this over there in Belvedere right now. Blasting Carole King out the window on a hot summer day over the bay. I'm riffing just because it's kind of funny. Listener requested this, Young Tony? Yeah, who was it?
310 wanted me to cue this up.
Do you believe sometimes, Marcus, it is too late, baby? It's just too late?
Yeah, there are a lot of times where it is too late. You know, like a lot of these text messages I send out on Saturday nights.
Young Tone, you wouldn't know Carole King. It's too late, would you? Huh?
No, this is the first time I've ever heard this song.
I bet your mom's fired up right now.
Oh, 100%.
This is right. This would be right in her wheelhouse. Although your mom might be younger than me, so I'm not so sure about that, dude. But anyway, thank you, 310, for bringing it back. And something inside has died, she says, and that's how it happened with Klay Thompson. And that's what we're reacting to. It's incredible how as the morning's gone on and we kind of talk more about it and the more we discuss the angles of this, it really does come down to not a basketball decision that Klay wants to leave. Yeah. That Klay wants to leave. Now, we did get this, and I know this is going to anger Marcus here.
Yeah, dude.
It's the Tom Brady 4 agreements.
Oh, dude, as if I wasn't already getting pissed off this morning anyways. I tell you, I'm turning the corner. I've gone from full-blown denial of Klay leaving to actually being pissed off this morning.
This is the second stage.
Dude, I'm going through the stages.
Right
I'm going through it, and now Tony's out here quoting Tom Brady. Get the hell out of here, Tony.
Welcome to stage 2, buddy. You're going to start bargaining in about an hour. You're going to start bargaining. Number 1, don't take things personally. That's hard now. That's hard. Number 2, don't make assumptions. Well, that's easy. Number 3, try your best.
Oh,
and number 4, be impeccable with your word. Ooh, be impeccable with your word. Has Tom Brady been impeccable with his word all his life? But don't take things personally is what Tom Brady's saying, and that seems to be. Now, again, I don't want to come off as callous here. I love Klay like I love Lincecum and all that. I have thought, though, that the Warriors could not run it back again and try to win a championship. Something had to change. And it's unfortunate that this is the first opening for change, his contract coming up. Maybe if it was Draymond's contract coming up. Although Draymond's contract came up last year and they inked him.
And they took care of Draymond.
Well, we've seen that. Well, listen, they were 33-22 with him on the court last year, right? So this is just, to me, from 2015 to 2024, you won 4 championships, man. It's incredible.
Hold that, haters!
And now you have to go to the next chapter. Now, what is the next chapter for Mike Dunleavy? What is it? Because you're not just going to run this roster out there, are you? Because you ain't going anywhere with that, right?
You can't.
So anyway, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text. And I'll keep reading these because you guys are pouring them in. 408 says, if he goes to L.A., he might as well never come back for his jersey retirement. Guys, are you ready for the emotion of him as a Laker?
I'm not, but I think it's going to happen. And, yeah, the 408 actually says the same thing. Goes, ask Jason Schmidt about it. Also, let's ask Sergio Romo about it. He ended up on the Dodgers. He's
Brian Wilson?
Sergio Romo's going on the Wall of Fame this summer.
B. Weezy?
Yeah, exactly. So this has happened before. But, yeah, it's going to be painful to see him in a Lakers uniform if that does happen. Hell, it would be painful to see him with the Dallas Mavericks or the Denver Nuggets. Anywhere Klay goes where he's not putting on a Warriors jersey is going to be hurtful for a lot of Warriors fans.
415, how can Klay feel disrespected when he was the biggest reason for the Warriors losing the play and going 0 for 10? Another one.
Oh, it's a little harsh to put it all on Klay. Yes, he had a bad game.
510 says, I think there's a pretty good chance the Warriors might be pretty essy this upcoming season, dude.
I mean,
kind of funny to see the word, by the way.
I mean, with this current roster, with missing out on Paul George, with letting Klay leave, with letting CP3 leave for nothing, they might not even be a play-in team. CP3 might have a better chance in the playoffs with the Spurs than he would next year with the Warriors. We talk about the Houston Rockets. We talk about John Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies going out and drafting Zach Edey. Yeah. Like, there's talent that was below the Warriors, not talking about the 9 teams that were ahead of him in the play-ins.
Well, you don't ride with Lindy Waters III?
No.
Come on, man.
I don't.
Quentin Post? We had Earl Grant on telling us he was a big man who can defend the rim. 510 says it should be personal. Remember, taking slights personally is the reason most uber successful people are wired. Do I even go there? Many are saying that.
Stop.
That's the ultimate.
Stop it. I just think at this point of his career, though, Murph, it's hard for me to see Klay taking this personal when he's already been paid. He was making $43 million last year.
Did he make 43 last year?
They gave him a $140 million contract after he got injured.
Wow.
Like, this is so different to me than Brandon Ayuk, who's looking for the bag for the first time in his career. And people are saying, why is BA asking for the bag? Why is he trying to get so much money? Because he has not gotten paid yet. Because he cannot afford a house up in Belvedere. Clay can. Clay has been taken care of by this franchise. And that's why, to me, if I'm turning the tables, it's almost disrespectful of Clay Thompson to go out and accept a contract from a team that's only going to pay him $15 to $18 million when he doesn't want to play for the Warriors for $20 million because it's somehow disrespectful.
510 says, can't wait to see Clay come to Chase in 2 years and hold up 5 fingers.
Who's he winning one with? Who's he winning it with?
They're not winning one with the Lakers, right?
No, but I tell you, I've heard rumors about the Denver Nuggets adding him, and we know how damn good the Denver Nuggets would be. That would be a perfect scenario. Mavs, to me, seems like it wouldn't work out because of Kyrie and Luka. Clay would have to accept a 6-man role, but I think he's going to have to accept a 6-man role anywhere else. Again, which circles back to the disrespectful offer from the Warriors. What are the Warriors offering that other teams around the league are not offering?
It's not about money, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently now this is personal. Now, in terms of the Lakers, Brian Windhorst spoke this morning about the chances of Clay wearing purple and gold. I'm telling you guys, forever, whenever the Warriors play the Lakers, I've always wondered how Clay truly feels. Because he's like a Laker guy. I've always thought he's always like, yeah, man, this is cool. These are the Lakers. So I would, for me, it just seemed to. Now, again, LeBron would have to take a massive pay cut. Is he willing to do that to bring Klay Thompson in? I'm not sure. Here's Windhorst this morning.
Well, he would be a perfect fit for the Lakers, and the Lakers are trying to get it done, and they may get it done. But, the thing about what the Lakers are is with what they've got on their roster and what they've got, to maneuver under the apron with eventually also re-signing LeBron James, they're a step away. They've got to make an intermediate trade. If they make that intermediate trade early today, I think the chances of them getting Clay increase. But I also think Clay is compelled by that match that you guys are talking about in Dallas. I think fitting alongside Luka and Kyrie would potentially be very comfortable for him. And, they've obviously proven that they're a serious contender. They are a better team than the Lakers, even by adding him. And so he's closer to a championship by joining the Mavericks in all likelihood than he is with the Lakers, pending any other moves the Lakers might be able to pull off.
Okay, so remains intriguing. Keeps the Dallas Mavericks out there as a possibility. Don't forget the Mavericks were a 5 seed, though, and got smoked in the NBA Finals, right? 925 says, Clay is cutting off his nose to spite his face. You know that old phrase? It took me years to understand that when I was a kid. I was like, what does that mean?
Cutting off his nose to spite his face.
That means you're hurting yourself to try to pretend you're saving something, but you're actually doing something stupid. You're doing something stupid in the name of pride. There it is, meaning I'm going to keep my face, but I'm going to cut off my nose. It's a weird phrase, isn't it?
That
Where
is
the hell
weird.
did that come from?
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
925 says he's going to take less years and money, too. 650 says he takes the mid-level. He's seen as a mid-level. Iggy talked about this on a podcast. Once you take that lower contract, that is how you are seen. His age, I don't see him getting more after next year.
Yeah, I don't know. Do people see Tom Brady as a worse quarterback because he was taking less money with the Patriots or the Buccaneers at the end of his career?
No.
I don't think they did.
925 says, by the way, has Farhan been officially hired as a special consultant to the Warriors? That's pretty darn good. Big R and San Leandro. I love Farhan catching strays here. Big R and San Leandro is checking in. Big R, how you doing?
Good. Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. What's your take?
I'm with you, Murph. I've got my Clay attire, but I've already made peace with it. There's no way we're running it back. As I love Clay, but it's time to part ways. The marriage is over, and so I've made peace with that. My boys down in L.A. thinking the Lakers are going to get him, and I'm fine with it. I mean, they can go ahead and take his 38% field goal shooting, 2 surgeries, and move on. My question is, who are we going to sign and trade? Can we get a big man, the Jazz Center, marketing? And then I wanted DeJounte Murray, but seeing that the Pelicans snatched him up, can we pick up Brandon Ingram? Kind of what Wendy was saying, make a couple moves. And who's untouchable on our roster? Because besides Kuminga, I would, and maybe Pods, I'd put anyone in the package. I'd put GP2. Obviously, I want to unload Wiggins. I'd take the same route we did with CP3. Just take someone for a year and then unload their contract. But those are some of my thoughts. But we need to revamp the roster. I don't want to wait till after July 4th and have the same roster
right
as it's currently constructed, because it's going to be like a bad song. This is going to pass us by.
Yeah, I got you, Big R. Hey, good takes, man. Good takes. I say you got a shot in on Clay. Take his 38% shooting. Take his shot. 38 from 3, 41% career from 3. But Big R, thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, the move remains out there because they're just not going to come back with this group. And so what's it going to be? Squeeze in another one before we go. Ben, down in Burlingame, on the big news that everybody in the world is reporting that Klay Thompson is leaving the Warriors. Hasn't happened officially yet, but everybody in the world is reporting this. Ben, good morning. You're on KNBR. How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, I just salute Klay. Great run, iconic run, bringing a dynasty. One of my favorite Warriors, beloved him, as well as Rocco. Every time we interacted with him out there, just a great dude all around. Love the career. But I have to side with the Warriors. I think the contract offer they gave him and his agent, that 2 years of $48 million, was more than fair. I think if Klay, he should be upset and fire his agent, because if he thought he was going to get more on the market, because at this point, guys, let's be honest, he's like a $15 million a year player, and now going out on the market, he's probably not going to get anywhere close to that. So I think he got bad advice from his agent. You should have took the money. The Warriors gave you a bigger offer than you were going to get anywhere else, and I just think it would have been better off retiring here as a six-man. He would have been probably an elite six-man coming off the bench, as we saw when he accepted his role at second half of the season. So we salute him, and I appreciate it. But if he goes to the Lakers, I think he's going to upset a lot of people, especially if he takes that mid-level like a lot of these experts are reporting. I think he's going to burn a lot of bridges. Hopefully he goes to Dallas or anywhere else. But if he goes to L.A., which I suspect he will, because let's face it, that was his childhood team. His father calls the games there, and I just think he lives down there in the offseason. So everything's pointing to that. I hope he doesn't go to L.A. I'll still love him, but I think he's going to upset a lot of Warrior fans. What is your opinion overall? Love Klay, love it, but do you think he's going to burn a lot of bridges if he ends up going there, especially for the mid-level? I'll get your thoughts on that, but salute to him. Great run career, but most guys don't retire with their teams, and if you're an exceptional guy like Kobe, I think Curry, other than that, most guys are not going to finish their career. Thanks for the time, guys.
Hey, Ben, solid call, man. Lot to react to. We can on the other side. Plus, we got to hit the cooler of content, so reactions still pouring in the post-Klay era on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the Cooler of content. We appreciate all the Clay reaction. We're going to get right back into it, too, about where you feel about how they go forward. Are the Warriors making, or I should say, are the Warriors, can they have a chance to be better without Clay? Clay is the one who seems to be making the decision here. If you kind of piece together all the different reports that he felt that disrespected. Man, I can't believe the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line heavily, I don't want to say anti-Clay, but sort of like, not frustrated, but more like, why is he taking this so personally, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, why would he be turning his back on his Splash brother to go be a babysitter for Bronny?
To cut off your nose to spite your face,
yeah,
right?
And that's why, like, I'm sitting here this morning, Murph, I'm telling you, I'm kind of going through the stages of grief. Earlier this morning, I was kind of in denial, and now I'm just kind of angry and pissed off, but I don't know who to be mad at. I just walked out. I was like, am I mad at Clay? I've never been mad at Clay.
Get mad at life.
I'm mad
in
at
general,
life.
right? You know what I mean? Get mad at this meaningless charade. As Bill Shakespeare said, Waterboy, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Oh!
That's what this world is.
Young Tone, did you know that one? Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing?
No, I've never heard that.
Yeah, carry that one around, buddy, because it's all meaningless. That's what Jerry Seinfeld said, too. I just watched him on a podcast. He said it's all meaningless. He said your only purpose in life is just try to get better at what you do. That's it. He said anything anybody says or thinks about you is irrelevant. Your only mission is to get better at what you do and then die.
Wow.
That's it.
I like that better than that Tom Brady advice you gave.
Brandon Ayuk. Did he take things personally? Oh, my God. Last time we saw him, he was about to crash through the gate, Keanu Reeves speed style, right?
Open that ass up.
What was the name of that movie with the bus?
Open
Speed?
that ass up. Yeah.
The bus that was on driving?
Yeah, the bus that you can't stop driving.
Yeah, exactly. Open the gate up. This is my S, he said. So, anyway, Brandon Ayuk. And by the way, shout out the Niners at Christian McCaffrey's Rhode Island wedding.
Dude.
First of all, shout out Rhode Island. And second of all, the wedding, Kyle Shanahan stealing the show with his stylish shades and Andy Garcia mustache, right?
Shout out the mustache of a Kyle
People were
Shanahan.
saying Jeff Fisher. I was like, no, Fisher's is like cheesy bad. Kyle's look like Vegas Andy Garcia Ocean's 11.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of gave me like some NASCAR driver vibes a little
Oh,
bit.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I had a different vibe than that.
Okay.
Okay. I was going way more high class than that because he had the tuxedo and the slick back hair. He looked like Andy. Did you ever see Ocean's 11?
No, I'm not an Oceans guy.
Oh, good movie. Yeah, good movie. Enjoyable movie. Like a good summer movie to see. Then they do 12 and 13 and all that stuff.
14 and 15.
And Garcia's in that, right? I'm not imagining things, right? Yeah. Anyway, I think he is. Anyway, Brandon Ayuk is not slicking his hair back and wearing a tuxedo. He's instead going on that podcast that took 3 days to drop, right?
You're going to get this podcast.
3 days late.
Yeah, a week later.
So here's what he said about that famous "they don't want me back" comment.
Well, first of all, that's my dog right there. That's my dog. We good friends. We talk on the phone every day. So just like we talked earlier, we're starting to get our own footage. We're getting our own footage, recording everything. Just enjoying the process. Just have my lady record the stuff, record everything that's going on so that I can look back on it because it's exciting times. It's stressful, but it's exciting. And I want to have these memories. And that was just a moment that she caught that got off the phone with the Niners. They told me what they told me. I passed the information on to him.
You said they told you what they told you. There's no way the Niners said, Brandon Ayuk, first-round pick, all-pro wide receiver, we don't want you back. What was it exactly that they told you that prompted that conversation with JD?
They told me that they didn't think that we were on the same page and that they didn't believe that we were going to. And that was about it at that time. But it's part of it. It's part of the contract negotiations, trying to sway stuff in either direction. So whether that's 100% true or not, I guess that's still to find out.
Okay. Sounds a little unusual there.
Yeah.
Niners, of course, want him back.
Of course.
And we think there's been progress made based on the fact they met face-to-face Tuesday, and then he videoed himself driving to the headquarters on Friday.
Yeah, but Murph, don't forget that this podcast was recorded before that meeting. And I wish I was joking about that, but I'm not. Also, good to know that the 49ers version of The Last Dance is going to be filmed by Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend.
He said, I got my lady documented. It's funny because he's like stressed out, but he wants her to document it. Yeah. So I don't know. As they say, somebody's rolling tape somewhere at all times.
Always.
So what's this Channing Crowder asked Ayuk about reaching out to them to join the show? Cut D. What, Ayuk wanted to get some love here? I haven't heard this.
Well, you reached out to us, too, to come on.
Is it something? It feels like it's something. Just to me, it feels like it's something that you wanted to get off your chest.
I've been watching for a minute. I was in there. I was getting ready to just listen to the theme song in my head. I just wanted to come chop it up with y'all. I just wanted to.
For sure.
He just wanted to go on the show. In some ways, he's like a starstruck kid, huh?
No, I don't think he was going on out of the kindness of his heart or that he's a fan of the podcast. Brandon Ayuk is trying to get his message out there. He showed up with Jaden Daniels. He did the TikTok last week with Jaden Daniels. He's trying to get the message out there. Look, hey, I need to be vocal. It's what he was doing with the Instagram and the scrubbing. It's the offseason playbook. But hell, if Brandon Ayuk wants to talk, the Murph and Marcus show is open, baby. We'll put out the bat signal. Brandon Ayuk, come sit down. Let's break bread. Let's figure out your contract.
We'll even go through the break. We'll blow up the clock for you. Is what we'll do. A lot more from him on the Pivot podcast. Channing Crowder asked him about his potential with more targets here at Cut B.
Number 7 in receiving yards this year, but number 23 in targets. Have you ever thought about, because we know, and Kyle Shanahan is a damn genius. I know you know that. We all know that. But it's run heavy. We know C-Mac going to get the rock because they're going to run the pass. If you was in a more pass-oriented offense and you were top 10 in targets, do you ever think about what you could do?
That's what we do. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I have so much more to give. I got so much more to give. That's why I'm like, when you talk about social media and it's a quarterback right there. I'm thinking about what I could do with him. I'm thinking about if the Niners don't want me to come back to play with them, I'm thinking about what I could do. I know what I could do.
Yeah.
So.
And you could thrive as that X in a.
True X.
True X.
True X. Put him over there by himself, one-on-one, and let him go to work.
Best corners in the league on you.
Let him go to work.
All right, so you don't want to go to Washington, bro.
No.
All right, trust me. You don't want to go to Washington with Dan Quinn as your head coach.
Yeah, I know Jaden Daniels is your boy, but yeah, I don't think you want to be playing for the Washington Commanders.
No. So they finally asked him, what uni you going to wear next season, Brandon Ayuk?
If you had to guess, we're going to say guess right now, what uniform is Brandon Ayuk wearing in 2024?
If I were to take a guess, probably a Niner uniform. Probably a Niner uniform. I mean, if not a Niners uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
Wow, Steelers get some love there as the bronze medalist in the Ayuk sweepstakes.
I also love the fact that Brandon Ayuk feels like he has any say in when he's playing next year.
Yeah.
He's under contract with the 49ers. The only way he reaches the Commanders or the Pittsburgh Steelers if they agree to a trade or if he plays out his contract and becomes a free agent.
Which we know. And he's talking about next season, so next season's not playing out his contract.
No, he's going to be playing for the 49ers.
Lot of drama.
Whether he likes it or not.
Lot of drama, probably not meaning much in the end. Brandon Ayuk. And plus, he's driving through gates and everything's good.
Yeah, it's a good thing we waited a week for that podcast.
I know, right? Exactly. Hey, squeeze in a couple more. Marshawn Lynch welcoming Macklin Celebrini to the Bay.
Hell yeah. Beast mode is at the Sphere.
Let's go. Oakland meets San Ho. Check it out right here.
I can run off with you. Welcome to the Bay, my boy. It's all good. Congratulations. All good.
You've officially been welcomed by Marshawn Lynch.
Welcome to the Bay, my boy. He should say welcome back to the Bay.
Yeah. As a junior giant, as a junior Shark. Has Marshawn been spotted at Sharks games?
Marshawn shows up everywhere in the Bay.
It's all true.
Whether it's at the Shark Tank, whether it's down at like a San Jose Giants game, whether it's at an Oakland Ballers game, Marshawn is everywhere.
We are specifically not going to play this Jose Iglesias Mets infield. That
is this the Oh My
song.
God performance?
Dude, what a stupid song.
Oh
and I was driving
my
in, and the guy I
God.
listened to in the National, like, hey, it's kind of a catchy song. I'm like, do not get this in my head. So Jose Iglesias, Mets shortstop.
Just got caught up like a couple weeks ago,
They
too.
won Friday night, and they had fireworks show. The team came back out on the field.
Dude, ever since Grimace showed up, they just been winning ball games.
However, there's a note. Ever since he sang this on the post-game field with Pete Alonso geeking out, shouting, oh, my God. I'm like, dude, first of all, what a stupid chorus. It's driving me nuts. And they're 0-2 since.
Wow, is this their Timmy Trumpet moment of this season? They brought out the trumpet, and now they brought out, oh, my God.
Are you going to do it just to get it in people's heads?
Oh, yeah, play
This
it.
is the Mets win a game. Everybody sticks around for fireworks. So then the whole team comes back out, and they start doing this lip sync to this lame, stupid song this kid has here. Yeah. guess I'm in the minority. Tony likes it. Sounds like bad Pitbull. I mean, I got no problem. It's the chorus that annoys me. That's stupid.
Sing it, Murph. Sing it. Oh my God.
When I saw Pete Alonso shouting, oh my God, I was like, bro, I don't know, man. Spider just came and gave a thumbs down. Of course, Spider, a known Nirvana Beatles guy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I listened on the way in. The guy was singing it over and over again on Sirius XM. I was like, come on, man, do not do this to me. Do not do this to me. I'd rather have Carole King's It's Too Late, baby. It's too late. You ride with this, Tone?
Dude, this is great stuff. Jose Iglesias, the shortstop, second baseman for the Mets. What do you not like about this? It's his own song.
I don't mind the
chorus. He's been pretty clear about that, Tony.
Can we do better than an oh my God?
Oh my God.
No, that's not even his only banger. He's got a few.
Really?
He's on Spotify. I can't remember the name.
All right.
Candelita?
Wait, so
Candelita.
So this is not a cover. It's his actual song?
Facts.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, guys.
When is Camilo Duvall going to drop a track?
When's Brett Wisely going to? He's our shortstop. I need
Let's
Brett
go,
Wisely.
Brett.
All right. I knew you wanted to play that.
Bare-handed Brett.
Klay Thompson reaction. Is he going to be a Laker? Is he going to be a Maverick? Is he too personal? Is he taking it too personal? How do you guys feel? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Klay Thompson drama next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and say when it comes to ridiculously titled songs, I'm going to ride with Bop over Oh My God. And this thing gets in your freaking head like an...
Good. I actually need it in my head right now.
To get Clay out?
Yes, exactly, dude. I was in such a bad mood this morning about Clay, but this has kind of brought the vibes back. I mean, the Giants just won a series against the Dodgers. Oh, my God, Murph. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Do you ride with this tune?
I'm fine with it.
John Joe, where do you ride with it? He rides with it. I guess I'm alone. Some guy wrote in and said, damn, I'm 33, but the generational divide on this show is wild. Hey, man, I embrace a lot of the young stuff, dude. We're riding the 12's All-Star playlist is littered with current bangers from Sabrina Carpenter all the way through Not Like Us, right? So, but this one does not measure up to Not Like Us or Sabrina Carpenter.
You're saying, oh, my God, it's not going to end up on the 12-year-old playlist.
And he even showed me the video, too. No, it will not end up on the playlist for sure, man.
I bet it does.
But were you saying, oh, my God, about Klay Thompson?
Oh, my God.
So... I got to go through the 5 stages of grief on that song. I think I'm going to be stuck in the anger stage for a long time, too. Yes.
You're not going to bargain with that song?
No. Anyway, 808 KNBR is the phone number. We've been taking reaction all morning long. And Marcus is definitely going through the stages live on air.
I am.
And I arrived at stage 5 already. Acceptance.
So did you sit down and really process this news over the weekend when it was reported?
This was weeks in the making.
Yeah. But here's the thing to me, because we knew NBA free agency was starting on Sunday, and we heard that there were stalemates between the Warriors and Klay Thompson when it came to contract talks, which I thought was probably a good thing for the Warriors because they wanted to see what the actual market was for Klay Thompson, which tells me Klay was going to get the opportunity to test that market, to see what other teams are offering. But now it seems like it's one or the other. It's either you're all in with the Warriors or you're leaving out into free agency to see what you can get. Like, is there no point of return? There's no testing the waters and coming back? There's not a hall pass for a weekend for Klay Thompson? Like, everybody is already writing his name in pen in the Lakers lineup next year.
It's true. It has not been done officially. We're just trusting all the reporters that we've Shams Charania, Adrian Wojnarowski, Malika Andrews, Kendra Andrews, Anthony Slater, who've all said the ship has sailed. And the ship and the man sailing the ship is Klay Thompson.
It's Captain Klay.
That he's like that apparently this has been a year of discontent, that he felt bad, he's felt disrespected, and he's taken it, he's violated the Tom Brady 4 agreements. He's taken it personally, right? Or as Sonny Corleone, well before Tom Brady, told Michael Corleone, don't take it personally. And Michael told him, I'm not taking it personally. This is business, Sonny. So I want to get the reactions out there from you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and the first one up is Clayton out in Oakland, California, checking in on the Klay Thompson situation. Clayton, good morning. You're on KNBR. How do you feel, man?
It's actually Clay.
Oh, my bad.
As in, Cassius Clay.
Hey, I like it.
As in Klay Thompson?
As in Klay Thompson, you mean?
I'm the CLAY, and Clay's the KLAY.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was telling your intake guy that the way the Warriors management should approach this is the same way that the Eagles did with T.O. When T.O. wanted more money, he said he was underpaid. Okay, do it based on performance. So we're going to give you the base, $48 million for 2 years. If you return to your former level of greatness, you get more money. You get whatever the going rate would be for you. But if you don't, and you let us down like you did in the playoffs, like Jordan Poole, then you stay at that base pay.
Yeah, but Klay doesn't want that though. Klay doesn't want to like re-sign with like a threat hanging over his head. He wants.
Well, he wants to. Yeah, but he wants to stay with the Warriors. He wants to stay with his pals on the Warriors.
But he wanted to be respected by the Warriors, and he felt disrespected not just by last year's contract offer, but also by.
They have a reason. They have a reason to be concerned.
Well, there it is. There it is, Klay. So you're speaking real talk. You're like, you're not the player you were. Klay's not seeing it that way.
Heard is that during his layover time, he was not playing. He was not practicing, and then that's why he came out rusty, very rusty when he came back.
There's probably anecdotes that we don't know behind the scenes or whatever, but man, it's hard to disrespect the legacy of Klay Thompson and what he's meant.
I feel like he's got the Lamar Odom Candyman syndrome right now. Lamar was pivotal in getting those Laker titles. You know, he was the utility man on the Lakers. Kobe and all those guys could not have got the titles without him. So when they shipped him off to Dallas, that was disrespect. So I feel Clay is right in that same position right now. You feel
so Clay, Clay, let me ask you a question. As a Warrior fan, are you okay with him going somewhere else?
If he wants to go play with his for his dad's former team, that would be great. And when he comes to our stadium, all the fans should get up and applaud him.
Do you think the Warriors? Do you think there's
show him love when they come?
A map for the Warriors to let Clay walk and then still have a great team this upcoming season?
You know, Dunleavy's really got his work cut out because Bob Myers was smart to duck out when he did.
He was.
It's going to be hard for the Warriors to come back because they're basically back to the we believe era. When we're coming in at 6 at the bottom of the playoff. See, the reason why the Warriors got all the titles is because the West went weak. Stoudemire went to the Knicks. You know, everybody disbanded. LeBron went to the Miami, and you know that's why the weak got West, work got weak, and then we started to get up to where we were finishing on the top.
Well, the Houston Rockets tried like heck to beat the Warriors. So did the Clippers and teams like that. But the Warriors were just too. At that point, the peak Warriors, and then the Warriors were blowing out teams in the finals. That was a special run. But Clay, we appreciate the call, man. Thanks for the call. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Ethan in Santa Rosa is next up on the big Clay day here. Ethan, good morning. You're on KNBR. How you feeling, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Well, we're processing it. I've reached acceptance. Marcus is still angry.
Yeah, I'm still angry. What's up, Ethan?
I'm there with you. I think you know, it's like losing that girlfriend in high school. You hate to see her go, but you're happy you had what you had. I think he brought a lot of money to this area. He did well for the team and the franchise while he was here. He's brought nothing but respect to the Bay, and he's been a great role model for the kids in the area to learn to be, you know, a good man, good grow up, and I think he did really well for us, and I think it's time to have him go do that somewhere else.
Wow, Ethan, you're at peace with this whole thing.
Yeah, he's at acceptance.
Yeah, I don't hate him for it. I think he's doing what's right for him, and nobody can be mad at Clay right now. I mean, he's been awesome.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him at all. I feel like this is just sort of the natural order of things. And again, I just been saying this over and over and over again. Having lived long enough to see Joe Montana become a Kansas City Chief, Will Clark become a Texas Ranger, Tim Lincecum become an LA Angel, you're just like, man, this is what happens, you know?
Following suit.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Ethan, thanks for the call. We appreciate you, man.
Now, Murph, I said earlier that I was mad. And maybe for the first time in my life, I might be getting mad at Klay Thompson.
Are you starting to bargain now?
I don't know if I'm quite yet at bargaining because, as I said earlier, I got to see
I want to hear why you're mad at
how
Klay.
this plays out. Because if Klay Thompson accepts less than $20 million to play for a different team, then I will be angry at Klay Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just sitting here thinking, like, what's going through the mind of Steph Curry? What's going through the mind of Draymond Green? Like, we played the clip of the Draymond Green podcast the other week where Draymond was hysterically laughing at people making a big deal out of Klay deleting his Instagram and scrubbing it of all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, you would think that Klay Thompson, as he's spoken about multiple times, would want to ride into the sunset with his besties. It's not looking like that's going to happen. But especially if Klay is now going to accept a $13 million contract from the Lakers or $15 million from the Mavericks, that's going to piss me off.
Okay.
Because now you're turning your back on your boys to go be Bronny's
Just to make your
babysitter.
point, this is the cutting off your nose to spite your face part.
Again, I love Klay. He's probably my favorite Warrior of all time. But for him to now disrespect the Warriors because he's feeling disrespected, it's petty as hell, and it is kind of turning me on Klay a little bit.
Stuck on that anger. It's good. It's good radio.
I'm still mad. I'm still mad,
good
Murph.
stuff.
I got to be mad at somebody.
By the way, favorite Warrior of all time, got to be Bernard King. It's got to be.
I'm a Klay guy. I'm a Claytheist.
Right.
I pray at the altar of Klay Thompson.
559 says, it is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. That's a heavy one.
Don't
That's a heavy
cry
one.
because it's over. Smile because it happened.
310, well, I'm not going to read that one. 650 says, I feel like the situation has a lot of similarities with what we just went through with Brandon Crawford.
Ooh.
Pretty good call.
That's a good comp there.
Brandon Crawford definitely felt disrespected.
Yeah.
Now, I would say on that analogy, Clay is a more productive player than Brandon Crawford is right now.
Yeah, I would agree, but it's both players who are on the backside of their careers, both players who brought titles to this town, and both teams that felt a little disrespected by the front office on the way out.
408 says, if Dunleavy lets CP3 and Clay go without bringing in another free agent to give the Warriors a chance to compete, he needs to trade Steph and start the rebuild. I think we're all assuming there's a move out there. Unless Dunleavy was hired to be the guy who just tears it all down. I don't know.
I mean, think about it. Is there a possibility that the end of Klay Thompson leads to the end of Steph Curry? Nobody wants to throw that idea out there, but he's, 35, 36 years old now?
His contract status?
What is this team going to look like next season without Klay, without CP3, without all the help that Steph was needing? I'll remind you, when Klay moved to the bench, there was a lot more attention on Steph, and they did not have a second shooter to space out the floor. Say what you want about Klay defensively, he can still provide gravity, still provide spacing to Steph Curry. They're the Splash Brothers. They're the greatest shooting backcourt in NBA history.
As we were just saying to our good friend Lindy Waters III.
Oh,
for
stop
spacing.
it. Stop it, Murph.
702 says, Klay is selfish. Who knew? Who knew? 707 says, if Klay remains a Warrior, all the reporters and insiders should be fired.
Dude, I would love to see egg on the face of all these reporters. Who knows? John Heyman was wrong about Arson Judge.
By the way, we're still getting stray texts on the Jose Iglesias. Somebody said cheese.
My God.
415 says cheese ball garbage. 707 says that song sucks. Oh my God. And then 209 says, unfortunately, that song hit #1 on Apple Music Spanish hits.
Wow.
This weekend. 925 checks this. 925 checks this. I can't believe Klay is the one leaving and not Draymond. That makes me sick. 408 comes in with a bye, Felicia.
No.
Oh, boy. Scarecrow in Sacramento says he sees Klay's point. Scarecrow, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Scarecrow?
I'm fine. Just remember one thing. Draymond got paid with all the warts that came with it. Steph got paid. And Klay, unfortunately, is the odd man out and is not likely to get paid because of the Warriors' cap situation. Yeah, if I were Klay, I might be a little bent out of shape. Now, as far as him taking it to where it is, I mean, remember, it is a business besides a sport. And I don't know how much of a hometown discount the Warriors are allowed under those circumstances.
Well, I mean, they obviously they're trying to get under that number, 178, and so he would have to fit under that. And he obviously, like we've said, Scarecrow, a lot of this from the reports are that if he takes the same amount of money to go to Dallas or LA, that just goes to show you this was personal and very weird. So he feels like Dre and Steph got paid, and he's upset. And that's kind of crazy that's what's happening. It's kind of bad timing that his contract is up right at this point in his career. But anyway, Scarecrow, thanks for the call. We appreciate you seeing Klay's perspective.
Exactly, and I think it's about the perspective of Klay getting his feelings hurt more than the actual number on the contract.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson was making $43 million last year. It's not like Klay's out here begging for food or he's Oliver Twist saying, please, sir, may I have some more?
Nice.
No, the Warriors took care of him. They took care of him after he got injured. That's why last year he was playing for $43 million blanking dollars. And so if he goes out and goes somewhere else for less than what the Warriors initially offered last offseason and what they offered this offseason, that to me tells you everything you need to know about the personal relationship between Klay Thompson and this front office without Bob Myers.
Are you moving ahead to depression? Is that what you're moving ahead to now?
I think I'm skipping over a couple steps, Murph. I'm bouncing around today.
415 says, guys, don't be sad or mad. This is one of those unfortunate occurrences in life akin to bad things happen to good people. It's surely not the first or last time pride blanked something up. Pride. 310 says, but for real, the Warriors made a move the Giants never could with aging stars, and the Giants are still paying the price to this day. That's what the other thing that got me, guys, and why last week I was saying I could see a world without Klay that you have to move on. What would Bill Walsh do? That you have, and again, this is not taking this gleefully, not saying get your ass out of here. I don't want to see your face. It's you have to turn the page to something. This was not going to work. Running it back was not going to work. It was not going to work.
But I guess that leads to the next question. What is the next move?
Well, there you go.
Because they missed out on Paul George. He signed with the 76ers last night.
And honestly, the Paul George, 34 years old max contract would have been fairly handcuffing. would have put cuffs on them.
Yeah, but I think the point of the contract, the point of getting someone like PG is to maximize the window with Steph Curry.
Yes.
Now, what are you doing next year if you don't sign another superstar? If Jonathan Kuminga doesn't make that leap, are you wasting a year of Steph Curry, who is still arguably playing in his prime right now?
Right. Is the window open or not? No, I would fully believe that they're trying to make this thing happen. And apparently they tried mightily, according to Kawakami, they tried mightily for Paul George. Mightily. That they really worked it hard, and the Clippers just couldn't see the package. So obviously the intent was to move on from Clay and go get the superstar. And again, now Lauri Markkanen comes into focus. So you're still going to trade Kuminga in that deal?
I think you would have to throw him in.
Oh, yeah. Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. I was fine making that deal for Paul George. And I think Lauri Markkanen would probably even give you a longer time frame post Steph Curry if you really want to go down that route. But, Murph, you are right. We should give some credit to Mike Dunleavy. He tried to make the trade offer with the Clippers for Paul George. Clippers wanted no part of it. It was also reported that they tried to ship out CP3 and Wiggins to get Zach LaVine from the Bulls, but they also pulled out of that trade.
So they're trying. They're trying for something. Now, he could come up with nothing, and all of a sudden it's anything is possible. You know what I mean? Doing your thing. 408 says it's time to, this is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says it's time to move on. Simply put, Clay thinks he's worth more than he is. Now, he's earned the right to test that theory, but he's not going to like what he finds. Thanks for the memories, but by all means, let's move on and make some moves. This goes back to like in 2019, the Bumgarner situation. They probably should have traded him at the trade deadline. And I understood the sentiment of keeping him. They also made a brief run in July of 2019, which was unfortunate. But, you know, it just gets back to what we'll talk about in a few weeks. I'd like to see the Giants be sellers going ahead on stuff. And so in a way, I'm sort of, again, not happy about it, but I'm satisfied with the strategic move of not trying to keep running the same thing back over and over again. 925 says, what did the guy who got married in Rhode Island say? Business is business, right? Young Tome. 209 says, hey, as a Kings fan, I'll take Klay Thompson for Barnes and light the beam.
Light the beam.
Light the beam. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808 KNBR is the 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines. Finish it up with Dwayne in Stockton checking in on Klay Thompson. Dwayne, good morning.
What's up, fellas? How's everybody doing?
We're hanging out, man. It's a hot topic, brother. It's a hot topic.
Yeah. It's not a good day for the Warriors. It was a long run, and that was one of the Draymond, Klay, and Steph, one of the best threesomes that you'll ever see. You know what I'm talking about? But this is a situation where guys get paid on what they've done and not what they're going to do. But that only applies if he stays with the Warriors. Another team is not going to be happy with what they get, man. I think he's going to be a bad free agent signing wherever he goes because his game is gone, bro. And it's probably because of injuries. But when I saw that zero, when that goose egg he put up against Sacramento, bruh, that's the end.
Man,
we all know the end when we see it, but we got to call it. Now, brother, can I jump off topic real quick? Because I want to clear something up we talked about the other day.
Okay.
So we talked about the 49ers, man. And you said that they addressed the DBs in the draft when they got Mustafa and the kid from Florida State?
Yes, correct.
But how can that be true when they passed on Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama? They passed on the kid Ennis Rackeshaw from Missouri.
Because maybe Ronaldo Green will be a dude. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a guy taken pretty high up, second round, and they needed a receiver because they're going to lose either Debo or Ayuk next year, maybe. So
what about who
listen,
I had them
Dwayne, I'll be
in the
honest with
draft?
you. If you go back and look at my Twitter that night, I was actually calling for an elite DB. I was, but I was pleased that they got one in the second round. And apparently, from the reports that he's a dog.
I got one more thing to add, fellas. One more thing. So I had him taking Cooper DeJean in my mock.
Right.
Because that guy is a baller. He gets the ball in his hands, and he's thinking end zone.
Yeah.
Whether it's on punt return or interception, if you look at the tape. I'm just saying, guys. I've been upset ever since we talked.
I got you, Dwayne. I was on the KNBR 49er pre-draft show, and I wanted Cooper DeJean.
I don't hate your take at all. It's not a terrible take, but I think it's incorrect to say they didn't address it because they did go try to get two dudes. They didn't address it with the guy you wanted, but they did address it. And who knows? We'll see. So many guys in the NFL draft turn out to – it's what happens when you get there. Now you have money in your pocket. Now you're in an NFL locker room. Now you got to outwork somebody. So let's see how Ronaldo Green and Mustafa do. But I understand your point that you would have taken an elite corner in the first round over a receiver. So we'll end it at that, Dwayne. All right, buddy. Take care.
All right. Have a good day, fellas.
There he is, Dwayne in Stock. That was a peaceful resolution. All right, here's the deal. George Sedano, NBA talk from L.A. next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Big news this weekend, as it has been reported by multiple sources that Klay Thompson could be leaving town. So coming up on the other side of this break, we're going to talk to George Sedano and then Marcus Thompson at 9:30. Rip that knob off. We got Warriors talk all day long right here on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
There it is. Klay Thompson. Does he think he's taking a forlorn cruise around the Bay right now? Maybe, on this one, you might go beyond the Golden Gate, like out into the wild of the Pacific and look back.
Whoa.
Because you get a different perspective from the Farallons.
Hell, Murph, he might go out underneath the Golden Gate, keep going, hang a left, and go all the way down to L.A. Take his boat, take the Nordic knife straight down to Los Angeles.
You got to fill that gas tank with premium to do that.
Premium.
Man. That's a great call. Out and take a left.
Yeah, hang a left.
Go
see LeBron down in L.A.
George Sedano, of course, you see him on ABC's NBA game coverage, and of course their studio shows, NBA Today, Around the Horn, Sports Center, all the good stuff, doing radio down in L.A. too. Sedano and Cap. So, George, good morning. Thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus here in the Bay. It's an emotional morning here, George. Very emotional morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, George.
I'm good, and I get it. Trust me, I get it. It's the end of an era, literally now, for you guys, with Klay looking like he's going somewhere else, and it's just a matter of where now at this point. It is going to be weird. I don't care where he ends up. It's going to be weird seeing him in another uniform.
It is, and I guess we'll go cut right to the chase, George. Is that uniform likely to be purple and gold in your town?
I don't know. It's more complicated for the Lakers than the Mavericks right now. The Mavericks already made a move that allows them to free up some space with Tim Hardaway Jr., so it's a little easier for the Mavericks to figure things out with the Warriors, whereas Lakers, for them to just move, LeBron would have to take basically a 50% pay cut, if not more, for them to accommodate Klay, and that's just for the mid-level exemption. So I don't see that happening. They would have to move D'Angelo Russell, which we know he would not go to the Warriors, having already been a Warrior before, and that stint didn't necessarily go very well. So they'd have to have a separate move of moving D'Angelo Russell before they could even get Klay in the fold, and they'd have to get Klay to commit, obviously, as well, too. So there's just an extra layer for the Lakers, so I don't know if it's going to be the Lakers.
Yeah, and of course we know about Klay Thompson's relationship with the Warriors, the Lakers, whether it's his dad calling games for the team, and we know that he also got a call yesterday from LeBron James at the start of free agency. What are your thoughts on LeBron's recruitment of Klay Thompson?
Well, I think LeBron wants to win. I think he realizes that the team they have is not good enough, and I think that if he's going to add a player to this roster, if they're going to add a player to this roster and he can help recruit him, someone with championship level experience, someone he knows firsthand who he's competed against, I think he'll go out of his way to make that happen. Now, again, it's funny because LeBron taking a pay cut to me sounded laughable just a few weeks ago. And because he really hadn't done it since Miami when he signed with the Heat back in 2010, him and Wade and Bosh all took a pay cut to add guys. And ever since then, when he went back to Cleveland, he's never taken a pay cut. So it goes to show you how desperate he is to win another championship, that he wants to do whatever it takes. And if that means taking a cut financially, so be it. So I think that the Lakers are going to try their best. I just think that, unfortunately, some of this is out of their hands. As I mentioned, you're going to have to find a taker for D'Angelo Russell. Granted, it's a one-year deal, but it just doesn't seem like if you canvass the league, there's a ton of interest in him right now.
Talking to George Sedano, of course, covers the NBA for ABC and ESPN, does radio down in Los Angeles, the Sedano and Cap Show on ESPN LA, weekday evenings, and we're talking about Klay Thompson. Of course, do you see it from the Warriors' perspective that, I guess I should actually, let me rephrase that question, George, because the reporting here in the Bay Area is that it's actually not the Warriors' perspective as much as it's Klay's perspective, that Klay feels that disrespected. Does it surprise you that he would walk away from his Splash Brother over, for lack of a better word, bruised feelings?
I'll just say this, and this is just me reading body language, okay? This is not me knowing anything about Klay's situation personally. When I covered some of those games last season, he just didn't seem right. And I think part of it was his play, obviously, particularly early on in the season. But you could just see that everything was bothering him in a way that it hadn't bothered him previously. And I know this for a fact because I've actually reported this when I did games when he was having his struggles and they were going to move him to the bench. I know that Steve had a number of conversations with him about just kind of figuring out where he is at this stage of his career, et cetera, et cetera. And I just think all of that weighed on Clay in a way that he wasn't ready for. And again, this is just me piecing things together, right? Reading the tea leaves a little bit on stuff that I actually know and stuff that I maybe observed from a distance. So I think all of that, the benching, the money situation, he probably felt, if I had to guess, that they should have taken care of him well before we got to this point. And I think that is part of this equation, unfortunately, and he's got hard feelings about it, and it started well before today or these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it also seems like Clay wasn't the biggest fan of the Warriors prioritizing improving their overall roster this offseason, trying to go out and trade for guys like Paul George instead of working on his contract. And while we're on that topic, I wanted to ask you about that Paul George trade offer that the Warriors made to the Clippers and the Clippers ultimately turning it down.
Yeah, I guess they just don't want to deal with you guys, right? Like, I kind of don't blame them to some extent. And there still are teams that take that approach. They don't want to help teams that are in their, well, I don't know if divisions really matter anymore, but you get my point, in the same conference, teams that they feel they'll compete against. Now, look, there are other teams that say, the heck with it, we're going to get the best deal no matter where it is, and we'll send the player wherever it goes. But the Clippers definitely don't subscribe to that particular theory.
Talking to George Sedano, who, of course, covers the NBA for ESPN and ABC, kind enough to hop on with us here. How much this is like the non-sexy part of the sports fan conversation, but the new collective bargaining agreement,
the
CBA, George, how much has this changed the landscape of the NBA?
I mean, that second apron is basically a hard cap. That's basically what we're looking at here, because it's so restrictive. Forget about the finances. It's about what you can't do to your roster. And this is just an example. If you get above that second apron, you can't add buyout guys. You can't use your mid-level exemption. There are a lot of things that go into this in regards to augmenting your roster that are even more limiting with the second apron than they've ever been. And I think that teams are looking at that and saying, well, I mean, if we're spending this much on a roster, there's always a tweak here or there that we want to make, but you're not allowed to make them. So in essence, it's a hard cap. And I also think that the league did that, and they've been trying to do this for a long time, as we all know. They've been trying to create parity. They're trying to create the NFL. Now, the NFL wasn't built in a year or two or three or four or five, right? It took a long time for teams like, for example, the Jacksonville Jaguars or whatnot, to be a team that would rate. And I think that this is all part of that eventually, right? I think that you start with the ability to have parity, which the NBA has more parity than it's ever had. And then eventually, it doesn't matter who's in your championship games or who are in your playoff brackets, because everybody wants to watch these teams because every fan base feels like they've got a shot to win the championship. And that's slowly but surely what the NBA wants to morph into. And this particular set of rules in the CBA is at least allowing them to head into that particular direction.
This past weekend, the Warriors had to waive Chris Paul and not pick up that $30 million team option, of course, because of the luxury tax and everything dealing with that situation. Were you surprised that the Warriors weren't able to get more value, whether it's them not accepting that trade offer from the Bulls or just really not getting any value post that Jordan Poole trade?
No, I'm not surprised because, look, maybe I thought somebody would bite at the number just because it makes sense on a one-year deal or whatnot and just, for cap purposes and things of that nature. But like we just talked about, right, the cap is so different now. And, there's so many teams that are certainly above the luxury tax area. And once you're above that, forget it. Like, you are in deep stuff there when it comes to trying to make a move like that. So there weren't a ton of places they could have sent him to begin with. So I guess I'm not surprised by the end result. And I do think for Chris, it's a good move. And I think for San Antonio, it's a good move individually because they have a very young team. They had the youngest team, I believe, in the league outside of Oklahoma City, if I recall correctly. So they need some veterans on that roster. Chris was great, speaking of Oklahoma City, in his time in Oklahoma City with a young group of guys. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and those guys still credit Chris and whatnot for his time there. And a bunch of those guys, Lou Dort, et cetera, credit Chris for his time there. I know Chris at times has rubbed some veteran guys the wrong way. That certainly wasn't the case in OKC, and I would imagine that won't be the case in San Antonio. So I think San Antonio will look to make more moves, and I think that over the next couple of years, they're looking to try to become a contender sooner rather than later. And this is kind of that first step with a veteran guy to kind of teach guys what it takes to win.
George, man, fascinating days. And we're just wondering if Clay's like out on the bay just taking one last sentimental cruise.
Oh,
just kind of...
oh man. Him and Rocco, right? One
That's
more
it,
time.
man. Who knows? Like you said, there are hurdles to him coming to L.A., but if he does, you guys will learn to love Rocco and the boat down there. So,
listen, listen. I've known Clay for a really, really long time now. Through Michael, obviously, and then having covered you guys, I'm up there a lot, and I've been up there a lot the last couple of years. So I'm a big Clay fan. I wish it would be with the Warriors because I'm a big believer in one franchise really cements somebody's legacy, and I don't think it'll tarnish his legacy by any stretch of the imagination. So please don't get those words twisted. But I would have loved for them to have figured it out up there with you guys.
it's just so hard. It's so few and far between that it happens for. So, all right, George, really good conversation. We appreciate you, and we'll look forward to more of your coverage.
Yeah, thanks, George.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a great rest of your show.
Yeah, George Sedani said something was off. I mean, he was in the Chase Center last year. Something was off with Clay. Something was off with Clay.
Bad vibes.
Making those paper airplanes and just sort of salty. Anyway. Wow.
Hold that, haters!
I mean, again, I think I came to this conclusion weeks ago, and I was like, I think this is the kind of thing you got to do to move on. He's got to make a break. It's not pleasant. Nobody loves to say goodbye to this guy, the Tim Lincecum of the Warriors, right? But here we are, man. Now, where does he go? That's going to be fascinating the next day or two. And what do the Warriors do to make up for it? That's going to be fascinating. You know who has the answers, Marcus? You know who has them?
Mm-hmm.
A guy with your name.
That's right.
Marcus Thompson.
Spells it different.
Insider Superior. Next on the Sports Letter.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We're getting all the sentimental tunes, huh?
Falling down.
You don't want to go for the
down.
Help me out here, buddy.
Never falling down.
What do you got, bud?
This is Never Falling Down, Living Legends, in honor of the living legend Klay Thompson and his time with the Warriors going down.
Well, how would you describe Living Legends as a musical group?
Living Legends is, to me, one of the most underrated hip-hop groups, maybe in hip-hop history.
Are they Bay?
They're Bay/LA.
Yeah.
So you'll get guys who are up here with the hieroglyphics. You'll get Murs and Grouch and Eli from down south. It's basically like a West Coast supergroup, Living Legends.
Damn. It's good knowledge. Let's get those guys out to, I don't know, Chase Center or something like that. Have they ever cropped up at a Warrior game or a Giants game or a Niner game?
I don't think so. I've seen a couple guys from Hyro. Shout out to Del, the funky Homo sapien. But
I
no.
know Del the Funko. Mr. Bob Dabalina.
Look at you,
Well,
Murph.
1992, buddy, watching Euro MTV when I was living in Ireland.
Good knowledge,
It was like 3 in the morning. I was up watching Mr. Bob Dabalina. That was you were born, brother.
I know, dude. I told you, I got some good early 90s hip-hop vibes.
So that's good. Which is when hip-hop was at its best.
Yeah.
So I guess me asking for a Barbara Streisand The Way We Were is a little out of touch with the demo. Is that what we're saying right now? So, all right, no connection made with Marcus Thompson. So we'll go back out. We will shortly. Marcus will do that to you sometimes. Sometimes he'll go dark on you. So let's see what they're saying out there in the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 checking in saying LeBron takes a cut to go from 51 to 25 million. What a brave soldier he is. I see.
What a nice life that must be.
Well, it's a lot of money, man.
To take away half your contract and you're still making 25
You and I talked about it. If we ever got that one contract, we would just buy those parking lots, and that would be all we need.
And you're set for life. I'm buying parking lots all across the country.
415 says, every other team in the NBA is way more athletic than the Warriors. I hate to say it. Klay was part of the Warriors' slow problem. I agree with that.
Yeah, but that's also on Mike Dunleavy for making the Warriors older and slower and trading Jordan Poole away to get
In an
Chris
attempt to
Paul
shed that money to now make a move that hopefully he'll make now.
Yeah.
It's going to be decided by the next few days.
But, like, here's the thing. It's like, I don't think there's going to be another big move because I don't think the Warriors want to go back up into that second luxury
They have
apron that
room
we
now,
keep
don't
talking
they?
about. But if they get back over a certain number, like
They
178.
just shed $73 million with Klay and Steph.
And they're,
Klay and
and they're
Chris Paul.
still up against it. But, Murph, the thing is, if they go back over, then they're back in the mix for that repeater tax that we were talking about.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't. But where are they right now after dropping the $73 million?
That's a great
Anybody know?
question. I have no idea.
I don't know the answer. That's why we're trying to call Marcus Thompson.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the answer from somebody.
So-
with the $30 million for Chris Paul, with Klay's contract coming off the books, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think you drop $73 million, you should be in pretty good shape.
You would think.
You know what I mean?
I mean, and that was the report that if they did do the sign and trade with Paul George, that they were going to be able to kind of restructure his contract and make it fit.
503 coming in with a text saying Klay going 0 for 11 was sort of like a guy's candidate's debate performance last week. Time to move on.
Not bad.
707 says just saw Living Legends open for Ice Cube at Red Rocks. Incredible group.
Oh, at Red Rocks?
That
Hell
sounds
yeah.
pretty good, by the way.
Dude, let's go.
Yeah, still trying to get him. Okay, let's play some of the sound then that's out there. Brian Windhorse this morning
Windhorse
talking
in the
about the
Izzle.
Warriors trying to get Lauri Markkanen. Was that right? Or the Klay Thompson to the Lakers? Which one is it, Tone? Why don't you tell me?
Let's start with Windhorse here on Get Up on ESPN this morning.
Okay, here it is.
Well, he would be a perfect fit for the Lakers, and the Lakers are trying to get it done, and they may get it done. But, the thing about what the Lakers are is with what they've got on their roster and what they've got, to maneuver under the apron with eventually also re-signing LeBron James, they're a step away. They've got to make an intermediate trade. If they make that intermediate trade early today, I think the chances of them getting Klay increase. But I also think Klay is compelled by that match that you guys are talking about in Dallas. I think fitting alongside Luka and Kyrie would potentially be very comfortable for him. And, they've obviously proven that they're a serious contender. They are a better team than the Lakers, even by adding him. And so he's closer to a championship by joining the Mavericks in all likelihood than he is with the Lakers, pending any other moves the Lakers might be able to pull off.
Okay, the trade he was talking about was the one George Sedano told us was D'Angelo Russell, right? Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, are you ready for Klay on Instagram wearing the cowboy hat?
No, I don't
the
think
boots,
so.
I don't need him at a Dallas Cowboys football game either.
I mean, what? He's going to be driving the North Knife in the Gulf of Mexico?
There's lakes.
Yeah, there are lakes. There are lakes.
All right, connection has been made on this very emotional day. Big, big day. We saw it coming for a long time, but it's different. Now, he hasn't signed anywhere yet, but every indication is that it's over between Klay Thompson and the Warriors. And Marcus Thompson, his cousin, here to talk about it. MT2, man, we appreciate you hopping on. We know you were flying. We appreciate you getting on KNBR. How are you, man?
What's up, Marcus?
After 12 days of track and field, I am cooked. Absolutely.
I know.
Cooked.
And you're not really thinking, your mindset wasn't totally on Klay Thompson. It was more on the Sha'Carri Richardson and that crew. But we're going to have to ask you.
I was avoiding it. I was like, I can't know this now. I can't know it.
We're going to have to flip the switch, though, buddy. So your reaction to all the reports this weekend from your guy, Shams at The Athletic, on down, that it's over between Klay and the Warriors?
It feels like this was like trending this way. I mean, obviously hindsight is always, 2020, but being able to look at the big picture, I have felt like the whole time, if one person would just be like, I'm leaving, it's Klay. Like one person who's independent enough and cares about being independent enough to leave would be Klay. But he clearly wasn't happy. His end of the season press conference sounded like he wasn't happy, and like it makes sense. It's a little shocking, but it still makes sense. So I'm not that surprised being able to process it all after the fact. But it's still like, wow, like that's crazy. Like this is over. It feels like it doesn't have to be either. I think that's the part that makes it so weird. Like it doesn't have to be this way, but somehow it is.
Yeah, and Marcus, I've been kind of in denial since these reports have came out this weekend. It seems like I'm kind of on an island all by myself here. But you tell me, is there any chance Klay Thompson can have a change of heart and they can make a reunion, or is Klay Thompson 99% selling out the door?
Look, I mean, Lloyd Christmas taught us there's always a chance, right? So I guess it's in that vein that, yeah, there's a chance. But some major things would have to happen. Number one, the market out there would have to be terrible. And it's not. Like, people want Klay. He might even – I mean, I heard he's changing his mind thinking about the Lakers. So if he's going to get a 4-year deal from another team, I don't see why he would now go back to the Warriors. The thing that made it that always made me think he would come back is what happens if he doesn't get the money? And he basically said, yeah, I don't even want y'all money. Like, don't even bother offering me a new deal. Like, he didn't want the Hail Mary, all right, Klay, here's the money you wanted. He was just like, yeah, nah, I'm good, I'm out. And coming back from that, I don't know. Like, I guess there's a chance, but I just don't see it.
So what's your read on him saying to Steph, no, man, I'm going to go somewhere else, and I'm not even making more money? Like, he's leaving. Like, what about the what do Steph and Dre think right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's got to be tough for them to hear and to swallow, just because they've been together. And this is a choice, right? This is a very clear, direct choice by Klay saying, yeah, I don't want to play with y'all anymore. And or more important, whatever my issue is more important than playing with y'all. And I think they all have had issues, but prioritize playing together over everything else. And Klay is saying, yeah, no, I have my issues, and they're so great that I'd rather not play with y'all than deal with these issues. So I'm sure that's got to be tough for for Steph and Draymond to hear. But I also feel like they understand if anybody could make that choice, who's free-spirited enough and on their own enough and competitive enough to make that, it probably was always Klay. I didn't think he would be able to look Steph in the eyes and say, I'm out. But if I had to pick one person who would do it, I'd pick Klay over Draymond in a heartbeat. So, yeah, it's the business. It's tough. They felt like they had something a little bit special. But I do think, there's something kind of normal about what Clay's doing. It's just not normal for them because they were together. So yeah, I'm really curious to hear how they responded to Clay's stance, like just for them, because whatever his beef is, it's got to be pretty strong for you to say, yes, Steph, I'm out. Not only I'm out, I'm gonna go play in a rival against a team in the same conference as you that you're gonna have to play against me, and I'm gonna go play with a different star.
Man,
like that's where it's like, man, you're gonna go play with Luka.
And the more you
gonna
talk,
play with Bron.
Yeah. The more you talk, the more this hurts. Kind of like, wow, it's like, wow.
I mean, if I'm Steph, that's what I would be thinking.
Yeah.
Steph probably, I know they talked, so maybe Steph understood why he was leaving. Steph and Bob Myers talk, and he understood why Myers was leaving. So, they might get it, but to me, just from my thoughts from Eugene, Oregon over the last 2 days, I'm curious how that landed with Steph and Draymond, because that's been the thing they've been holding on to for so long. They've all had issues, all of them, and they all chose to play together over it. So he just was the one to say, I think I'm done. I need a fresh start.
Marcus, I'm glad you brought up the name Bob Myers because I think he plays a big factor in the eventual departure of Klay Thompson. Do you think that these contract negotiations between the Warriors and Klay Thompson would have gone differently if Bob Myers was still in the building?
I think it's possible. I do feel like if Bob Myers had a special skill, it was dealing with them, and it was his relationship with them. But Klay's such a wild card, I just don't know. And in the end, Bob Myers wasn't signing the checks. So if this is really about quote-unquote disrespect, not getting the money he thinks he should get, not getting the years he thinks he should get, I don't know if Bob Myers could make him feel different about that. And I certainly don't know if Bob Myers could say, yeah, we got your 4 years. That's a Joe Lacob question. So to me, I'm not sure. Now, Bob Myers could probably talk to him and help him see the way, this might benefit him, but I'm sure Steve Kerr could have done it. Steph and Dre could have done it. So I don't know that Bob Myers, Klay is just such a singular figure. He's going to do what he wants to do, right? So I don't know that Bob Myers stops that as good as Bob Myers is at this part of being a GM.
Marcus, it's all good information, good stuff, good analysis too. But here's a business question: shedding $73 million of Klay and Chris Paul, do you know where this leaves them? What they can and can't do without the hard cap?
I mean, all it leaves them is the taxpayer mid-level. They don't have to pay the second apron, right? So the tax figure goes way down, right? They save themselves a bunch of money, but they don't have the flexibility to go out and sign somebody, which is why, to me, that's just a tough pill to swallow, that those guys go, you don't get anything back. I do think it's going to be a sign and trade, so they'll get something for Klay. Probably not anything great, but probably something serviceable, because the money's got to match it. If Klay's going to get 15, 16, 17 a year, that means you need a player in that ballpark, and those players tend to be okay. They'll give you something. So I do think they'll get something for Klay, but to me, letting CP walk, letting that $30 million go, I don't know what they were offered, but it's just hard to believe that they let that walk, right? I felt like they should have done it at the trade deadline, and they didn't do it, and they couldn't find anything at the end of the year, and they pushed the date back. So either that contract had a $30 million expiring contract no longer has value in the NBA, or they just didn't like the offers they were getting and chose to eat it. To me, that's the tougher pill to swallow, because that's a salary slot that you can't get back now. It's just gone. So that's a hard one. But I hear they're pushing hard for Lauri Markkanen, so maybe they walk away with something anyway.
Yeah, and Marcus, those were the reports we saw this weekend. Just to wrap it up, the Paul George trade to the Clippers that the Clippers didn't want a part of, and also the trade with the Bulls, including Zach LaVine, that the Warriors apparently didn't want to be a part of. What were your thoughts on both of those trades not coming to fruition?
I think, I don't know if I got to vet this out and talk to some people, but it sounds to me like there's a Warriors tax or a Joe Lacob tax, right? Like where people are just like they're not gonna do the thing that helps the Warriors. Like they're just not. Like I don't know how you're the Clippers and you walk away from a deal like that. Like you go from either Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody or Andrew Wiggins, and I'm sure draft picks, to nothing. Like just on some, I don't want you to have them. Like I do think about that. I wonder if teams are just so like, but whether it's the owner, who's like, we're not gonna help Joe Lacob. I mean, the whole CBA restructuring in the second apron is to stop Joe Lacob and Steve Ballmer, right? Like, so I imagine they're not the most supported people in that board of governors. Then you throw in like, the fact that they've won 4 championships, right? And it's like, I wonder, and if you lose a deal to the Warriors, you're gonna have to hear from your fan base. So I'm just curious. I don't know. It's a thought I'm thinking about. I wonder if it's more difficult for them to make moves. But Chicago is ridiculous anyway. They're like not trading anybody, and they have a 10 seed. They're just giving raises for a 10 seed. So I don't understand what Chicago's doing. Maybe Chicago is being ridiculous and it's like, give me 3 draft picks for Zach LaVine. I don't know. That's very possible. But also it could be we can't lose in a deal to the Warriors. So we've got to fleece them. I'm curious if that's what's happening. I probably need to have some conversations off the record about whether that's what's going down.
Really interesting. Good stuff, Marcus, plus Eugene. We'll have to talk about that some other time, but man, it must have been awesome to be up there too. That's really cool. So good Warrior chat. Appreciate you. Get your bearings, get settled, and unpack, all right?
Yes, I'm going to unpack, but first I'm going to get my laptop that I left in the back of my seat.
Okay. Oh, go. All right, Marcus Thompson. Marcus Thompson, The Athletic. And you know me, I've left laptops on planes.
Oh.
Multiple times.
You've left more than laptops.
Multiple times. All right, what a day. What a wild. July 1st, baby. We knew it. Finally, we got to July 1st. And now it's happening. But he's still not on a team. We'll figure that out. I'm KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It was nice to wake up and see those highlights and feel good about that 37-point quarter, because it was something you can't ever really truly describe the vibe in there. Yeah, it was a nice memory for sure. Celebrate and acknowledge what Clay did. That's the record that I said all records are meant to be broken. It's going to be hard to break that one for anybody. So pretty special day, I guess. Season goes on. We got a lot to work on.
Oh, the memories. Barbara Streisand style, Steph Curry style. That's right. We went this for the old heads. Yeah, we did our Living Legends. We did our, what were the other ones we had? One Republic.
Oh, too late to apologize.
Some other ones, but this would be the iconic, sentimental farewell song for the entire generation of the 1970s onward. Clay, that's it, buddy.
And Murph,
man.
I feel like this song is really moving me on my 5 stages of grief.
Are you finally getting to acceptance?
No, I'm going to go into a deep, deep depression. as soon as the show ends, I'm just going to be depressed as hell.
Well, this was for the record, my mom's favorite song of all time. So there you go, a little sentimental though, because she loved the movie. She had a big crush on Robert Redford, the movie The Way We Were. So this is it. This for old B, she's loving it. And this one will get you. It'll tug at the heartstrings. And Clay, you're tugging at our heartstrings, buddy, as you head out the door. Now, we don't know where he's going. We don't know. Marcus keeps holding out this 0.001% chance he comes back.
I am the 0.001%.
You remind me of when Bobby Evans, Pablo Sandoval, every news outlet in the world said Pablo was signing with the Red Sox. So we said on the air, we got to get Bobby Evans. We called Bobby, and he took the call. He answered. He says, yeah, what do you guys need? We put him on the air. We go, Bobby, is he going to the Red Sox? He goes, well, I'm not sure. He goes, we still think we have a chance. And we were like, dude, everybody in the world is reporting that he's going to the Red Sox.
That's me.
Spoiler alert. He went to the Red Sox.
Yeah, and everybody's saying Klay Thompson's going to the Lakers, he's going to the Mavericks, he's going to the Denver Nuggets, Murph. Until I see that pen reach paper, I'm going full Ari Gold.
Deny till you die.
Well, okay.
I'm just going to deny until I see it happen.
That's part of the 5 stages, right? You're back to stage 1, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm relapsing over here.
We need to get you to acceptance. All right, buddy.
I can accept the fact that Clay is one of the greatest.
Maybe part of the bargaining is you putting on the white coat.
Ooh,
right?
let's do it. Let's bargain.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, boys and girls, it is time for your Giants Sutter Health Report of the day. And today, we're going to take a look at a couple pitchers who could be rejoining the rotation sometime this month. Starting off with Kyle Harrison, who could be back as soon as this Friday. But we also got an update on Alex Cobb, who's starting a rehab assignment down in San Jose. Bob Melvin yesterday on the Bo Mel Show gave a couple injury updates on these two pitchers.
Yeah, he's going to pitch in San Jose on, is it tomorrow? Yeah, I think something like that. And then Kyle is going to throw another, I think, 3-up bullpen when we go on the road, and we may be able to pencil him in and get him a start on the road trip at some point in time too. So now we're taking a much harder look at the scheduling where we need to go with these guys, but it's a good thing that we're on the verge of getting some of these guys back.
Alex Cobb starting his rehab assignment down in San Jose. Enjoy yourself some Turkey Mike's barbecue and say what's up to our guy Macklin Celebrini for us. And Kyle Harrison could be back as soon as this Friday, pitching against the Cleveland Guardians. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all of your Giants health updates. But of course, this update is sponsored by the...
I got it for you if you need it.
Oh, sorry, they changed the read on me. It's sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping making patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Okay, we fixed that, baby. We fixed it. New month, new read.
I got hit with the pump fake by Tony.
707 says, you guys still know Clay isn't gone yet, right?
That is correct.
So what's that going to do with our Barbara Streisand and our Living Legends then? I don't know what it's going to do.
I'm still waiting.
442 says, Dub Stan's going to be playing another classic farewell song, Sarah McLachlan's I Will Remember You, in honor of Klay Thompson.
You know what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be playing Oh My God.
Oh, no,
once
you're not.
Klay Thompson makes his return to
what
the
about
Warriors.
The other one for you guys, for your generation?
Oh, my
No. The other one for your generation is It's Been a Long Day. since when?
Oh,
we
you're
began.
talking about the
Tell
song,
you all
that Wiz
about
Khalifa
it when I
mashup.
see you again.
Yeah, Fast
Isn't
and
that what it
Furious.
was?
Again, yeah,
Isn't
See
that,
you again.
isn't that your guys' is the way we were?
Shout out Wiz Khalifa.
All right, so there we go. Hey, I think we got to do Young Tony. Why don't you save it for tomorrow? All right, we have more sad songs to play tomorrow.
Save it,
for
Tony.
Klay Thompson. Yeah, what did you learn?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, I think actually today was kind of light because we were so heavy on Klay today. Very few digressions that I threw at the kid. I think I learned about living legends, which was cool.
Put you on game a little bit.
I enjoyed that very much. You've mentioned them before, though.
Yeah, I played a bunch of the rejoins when I was back
They're
on the
cool.
board.
I like those guys.
Oh, they're phenomenal.
Yeah,
like I said,
those
one of
guys.
the most underrated rap groups in hip-hop history, I think.
Ooh, I like that. The only one I think that really we brought to Tony was one of the callers or listeners suggested we play Carole King's It's Too Late from Tapestry, which would have been one of the more iconic albums of the 70s. And he's saying for Klay Thompson and the Warriors, it's too late. Though we listened to the lyrics, we really tried to make it. Something inside has died.
Oh, it's my heart.
Oh, that's heavy, baby. All right, we'll end it on that. So we learned Carole King. Hey, I want you to ask your mom if she was down with Carole King.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing.
She tells me every time she hears all these references, she's very embarrassed if she did not raise me the right way.
Yeah. And boys, by the way,
Hey,
I'm off.
based on the manifesto you read, she raised you the right way.
I'm off the rest of the week. Happy 4th of July. Tell your mom I'll see her at the 4th of July barbecue, Tony.
Okay, I'm off tomorrow, too.
This
Teeter
guy.
and Marcus tomorrow. I'm back Wednesday with JD, and then we're off the rest of the week.
That's it.
So
Happy
today was
4th
a
of
good
July.
day today, buddy. Glad
Happy
we could do Klay
birthday,
together,
America.
and you
Yeah.
never got to that 5th stage, did you?
No.
Brooksy's here? Brooksy's here? We got Brooks.
God.
Brooksy's here.
Brooks was
Awesome.
here.
Is that Brooksy and Lund? Brooksy and Lund coming up. And when it's time for a change, think Speed Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Screw that guy.
4 tops.
Let's go Sharks! Oh my God. Todo lo malo echarlo para allá.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Malika, this was certainly expected. The Warriors were not bringing back Chris Paul on a $30 million deal at this point in his career, but they had moved the date back from Friday till today to see if they could find a way to maybe use that contract in a trade. And I think if somebody else had taken it on, they would have done the same thing and gotten the money off. Now, for Chris Paul, he becomes an unrestricted free agent, and at a much lower number, there'll be a lot of interest in Chris Paul.
I'm told Klay Thompson is planning to depart from the Golden State Warriors. 3 teams that have emerged as strong suitors for him: the Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers. A sign and trade is a high possibility, as this is an end of an era for the Warriors. We know this legendary dynasty, 4 championships, along with 5 All-Star game appearances for Klay Thompson. It's really a stunning split around the league, but this has been brewing for a while now, for at least over the last year or so.
Sorry, man, I missed all of that, but I know what's going on. Thanks for joining us. Papa's out for a couple of weeks. Rod Brooks is in.
Yeah,
and I'm stoked,
what
man.
up, what up, what up?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, man. And no shortage of things to talk about. We're going to do a ton of Warriors. Not a great weekend. No, absolutely a horrible weekend for the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy. Klay Thompson could be leaving. Could it be for the Lakers? They don't get Paul George. Chris Paul says adios. You don't get anything in return for him. Warriors fans are outraged at Mike Dunleavy Jr. like when he was playing for the Warriors, so we'll discuss that too. 2 or 3 out of the Dodgers. We got some 49ers stuff. It is a busy Monday, but I want to catch up with you first, man. It's great to see you.
It's good to see you, man. Is this the first show we've ever done together?
You know, I was thinking about that this morning. You and I, when there used to be a rendition of Chronicle Live or whatever that was, and whether it was Papa or Jim Kozumor or whatever. We used to do a lot of stuff
Jim
on
Kozumor.
that. Love Jim Kozumor. We used to do stuff on that show. But in terms of, we would always miss each other because you were doing middays, then you were doing drive time, and then, so I don't think we ever have.
Okay, first time for everything.
Yeah, but we've always been great.
Yeah.
We hung in Hawaii. I mean, that's good. I met your family. I mean, it was awesome, man. We had our feet in the sand having, foo-foo cocktails and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
It's good to be here, man. Good to hang out with you. And like you said, man, we got so much to talk about.
Ton of stuff,
and I think we are about to get to the point here with Clay and the Warrior Dynasty, just to sort of use that very accurate catch-all term.
Yep.
Don't be mad it's over. Smile that it happened.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's start with this because everybody wants to talk about Clay and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, call in line, same thing. Love to get your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Last week, and we did this on Friday, we did a poll on how people are feeling about Clay because he had been gotten, I thought, a lot of slander just based on, and again, I know that Twitter/X is not a nice place, and going on social media in general, that's where a lot of haters live. But for weeks, I had just been getting this constant, we don't need Clay, and Clay owes the Warriors because they paid him, maxed him out when he was injured and all these different things. And now that it looks like, now nothing is official, so I guess there's a small sliver of a chance, but it sounds like Clay is leaving. If you're just joining us, maybe Dallas, maybe LA. It looks like the Western Conference, but he could go mid-level exception for 12.9. He got offered reportedly $2.48 from the Warriors. So there must be a lot of this is a deep thing that we'll get into today, but we'd love to get people's thoughts. But now that it looks like Clay is leaving, what are people's opinion on Clay? Because, all of a sudden it's like everything's great, and then it's like, oh, she's going to be gone? Oh, damn. I should have loved her more. But I have been surprised about the reaction to a guy who has won so many championships, brought so much joy, 61-point games, 37-point quarters, plus just the guy that Clay is that we all love, that all of a sudden it's like, it seems like the vocal majority have kind of turned on Clay.
There were times where, in my estimation for Clay, and I understand his frustration, but at times it wasn't a good look for him because you could see clearly he was doing two things. He was shot hunting, which did not help him. It didn't help the Warriors. It didn't help Steph, okay? And he was sulking, literally sulking during games. And again, I personally understand his frustration. I think a lot of people understand his frustration, but it wasn't a good look. And I think everyone could see this coming and this is where we as casual observers, as fans, we look at the situation and go, well, man, they offered you 2 for $48. You decided not to take it. And now you're mad because they didn't give you more. Well, what are you giving right now? And whether it's fair, whether it's just, sports is always going to be, what have you done for me lately, or what are you doing for me right now? And what Clay was doing for the Warriors at the time, in the moment, the right now, during the basketball season, there was some good, but there was more, hey, man, what's really going on? What's really going on? And there's a lot of vitriol out there with Clay. A lot of it, I just find it to be noise. But I think more than anything else, people are frustrated with him because of just the way he comported himself last year at times. But again, I think you have to, even though this is in short supply in the world of sports, you have to show some understanding and some empathy. Where was he coming from in his point of view? How was he seeing it? If you could sort of see it through his eyes, you can understand the frustration. Here's the bigger question, though. Why was there frustration? Why did he not sign the 2 for $48? Why?
He was making 43, and he looked at, like, again, I'm just answering the question because I think you phrased it perfectly, which is, okay, I'm part of the big three. This is what I'm thinking. I'm part of the big three. Draymond just got 4 and 100. What is he bringing to the table that I'm not? So he gets $100 million, and you're giving me 48. That's one. Two, I fought through all those injuries. I got at it, and this is where I think everything emanates from, and what you just pointed out, because if people weren't watching this, and it's not the evil media, it was just after the game, Clay went from a couple of years ago, before the injuries, I should say, from happy-go-lucky Clay throwing airplanes, signing toasters, having a lot of fun, just being, hey, man, I'm kickback Clay, which is what we all love him for, to a guy that got angry. When I would sit in some of those media sessions. I went to a lot of the games over Christmas, and I would sit through those media sessions, and I would just like, wow, this isn't the guy I remember in these media sessions. And I'm not saying I cover the team on a regular basis, but I was over the holidays, and I was like, wow, this is a different Clay. And you could see that the media wouldn't ask him certain questions because you knew he'd start attacking. And so it was a guy who I think was frustrated by the knee, the Achilles, and now he's not getting the respect, and he fought through those injuries. Now, a lot of the fans think the opposite. Hey, man, Clay, they paid you through those injuries. They gave you a max. You owe the Warriors. Now, I'm not on that shit.
I don't believe that at all.
But I'm just saying that's why a lot of people were upset, saying, hey, man, you owe the Warriors back. And I don't think it works like that.
No, it doesn't work like that at all. And that's why I said, just going back to his frustration coming back from those injuries and, maybe his body not responding the way he wanted it to at the time, and also where not the game had passed him by, but the game done changed when he got back, okay? There were times where, and this was a shock to me, where you would see them put Clay on non-shooters, on non-offensive players. They were hiding Clay defensively. I think about when he and Devin Booker were beefing, and he threw up the 4 on him, which still makes me laugh, right? Because, ultimately that's what it boils down to. I got 4 of these bad boys. You don't have them. Devin Booker was giving him work, though. Yeah. You know what I mean? And in sports, in life, but in sports, no one likes to be faced with their own mortality. So that's why I say you have to be fair to him, and I think to really get a true understanding of the situation, you have to look at it through his eyes and see where he's coming from, why he's frustrated. And I think when you do that, you get a better understanding of the situation. I think a lot of people are not necessarily doing that. It's just reactionary of, nah, man, we're done with you because of X, Y, and Z. Kick rocks.
Well, I just think everybody has a short memory because the two things that are coming up with Clay, again, this is social media and I get it, but I think I know the difference. It's 0 for 10 last time against the Kings and then the performance against the Lakers.
What have you done for me lately?
Right, exactly. So people are forgetting the guy that won 4 championships, the guy that had 37 and a quarter, the guy who had 61 in a game, all the different things
the
that he did.
Oklahoma City game 6,
right,
is one of the greatest basketball performances I personally have ever seen.
So that's the fight on social media right now. Remember Clay as Clay used to be. Then Clay got hurt, and it was like, well, remember the last 2 big performances he had?
But here's the thing, though.
10.
We can hold, if you choose to, we as human beings in our beings, he tried to say, in our brains, we can hold independent thoughts. We can realize what Clay has done, what he's meant to this franchise, and the great moments he's brought to the Bay and the great moments he's brought to Warrior fans, old school and Johnny-come-latelys. Mm-hmm. And we can also look at the current situation and go, he ain't the dude he used to be. There's some frustration there, whether it's frustration with his own game, whether it's frustration with the organization and how he feels like he should be viewed. And he's just not the same dude. He's not. He's better suited coming off the bench, in my estimation, as a 6th man. He did not want to do that. And those guys. Well, it's too late for the 2 for 48.
Yeah.
But those guys don't get paid $24 million a year.
No, they don't. Let's get more into it. Looks like Klay Thompson's going to leave. How you feeling about him now? Hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR. Give us your thoughts on that. Rod Brooks is hanging out today, which is very cool. Looking forward to it. We got a ton to get to.
For the first time in God knows how long.
And that commute, man.
I flipped off a lot of people today. I hadn't done that in a while. So,
dude, Tolbert years and years ago said one of the most poignant things that Tom will ever say, and he said many things. He said, they don't pay me for the show. The show's cool, man. The show's easy. The show's fun. They pay me for the commute. And he's only coming for like Alameda. He's not doing what you do at all. All right, we'll get more into it. Let's talk to Rod. Let's get into all this thing. Ton of Warriors, from the Paul George. Everyone complaining about Mike Dunleavy Jr. And actually, I don't blame Joe Lacob. So we got a lot of things that we got to get into today. We'll do it all next here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Marcus Thompson. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Klay Thompson and the Warriors parting ways. Check out that podcast for more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR social.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
This was being told to me 2 weeks ago it was over. And, I was cautious with the reporting of it and that it was trending that direction and that there'd needed to be some type of reconciliation, but there'd probably be conversations. The Warriors did intend to, come back to him after some other planning and lay what they felt like was a competitive offer on the table. But what has been made clear from Klay Thompson over the last few weeks and certainly in the last few days is he's ready to leave. He wants to depart. He plans to depart. And the Warriors have been told that, basically have been told goodbye by Klay. And they're trying to, maybe it's a sign and trade or something to kind of help him get some more money on his way out the door. But this is happening. Klay very, very likely is leaving Golden State.
Anthony Slater of The Athletic, he said, very likely. It hasn't happened yet. Would you want a Klay reunion? There's a sliver of a chance, potentially. Looks like he's going to leave. By the way, I'm not helping him if he's going to the Lakers. I want to jump out of the phone lines because I want to talk to you, Rod. Rod Brooks is in. We got the text line open as well at 415-808-KNBR, and I'm looking at it right now. We'll hit up some of those, 415-808-5627. But before we jump out there, I don't really want to help him get to Dallas, but I understand. The Clippers are being brought about, maybe, although I'd be kind of pissed that they didn't want to work with me with Paul George, but you got to do what's best for your team.
The Clippers, in my estimation, messed that up. They thought that they were going to get Paul George to come back to L.A., new building, stay in his hometown. They completely mismanaged. I shouldn't say mismanaged. They completely misread that situation because what matters more than anything? Straight cash, homie. Who had that money? Who had the most?
Where can he win a championship? I'm like, Philly's offering him a 4th year. That's where he's going.
He go champion at the bank.
I don't know why so many times we have to get into this thing of what's more important.
Money.
Every time.
Always.
Yeah.
This situation now with Clay.
I gave him
money. Money.
Yeah. But just to make this clear, if you're the Warriors, it's like, look, Clay, we love you. I don't think anybody owes anybody anything, but like, I think they'd help him to get more money in Dallas. I think they'd help him get more money in Denver. I think they'd help him get more money even with the Clippers. The Lakers, you're on your own, bro. Like, if you want to sign for the mid-level at 12.9 with LeBron and company, that's fine, but we are not helping to get to the Lakers. We're not doing signing trade.
It's a tricky balancing act.
Would you do that? Would you do a signing trade with the Lakers?
Hell no. No.
Get something back. No way. Ain't helping.
I would not get the Lakers a cup of water if they were on fire. Okay? This is me personally.
This is what I miss about you, because I know we're going to get to the Dodgers, and I know how much you hate the Dodgers, the Lakers, all
Cowboys, the Yankees. I mean, listen, I'm a red-blooded American, all right? I hate the teams you're supposed to hate. Yeah. The Cowboys, the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Lakers. That's just the way it works.
I love it. All right, let's head out. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Joe is up in Sac. Hi, Joe. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
My take on the whole thing, I'm a Pacer fan, so I think I'm a neutral observer on all this. And I always root for the Warriors. I root for the Kings. I think Clay's got a huge heart. He's a great Warrior. He came back from gruesome injuries, but if he thinks 2 for 48 at his stage of the career after last year's an insult, I think he's just looking at it all wrong.
I get where you're coming from. I personally reject the thought of he's looking at it all wrong. He's looking at it from his perspective is his perspective. And we can talk about it, we can judge it, but if that's the way he feels, then that's the way he feels. I don't blame him. Also, I don't blame us neutral observers and those who have true stake in the game. I don't blame people for looking at it and going, no, man, we need to keep him around. He's important. I wouldn't do it.
Right.
Not at the prices that it would take to keep him around. I understand why people will want him around. I understand why people want him to go. I get all sides of it. I think the way that it's going down right now, it's easier for all parties, which looks like is what's happening. It's easier for all parties just to go, no, man, it was good. This is the way these dynasties break up. All right? We've seen it time and time again. It's never happy. It's never easy. We all want the dudes to stay in the same jersey and ride out in the sunset together. It just don't work that way. Never has, never will. Here's what's going to get hurt. Body parts or feelings.
Right.
Okay? That's what breaks up dynasties, along with ego, along with money or lack of money, or being able to spend that money. That's just the way it happens. Here's my question, though, if you don't mind me asking a question. And maybe this is happening right now. Draymond and Steph, along with Clay and Andre Iguodala, helped move heaven and earth to get Kevin Durant. Where's Steph and Draymond on this? Maybe they've tried. And maybe they've heard from Clay that he wants to bounce, and they understand it. They don't like it. They understand it. All right, man, that's our boy. He's got to do what he's got to do. Vaya con Dios, Holmes. Maybe they're doing it right now. Maybe it's a last-minute thing. Maybe they got it.
Maybe they're doing. Remember DeAndre Jordan back in the day? They locked him in the house,
crib, right?
I mean, maybe they're locking Clay, just going, dude.
Hey, maybe they on the boat, right? Maybe I passed him. Maybe we both passed him on our commutes, right? You coming in on the Bay Bridge, me coming in on the Golden Gate. Maybe they in the middle of the bay right now. having
We
it.
ain't letting you off this
You know what I
boat.
mean? And
Yeah, what if they did something like, hey, Clay, man, can we meet you at the boat? Just one last ride. And then they're like, sorry, bro. You ain't get off this boat till you sign this.
They take him out past the Golden
They
Gate
might.
in the international waters
Right.
and be like, either you sign with us or only 2 of us are coming back.
That's
What's
all.
it going to be, dog? And next thing you know, Klay Thompson's a Warrior. Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Maybe they're doing that. But I would like to know.
That's a good question.
I'd really rather know now. But when this is all over with, I'd like to know.
When they do the last dance, how did Clay leave?
Where Draymond and Steph on this? Because do they want the homie back? Do they understand why the homie does not want to come back? Or are they looking at it as, hey, man, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
I mean, I got to believe, I have no idea, but I got to believe that they both went to Joe and said, can we get him back? And Joe said, you see, I just paid this much tax for a 10th place team. This is where I don't think anybody can say anything bad or negative about Joe Lacob. He's paid and he's paid and he's paid and he's paid. And finally, he's gotten to the point where he says, first of all, the financial part of it, and I don't want to get into all the minutia about what it does to your team now that
Because
you're
let me
over
tell you
it.
something. I don't want to hear nothing about aprons
exactly.
and repeater
It's-
taxes.
Exactly.
To me, that stuff is just lame.
Suffice to say that they've made it so difficult on your team, but it's more the finances, as we just talked about in the beginning. For the players, it's about money, and I don't want to hear anything else. And for Joe Lacob, I think he's finally gotten to the point where he said, look, I'm not paying these taxes for a 10th place team. If we're going to compete for a championship, I'll do that all day long, but we're 10th. And they tried for Paul George, and that pissed off Clay, and he wasn't the top priority, and pissed off Clay. And we all know how Clay is. And you love the emotion of Clay when it's a lot of fun, and Clay on a boat, and Clay, doing all this different stuff, and Rocco and all that. But he's sensitive, man. And so now he's like, oh, you didn't make me the top priority? I'm out. And he might do it so much so that I don't think I think you're right. 2-48 isn't on the table anymore. Yeah. But whatever it was on the table, if there was anything on the table, it was more than the 12.9 mid-level exception, I think. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Maybe I'm wrong. But now he's willing to say, you know what? I don't even want anything from you. Get me to Dallas. Get me to either of the LA teams. Get me somewhere, or I'll just sign for 12.9.
And then you just got to make that break. You just got to make that clean break. And again, this is what happens with dynasties. You're lucky if you get a dynasty. You're extraordinarily lucky. But you have to understand, with that rarefied air, as great as it was, as high as that mountain was, the crumble is going to be that much painful.
Well, think about that. Denver, when Denver won the championship, how long can they do it? Well, they just lost KCP. They lost Bruce Brown the year before. They're not any kind of dynasty. Now, Boston might be good for a while, but Paul George just went to Philly. Like, it's hard to win one, let alone to do what the Warriors did. So I think how you started the show was perfect. Look, it's great that we saw it, and we knew inevitably it was going to break up, and it went longer than, we're talking Spurs, Patriots. I mean, the Warriors are in that. So what they did is amazing. Yeah. And now everybody's pissed off at the end. And like you said, it's like any relationship in life, man. Rarely and they end in a way where Elway's riding off into the sunset as he retires.
And here's the trick is that now you're dealing with the pure emotion of the Clay situation. Now I'm talking from a fan standpoint and, us in the media and observers or whatever. Now you're dealing with the pure emotion of the Clay situation, whether it is you want him back, you think someone's at fault that he's not coming back, you fault Clay's not coming, whatever. But there's emotion involved. And then you look around and go, well, what now?
That's
now
the question.
it's a 36-year-old Steph. Now it's mercurial at best, Draymond. You hope that Jonathan Kuminga is continuing to ascend, but you're still hoping there. Andrew Wiggins is an enigma. Do they trade him? And Chris Paul's gone, that for some people is addition by subtraction, but you can't help but think about Jordan Poole because it's basically Jordan Poole's gone and you got nothing for him. And you look around at just the rest of the team and you go, you know what I mean? So now
these young guys, but they're role players.
Yeah.
Those are role players.
So you're dealing with the end of an era. You're dealing with the raw emotion of wither Klay Thompson, and then you look at the current landscape of a team and go, ooh, like that's a lot.
Yeah,
So if you really sit down and think about it, that's a lot.
Well, here's the thing, too, is I saw a lot of this over the weekend. The only thing I've known, because, some of these younger kids, it's like all they've known is this 10-year period where the Warriors have been really, really good, but the rest of us know what's coming.
Yeah.
Which is what was it? What was it? It was like before all of this, because it's coming.
Here's what should happen: is old school Warrior fans, old head Warrior fans, get at some of these young Thundercats and learn them up. Okay,
Exactly.
And I'm not talking about going back. Like they're going back to the Montego Cummings days, but they need to understand. You're not going to understand where you're going until you know where you come from.
Right.
And there's a lot of Warrior fans who don't know truly where they come from with this Warrior deal.
Well,
so you got to learn them up.
Well, and here's the thing,
Reach
too.
one, teach one.
Think about the history of the NBA and what happens with these teams. All right, even if they're well managed, like the Warriors with Joe Lacob have been, the Celtics, when they went down and then Lenny Bias died, it took them a long time. Jordan's Bulls, the Bulls have never come back. Krause decided, okay, that's the end of that. They've never come back. I mean, Philadelphia had a great run there, and then they were terrible for you. Like, that's the cycle in the NBA. Now, the Lakers, for the longest time, were able to say, okay, with Jerry West at the helm, I'm going to steal Kobe and I'm going to sign Shaq. We're just going to keep going. But most teams can't do that. The Spurs did it because they got Kawhi, and they were able to do that. Their only hope is, and I'm not comparing them skill-wise, but I'm saying if Kuminga becomes Kawhi,
well, that's
maybe
what I was about to say.
That, but that's it.
The only way you can extend it is if you draft properly. Well, that's a different conversation now, ain't it?
James Wiseman,
Jordan Poole,
right?
Gone,
right?
And
Kuminga's your only hope, and I don't have as much faith in Kuminga as a lot of people do. I don't see it, and I would have traded him, but I'm not going to now. I don't see a player now, and I don't even know. Paul George was iffy, but and that's being nice. But now at this point, trying to save it seems silly to me. Like, is Lauri Markkanen, if we want to transition into this, I want to still get people's thoughts on Clay, and there's a lot of people online who want to talk about it. But I know a lot of people want to go, well, what's next? Well, DeMar DeRozan, Markkanen. I mean, bringing Clay back last minute.
Like I said, you're dealing with the raw emotion of Klay Thompson, what happens with him, and then you look around at the current situation and go, oh.
That's a good way to put it. Can we do T-shirts with those on it?
Well.
All right, give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. We'd love to hear from you. Rod Brooks is out hanging with us. We'll give you a guest list, too. We're going to get into a little bit of Giants later. Susan Slusser will join us at about 11:30, but we'll continue the thoughts. Klay Thompson, Joe Lacob finally saying no to the money. I know a lot of people are mad at Mike Dunleavy. You can give us those thoughts. Anything over the weekend as the Warriors strike out on Paul George and Klay Thompson's
That's where
probably
old school
gone.
Warrior fans and new school Warrior fans come together.
They're fighting
being
right
mad
now.
at Mike Dunleavy.
That hasn't changed.
Look at Mike bringing the people together.
I like the meme over the weekend, by the way, that some Atlanta Hawks players like kicking him in the face. And they're like, everybody's throwing that out there like Mike Dunleavy's weekend. It's like, yep. Bob Myers is like, ooh. By the way, I'm going to give you this one. We're going to do that next. I'm not going to give away what you said during one of the breaks, but you nailed it perfectly. What Bob Myers would rather be doing. So anyway, we'll do it next. I'll hear on these Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
destination wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Look, I will say this. Great reverence for Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And I don't know that people know or believe, but the competitiveness within those three. You don't do what they've done for the amount of time they've done it without being special inside. Obviously, we see what they do as far as shooting, Steph and Klay, what Draymond does defensively, but who they are as people makes them rare. And so it's hard for me to watch Klay almost even heading into free agency. I think he didn't even know the free agency date. Woj knows. Most players go through free agency 4, 5, 6 times. He didn't even know the day it was.
Right.
What that tells me is he wants to be there. You heard Steve Kerr last night. You heard Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They all want him there. But what do you think it's going to come down to, Malika?
Money.
Of course. That's it.
There's Bob Myers from ESPN. Rod Brooks is in. Thanks for joining us. Klay Thompson looks like he's going to be a former Warrior. Let's discuss Paul George. Warriors tried. Apparently, George wanted to be a Warrior, but the Clippers wouldn't play ball, and that's what we talked about last week is you got to look at it sometimes from the other standpoint is, okay, that's great. The Warriors want Paul George. Paul George wants the Warriors. Clippers had to play ball, and they didn't, so he's off to the 76ers. And, again, a lot of people upset with Mike Dunleavy Jr., but to that point, and then we'll jump back out to the lines, Bob Myers is no dummy. He wanted no part of this.
Bob Myers saw it coming a mile away, miles away, and he decided it was best for him to get screamed at by Stephen A. Smith than it was to get, well, to be in Mike Dunleavy's shoes.
Right.
To get screamed at by thousands of Stephen A. Smiths on social media and talk radio or whatever. He saw it coming.
He's like, Stephen A. Smith, Warriors fan. Stephen A. Smith, yeah, I'm out.
I'm out. It's a wrap. He saw
I'm
it
not gonna
coming.
do it.
I mean, this is no one wants to be the new Jerry Krause.
Yeah.
You don't want that around your neck, man. You just at all. And, you know, Bob is, and I don't say this in a negative, pejorative way. Matter of fact, he would agree. Bob's a sensitive dude. I mean, you don't want people saying you're the reason, even though some people are saying that because of the drafts, which I guess is a different discussion for a different time. But Bob Myers didn't want to be known as the guy who had to be the bad guy in dealing with the Warriors dynasty breaking up. No, man, I'm out of here.
He was too close. He was too emotional.
Way too close. And again, I don't mean that in a negative way because I think that.
But he was the good cop through this whole process, 100%. And Joe was kind of the bad. There was other bad guys. He was the good guy.
To have that,
yeah,
you
that's
have
what he
to
was.
have that. And I think that dynamic and other dynamics that served the Warriors well. It's part of the reason why they won those 4 titles. But at some point in time, man, you got to pay the piper. And if you have the opportunity to sort of make your graceful exit, then do it.
In this whole process, and then we'll jump out of the lines, in this whole process, what you're seeing so far, because on the surface, here's what it looks like. They tried to get Paul George. He was their number 1 target, tried to throw everybody at him. If you believe reports, they even threw Kuminga in. So I honestly, I get it, and I understand the vitriol for Mike Dunleavy before he even took this job, and now he's the bad guy, and Bob is kind of like, hey, don't look at me. I think it's Mike Dunleavy in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know who could have navigated this because the Clippers had to play ball. They didn't.
You can't make the Clippers do something they didn't want to do. And like I said earlier, it seems to me that the Clippers thought, we don't even need to mess around. We'll listen to it, but we don't really need to entertain that. We are banking on Paul George wanting to stay in L.A., him thinking that this is the best
hometown,
place. And they
blah, blah, blah.
completely misread the situation. And unless the Clippers are smarter than we think, they failed in the standpoint of money.
Yeah.
Money. And also, maybe Paul George didn't want to be that dude in L.A.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm not blaming Dunleavy. He was put in a really bad situation. Yeah. Apparently, they tried to throw Kuminga and everything else in there. It didn't work out. So I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming Joe Lacob because this is the only reason I'm bringing up the word blame is because everybody wants to know who's to blame for Klay leaving and then being in the situation. So I don't blame Joe Lacob because I'm sure he looked at all the tax penalties and all the things that prevent you and, like you said, all these different aprons and blah, 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 and said, yeah, I'm not paying this for a 10th place team. He had paid it forever, decided if we're in a championship win, I'll pay it. I'm not going to pay it. So I'm not blaming Joe Lacob. I don't blame Chris Paul because Chris Paul worked with the Warriors for 48 hours and said, if we can make a deal and I can make a few more bucks, I'll go somewhere. They couldn't get a deal done. He took $11 million from the Spurs. Popovich convinced him, and so they get nothing for Chris Paul. I get it. People are pissed. I would not have taken Zach LaVine on
that contract.
It's $43 per year for the next 3. They weren't going to do that. So there was a Wiggins and Paul rumor, and Paul would have to agree again. Ball was in his court. He'd have to agree to it, and they would bring back LaVine. Some people were bitching about that over the weekend. I'm not blaming the Warriors. There's 3 and like 130 left on that deal. They can't even move LaVine. That should tell you what people think of him. So as we're looking to blame somebody, to me, that's the whole thing. But my question to you is, how would you term what happened this weekend? Did they screw it up? Did they bungle it? Do you understand? How do you look at this? I mean, it was a bad weekend for the Warriors, but fans and listeners always want to blame somebody.
But see, I reject that. I don't think anybody's to blame. If Klay Thompson does not want to be here and you can't make the Clippers do something they don't want to do, then why are we blaming people? Now, if you want to talk about assigning blame, if you want to talk draft picks, if you want to talk about the roster of this team right now and what Mike Dunleavy does or what Lacob is or is not willing or able to do, we can talk about that. But in terms of the Klay Thompson situation and the end of the dynasty, if I could use that term, why we got to blame somebody? If Klay doesn't want to be here for Klay reasons, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. What can you do about it? Again, maybe they're talking to him right now. Maybe they're appealing to him. I don't know. But what can you do about it? If he is genuinely upset about the past couple of years and how he perceived he was viewed by the organization and not being a priority or whatever, if he's hot about that and he doesn't want to be here, how are you going to blame other people for that? And again, I don't blame him. If that's the way he feels, that's the way he feels. We can disagree about, what he believes the type of player he is right now and what reality says, because we all saw it.
The Warriors read the market right.
We all watched the games.
Right.
But if he feels a certain way, what you gonna do? Like what? Okay, so you find somebody to blame. Now what? How does that fix anything? What does it change?
People feel better to bitch about Dunleavy or complain about. I mean, I even saw stuff that was like Lacob won't. It's like Lacob's been spending forever, man. You want to spend on a 10th place team? I'm not going to do that. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Manny's been waiting in Concord. Hi, Manny. Welcome.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Hey, I gotta say, I think Klay needs to realize, check his life, check his brain right now. Because if he leaves the Warriors, I think it's just ruining his career as a Warrior. Because he's living as a sour taste, saying that he's been treated wrong. I think he has not been treated wrong. We paid him $40 million. We gave him a max contract when he was hurt. Even when he had a torn ACL, we still gave him a max contract. I think it's kind of crazy that we disrespect him. And this year, he was a bad teammate in the locker room, crying about he want to start. But let's look at it. He's kind of washed now. He's not great on defense. The only thing he's good at is shooting. And look what happened his last game as a Warrior. And I think personally, people saying the Warriors are going to look bad, this and that. I think the Warriors might even look better because Klay's not playing.
Well, here's what I would say about that. I don't ever wanted to get out there that Klay Thompson is a bad teammate in the locker room. All right? He sulked very publicly. He sulked. I think we're playing a really dangerous game when we talk about him being a bad teammate in the locker room. All right? Give him the respect he deserves in that regard. And if he decides to go, even if it's to the Lakers, Klay Thompson is golden in the Bay until the sun burns out.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't care if Klay goes to the Lakers and he hits the game-winning shot in a very hypothetical Game 7 NBA Finals victory for the Lakers. Okay? Extraordinarily hypothetical situation I'm bringing up here.
I was with you with everything except for Lakers.
No, but I'm
get you.
Being,
yeah, you're going
being
worst case
crazy
scenario or something
to make a point that I don't care what Klay Thompson does for the rest of his basketball career and who he does it for.
Yeah.
Man, is cash money in the Bay forever and ever. But again, how he feels is how he feels, but we all saw the way he played last year. And the way he played last year was not up to the standards that we've gotten used to, and clearly the standards that Klay Thompson has set for himself. But let's as he is on his way out the door, why don't we be just a little bit careful about how we talk about Klay Thompson as we seemingly near the end of his tenure with the Golden State Warriors?
I agree 100%. But that's what that call was, and everybody's welcome to their opinion. It's fine. But what that call was is basically what's been coming in on social media.
It doesn't have to be that way, though. That's the
remember
trick.
Clay's last game?
Yes, we remembered. What
Clay's
good?
a problem, this, that, and the other. It's like a lot of guys who switch uniforms. I'm going to remember Klay as a Warrior. Most people are. He's going to have a statue up. And here's the other thing, and you mentioned this to a point a minute ago. It's really lucky in today's day and age that you get one player that will stay in one place, and that looks like it's going to be Steph. I'm not even convinced after they're going down the road, they're going down, because Draymond's not a good loser. And that's not a bad trait. It's just when they won 15 games, Draymond didn't want anything to do with it. We know what Nurkic has said, and it's kind of true that when Steph doesn't play, Dre doesn't want to play. Dre's a winner.
Nurkic isn't the only one that says that.
Everybody says it. But he's the only one who seems to be a beef for it. But he's not a good loser. And so at some point, do the Warriors look at him and say, he'd be much better on a winning team? Because that's what he is. He's a winning player. So is Steph. I don't think Steph – I don't even know if the Warriors – and I don't even want to broach this because it's just going to be like hot take. It's not. It's just they would never trade Curry unless Steph went to the organization. And I don't think Steph will go to the organization just because he's such a CEO. He would probably go down with the ship like Kobe Bryant did with the Lakers. I don't see him ever leaving. But I could see Draymond, who, by the way, has his own hand in this, because if you want to go back and blame, and you've mentioned this, it goes back to Jordan Poole, really, and Jordan Poole doesn't get traded unless Draymond Green punches him in the face. I mean, we can draw it back to that, because
that was
that's
the beginning of the end.
Yeah, when everybody complains of the front office, Chris Paul got you nothing, and now Jordan Poole's gone.
Well, you wouldn't have had to do that if Draymond had not punched a coworker in the face.
If he doesn't punch him, he doesn't get traded.
But again, this is where we have to, we got to keep it funky. Klay wasn't happy when Poole was around.
Right.
Okay?
Because he got the deal.
Right. So, and in no way, shape, or form am I, insinuating that Draymond punched Poole in the face to do it for Klay, although that would be hilarious.
That would be.
So, hey, man, do me a favor. I'm going to need you to go and just bust him in his fronts real quick.
Just tell him I didn't like that deal he got.
But that was the beginning of the end. And we would still, and again, this is where you have to be empathetic and somewhat sympathetic and look at it through Klay's eyes. We would still be dealing, I think, with an unhappy Klay. And I understand him being unhappy, but an unhappy Klay is why we are in this conversation right now. And to me, hey, man, that's okay. I don't know why we have to find someone to blame. Sometimes cats are unhappy and they want to be somewhere else. Even if you won 4 championships, even if you can take a boat to work as Klay can do, even if you are a god in God's country, the Bay Area. Sometimes, man, it's still a job. And sometimes you're just like, nah, man, I don't want to be with these people anymore.
I do think there's a reason, too, behind all of it that we haven't discussed. Let's do that. 415-808-KNBR. Lots of people on the lines. Lots of good stuff in the text line as well. Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR. Pop and Loan with Rod Sitton today, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. It's here to help with your home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Klay is not officially gone, but it's looking close, plus the rest of a disastrous weekend for the Warriors. We'll get more into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Rod Brooks is in. Klay Thompson is soon to be an ex-Warrior, although
never know.
Until we see it, you never know.
Draymond and Steph might have him on that boat. Just they hashing it out.
Tying an anchor to his ankle. Hey, dude, you want to go down to the bottom or you want to stay? I'm just trying to think one thing, and then we'll jump out. And I'm trying to speak for Klay, and who the hell knows what Klay is thinking. But one thing that might, and you kind of alluded to this earlier, one thing that he might be thinking is that I can either come back with all this success that I've had, and I've always been either the second or third guy and all this kind of stuff, or I could go to another team where maybe there aren't the same expectations. And if I slide in as the fourth guy, and I don't mean fourth as in power forward, I mean like, there's guys ahead of me. So he goes to Dallas, for example. Everything's on Luka, and some of it's on Kyrie, and then I can kind of slide in behind those guys, and I don't have the championship Klay expectations and all this kind of stuff. Or he goes to the Lakers. Well, he's third at best behind Anthony Davis and LeBron. Those guys are going to take all of the spotlight, and people are going to, down in LA, going to love to see him. His dad's there, whatever. Denver the same way. I don't think he's going to Denver, but you still got a couple of guys, and Jamal Murray and obviously Jokic on down the line for some of these teams. If he stays here, the expectation from the fan base is, because this is what we're getting back, is the Klay Thompson he was before the injuries, and he's never going to be that, and it doesn't seem like fans can handle that. Well, Klay doesn't play defense. Okay, he doesn't. But I got news for you. This is blasphemous to say. Steph Curry ain't the same dude either. And neither is Draymond Green, and neither is any of these guys. Steph's going to be 37. And I love the guy. LeBron's not the same. Father Time is undefeated. And I think part of this might be for Klay, I don't want the expectations of the old me.
I think the fans understood that Klay Thompson is in a different stage of his career. I'm not overwhelmingly convinced that Klay Thompson understands that he is at a different stage in his career. And athletes are delusional by nature. That's how they become professional athletes. That's how the great ones, and he is a great one, Klay Thompson, that's how the great ones become great, is being delusional. And then when that delusion is met with reality, when you're like, oh, I am that good, and man, these guys, then all of a sudden they're walking on a cushion of air. But all of a sudden, when that delusion is met with the reality of, oh, I'm not that good, it's hard for these guys because they are still human beings, ridiculously athletically gifted human beings, but human beings nonetheless. It's hard for them to really understand what's going on. That's when the mental, when you're dealing with physical situations as he had been, not only age, but the Achilles and the ACL situations, when the physical is a problem for you, and then the mental becomes a problem, and then you can see the game getting younger as you get older by the second. The two ends of those string, that one string is being pulled in opposite directions. It's hard for a lot of these cats to really understand it. And I think that's something that Klay clearly publicly grappled with last year, as we saw him, sulking at times, on the court, press conferences, on the bench, shot hunting. We saw him grappling with that. I say all that to say this. I think the Warriors' dream scenario, and they tried to pull it off, but the Clippers, wouldn't play because they thought they could get Paul George back on, hey, stay at the crib. He's like, no, I'm going to get this cash at Philly and draft behind Joel Embiid, is that the Warriors thought, because they know Klay's not that second guy, and they know to maximize Steph right now, they need a second scorer. They also need wings that can defend, but we'll get to that discussion at a different time. But they need a second behind Steph, and Klay's no longer that guy. And I think Klay understands that he's not that guy. It was to get Paul George to be that second and keep Klay on, hey, man, smooth out the rough feelings, the rough edges, whatever, but hey, man, we keep you around, and, let's smash the gas one more time, and maybe, just maybe, we can ride off in the sunset, if not victorious with another title. At least it cannot be as contentious as it is right now. Once Paul George and the Clippers, once that didn't work, and again, this is where I think now the reality sets in for the organization, and this is where it's really setting in for the fans. They look around and go, what the hell do we do right now? And what the hell do they do right now? I don't know. Because the way it looks at this point, Jonathan Kuminga's at number 2, right? And I hope it works. I'm a little bit more bullish on him than you are on Kuminga, and because I can see it now. And again, we're still dealing with a very young player.
It's just timeline, right?
It's just timeline.
Yeah, can he be that now?
I think he's going to get it. And I've seen the thirst trap workout videos, that have been posted, that athletes like to put out there that show them, really sweaty in the gym shooting against the air. And we all look at that and go, oh, man, he's going to be a killer.
I love when receivers do it against no DBs.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
By the way, we're going to go on a tangent here because you brought that up, but isn't that what you're supposed to be doing? Isn't that your job?
Absolutely.
When did that start? Was that like a Russell Wilson thing? Like all of a sudden it was like videos got put up and it was like dudes are working out and then everybody would salivate over that. And I thought to myself, isn't that what they're doing anyway? You're getting paid the millions for the game. I understand that. But it's your job to do that.
You're 100% right. I don't know who started it, but I love the idea of blaming Russell Wilson solely. I absolutely love that idea.
I'm thinking,
it's Russell Wilson's fault.
No, he would post stuff like in San Diego throwing, or he would, or he did this weird stuff which he's quit doing or whatever. But I think I almost think that he started.
Hey, show me the drop passes. Show me the missed shots.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Show me the reel. Don't show me the Photoshopped IG model. I want to see the stretch Wilson. Marks, everything. Show me all of it. But it's no, I love it. You know me. I love going on tangents, which is why I no longer work here, probably. Anywho, I think for me, and I'm also wishing for the young man. I think Kuminga can be that guy. It's still going to be. It's not going to be there fully.
Right.
It's still going to be some stopping and starting. But I think last year, when he and Kerr kind of had their little falling out publicly.
Yeah.
And then, Kuminga
lost faith.
Yeah. And then I think Kuminga did get some run in the game and then didn't have a good game. But he bounced back from that. That's what I was impressed with Kuminga, is that he went public because I guess he felt he had to. And, no harm, no foul. Nobody got hurt. So, it, in retrospect, is not that big of a deal. But he went public, got what he wanted. And if I'm remembering correctly, and I think I am, he didn't necessarily perform well in the next game after I got to get my run, as I paraphrase what he said. But he bounced back from that.
Right.
And to me, bouncing back from that showed that, okay, I think he's on his way to an emotional and mental maturity, because I think his game is maturing. We saw it mature during the season. I think it's only going to get better. But, again, it goes back to that number 2. If the Warriors really thought he could be that number 2, they probably wouldn't have gone after Paul George as hard as they did.
That was my thought.
Look at me, back to square one.
All right, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Greg's been waiting a while. Greg, thanks for waiting. We appreciate it. Go right ahead.
Sure, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My thought is that their best opportunity went by when they allowed Paul Siakam to go to Indiana in the middle of last year. They should have pulled the trigger, and all the guys that they wanted to finally dump and get, Paul George in there, they could have did and got Paul Siakam, and that would have solved a lot of their problems right there. Because as soon as I knew that Paul was going to get comfortable in Indiana, he was going to re-sign. So that's number one. Number 2 is I just get frustrated the way the NBA. So you get these dynasties, or you get these teams that bring in a lot of superstars, and then as they keep them around, the NBA makes money off of them. When they're going to championship after championship, selling merchandise, taxing the living daylights out of them, and then as time goes by, they don't want to. They make it so hard for that team that has done all kinds of promoting for the NBA with their superstars and with their championships. They make it so stinking hard for them to re-up or to redo anything to get their roster rechanged as time goes by. I just think they make it too hard on dynastic teams.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. we were talking about this during the break. I'm never going to feel bad for taxing billionaires.
Hell no.
I understand why.
Joe Lacob could cry all he wants.
Yeah.
What's it, $450 million to over $4 billion now?
Not trying to hear that, dog.
Sorry.
So my thing is that if you want to keep these guys around, yet it's punitive, pay the tax.
Yeah.
If you don't want to pay the tax, deal with the consequences. But it's not like they can't pay the tax.
Yeah.
It's not like it's coming out of their, and I'm talking about the owners and singularly and collectively, it's not like it's coming out of their pockets. If anything, they pass in the cost along to us. Mm-hmm. Whether it's ticket sales or whether it is in other ways. So my thing is, if you want it, buy it.
Right.
You can do it. If you choose not to, that's fine. But you're going to have to hear from people who are going to ask the question, isn't that team worth $5 billion?
Right.
Or however many billions?
10
Aren't you
times
worth
what you bought it for
blah,
now,
blah, blah?
or over that.
Yeah.
And again, look, if people want to, and I saw this over the weekend, if people want to blame Joe Lacob, and again, and I'm 100% with you on this, all the other apron stuff and all the things that they do.
Boring.
Yeah, right. But suffice to say, in a very short way to say it, is that they are now, it goes beyond money now, and they're really affecting how you can build a team. So I think part of this is that for Joe Lacob, but part of it is and I said this all through last season, I'm not paying for a 10th place team. If I'm going to win championships and I have a chance to win a championship, I think this is fair to say about Joe Lacob. He is illustrated every single time he'll pay. He has no issue with it.
Yes.
But if you're 10th, you got to be realistic with yourself. And, it's like when I walk into a bar, it's like I got to be realistic. I'm not walking over to all those blondes over there. I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting my time, their time, everybody's time. Now, if there's a couple of,
yeah, I know. I get you.
3 to 5 range. I mean, I'm in my element.
Wait, damn, 3 to 5. Hold up, dog. I was thinking 6 to 7.
All right, thank you very much.
3 to 5.
But I mean, I'm in my element.
You know what? Hey, listen, man. Everybody's got their something.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry.
I lack confidence, but I mean, Joe's got to think to himself, man, we don't look that good right now. Like 5 years ago, I was rocking right over to them, but now I'm not, and so. He's got to be realistic. I'm not going to just throw the money away, get all these things hit against me beyond the money and all these things. Look, if you want to blame somebody, for those who are blaming Dunleavy and blaming this and blaming that, and I want to blame Clay and it starts and stops at the top. And he decided for years to pay for it. You got championships. Yep. He's decided now, and this is what's going to be really fascinating. Now what? I mean, does he try to pivot here? And this is where you really get yourself in trouble. And where bad teams really dig themselves a hole because a bunch of Warriors fans are screaming, what about Lauri Markkanen? What about DeMar DeRozan? This is what the old Warriors used to do. They used to say, oh, my God, we couldn't get any of the top guys. How about we bring in Corey Maggette? Like, that's an illustration of just one player that they just, let's get this. It was the bottom of the barrel guys who couldn't find anywhere else to go. And so you had to throw your money at somebody. So what you did is you compounded your problem. You didn't get the right guy, so let's just get somebody. That's what Farhan did last year when they missed out on everybody and got Haniger and Stripling and all these garbage players that now he's jettisoned out of here. But that's worse to do to me.
And here's what's interesting, if you can draw a parallel between the Giants and what the Warriors are dealing with now and may deal with in the future. Why are the Giants better now? Because of the young guys.
Right.
The old guys got hurt, had to bring the young guys in. Next thing you know, holy crap, those young guys can play. We were talking about this during the break. 2 things. First and foremost, what does Steph want?
This is what we got to get into.
Steph is being consulted. I love this idea, and I'm not saying that Steph is the one that is putting this out there, but there's this idea, because I see it online all the time, which maybe this is my fault because Twitter is not real life, but there's this idea that Steph is this babe in the woods and all this stuff is happening around him and he's got no control and they're wasting his prime and his years left. And man, Steph knows everything.
You don't think they're consulting him?
Come on, man. He's not as outward with it as a lot of guys, LeBron, and that's very smart to do because you don't want to be looked at like LeBron in that regard. But Steph, I'm not saying he's in charge and control, but Steph is being consulted, and Steph knows about everything that's going on. So now as the Warriors are pivoting to the future, and that future may include the dreaded R word, rebuilding.
Oh, you can't say that.
I just said it. I said a nasty word on the radio.
Did you hear what Ron
Rebuild,
Brooks just
rebuild,
said?
rebuild.
He said rebuild.
Rebuild.
They're calling us right now.
Nasty mouth.
You tell those guys over at KNBR, we are not rebuilding.
Somebody called the FCC. I am filth, Florence, Filton all over the place.
That's like an F-bomb for teams. Like,
Absolutely.
Did you hear what that guy just said?
Listen, especially here. People,
yeah.
people here do not like the rebuild word, and I'm saying it because you can't stop me. I look right in the camera. Rebuild. They don't like that here because
I hate that word.
It has a negative connotation, understandably so, because when you rebuild, you're admitting defeat, and then who knows how that rebuild's going to go and how long that rebuild's going to take. So I understand that people don't like it, but it is just the circle
you buy
of life
tickets,
in
they're
sport.
rebuilding. Why would you buy tickets? They're rebuilding.
I'm not even going to pay for parking for rebuilding. I get it. I understand
Marketing people hate that.
The Giants have not said the rebuild word in forever.
Hang up on you.
Forever. So the teams definitely don't like it, and the fans don't want to hear it because it's an admission of we're not good and we're going to have to climb the ladder to get better. And how long is that going to take? And is there success at the top of that ladder? So I say all that to say this. Whatever the direction the Warriors decide to go in, even if it's a rebuild, whatever it is, Steph is on board with it. It might not be optimal. I'm not saying that he likes it, but Steph Curry is a power broker. Forget all this stuff that Steph just sits back and like, oh, my God, I can't. Come on, man. Just be honest, be real, keep it real. Not saying that he's making decisions, but is he being consulted on what's happening? And will he be asked? Maybe it just won't be as simple as, hey, are you down with a rebuild, or do you want us to go after Lauri Markkanen and, this cat and that cat? But he's being asked, probably right now. I'm sure he was asked, hey, life without Clay, what do you want to do? Which way should we go? It's just to think anything else is to be.
No, he's part of the process.
Is to be naive.
Right?
Absolutely, he is.
All right, let's continue to talk about
and
that.
rightfully so. He should be.
Let's continue to talk about that, and we got a bunch of people on the line. Then we'll get Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour. We'll flip it to Giants. But let's get some more thoughts on that, whether you want to get into Klay Thompson, the disastrous weekend, the Paul George pursuit, who's to blame, all these kind of things. And I got one more question based on what you just asked about Steph. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brett Wisely, the Giants, hopped on Extra Innings with our good friend Bill Lasky over the weekend, discussed how he feels about playing short this season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
Problem is, you play in the Super Bowl, there's no damn off season. When are you going to have sex with your wife?
Hi, Rod.
Say what?
Rod Brooks is here. We often like to play Papa Cuts when he's gone. He's gone for the next couple of weeks till his training camp hits.
Having sex, presumably.
Yeah, so we just all these things that we have in the archives, which you know well of, we just play those randomly, no context whatsoever. All right, thoughts on Klay Thompson potentially leaving the disastrous weekend for the Warriors. Susan Slusser joins us for a more pleasant topic at the bottom of the hour, taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers, and they actually should have won the game on Saturday. So we'll discuss the takeaways from that. Plus, she's got now that we're in July, we can start this trade at the deadline and improve the Giants. John Shea has the counterpoint, which is trade at the deadline, but we've got a few weeks until that happens and some really important games. So we'll talk to Susan about it at the bottom of the hour.
Big couple of weeks here before the All-Star break, and I think the Giants passed a crucial first test. Taking 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, I'm never going to sneeze at that, ever.
No.
Ever. And I think a couple of things with the Giants. First off, I believe their bullpen is nails. They have a very, very good bullpen. There's one guy who's a drag on the situation.
Yeah, I'd like to DFA that dude, but I guess they can't.
In Luke Jackson.
Yeah.
But they've got a bunch of guys in that bullpen that throw strikes, get guys out with the strikes they throw. You got a lot of looks coming out of their bullpen, and they eat up innings.
Jeez, do they?
And when they get Snell, Ray, when they get their starters back, and if those starters, do what they are supposed to do, just do what's on the back of your baseball card. If they do what they're supposed to do, in that bullpen, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hijack that, but I think first and foremost, that bullpen is a definite strength. And having Wade back, and now if you get something out of the top of the order, as you did yesterday, even though Wade didn't play, but if the top of the order starts to produce, the bottom of the order has been producing over the last few weeks, really over the course of the season. If you look at the numbers, home runs, RBIs, and that kind of stuff, the important stuff. If you get the top of the order to get those guys in the bottom of the order who are on base, as we saw yesterday, I mean, I ain't saying they're the Yankees.
Right.
All you got to do is get in.
But all you got to do, like you said, I mean, you look at the National League and you start looking at the teams that could that could emerge from this, and everybody's saying the pitching. And if you've already got the pen and the offense can be at least passable, then you got something. So we'll talk to Susan Sussert about it at the bottom of the hour. Let's get out to Bill, who's waiting in Sunnyvale for a while. Hi, Bill. Go right ahead. Hey, Bill. I guess that's it.
Oh, no, Mr. Bill.
Man, I feel bad for that dude, man. He was on there for 30 minutes.
Call back,
make
Bill.
sure I get to him. We'll hold him. We'll make sure. The one question I wanted to ask you, and then we'll get to the Giants with Susan at the bottom of the hour. You were talking about Steph Curry. It would be foolish, like you said, to think that Steph is not part of this. And I'm not trying to throw Steph or Dre under the bus here. I would imagine that pecking order starts with Joe Lacob, and then there's other guys, but they obviously have a huge voice. And if we continue with the premise of they're doing this all for Steph, then clearly Steph is part of the decision-making process. It's just he's not obnoxious about it like LeBron is. Right. In fact, it's probably the opposite, which is like, especially where there's something bad going on, like keep my name out. Like I don't even want, because he does have one of those squeaky clean reputations, so he don't want to be part of that.
Fully understanding of his image and how that plays, and it's better to have that image that you work behind the scenes and you don't wield that power in sort of a messy,
right? Especially when it comes to this, right? We're talking Klay Thompson.
It's easier to have people think that you don't have power than it is for people to know you have power and you wield it.
So my question is this: if Steph and Draymond didn't say, okay, we're cool with moving on from Klay, would they be moving on from Klay? I mean, do they have those two guys combined? Do they have that much power within the organization? Do you?
Yeah, I believe they do. I don't even think you need to involve Draymond in this discussion. It's Steph. Steph's the dude. He's earned it, rightfully so. That's why I would like to, and he's more than likely never going to talk about it publicly, but I'm sure it will be reported once this is all said and done. How involved was he behind the scenes in trying to, keep Klay in the mix? Again, as we joked, and maybe it's not a joke. Maybe they're doing it right now.
That's what I mean. Once they lost out on Paul George and some of these other situations, and then Steph's looking at this team going, well, we're going to lose Chris Paul for nothing. We're going to lose Klay, maybe a sign and trade, but maybe for nothing.
But even if they do want him back, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, we need to really have an understanding and grasp on the situation without being overly emotional, because there's always going to be emotion involved with this and hyperbolic. We need to look at it from Klay's point of view. Let's just say Steph wants the homie to stay, and Klay is like, I don't want to. I want to go elsewhere. And whether his feelings about how he's been treated are right, justified, or what have you, but if he feels a certain way, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it.
I always thought respect, guys use the word respect, but what they really mean is money.
Sure.
And it's probably not on the table anymore, because the Warriors, say whatever you want about the Warriors, they read the Klay situation right. They didn't up the offer. They looked at it and they said, dude, 2-48. And that was a while ago, and they probably wouldn't go to that offer now. Once Malik Monk got less than 20, you started looking at the situation going, okay, he doesn't have the leverage. And now he may have to settle for the 12.9 mid-level exception or a sign-and-trade situation. But I bet that sign-and-trade is less than $20 million. So clearly the Warriors read the situation right. And you're right. Maybe they did go to him and say, especially now that the George thing went away, and said, Klay, we really want you. We really want you. And Klay said, I got to move on. I feel disrespected.
Because I think he also knows, as we've talked about, and as we saw, the last, I guess it was third of the season, he's a sixth man.
Right.
Yeah. And does he really see himself that way? Is he, does he understand that he's that type of player now, but he's still not happy about the fact that how it all went down? But he's I don't want to use the term role player, because he's too good, still too good in my estimation, too good of a shooter, especially to be termed a role player. But he's not a number 2 anymore. Definitely not a 1, So does he want to come back and play that role? I don't know. Does he want to come back and play that role on this team? Which, looking at it, and then you look at the rest of the Western Conference, you look at it and go, well, what type of squad the Warriors going to roll out there? Do you want to be a sixth man for less money on a team that's 10th in the West? Or do you want to go be a sixth man for less money on the Lakers, the Mavericks? To me, Even though this is where we start talking about loyalty and don't you want to finish your career and same. I think I'd rather go be a six man on the Lakers and the Mavericks for less money. To me, it's just obvious, right?
All right, let's continue that conversation. We'll put a pin in it for just a second. We're going to talk to Susan Slusser, taking 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Injuries, big stretch coming up. This could be the stretch of the season. We're only going to say that about 10 more times. But for now, it's the stretch of the season. We'll review the Dodgers, look ahead to this tough stretch. We'll do it with Susan Slusser as we do every Monday. Next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB Beat Reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
Chapman drives one down the left field line into the corner, and it is out of here. Chapman with his 11th of the year. Paxton now has to wear this one. It's 9-0.
2 of 3 against the Dodgers, and actually could have had the one on Saturday if they could have knocked in a run with 1 out. They did not do that. So Susan
not giving up a touchdown in extra innings.
14-7. That was rough,
Weird.
man. That was rough. Susan's going to join us momentarily, as she does every Monday, and we'll get the review of the weekend. Plus, her and John Shea have a point-counterpoint in the Chronicle this morning. John Shea saying, what if the Giants become sellers at the deadline? And Susan says, I did a counterpoint why Giants and Zaidi should be all in at the MLB deadline. By the way, the MLB deadline is not for 31 days, but is a rite of passage during the baseball season that once July 1st hits, we start talking about the deadline for a month. So just so you know. Oh, do we have breaking news?
Yes, we do.
What is our breaking news? Klay Thompson to the Mavericks. It's official. Klay Thompson to the Mavericks. Do we have anything on a sign-in trade? Or is he just going to sign the mid-level? This has got to be a sign-in trade, right?
Not surprising.
Let's start looking at, oh, my God. I've just seen Klay in a Mavericks jersey, and I don't like it whatsoever.
Nah. It's too soon. Literally too soon.
It's not Montana as a Chief, I'll give you that.
No.
But Klay as a Maverick.
I wanted, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to wish him success wherever he goes. But I hate the fact that he's going to a team that I root against just as hard as I do against the Lakers, the Cowboys. It's because I don't want Dallas, the entire Dallas Metroplex, all of South Oklahoma to win. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
So, you're
a Houston guy.
Klay, go ball it out, man. I hope just from a mental standpoint, I hope, man, this frees him and he gets back to being happy-go-lucky Klay. And I hope his body holds up. But do I wish him rousing success? Nah, I can't do that. No, he's a Maverick now.
Yeah, that's a great question.
If he were a Maverick, or if he were a magician. Yes. If he went to Orlando or Philly or, a place that I don't really care about, hey, man, go. I hope you win a title. But, Lakers possibly, not happening clearly. And to the Mavericks now, put up numbers. I don't want you to win jack. Nothing. Nathan.
Here's the deal. Klay Thompson going to the Mavericks for $3 and $50 with a player option. This is a 3-way deal that will also send Josh Green to Charlotte. I like Josh Green. I would have thought he would have come here, but I don't know what the Warriors are getting. This is according to Woj. Klay Thompson joins the Mavericks on a 3-year, $50 million deal in a 3-team trade with Charlotte. Josh Green to Charlotte. We will find out what the Warriors get in return. So it is a sign-in trade. He's not signing for the mid-level. $3 and $50 for Klay Thompson to Dallas.
So what? That's 17 year?
Yeah, 34. Yeah, about that. 16, 17, something in that range. So
yeah, okay. And he gets to be number 3. Does he come off the bench for the Mavericks? Which is what he would have done here, right?
Just off the top of my head, I would think he would start. So Derek Jones Jr., they signed a guy from the Pelicans.
He gets the years and a player option. So whatever that, if the option
with a player option, so that's probably
17
the third
million.
year.
Yeah,
we'll see how this is structured.
So and more likely he's going to opt in and take that money.
Oh yeah.
So he gets the years, and the money is not as much as the 2 for $48.
No,
but he gets the years, he gets the love, and he gets to presumably start. So
plus no state income tax in the state of Texas.
Yeah. But you have to live in Dallas, which wants to be Orange County so bad,
we have you
but it can't
today because you hate Dallas
it's flat and ugly.
At least he's not a Laker.
Yeah. That is the good
news.
The
only good part.
And I'll say it again.
But he looks weird in Maverick blue.
I don't think anyone's to blame. These things happen. I'm happy for Klay that he's getting what he wants, and I hope that brings him happiness. And I hope that brings him on-court success in terms of numbers. Again, I don't want him to win nothing of significance with the Mavericks. And Don't be mad that it's over. Smile that it happened. And he is good in the Bay forever.
Oh, yeah.
Forever. Stop this nonsense. If you're on this kick of, what somebody called and said he was a bad teammate, forget that, man.
Who cares about 0 for 10?
Don't matter.
Cares? Honestly.
Don't matter.
Once somebody's gone, then it's like, because I don't even know how they could properly, like when KD came back, they had the video. I don't even know how they could properly show their respect to Klay Thompson, honestly. I mean, you start the game later, you know what I mean? Like bring him in, have him speak, give him, I don't know how they would do it because he's part of the big three. This is something that we've never seen, probably will never see again, and to have one of the big three. And I've said this from the beginning too. It's hard to have one guy stay. They're looking like maybe two guys are going to stay. Although I don't know on Draymond Green because he doesn't like to lose.
Depends on how the season goes.
But that's
going
to be weird.
Yeah.
But then to have Klay, and look, they're going to have to explain, and we're never going to know this until the Warriors version of The Last Dance, because Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, everybody is going to heap accolades on Klay now that he's gone, and if you're just tuning in, he's going to the Dallas Mavericks. It'll never be said how this went down until the Last Dance version of the Warriors, because everybody's going to say, we wanted Klay. Steve Kerr was on with Jim Rome last week and said, I'm desperate to bring back Klay. Well, if Steve Kerr is part of the decision-making process and he's desperate to bring him back, and Steph wants him back, Draymond wants him back, somebody just drew a line in the sand, probably Joe Lacob, and said, he's not coming back.
Yeah.
And then Klay said,
I think Klay drew another line and said,
you're right.
I'm not coming back.
Right.
It is my understanding that clearly Steph wanted him back. He's like, nah, I'm out. And again, that's how it happens, man. Body parts get hurt, feelings get hurt, dynasties end. How do you pivot from the end of the dynasty? That's where the Warriors are right now.
Let me ask you this other question on because I want to get into what you just talked about, but how do you, because you just said, I don't want Dallas winning anything, because what fans are, we get hurt when players leave, all that kind of stuff, but our attitude is not like when Oklahoma City left and they called Durant a cupcake. We're like, if you don't want to be here, that's your loss. We live in the Bay Area. We're better than you. So the thought would be Klay leaves to Dallas, but you're loyal to the Warriors. When Klay comes back, you're going to give him all the accolades and cheers before the game, Absolutely. But then you want him to go do that 0 for 10 again. Like, I'm not – it's not – and it's not our job, you and I, it's not our job in the media to be fans of someone, but Klay is a different kind of a deal. So I want Klay to be successful, but I don't want the Mavericks to be successful, and I want the Warriors to beat him every time they play
Here's how I want it to go down when Klay comes to Oracle, okay? I want Klay to get up shots, mucho shots, okay? I want him to have a good night. I want him to get all the love. I want that smile on his face. I want him throwing paper airplanes in the postgame. I want the Mavericks to lose by 38. And I want Luka and Kyrie to have the bad games.
Yeah, I'm not a Kyrie guy. I'm not a Kyrie
I want Jason Kidd to get ejected for
right.
arguing calls. And I want Mark Cuban to get hit with a flying glizzy. I don't know. But I wish him. I like what's not to like about it. Even though the way it ended, it wasn't good. Like I said, he soaked and he shot hunt.
Yeah.
Hunted for shots. He did it. Don't make him a bad person.
No.
What it makes him is human.
No, I think the way here's what people have to, and again, I think people are going to now all of a sudden shift from Klay's not this, Klay's not this, Klay's not that. He shot 0 for 10. I think it's going to be about reflection now that he's signed with the Mavericks and everybody's going to be cool with Klay. But if you put yourself in his shoes for a minute, how quickly it happened. In other words, it's usually a gradual decline, and the only guy I ever saw off the top of my head that handled that gracefully was Tim Duncan, because he knew that, like, Kawhi is taking over this thing. I get it, and if I play my role, we can still win championships. And he kind of gracefully declined and really didn't bitch and moan about it, but that was kind of Tim Duncan. Klay Thompson all of a sudden was riding at the top of the world, got a knee injury and Achilles injury.
Trying to help them win another title. He
exactly.
Literally put his body on the line for the organization, and that's where the seeming disrespect stemmed from.
And so then he sees Draymond do all the things he's done. I mean, at times as a Warrior, we all agree on the same thing, even if you love Draymond more than anybody else. He was a clown at times as a Warrior, and so all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, this guy gets 4 and 100. I'm as important as Draymond. Whether you want to debate that or not, that's what Clay's thinking. I'm as dominant as he is. I'm as big of a part of all of this as he is. We all know that Steph is the king, but we're all part of this. And I'm not getting the $100 million offer. And you're holding against me the fact that, like you said, I got injured in the finals. I got injured trying to come back from that. And now I'm being held liable for it, and I'm not as good, and you're going to kick me to the curb. He was at that point, he was never going to take the Warriors' money.
Yeah.
So now that he's gone to Dallas, I think it should shift to, as you just said, just be glad that it happened. This doesn't happen like this. Clay was a hell of a guy on and off the court. We loved part of the reason you love the Warriors. Obviously, the number one thing was winning, but it was the type of guys these guys were.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Klay Thompson. And he was always fun and funny and great, and he should be celebrated as such. And like I said, I don't even know how you can properly celebrate the guy when he comes back, because it's not just they won, it was the guy.
Yeah. The way you properly celebrate him when he comes back is to make sure that standing ovation is long and loud, and make sure the tribute video, which is a part of, how you honor guys that leave and then come back to play the first game in the old stomping grounds. You make sure that tribute video hits on all the right notes and all the high notes. But from my point of view, there is no blame. Just understanding that everything is finite. Everything. Change is a part of life. Change is always going to be a part of sports. And this is the change that Warrior fans got to deal with right now.
It's weird though, man.
Simple.
I'm looking at him in the mock-up Dallas uniform, and it is wild. Yeah, and knowing that that's what he's going to be wearing. In other words, when they're doing those mock-ups and he's not going to you don't know yet, but he's going to be a Dallas Maverick. Damn. And that's it's not Joe as a Chief, but it's weird.
What happens to the boat? Does he sell the boat? Got to sell the boat.
There's a lake in Dallas.
What? White Rock Lake?
I think it's Louisville or something like that.
No, they got all those stagnant ponds in Dallas that they call lakes.
So it ain't going to be like a cruise liner.
No. What's he going to do? Ride that thing on Lake Texoma, the lake between Texas and Oklahoma? No, man. That dirty brown water.
No, that's what it is. It's brown water. And he's going to have to get a 20-footer or something. What he's got ain't going to fit.
They're going to love him in Dallas.
They are going to absolutely.
They're going to love him. They're going to absolutely love him.
But that's why he left, right? Is that now he comes in and he goes, hey, it's on Luka, man.
Yeah.
That's who they're talking about. It's on Kyrie.
That's why Paul George is in Philly.
Right.
It's on Joel Embiid and his knees.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm along for the ride now. He's like, again, Dallas is here's the other part about Dallas, and you know this, just because it's a part of the country. It's football. You're behind. Luka's behind that too. Yep. So then the pressure, again, I'm not going to say that they're not on talk shows going to say, hey, man, Klay missed some shots last night. But it's not like here, because we can't forget what he was. And he as a Warrior can't forget what he was. Yep. And he's competing against what he was. And now one of the reasons, number one, it's disrespect. There's no question. But number two on the list is I got to compete against myself.
Man,
nah.
You bring up such a good point. The toughest competition for any athlete is competing against his or herself. That's because
we're never going to forget.
You're not going to beat that guy or gal. You're not.
How come he's not that anymore?
You're never. And again, that's where I go. I think if you're doing this fairly and you're doing this justly, you can be critical of Klay. You can be critical of anybody, but you could be critical of Klay in this instance. But I think you have to be understanding of who he is and where he is at this point in time in his career and the things that were surrounding him when he was, which is the first time I ever said, when he was a Golden State Warriors. Like his body wasn't what it once was. The team was changing. The team was getting younger in certain places. The league is getting younger. He's got his own issues with management, and again, from a mental standpoint, how is he dealing with, I think to really get a fair and accurate read on the situation, you have to be sympathetic and empathetic from where he was coming from and what he was dealing with at the time. You can be critical of him of certain things, and you can be justly critical of him in certain areas. You could also, at the exact same time, be understanding of what was going on at the time when he was not performing at his best, and it was clearly obvious by his body language and just by the look on his face and sometimes by the words out of his mouth.
Are people, I guess, and again, we want to get your thoughts. Klay Thompson is going to the Mavericks. Give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. John Lund, Ron Brooks with you. The thing that I think maybe people don't consciously do this, he blew out his knee and he blew out his Achilles.
Back to
I don't care if he was 25 and that happened. It happened after he was 30. He's not going to be the same player. It seems like people forget that sometimes.
Here's the trick about that. And I said this earlier. It was weird to see Klay. I used the Devin Booker situation as an example because that's when it was first obvious to me. It was weird to see dudes go at him.
Yeah, right.
Right? And that's what happens in sports.
It's payback time, man. It's like, okay.
Word?
Because there's no
He's
sympathy.
Injured? I'm about to get a piece of him.
Sympathy. You guys been kicking our ass for years.
Nor should there be. But it was weird, and I'm just talking from my own personal experience, it was weird to see that happen. It was weird to see guys, Devin Booker, the first person I saw do it, to go after him. That's when I was like, oh, okay, this is different. Like, you knew things were going to be different. I didn't know it was going to be – I didn't realize it was going to be that stark. You know what I mean? To see it happening, to think about it is one thing. To see it happening is another. Yeah. Imagine it actually happening to you on the court, right, where cats are – hunting you on switches, right? Then there were times you would see them put Klay, on guys who were not offensive threats. That was another shock to me. Imagine how that felt to him. And then as we saw offensively, he could still shoot it because I think what did he shoot on three? 39%, almost 40, right?
Right.
Hey, man, you'll take that. But it was weird to see him shot hunt. It was weird to see him because every
time he forced shots
when Klay was going,
was a problem.
even when it was the 14 dribbles on however many points it was, or just the Seminole Klay games, or even I think about the Oklahoma City game, one of the best games, greatest games we've ever seen from any individual. That in that game 6, it still came within the flow of the offense, right? To see him say, "I got to get mine," was a shock to my eyes. Imagine how it felt for him. Imagine how it felt for the team, right? I think the one thing we as fans and in the media as well, maybe particularly in the media, we don't emphasize and understand enough, these are human beings. And human beings are flawed, are prone to fits of jealousy and prone to fits of not reading a situation correctly, prone to being selfish, all that happens. But to see it played out for a guy in Klay who was gregarious and is unselfish, unselfish with how he played the game, unselfish with putting his body on the line for the team, to see him play selfishly and then pout about it was a trip. But I got it. Don't make it right, but I understood it.
All right, give us your thoughts. It's official. Klay Thompson is going to the Dallas Mavericks, 3 years, $50 million. Anthony Slater saying no sign-and-trade has been agreed to yet, but Adrian Wojnarowski is saying that it's a 3-team sign-and-trade with Charlotte, and Josh Green's going to Charlotte, so we'll see how that ends up. Regardless of that, that's kind of minutia at this point. Klay Thompson's going to the Dallas Mavericks. Give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627. That's a call-in line, whatever one works for you. Want to get your reaction. Klay Thompson, a former Warrior. We'll do it next on the air on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Probably competitive spearfishing. You know, I'm such a fan of divers and their ability to go deep and land incredible, beautiful fish. I would love to be a surfer or a spearfisherman or just a waterman in general. I mean, I'm really jealous of their ability to be so great at so many water sports, whether it's stand-up paddle, spearfishing, surfing, all of the above. I would love to live that life.
Clay, man, there's some brown lakes in Dallas.
So that's the thing. Clay's West Coast guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Is for his entire basketball career, his entire life, has had access to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
And its bays and waterways. Clearly the ocean is important to Clay. And when Clay, and we've seen him do this, you know, you follow him on Instagram, what have you. When Clay needs to get his mind right, where's the first place he goes? To the water. Okay? Whether he's on the boat or whether he goes to the beach, he gets to the water and he gets his mind. Where are you going to do that in Dallas? The Trinity River?
Brown Lake, bro. That's it.
White Rock Lake?
Yeah.
I-35? or does he?
Dude.
No. Here's what happens. You know, with that money he's getting, 16 and change, get the big-ass pool.
Like the biggest pool
you seen like those, they'll have them in Florida or whatever, those wave pools where you can surf.
Right.
Yeah, just, you know
That's
what?
I'm
not that I'm workshopping this. Like, yeah, he's just going to he's going to build an ocean in his
houses
backyard.
are in Texas, man, the big brick and all that kind of stuff.
He's going to build himself an ocean in the backyard.
All right, John Lundrod Burks, thanks for joining us. Clay Thompson is a member, or will be, a member of the Dallas Mavericks. Looks like a sign and trade deal, $3 and $50 million. But the bottom line is, how do you feel about Clay now that he is a former Warrior? If you were bitching and moaning about 0 for 10 and all the things he wasn't, do you feel differently now? Just give us your thoughts on Clay as a Maverick or more so as a former Warrior.
And for those of you who are having a hard time with Clay no longer being a Warrior, I suggest that you stay away from all of the renderings of Clay in a Mavericks uniform because we've seen it.
Yeah.
And it's mad weird.
Yeah.
It's
and we've had our share around here. I mean, we have.
Yeah.
Mostly Niners going to the Raiders, which was awful.
I mean, we've seen Photoshops. Like we're used to it.
Right.
We are hard.
But this is real.
You know, we're like those people that work for YouTube that have to see all the terrible stuff, and then they just become just hardened souls. Like we've seen terrible, mock-ups and Photoshops of guys in different uniforms. But someone just sent me one here on Twitter, or whatever the hell they're calling it nowadays, and it's Luka, Kyrie, and Clay, and Clay's in the middle of Luka and Kyrie holding the ball, and he's got a Mavericks uniform on right now, and I personally feel violated by it.
That's a good word for it.
I don't like it. Don't like it.
Definitely a good word.
And who sent this to me? Hang on, because I'm gonna put you on blast, dog, because you don't need to be sending me this sort of nasty stuff.
Oh, they're sending direct to you now?
Yeah, man. Derek Pallone, I'm reporting you to the Twitter police for sending me this filth of Clay. I put my glasses on. It's even worse. It's disgusting.
At least it ain't Lakers, but it's bad. All right, let's get out to it. The people want to react. Clay Thompson is a former Warrior. Let that sink in. Bill is up first. Hi, Bill. Thanks for calling. We appreciate it. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, Bill?
Good. Hey, Clay's going to put up some numbers with the Mavs. So, but I don't think he's really going to embrace it over time.
Okay.
He's definitely going to put up numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Without it, he's going to get.
Well, it's kind of like we're talking about.
Get
now
open shots.
He's a third, fourth option.
Right.
All the pressure's on Luka and Kyrie. And you said, and you're right, I'm not going to call Clay a role player, but on this team, he kind of is. It's like, hey, you know what? You're going to be in the corner threes. You're going to space the floor. And Luka's going to drive, and if he doesn't have anything, you're going to be kicking on the corner, or Kyrie or whatever the case may be.
He's the perfect guy for those Luka grenades.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where Luka will dribble the air out of the ball, and with a second left on the shot clock, he gets rid of it. And, and it's up to you to take that shot. Clay's going to be the perfect guy for that. He still knows how to play the game the right way, moving without the ball. Even though at times we saw last year, it was last year with the Warriors. Weird to say. At times he wasn't as good at that as he had been or he needed to be, but he's still good with moving without the basketball. And defensively, he's not what he was, but he still has that. I know he's still got that mindset.
Right.
And listen, Luka and Kyrie ain't going to be scaring anybody defensively. So I think if he can give the Mavericks, a little something defensively, it's going to work because the Mavericks are, unfortunately, a good team. And Klay is still a dead-eye shooter. It's going to work for them without a doubt. I'm happy for him. Wish it could have worked out here, but I think as now it's official that he is no longer a Warrior, we are going to get the reporting of the behind-the-scenes stuff. And I think we're going to find out that, in my estimation, that Steph wanted him. Would have loved to have him come back. And I don't know what the point was or if there was an actual point of he decided, no, I don't want to be here. Maybe it's a combination of things. Maybe
I think he decided last year.
But I'm wondering if there was a flashpoint. I'm wondering.
Because it just seemed like you hit this right on the head. In the post games, that was just a totally different play, and he was pissed and defensive and all these different things. And I'm not blaming him for it. I'm just simply saying that it happened so fast with the injuries, and he saw the writing on the wall that, hey, Draymond got this deal, Poole got this deal, all these guys are getting deals. Hey, man, where's mine? And you could tell he knew where this was going.
I think that there was nothing that they could really do to bring him back. They weren't going to break the bank for him to bring him back, nor should they have broken the bank to bring him back. And he wasn't going to come back. And he wanted years. He got the years that he wanted. And he's literally wanted, and it's going to be, from a basketball point of view, in my estimation, it's going to be a better situation for him in Dallas than it would have been for him here.
I just don't know what the Warriors do. And the one thing is, from a pivot standpoint, and then we'll get back out the lines, Klay is a former Warrior. He's going to the Dallas Mavericks, if you just tuned in. John Lunn, Rod Brooks. I don't know how they pivot because I don't see a Hail Mary here. And I think the worst thing you can do is what the Warriors used to do, which is, okay, of the guys that are left, we got to spend some money here, throw some money at somebody, let's just do it. And then you compound the situation by giving bad money to somebody for 3 or 4 years, and then they're stuck. And that's what Farhan did. Now, baseball's easier because you can get rid of these guys. There's no cap. He did that last year when he couldn't get Judge, he couldn't get Correa, or didn't get Correa. They decided against Correa. And then it was like, let's throw money at Stripling. Let's throw money at Haniger. Don't do that.
This just hastens the rebuild that was always on the horizon. It just accelerates it, in my estimation.
All right, let's get out to Jason next. Hi, Jason. Welcome.
Oh, hey, how's it going? So I'm going to go with, I think they just broke up the dynasty. And, yes, I get it. They really, I think they were 10 or 11 games over 500 last year. But with Klay, they weren't going to do much. Without him, they're going to do nothing. I mean, it's a bad look. I really, to be honest, I think it's a gigantic blunder. He helped us change the franchise. He's one of my all-time favorite athlete personalities. I love the guy. Sure. And, I just think, what's the plan now? We're just going to have Draymond and Steph and, what do you think they're going to win without Klay?
Can I ask you a couple of questions? When you say they broke up the dynasty, who is they?
Whoever it was that didn't pay Klay what he wanted.
Well, they offered him 2 for $48. Should they have offered him more?
I would have offered him 3 years.
All right. Warriors just weren't going to do that.
No.
They just weren't going to do that.
No.
It looks like, they're going to keep Steph because they got to sell tickets, and that's unfortunate because he's kind of got to be the guy, the last bit of it. And if he's going to want to be Kobe the way Kobe was at the end of his career, I understand that. I don't think Steph would ever ask for a trade. That's the only way that they would even move him, and then I don't think they would. But I'll tell you this, Draymond Green's not a good loser. And I could see them moving on and then they'd really be in trouble. By the way, and this doesn't excite me very much, free agent guard, and this is what I'm talking about. You got to sign somebody. DeAnthony Melton plans to sign a 1-year, $12.8 million deal with the Warriors. That's the mid-level exception. So DeAnthony Melton's not going to make me excited, but that's what I'm talking about. Is as you're starting to see this, things are dwindling. Even though we just started yesterday, it's like the NFL and all these guys sign fast, they make deals fast, the free agents, and now you're thinking, okay, can they go get Markkanen? Can they go get? Well, probably not.
This just accelerates the eventual rebuild, and it puts more pressure on Jonathan Kuminga's development. And hopefully it is progressing at a rapid pace.
That's their only hope at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden he becomes a true 2 at this point, not 3 years from now when Steph can't do anything about it.
I want to go back, though, to just something a caller said. If you want to say the Warriors should have offered him 3 years, all right, fine with that. If you want to say that they didn't do right by Klay, whether we're just talking money or we're talking respect, even though we know that equals money, but respect or what have you, how much does he have to do with the now move to the Dallas Mavericks? You see what I'm saying? Everyone is a part of this. He wasn't pushed out the door. He might not have been offered the things that he wanted, but he wasn't pushed out the door. He had a hand in this too. To me, when he played the way he played last year, and when he bristled at certain things, this was coming. This was inevitable to me. Yeah. I just don't think that this is. I think the 2 for 48. As I talk my way through this now, I think the 2 for 48 was a flashpoint.
Yeah,
I think that's where he looked and he said, "Nah,"
because he didn't.
And then all of a sudden, the way he was being utilized, or he was eventually asked to be utilized. Okay, and then how he took that. I think that made what happened today inevitable.
Yeah. Well, I think here's the thing, and again, Klay Thompson's going to the Mavericks. DeAnthony Melton signs for the mid-level exception with the Warriors. We'll get into that in a second. And again, we want your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR. Your thoughts on Klay being a former Warrior now. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, call in line the same, 415-808-5627. This came from last year, and if I'm not assigning blame to this, I'm saying who broke it up. Because I understand that the first thought is the organization should have offered him more. But remember, and especially in the age of analytics in all sports, they don't pay you anymore for what you did. They pay you for what you're going to do. Mm-hmm. And so all those analytics show you all that, like especially with pitchers, all this kind of stuff. I remember when
not everybody's going to get the Kobe.
Right, that's it. I mean, so they pay you now for what you're going to do, not as much for what you did. And so the organization made it clear. And Klay's making $43 million. Hey, Klay, how about a $20 million pay cut per season? Now, again, I'm not saying it's not right, because it did play out that way, and that's the market. And like you said, he's getting like $16, $17 million a year, so even less than what they offered. But at that point, he's thinking to himself with his ego, I'm going to get a lot more than that. I'm going to get a lot more of that in the market. That's a crummy offer. That turned him, and then all of a sudden, Klay's going to the bench now, and he's bristling in press conferences, things like that. The writing was on the wall, and like you said, Curry and Draymond, there's no doubt in my mind, went to him, and a lot of people in the organization, Steve Kerr, who was on a national radio show last week saying, we are desperate to keep Klay, and I'm sure they told him that. Everybody within the organization was saying, Klay, we want you to stay. Klay had made up his mind, I think, last season, mm-hmm. I'm not coming back. I got enough money. He's made over $300 million just in salary playing basketball, let alone the shoe deals and all the other stuff. He's got plenty of money. That ain't the deal. He wanted respect. He wanted to go to another team. He didn't want to compete against himself. Again, I'm speculating on some of that, but I think that he made the decision last year. So if you're going to complain about the front office, and I totally get it, I don't think there was any way they were going to get him back after last year when he felt disrespected.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is, I don't want to use the word blame. I'm not going to use the term at fault, but everybody had in hand in this eventual happening.
Right, and I'm not blaming.
Like, no, I know you're not. I'm just saying.
Be happy it happened. I'm not blaming Klay. I'm just saying I think he made the choice. They disrespected me, and I ain't coming back.
He bet on himself, okay? And maybe he did that out of spite. But I don't think it's a maybe. He did it out of spite because he was offered a contract he felt was below the value he set for himself. He bet on himself, and the market and his play and then how he was asked to come off the bench conspired against him to a certain extent. But I think, he's making less money. This Maverick situation, the more I think about it, it's a good situation. It's better than what he would have had here. So after you've made a bunch of money, would you take a little bit less money, still making $16 million a year without state tax in Texas? Would you take $16, $17 million a year to go to a better situation? You've already won 4 rings. Why not?
And your better chances there. Plus, Clay is such a mental guy that I just think this clears his head, and he gets a reset button.
You're 100% correct.
I just think that it was getting all mucked up here.
Yes, and it was. And again, I go back to, and I use the word sulk because he did.
Yeah, no question.
It just wasn't a good look, and I didn't enjoy. Just as an observer, I didn't enjoy seeing Mans looking like that after a game, because when Clay's happy, and I don't think I'm overstating this. I really don't. Man, when Clay's happy, we're happy. Because we all like him. Like he's almost like a happiness barometer. And when you see Clay is not happy, that sucks.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Really,
I like happiness barometer.
Yeah, we're used to. We're used to. This is not to throw shade at him, but we're used to Draymond being.
Yeah.
Draymond. Steph is an even-keeled guy. Even when Steph is happy, it's not, he's still chill and reserved. That's just his get-down. But when Clay is happy, man, that's cool. When he's not, it's a bummer. It's a real bummer. And, would I want him to stay here? Yes, because he's Klay Thompson, Golden State Warrior, great. But do I want to see unhappy Klay Thompson here? No. Now, the flip side of that, do I want to see happy Klay Thompson in Dallas? That's something I am currently struggling with.
I can see it in your face.
You can't you? Right?
Because every time you talk about it, you look down.
Like, damn. He is in Dallas.
It ain't Laker, but I know you're different. All right. We're going to get out the lines coming up next. I promise you we'll get to all your reaction. A lot of people calling about it. I'm going to hit up on the text line as well, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text and call line.
He's going to go to a Cowboy game in a suite, and they're going to show him.
I'm not going to like that.
And that's going to make me shoot my television.
Yeah, then now I'm going to be really mad because he's going to be wearing like some cowboy thing.
Yeah.
Nah, he's got to be a Niner. No, I can see it probably doesn't. He's going to do it all.
How couldn't he go to Orlando?
Let's get it out there next. Plus, there's an interesting quote from Marcus Thompson that may make rebuilding the Warriors very difficult. They did sign DeAnthony Melton. Hello? Is this thing on? DeAnthony Melton. No, that's not working. All right, we'll get into it next. Continue the talk. Clay is a Maverick. Only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Klay Thompson to Dallas. How you feeling about it? Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, a YouTube stream, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Picking up views, working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, make us sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Hopefully go down to Manhattan Beach or something and jump in by the pier. There's something just about getting in the Pacific Ocean and body surfing that just resets your whole mental and your spiritual being, and I'm a true believer in the powers of the ocean and all her healing properties.
You're going to be a believer in brown water in Texas. Klay Thompson's going to Dallas. He is a former Warrior. Want to get your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line, the same number. Klay going to Dallas. And then you and I just sat here the whole break and went, how the hell do they pivot?
Reality just set in.
Well, you know, so many times people want to jump to the end of a dynasty, you know, the Patriots and all this different thing. It's over now. 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 Because even though Steph is here, and I hear people say, well, it's not over till Steph leaves. Well, the Lakers winning championships, Kobe was still around, and they weren't winning championships with the players that were around Kobe. They just signed a guy who's actually an old Warriors move. And I'm not bitching about it. I'm not complaining about it. It's just where they are now. DeAnthony Melton's coming over from the Sixers, and he's a decent player, 11 points, 3 boards, 3 assists. He's okay.
It's not a needle mover.
No, it's not a needle mover in the slightest.
He's not what Steph needs.
No.
It's not what the team needs, which is a second scorer.
Exactly right. So, you know, the pivot to people, you know, maybe Markkanen, maybe DeRozan, maybe. But it looks like right now, because they just lose their full mid-level, and we haven't heard yet what this sign-and trade for Klay would be, because they're talking sign-and trades and Charlotte being a third team and Josh Green going to Charlotte. So what could the Warriors get out of that? You know, what, Maxi Kleber? I mean, I don't see a needle mover there. They're basically just getting pieces back. And I don't know if they'd move Kuminga now or if Joe just looks at this, the ultimate decision maker on the Warriors, and just says, look, man, we're dead in the water here. I got us under these numbers. Maybe next offseason or the offseason after, whatever the case may be. And then you and I are starting to work through this as well. The next conversation is Draymond's not a good loser. How's he going to handle being on a team that is 20-30 at the 50-game mark?
I'm just about to say, I think the Warriors' situation next year or this upcoming season will dictate what happens with Draymond. If they are some way, somehow successful and winning, they keep Draymond. If they are mid or worse, I think he goes. I'm curious, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, I've always liked Lauri Markkanen. What's the market, not the market, but what would it take to get him? Kuminga would have to be involved, right?
I would think. And I looked at his deal last night because there were rumors. He's only got 1 year left on his deal. So again, I like the guy. I do. And we've been talking about him forever. He was an Arizona guy and all that kind of stuff, but I want to look at his contract one more time before I say this. I think last night I looked at it and he only had 1 year left on his deal, which is one of the reasons Danny Ainge would move him. And Ainge loves draft picks. Remember him with the Celtics, obviously not marketing, but Ainge. He wants picks in a young player like everybody nowadays. So, I mean, are you better if you move Kuminga for Markkanen? Probably not. I mean, you are, but slightly. I mean, is he better? Long term, he's probably not better. But again,
23-8, 7-footer.
Pretty good. I mean, he's better right now, but, you know, if fans had a problem with moving Paul George and having Kuminga part of it, what would they think of Lauri Markkanen?
I mean, I think he's younger than Paul George.
Yeah. I like him. He's nice. He's been good in Utah.
His, can he help you be a winner? I don't know. All I know about him is just what I see. I don't know his mental makeup, for lack of a better way of putting it. If he's a dog or what have you. But I've always liked him as a player. And the Warriors have, we've seen him chasing his dragon. The Warriors, like size, they've been wanting a center for seemingly ever.
And he's really the number
size that
one
can
thing.
shoot and rebound.
That's what I was going to say. Their number one thing is a stretch. They need a stretch big.
Hey, so as I workshop this in my mind, Steph, Markkanen 1-2, Draymond being Draymond, Wiggins would probably have to go in this hypothetical deal along with Kuminga.
He's only making 18.
Boy,
for next year. So you have contracts in your roster that do it.
He would get a big raise.
But here's the only thing: you would try to work out an extension with him because he's 27 years old.
He is the open market, and the way they throw money around right now,
you don't want to just do a 1 year deal in which you put in some of these names, and then that's all you get. Now, if you could do it somehow, and I don't think you could, but if you could do it somehow without Kuminga being in the deal, You'd have to put a lot of picks in there. I
If
don't
they
know.
can do it without Kaminga,
Well,
now you cooking with
I don't
gas.
think they could.
So they're gonna it's gonna be Kaminga in this very hypothetical situation we're talking about here. They would ask for, in my estimation, the Jazz Kaminga picks because they love picks.
Yeah, Danny Ainge loves picks.
But players, Kaminga and Podziemski are the two guys, right?
Well, they're looking to rebuild, so yeah. I mean, they're looking for young guys or a young guy in all those picks. But I don't see how you move Markkanen if you take Kaminga out of the equation. Wiggins is a net negative, and then you've got TJD, you've got Podziemski, you've got young guys like that. I think they're all role players, nice role players, but I don't think the Jazz would be looking at that. Utah's a really tough. Here's the other thing too. Utah's a really tough place for players. A lot of players don't want to play there or sign there. So they've got to build. That's why Ainge would be doing like through the draft type thing,
like what OKC is doing,
right? That's what they got to do,
right?
Because a lot of players just are like, eh.
Well, I'm playing fantasy GM here. Steph, Markkanen, Draymond, I'm cool with that. Because I know you're getting 23 out of Markkanen.
Right.
I don't know if I'm getting that 23 out of Kaminga. I hope they do. As we talked about earlier, I'm more bullish on him than you are. But we're still hoping and guessing. We don't know.
Well, you brought up a great point earlier. If the Warriors were sold on Kaminga as a 2, which is what he has to be, not in 3 or 4 years, but now. He's got to be that now. And if they thought he'd be that now, then he wouldn't have been in Paul George talks. And again, I don't know anything about it. It's just everybody that reported on it said that the Clippers were offered packages that included Kaminga. So if that's the case, now look, I don't think Markkanen long-term is going to be better than Kaminga. I actually think Kaminga might be better, but he's 27 and he's ready now. And if the Warriors are still trying to make a run at this thing, and again, their stated goal has always been do everything for Steph. Well, first of all, that's not true. Because and again, I'm not blaming Joe Lacob for it, but it's not true because if it was true, they'd re-sign Clay at any number. Mm-hmm. If it was everything for Steph.
But again, did Clay want to be here?
That's a great point. but this, I guess, what we're talking about of last year being an issue and it really started to fester last year, and I think Clay decided last year wasn't going to be in it, then they would have just said, let's not do offers yet, Clay. Let's just, I think they would have found a way before they alienated him, before they got him on the wrong side. Right. And I ultimately think that Clay made the decision. But just to go back to a pivot, and then we can get more into Clay, I don't know if there's a pivot. Markkanen right now at 27, if they could sign him to an extension, is he better than Kaminga right now? Yeah, he's better than Kaminga right now. But, so if you're trying to say Markkanen, Green, Curry, DeAnthony Melton, who they just signed with their mid-level, and their young role players like TJD and Podziemski, where does that get you in the West? I mean,
it doesn't make your extremities tingle. That's for damn sure. It's again.
You're not better than you were last year, and you were 10th last year.
They are the rebuild, in my estimation. The timeline just accelerated. It just got faster.
I don't. Word.
It's just
bad word, dirty word.
You got to call it what it is. You have to call it what it is. I do want to go back though to the Paul George Clipper thing, and maybe I got this wrong, but until proven otherwise, I guess here's my problem. I've been watching basketball and been an observer of basketball way too long, even though the Clippers are owned by a multi-billionaire and are presumably better. I have a hard time equating competency with the Clippers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's my hang up, but I have decades of anecdotal evidence to prove my hang up to be correct. Maybe the Clippers played this right. To me, they thought they were going to get Paul George back on the, hey, homie, stay at the crib discount.
He's an LA guy, yeah.
And I'm an LA guy, but I'm also a money dude. And
you got the fourth year from Philly.
This Philly situation is a lot better to my overall bottom line. I think the Clippers were listening to the Warriors, intrigued, whatever, I don't know. I just don't think they ever thought that they were going to do anything but get Paul George to just stay. I don't think they ever.
They called his bluff.
They called his bluff, and he's looking for housing in Philly. I just don't think that they were ever going to really make a deal with the Warriors for Paul George.
So this is what, and then we'll jump out of some lines and get some thoughts on Clay being a member of the Dallas Mavericks now. This is what Marcus Thompson, our friend from The Athletic, said this morning. He says, it sounds to me like there's a Warriors tax or a Joe Lacob tax where people just will not do the thing that helps the Warriors. I don't know how you're the Clippers and you walk away from a deal like that. And we're assuming, Kuminga was in it and others, and that was the best deal they were going to get. And I'm not doubting what you just said there. But what I'm saying is if that's the case and teams are sick of the Warriors and being beat up by Curry running around and doing sleepy, all that stuff, like they're sick of that, and people won't deal with the Warriors, then that's a major problem because, like right now, I don't know what's going on with the sign and trade with Klay, but Klay's going to Dallas, and we've heard that there potentially is a sign and trade there. But then after that, if they call up Utah and they call up Danny Ainge and they say, okay, and Marcus called it a Joe Lacob tax. Well, yeah, you might have gotten Lauri Markkanen for this, but you got to throw in that now because you've been beating our head in for 10 years.
I mean, Marcus is, first off, he's an excellent reporter. Marcus never puts anything out there that's crazy, wild speculation. It just has no basis in fact. So because Marcus is a very good reporter and the homie, I'm inclined to believe that there is some truth to that. I still can't shake the fact that the Clippers, I choose to believe they messed up the Paul George situation because they thought they were going to keep him.
Right. That would be very Clipper.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And again, that's my hang up.
Yeah.
There's probably some truth to what Marcus is saying. I'm inclined to believe him just because I know the type of reporter he is.
I do too, but the other thing too is, and Billy Beane used to say that, and you and I have talked about this, you got to do what's right for your team. So, Billy Beane always said, I'll trade in the division. I'll trade with the Giants. It's my team that I have to worry about. And if the other team, gets something and they do something and it haunts me, that's why like the Giants and A's don't want to do things because then that guy haunts you for the next 10 years.
Right.
I don't think you can worry about that. So if you're the Clippers, I lean towards what you just said, which is incompetence. Because like Clipped is on right now, and that's right in my head. I've seen a few episodes of that, and it's like Ed O'Neill as Donald Sterling, all that kind of stuff, and Lawrence Fishburne, and that's freaking me out. And Steph doesn't look anything like Steph, and Draymond doesn't look like anything like Draymond.
Their casting director should be fired.
Man, it's awful. But incompetence is incompetence, and if you look at it and you say, okay, I don't want Paul George up the coast with the Warriors, but the problem is then we get nothing, which is no Kuminga, no whatever the deal was, but it was headlined reportedly by Kuminga, and you're moving into a new arena, and you got to have some players in there. And now what they do, they turn around and sign Derek Jones Jr. I mean, that's just not selling tickets in L.A., and you're already the second banana by a mile anyway.
Yeah, maybe they didn't value Kuminga.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe we do that. I don't know if media does it as much as fans do, but we do overvalue our own players.
Sure, because we see them all the time.
We think, they're worth a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe
we
the rest
like
of
to
the league,
confirm our own biases.
So maybe the rest of the league doesn't think Kuminga is going to be all that.
Yeah.
Could be.
Difficult situation for the Warriors. I mean, it's the grappling with Klay no longer being with the organization is one thing. Like I said, there's an emotional aspect to it, understandably so. And then the reality of what now sets in. Man, a penny for Steph Curry's thoughts right now.
Can you imagine right now what he's doing? Oh. He's on the phone. Him and Joe have talked all morning.
Oh,
what are we going to do here?
They've been talking.
Yeah. I mean, what's our pivot? See, that's if we can talk all about Klay the rest of the show and people's thoughts on Klay being a Maverick or more so a former Warrior. But the big question all this week is, what's the pivot? Is there a pivot? Can they save this thing? Because I just don't see it. I mean, DeAnthony Melton, that's an old Warriors move. That's like, oh, my God, we got to sign somebody, DeAnthony Melton. That sounds like an old Warrior. And I don't mean in the good way. I'm talking about before they started winning championships. That DeAnthony Melton is that kind of move.
Yeah.
So now, as Warriors fans sit and have these expectations of championship or bust, what's the move?
It is
there
time
a move?
to reconfigure expectations for everybody.
That's hard.
Yeah, but that's reality.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Dynasties end. Everything is finite. Everything.
How long are you going to go out and watch Steph Curry shoot threes but then lose by 20? When that's what they're counting on.
Are we about to find that out? Are we going to get an answer to that question?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, and we'll contemplate this, and then we'll come back and we'll get some calls and we'll talk about it. They're not better. I mean, they were in 10th last. I mean, I know I'm being Captain Obvious here, and that's okay. You can say that. But they were in 10th last year. And Houston was giving them a run at the end of the season until they
forgot
faltered.
that Houston was on their
Like
bumper.
They were
forgot the Rockets were on their bumper.
And now there's no Clay, and there's no, as much as people didn't like Chris Paul, there's no Clay, there's no Chris Paul.
Is that a technical term?
Yeah. Well, what did you say before? You had one too. All right, give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR. We can talk Clay. We can talk pivot. We could talk disastrous weekend if you want to get more into Paul George. I'm not blaming the organization. They tried. The Clippers were the Clippers. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Theater.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
The worst babysitter on the team would probably Klay Thompson. About halfway through, he might forget that there's a baby he's responsible for.
I would probably say, gosh, that is a great question. The worst babysitter?
Clay. He would forget that he was actually babysitting.
Oh man, that's funny. I don't want to offend anybody.
No question, Klay Thompson.
I would probably say,
Klay.
Clearly the worst. Gosh, that's a great question. Can't be one of the older guys because they all have children and they're very good fathers. So I would assume it would be Jonathan Kuminga. Tends to be forgetful sometimes, and you know, you can't be forgetting somebody's lunch or nap time. And I'd say JK. I don't know. Sorry, JK.
That's Klay Thompson. He is now a Maverick. Let that sink in. Don't go on any social media if you don't want to see the mock-up of him in a Mavericks jersey.
Yeah, it is jarring.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute.
For sure.
415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts on Clay. Is there a pivot the Warriors could make? I mean, we brought up Markkanen's name. DeMar DeRozan is out there. They have signed DeAnthony Melton to their $12.9 million mid-level exception. That does not excite me, but that doesn't mean it could not excite you. Give us your thoughts. Where do they go from here?
Melton, he can play.
It's all right.
None of this is to say that he's a screw-up, because he's not.
Right.
By any stretch of the imagination. But and because people are going on emotion, understandably so, and it's just optics. And this is no fault of DeAnthony Melton's. DeAnthony Melton is not Klay Thompson. And for a lot of people, that's not something that they're going to be able to reconcile. It's hard for them to reconcile with it right now, and definitely when the season starts, it's going to be hard, because that's when it's going to be stark that Klay's not here.
Right.
And he's, again, this is no fault of DeAnthony Melton's, but he's going to be seen as the replacement. And while he's an NBA player, he's one of the best basketball players on the planet just by virtue of still being in the NBA. But he's not Klay Thompson, and people are going to have a hard time with that.
Well, and he signed so quickly after Klay went to Dallas.
Right. He's going to be looked at.
He's going to be connected.
He's the guy they got because for whatever reason, or for many reasons, Klay Thompson is no longer a Golden State Warrior.
Let me throw something that just went into my head when I looked at this picture that people keep sending us of Klay Thompson with Kyrie. And,
stop it, by the way.
Stop it. We got it. This is good. You know when opening night's going to be on TNT? TNT's last year, so it is going to be TNT. The early game easily is going to be Knicks and Celtics. That's going to be the
ring game.
Yeah, the ring game is going to be Knicks and Celtics. The West Coast game is going to be Mavericks and Warriors.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's probably what it's going to be.
Probably find something to do that night.
I'm just telling you. It's going to be Knicks Celtics because they just got Mikal Bridges and all this thing, and everybody's touting the Knicks now, and they're the Knicks. It's New York. Against the Celtics on ring night, and the West Coast game is going to be Warriors Mavericks. There's no doubt in my mind.
Our homie,
I guess it could be Lakers,
but
it's probably going to be Mavericks and Warriors.
Just about to mention Lakers. Our homie Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area tweeted out that LeBron James, I'm paraphrasing the tweet here, LeBron James put his recruiting hat on to try to get Klay, and Klay still decided, wisely, because the Mavericks situation is significantly better than the Lakers, wisely decided to not join Bron in L.A. So, disaster averted. Even though this Mavericks thing, for me personally, is hard to deal with.
You don't like this at all.
I don't like it at all.
Stop it. Get some help.
But this is not, just to be clear with you personally, this is not Lakers, right? This is not him joining the Lakers. That'd have been worse, right? Oh, my God.
It would have been worse. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the pause on that.
No,
absolutely. It would have been. Yeah, because as hard as these Klay in a Mavericks uniform photoshops are,
Lakers would have been like
Klay in Laker goal, that would have been more than I could deal with. And since I've said that would have been more I could deal with, don't none of you smart guys and gals out there on Twitter send me none of that disgusting stuff.
They are going to do it. All right. Anyway, KNBR, Ted's been waiting a while in Livermore. Hi, Ted. Welcome.
Hey guys.
Hey, Ted.
Absolute gut punch. And I'm having a real hard time. I struggling with the logic behind them not offering him initially the respect of a 3-year 50 to 60 because as it's been stated, if that's what he wanted, he probably would have stayed if he would have got it. And I think it was justified. I don't have the analytics in front of me, and I think there's some short-term memory issues going on here because after the Draymond and Wiggins shenanigans, and once our young guys started to shine, second half of the season, if I'm not mistaken, the Warriors had the best record in the NBA in like the March-April timeframe. And once Klay, fell into that six-man occasional starter role, and he was grumpy about it at first, but at the end, again, short-term memory, he accepted it, and he was actually openly talking about enjoying that role, and he contributed to that best record in the NBA because, again, if I'm not mistaken, there was a stretch, it might have been a 1-month stretch, again, March or April, where he led the league and made three-pointers.
Yeah.
And so what I don't get it. I mean, he was playing at least as well as he was in the 2022 championship run. So 3 years, $55 million. to put butts in the seats because it's Klay Thompson and you've got this core group that had just won a championship 2 years ago. And they showed that they can still do it in those 2 or 3 months where they were just, ripping off 8, 9 wins in a row.
But here's the deal. What if he wanted to leave?
Well, I'm kind of under the impression that based on what you guys all were saying this whole time that he wouldn't have wanted to leave if the initial offer would have been respectable. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I thought.
No, I think you're right, and thanks for the call. I think this really, like you said, and I'm not trying to blame Draymond because that's what everybody does, and it's not his fault. But once he got the $100 million deal, that's what Klay wanted, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and to see him not get that and then be offered the 2 for $48, he
just looked at it as you offered me $50 million.
He got in
less,
his feelings about it,
and he thought to himself. And again, look, I'm trying to get into Klay's head. Klay's a complicated guy, but I think this makes logical sense where you say, okay, he just punched Jordan Poole in the face, so Draymond cost you Poole. And all the people are saying, over the weekend, oh, we got nothing. They were forced to trade Jordan Poole. I mean, that's just what happened.
That was an untenable situation.
Yeah. So Poole had to go. Draymond punched him. If Draymond doesn't punch him, then Poole's probably still here. I think it's that simple. But then when it comes to Klay, and it's not Draymond's fault, they offer him $100 million. He's going to take it. But Klay looked at it as, you're offering me $50 million less than Draymond. Draymond punched a guy. Draymond causes problems. I fight back from 2 major injuries, and you're offering me 50, and you gave him 100. So that's how I think Klay took it. So then that hurt. Then it went to the bench. And as Ted just said, initially he bristled. He wasn't happy about it. Not at the time, not afterwards. He did it, but he didn't feel good about it. Right. So then you start adding these things up. And we all think what the organization didn't do, right? What the man, because we don't like the man. So what did the man not do? Well, 2 and 48 seemed to be, and I think that was pulled off the table, but that they read the market right, and they actually were giving Klay a little extra. He's going 3 and 50, and now it's being reported that it's a straight 3-year deal, so 16 to 17 million. So he got 7-8 million less than that. And by the way, in the sign-in trade, they're also saying that what the Warriors are trying to do with Charlotte being that third team, Josh Green from the Mavericks to Charlotte, and the Warriors are trying to take no money back. So don't expect like some player that's going to come and save the Warriors. They're saying that what the Warriors are working on now is, again, more Joe stay under the number, is that they're trying to take no money back. So I don't know how they're going to do that, but they just want to get under this number.
The rebuild begins.
Yeah. And so really we all sat here and we said, well, Joe really, is he really going to scale that back? Scale that back? We heard from Steve Kerr, going to scale it back. We heard from Joe Lake, we're going to scale it back. Heard from Mike Dunleavy,
they now have the opportunity to do it, and they kind of have
they're doing it.
The cover to do it. Whereas this is where we are. Where are we supposed to go?
Yeah.
If we have this opportunity, might as well take it because it's here. What are we going to do? Do something that is a stopgap measure. Maybe it works. More likely it doesn't.
Right.
And then we're kicking this can down the road. And this is just the way the NBA works now in terms of salaries and all that stuff. These teams, these owners specifically, are conscious of. Rich people don't like to pay taxes. Right. No one likes to pay taxes.
But they're businessmen too. And
right.
I know Joe wants to win at a really high level. But at one point it becomes stupid. And these aren't stupid guys.
Yeah.
Because like you said, to keep trying to put duct tape on all these different things that are happening around the organization, at some point you say, let's get under the number. Let's try to rebuild this thing. So they're not going to use rebuild, and they're not going to bust it down to the studs because they have Steph Curry around.
Right.
But this whole theory of we're going to do everything we can because Steph is here, that's not true.
I want to go back to something, though, with Klay and how we got to this point and the factors and the decisions, pardon me, that got us to Klay Thompson being a Dallas Maverick. The 2 for 48 and that offer. And this, again, where if you are really going to be objective about this and try to have a full understanding, you have to see this through Klay's eyes and think about it the way he saw it coming back from those injuries. It's like, I put my body on the line for you, specifically in Game 6 of the finals. And this is how you treat me. I think this goes back to the whole respect thing. I can understand the Warriors' point of view. As you said, they read the market correctly. And I also understand Clay's point of view. Like, oh, word, really? Like, wow, I bust my butt to come back from that. Unfortunately, I hurt myself again with the Achilles, working myself back from the ACL injury that came because I tried to go and not tried to. He did go above and beyond the call of duty in that game. And the Warriors look at it and go, not that you're damaged goods, but, hey, man, Achilles and ACL? To me, take Draymond and his contract out of it. Achilles and ACL? This makes sense to us. Clay looks at that and goes, not only does that not make sense to me, that's an insult because of what I've done for you. Again, no one's at fault. These things dissolve in this way, and it's never, ever pretty. Time to move on.
John Lenrod Brooks, give us your thoughts. Klay Thompson is a member of the Mavericks. We can discuss that. Is there a pivot? Would you do a pivot? Full rebuild? How would you handle this situation? How can they handle this situation? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll take that into the 1 o'clock hour. We got your foreplay. We'll mix some Warriors and some Giants at the top of the hour. Discuss both. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Klay Thompson to Dallas. How you feeling about it? Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, a YouTube stream, and the KNBR socials.
It sound right, boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Come home, just got a nice little sack on me. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be a decent night. I might play rock band and just chill out.
Just get blown, right?
Yeah. And I see these flashing lights. I'm like, no way, what's going on?
Right when you're pulling up to your house?
Literally right when I get in my driveway. Damn. And I had to be like, sir,
It's gonna be good enough. You play some rock band.
Yeah, bro. It's crazy. And they're like, sir, you have a broken taillight and we smell marijuana. Can you get out your car? I'm like, don't you need a warrant for that? And they're like, we can get one. I'm like, whatever, man, just search the car. And I was all upset. They put me in cuffs. I'm like, for a bag of weed, I was in cuffs, in the back of the car.
They take you downtown?
They shamed me. No, they didn't take me downtown.
Okay. Did they know who you were?
Of course they did. It's a small city, bro.
Okay.
Pullman's a city of 30,000 people.
Okay.
They put me in the back, and I'm just like, immediately it comes to my eyes like, God, my parents are gonna be so upset. They're gonna be so disappointed.
So disappointed.
There's just never going to be another Clay. He's going to Dallas.
Has someone explained to Clay about how the state of Texas views marijuana usage and possession? Because if he has not been briefed on how Texas views marijuana, and by the way, they don't view it like they view it out here.
But they view guns a very favorable fashion.
No. You can get as many straps as you want. You can get all the burners, all the irons, all the heaters, all the bangers, all the clappers. You can get all the smokers you want. But to smoke, they don't really get down like
different
that.
kind of smoke.
So if
he's going to have to change.
If Clay has not been briefed on that, boy, is he in for a surprise.
He's going to need a truck. He's going to need a boat that can go on a lake, not an ocean. He's going to need a cowboy. No, he doesn't need a cowboy hat. The one thing that people hate in Dallas, I know this, having lived there, is Fort Worth, you can wear a cowboy hat. Dallas, you wear that cowboy hat to a game or something, like, oh, we're going to stereotype that. Man, they hate that.
Yeah.
They hate that. But that's Clay's new team, man. That's Clay's new team.
Don't be that guy.
We're going to do a foreplay for you. We'll give you the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. I want to jump out to one call just because of what you just said there. 415-808-5627. Your thoughts on Clay becoming a Maverick or more so an ex-Warrior. Andrew is in Texas. Hi, Andrew. What part of Texas are you in? Welcome.
I live in Killeen. It's about an hour north of Austin.
Oh, you know where you're at. Yeah, Austin is wonderful, by the way. Okay. What do you got on your mind?
What I'm saying, in the last segment, before you guys cut to commercial, Rod said, let the rebuild begin.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's an argument that to be made that, it's time for that. But if you're going to rebuild, then Steph's got to go. Then Draymond's got to go. Then you have to maximize the veteran assets you have.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to keep Steph and keep Draymond, then you need to get rid of these young assets to try to bring in veteran players to surround the veterans you have. What they're doing right now is it feels like they're trying to do a rebuild, but they're not brave enough to fully commit to it. And that's Farhan stuff. That's what Farhan does.
Yeah.
Do we really need 2 Farhans in the Bay Area? It sounds like they are not committed to a plan.
That's a great call, and that's why I wanted to take it, because I knew what he was going to say. Plus, we were just making fun of Texas, so I thought that would be fun to talk to him about that, too. But he's right, because they always say, I don't know who they are, but they always say that the worst place you can be is the middle. But the problem and his logic makes complete sense.
Yes.
Problem is they have an arena, and one of the reasons why Joe Lacob is getting under this number is because he's sick of paying taxes for a team that's in 10th. Now he's going to be not paying taxes for a team that's not even going to be in the play-in game, probably. But he can't, unfortunately, sell off Steph, even if Steph asks for it, because he's literally the last piece of the circus, whatever you want to call him, the bearded lady, the lion tamer, whatever. Steph is the only thing now, not Draymond. Draymond doesn't really bring you to the arena. I mean, his antics, whatever, and he's whatever. But his game is...
Steph is an all-time great.
Right. Steph's
flat out.
You going to the game tonight? Yeah, I want to watch Steph shoot threes. Right. Like, that's what you do. And that's why, if you think about it, we're not a hardcore sports market. I love the sports market we are, but the problem is that some markets... Man, that's all they got. And I've lived in them, and it's like we're going regardless. We're hardcores. That's not how we are. There's a bunch of stuff we can do around here, and we'll spend money. We got no problem doing it, but you got to give me something. And the only thing that's going to be left standing here is Steph. Yeah. So what is going to draw you to the arena? Look what's happened with the Giants. They're still trying to recover because there is no Tim Lincecum. There is no Brandon Crawford. There is no Brandon Belt. There is no go on down the line. These guys are coming, and it makes them exciting that some of these young players are coming up. But in that meantime, what do you got?
Let me amend my statement. It's time for the rebuild with Steph Curry. Right. They're not trading him unless he asks for a trade, and
they still might
I guess
not.
Anything could happen. I doubt seriously he's going to ask for a ticket out of here.
Right.
So
they can trade Draymond.
How they do? Yes, of course. How they do that? I don't know. Ain't my job. I'm here to observe what they do and comment on whatever they do. But they're not trading stuff. That would, I mean,
it's
hey,
a
man,
business.
You don't.
I mean, they want to win championships, but it's
you don't
a
want to be the
business.
dude that trades Steph Curry unless Steph Curry asks to be traded. But to say, we got to start the rebuild, and that means that everybody's on the table. Come on, man. I mean, this situation is hard enough as it is. It will be, and even though Andrew's point is right, I mean, he's the most valuable asset they got, and the only way to really rebuild is to start to get draft picks. But they had draft picks before, and they didn't. Well, that's a different story for a different time. But maybe they can get James Wiseman back. He's available. It just popped into my head. I don't know why I felt the need to kick that hornet's nest.
But Joe Lacob might go, you know what? Give me him back. I mean, like, we're not done with him. I mean, maybe Lacob would do that.
The prodigal son returns home.
Yeah. No, but that's what, it's a business.
They're not trading him.
He's a businessman. And like you said, Steph
could ask. It would be bad business. It would be good business to trade him because he's your most valuable asset to get the pieces you need for the rebuild that is happening or about to happen imminently. It would be horrific business to trade one of the greatest basketball players of all time.
Right.
Okay? It'd be horrific.
Plus,
who's doing that?
You charge a certain amount. It's still a pretty new arena. They're still paying that thing off. And the only, if Steph wasn't there, somebody owns season tickets right now. I don't know if they've sent them out, if they're asking for your renewals or whatever. If normally their renewal rate is, 85%, I'm just throwing a number out there. If Steph got traded in the midst of those things going out, it's probably 50,
it's a wrap.
maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, why are you going?
It would be horrific business to trade Steph Curry. Full stop.
Yeah.
So that's the box they're in. How do they maneuver within that box? How do they get out of that box?
Well, like you said, there's an inevitability to all of this, and now it's, okay, let's pivot to somebody, but I don't see how they can do it. Maybe they can. Maybe Mike Dunleavy can pull a rabbit out of a hat. We hear Lauri Markkanen's name and other guys like that. Maybe. But if you trade for Markkanen and Kuminga goes the other way, then you're matching up better with Steph. But again, the big three of Markkanen, Curry, Green, when you were in 10th place last year, are you better? You lost Clay, you lost Chris Paul. I mean, are you as good or better if you can get Markkanen, but it costs you Kuminga?
You're hoping that Podziemski makes a leap.
True.
How big of a leap, I don't know, but you hope he progresses. And, I think Jackson Davis sort of is who he is.
Solid.
He's not going to grow, but I think he's a good, smart basketball player that gives you what you need. Wiggins is the enigma. When he's right, he's right.
I give up.
When he's right, listen, I understand it.
I hate when you have to put something on someone. Wiggins, if.
Yeah, I know I'm in the minority here. Again, understanding that social media is not a real place. I'm sympathetic to his personal issues, and I know a little bit of what's going on. Man, because this is sports and it's the playground of life, but we're still talking about people and human beings. And I'm just, if the man's got issues that he feels that he needs to be there for, give him that grace, man. But when he comes back, he can't be up and down, though,
Well, the organization has an issue with him right now because he's saying, can I play for Canada? And they're saying, wait a minute, you didn't play during the season. I forgot about
that. That's a weird one.
I mean, I don't know that they're at odds. I haven't heard that, but
I
think the Warriors are essentially saying, wait a minute, you want to play for Canada when
a sticky
you couldn't play
situation.
for us?
Yeah.
So, I don't know what he thinks of the Warriors now. But I don't know.
Yeah.
But again,
like I said, he's
yeah. All right, let's play a couple of these just because we could talk about this stuff all day. I mean, every turn, all of a sudden, more comes out of it. Here is Woj this morning on ESPN breaking the news. Klay Thompson signing with the Mavericks.
Klay Thompson is on his way to the Dallas Mavericks. I'm told a 3-year, $50 million deal that'll include a player option. It's a sign and trade with the Warriors, with Charlotte, and Klay Thompson's 13-year career in Golden State, 4 championships, is now over.
Boy, that last part gets you. And
yeah, right?
I mean, we know, but it's like
ripping the Band-Aid off.
Man, thanks, Woj. Here is
now over.
Here is more. Thank you. Here is more Woj. Could the Warriors pivot to Lauri Markkanen of the Jazz?
What now with the Warriors with Klay gone?
Well, they'll do this sign and trade, and Klay Thompson's agent, Greg Lawrence, is finishing that with the teams. They'll get back essentially a trade exception from Dallas. Listen, they've been trying to be aggressive in other places in Golden State. One player that a number of teams have tried to target, Lauri Markkanen of the Utah Jazz. Utah's not sure it wants to trade him, but they have to listen. They've been listening, and a lot of the teams who lost out on Mikal Bridges from Brooklyn have transferred over to trying to see if they can land Lauri Markkanen out of Utah. Golden State is one of those teams.
By the way, I forgot about that. Dallas had a $16.3 million trade exception. And what's interesting about those, not to bore you because I know you hate these things, but real quick, is that basically—
I tried not to roll my eyes.
But what this is you don't take back— you do get the credit. So in other words, that would match Klay's money, but you don't even have to use it. So if you have it, it doesn't hit against your cap unless you lose it, and then there's a time stamp on that, and then it could just go away. So it doesn't hurt you by just sitting on it.
Right.
But then you have that $16 million, and Lauri Markkanen makes about 18. But again, if you go to Utah and you say, here's a trade exception and picks and maybe a young player, I don't know that gets it done, because what just happened here is all these teams that lost out on Paul George, on Klay Thompson, on whoever their target was.
Now there's more suitors
now they're
involved.
Looking at Lauri
and now
Markkanen.
if your package is not uber attractive, they don't have to deal with you at all.
Yeah. So that's all. That's the only reason I brought that up. I know you hate those kind of things. I just wanted to I don't know what I wanted to do. I have no idea at this point. We will continue. We'll go out to the lines in a little bit. Let's hit a couple of things, just because we haven't had an opportunity at all, and for a good reason, because, look, you don't lose Klay Thompson every day, so that's what we're talking about the majority of the show. But here's a couple of things on the Giants. They take 2 of 3 from the Giants, from the Dodgers. Here's Bob Melvin sharing the mindset after that series win over L.A. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't give you the number. Hang on. I gave him the first 2, and then I forgot to give him the third and the fourth. And so Danny was looking at me like, dude,
what's up with that,
What
dog?
are you doing? So I understand. So just give it to me just whenever you guys have it. But, look, a lot of good storylines over the weekend. I hate to be negative in my storylines, but, man, it would be nice to get Blake Snell back, but he's still got to do another rehab start. But I'm pretty amazed that you could basically do 2 opener games, have the bullpen do what it did against the Dodgers, and actually win the series.
The most used bullpen in all of baseball the Giants have, and it's been the most used bullpen in baseball now for the past 2 weeks.
Used, abused.
And I think it's nails. I think it is clearly one of the best bullpens in the league. When you think about the depth of guys that they have, what they've been at, what's the number one thing you want a pitcher to do? Even still to this day, eat up innings, okay? All right? You would love to have starters go 7. That just doesn't happen anymore. But you want your relievers to come out there and obviously throw strikes, get guys out. But you need them to eat up innings. These guys have done this over and over and over and over again. I don't know who's had the most bullpen games. I'm pretty sure the Giants are up there in the top 2.
Oh, yeah.
And you could probably be missing one.
I think it's them in Milwaukee.
For the Giants bullpen to be under the stress that it has been under, and it still continues to perform, I think that is one of the absolute remarkable developments of the season. This is still this is a tricky time, though. This is a tricky time because you could go to Atlanta and you could go to Cleveland. I mean, the fact that Atlanta, we talk about the Giants dealing with injuries, but the fact that Atlanta can lose Acuna, and I'm not saying that they're better without him, but they're still really, really good. Going to Atlanta and Cleveland just beats the cover off the baseball. This is going to be the test. If they get out of this halfway decent, Toronto, Minnesota, different story. this week is going to tell you a lot, but they're going to have to get these starters back. And it goes back to the conversation we were having about Blake Snell in one of the breaks. He's got to be a part of he's got to be a part of the process. You're going to get Ray back eventually. Mm-hmm. You're going to get some of these other guys back eventually. They're going to have to give this bullpen a rest. And I know we're not talking about these guys, other than Webb. We're not talking about any of these guys giving you 7. You could count on, you feel like 7 every single night. But they got to go out and make these starts and at least give you the 5. At least give you the minimum. With this bullpen being, now coalescing the way that it has, having the arms that it has, having just a different type of guys that it has, if they're able to get through this week, get to the break, you start to get some of these starters back. Hopefully Snell is one of them, and you give the bullpen a break, and these starters do what they are capable of. Like I said, they're still an under 500 team.
Right.
They're still a team that has a negative run differential. But really, that doesn't mean anything. What does it mean? Get yourself into the wild card. And they are in that realm of being one of the 3rd wild card teams.
Well, and I think what you're trying to do, too, is you're trying to differentiate between this whole, block of teams that are together. And that's why there's enthusiasm. And I don't know if it's being felt amongst the fans or, like you said, Twitter
it's hard to get enthusiastic about a team that's still 3 games under 500 and you're fighting for the 3rd wild card and it's still July 1st. And what I just said, I threw out a lot of ifs in there. I haven't even really started talking about the offense.
But one thing is that if you look at just a little bit of the analytics of the other baseball teams that are in there, they all have major flaws. Mm-hmm. And like you said, the bullpen's good on this team. This is the biggest if of their season. If the starters come back, they should be top 10 rotation. I don't know. And then you wonder about the offense, but, we saw this weekend. I mean, they hit 10 doubles yesterday. I realize it's one game. They're scoring double digits against the Dodgers, who are really banged up in the rotation. But you can kind of see something there when you say Lamont Wade Jr. is solid. Brett Wisely's at second. He's solid. Okay, Ahmed's straight defense. Matt Chapman's hot right now. Patrick Bailey's one of the best hitting catchers in baseball. Matos, everybody loves. He's sitting in right.
Your prototypical leadoff hitter, Soler.
Ramos in center had 3 hits yesterday. He's starting to come back around. Conforto, not great.
The thing with him offensively is the bottom of the order has been getting the job done.
Right.
It's been carrying the weight. Okay, you look at on-base percentage, average, home runs, RBIs, bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9. With Matos being the guy that's really been doing it for him. The bottom of the order is making some hay. Now with Wade back, even though he didn't play yesterday, but you saw if the top of the order is hitting, they're scoring runs.
Right.
Because the bottom of the order is going to be on base. So again, we're talking about a lot of ifs here. But when Lamont Wade Jr. was in the mix before he got hurt, I mean he was carrying him.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that. Who knows how long it's going to take for him to get back to where he was at the beginning of the season. But Wade being in there, being that steady, everyday presence, it lengthens the lineup. It obviously gives you a guy who's nice with the bat. And if those guys at the bottom of the order are still doing their job, and you get something, I think we're past the point now of Soler's got to be that guy. Just stop swinging at sliders, 4 inches to 4 feet off the plate. Just give them something. Give them 1 out of 4 at bats is good. Chapman maybe rounding in the form. Offensively, I think they're going to give you enough. So when you start to look at the Giants' run differential of -29, I think with the way that they're pitching, bullpen-wise, and if the starters do what they're supposed to, and if the top of the order finally comes along with the bottom, they're going to eat into that negative run differential. And to me, it's got to be somewhere in a positive, maybe just, in a positive 8, 9 run differential. You get to that. That means you're at or above 500. Now we're talking August. Now we're talking maybe September. Now you can start to get excited.
Yeah. All right, there's a little bit on the Giants. I know Klay Thompson's the big story, but we wanted to keep you up to date on what's going on with the Giants. Taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, and then, like I said, this real big key stretch against 2 really good teams in the Braves and the Indians on the road. And, of course, that's something you'll get right here on the Sports Leader this afternoon. By the way, just was told that Steve Kerr is going to join Tolbert and Copes this afternoon, 2:50. Make sure that you tune in at 2:50 because that'll be your first opportunity to hear from Steve Kerr on the loss of Klay Thompson. And if you're just tuning in, Klay Thompson, a member of the Dallas Mavericks, trying to work out with it. It's a 3-team sign-in trade is what it sounds like right now, with Charlotte getting Josh Green, and hopefully the Warriors saying they don't want to take back any money. Dallas does have a big trade exception, so it might be that, but we'll give you the exact details. But the bottom line is Klay Thompson is a former Warrior. Give us your thoughts on it at 415 808 KNBR. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Klay Thompson to Dallas. How you feeling about it? Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, a YouTube stream, and the KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I can never see myself, not with those two guys. I understand this league changes and there's so many things that go into it, and we're not going to play forever, but, we've experienced so much together. And at the end of the day, again, I know they want to win. I know I want to win, and that's all I worry. That's all I'm worried about.
All right, well, Steph is going to have to learn to play without Klay Thompson. If you're just joining us, maybe you're in a fun Monday meeting. Those are great. Klay Thompson is going to the Dallas Mavericks, still working on a sign-in trade with Charlotte as the third team, but Klay Thompson to the Mavericks. So no more Klay Thompson on the Warriors. Give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's view this from a Steph prism for a second here. Is he going to be content to just say, like Kobe, it is really important for me to play for one team. I know we're not going to win championships anymore, but I'm just going to ride this out. By the way, they did sign DeAnthony Melton for the full mid-level exception. It's nothing against DeAnthony Melton. It's just bad timing for him. Like literally a half hour after Klay went to Dallas, this was signed. And so you're going to make this correlation that DeAnthony Melton has to replace Klay, and it's just he's not going to. But my thought is, okay, is Steph is the greatest guy ever. But is he going to say, you know what, I don't need to win championships, although I've been contending for them for the last 10 years. I'm good. It's important for me to stay with the Warriors. I got a lot of business connections here. Bay Area is my home. My kids are going to get raised here. I'm cool. I've won championships, but I'm cool not contending for championships anymore. One of the most underrated, I think, competitive guys in this sport, in all the sports. How is Draymond Green going to react to not being on a winning team if that is the case? And again, the Warriors we'll tell you in a minute, the Warriors are trying to pivot on some things, but it's not looking good. And so Draymond Green, who's one of the ultimate winners, they're 20-30. How's Draymond Green going to be acting? Is he going to be kicking people? Is he going to be wanting out of games? Is he going to have to be traded because he's not a great loser? We've seen that. Now, how's this all going to work out? But the biggest thing is, how's Steph going to react to all of this? Would he ever ask for a trade? Because that's the only way he'd get out of here. Did he ever do that?
He would ask for a trade if he were presented with the Warriors' future by Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and the rest of the Warriors brass. If he were, they had the PowerPoint presentation and they presented it to him, and he's like,
almost like recruiting Durant. Like, hey, here's what we're going to do. We want you to stay.
And he looked at that and he's like, that is garbage. I'm out. If he feels as though the future is not good, you would think he would ask for a trade. It would be very hush-hush. It would not be public. I don't get a sense he would do that at all. That's just not – and maybe I'm
It'd almost be like one of those mutual agreement. We've mutually decided.
Yeah. Steph just does not strike me as the type of dude that's going to really rattle the cage and to do it publicly to get what he wants. Unless he's pushed, I guess. But I don't see that happening. But if he's presented with a plan by the Warriors brass that he feels as though is, okay, I get that, he'll stick around. My overarching thought is that, no, I don't believe that he asks for a trade. It's just hard for me, especially on the day where we learned that Klay is gone. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around Steph and Klay leaving,
right?
In essence, one after another. So, no, I can't see it. I also say that I can't see Steph leaving because he's going to be asked. It's not his job because he's not the GM. He's not in the player personnel department, but he's going to be asked, hey, man, what do you want to do? What do you think we should do? And I know it's very dangerous to give players that power to ask players what they want to do because players are horrific talent evaluators. Okay?
LeBron has been a terrible GM for years.
I mean, we just go down the list on players and, I mean, who's the guy that Steph wanted over GP2? I forget. It was a homie. Like, players are always good at hooking up the homie, which what's the point of having power if you're not going to use it for the homies and your family? That's why I don't blame for LeBron, getting his son in there. That's the point of having power is to get your peoples on, right? But because players don't evaluate talent and they do it from an emotional point of view or friendship point of view, they are bad at acquiring players or, saying this is the guy I want, go get him. It normally doesn't turn out great. So, again, I know it's dangerous to give players that type of power, but it would be ridiculously stupid to not ask Steph Curry, what would you like to do?
He's earned it.
Of course he has. Get his input. If he is not asked for his input, then I would think he'd be like, what the hell do I want to stick around here for? Like, you've already have not – the situation is not as good as it should be, and now you're not even going to ask for my opinion? Well, I'm out. But I don't – the Warriors have never struck me as incompetent. They're clearly not perfect.
Right.
But they're not incompetent. And it would be incompetent to not get Steph Curry's input on the present and the upcoming future.
I'm just speculating here, and I don't want to go to the worst case because they could still pivot. There is a story out now that says, and we heard this from Woj, the Warriors are attempting to trade for Lauri Markkanen per Woj, pivoting from Paul George, obviously. And here's the part that's interesting to me, pushing their chips all in for Markkanen. So all chips clearly means
I'm okay with
Kuminga.
that. I'm okay with it.
I mean, that's code word for Kuminga. If you're pushing all chips, their best chip is Kuminga, blah, blah, blah. And again, Markkanen's making 18, but you would have to extend him. He's only got 1 year. So if you're the Warriors, you're saying, okay, we want you and we'll move this. And he's 27 and he's, like you said, averaging 23 and 8. So he's better on the timeline for Steph and Dre.
Size, shooting.
Right.
I think that's something that they have wanted forever.
Stretch big. Yeah. So you need that. But okay, Kuminga's going and whatever else. But I can't trade for Markkanen unless he's extending.
Of course. That's the only way you do that because if you don't extend him, then you're back in the same situation.
Right.
You're worse.
Right.
You don't have this time next year because Markkanen walks away for nothing or what have you. So the more I think about it, I'm cool with the Markkanen deal. I'm cool with it.
If you have to, let me just for a second speculate, because right now as we're sitting here, we're going, okay, they were in 10th last year, and they just lost Klay Thompson. They just, whatever people think of Chris Paul, they lost Chris Paul, they lose Klay Thompson. They're not as good. If they lose Kuminga and another piece, not a major piece, but again, Kuminga and a piece to make it work financially, which GP2 makes 8, Looney makes 9. I don't think that Danny Ainge, just based on his history, wants to take on a ton of money, but we'll have to take on something. And then you have to give him a bunch of picks, which that's your future. That makes you a little bit nervous. But then you're Markkanen, Curry, Green, but you don't have Kuminga. What team is how good is that team? I mean, again, Markkanen fits the timeline better. Long term, people would scream about it, but to be honest,
I think you have to deal with the right now. That's just the way I look at it.
Not
I understand
in 2 or 3 years what he could be.
The future is closing in on you quickly.
Yeah.
But the right now is still the thing that is, right now. I would rather I'll deal with the future when I have to deal with it. I think if you get Markkanen, you're kicking that can down the road. And I think that makes Steph's not decision, but I think it makes his continuing to be a part of this. I think it makes it a little bit easier. But again, how does he feel about Markkanen? I don't know.
Right.
Maybe he's down with him. Maybe he's not down with him. I don't know. this is where you sort of get into the weeds. Does Markkanen fit? Is he the type of player? I don't know. I'm just going purely on what I've seen from him as a Utah Jazz, as a Jazz player, as a Jazz musician. I don't know. Only what I've seen from him as a Jazz player, and knowing what his numbers are. Because fit is very important.
Right.
Fit is extremely important in the NBA. Because you know a bad fit when you see one.
Yeah.
It's very obvious on the screen, on the court. I don't know if it works or not, so I'm kind of going on pure emotion. I like him as a player. And again, the Warriors have been chasing that big dragon for a long, long time. And I think he fits that bill.
So your offseason, and again, I don't know what they're going to do, but your offseason in that scenario is you lose J.K., Clay, and Paul.
For an all-star.
And you gain Markkanen and possibly in this Clay deal like a $16 million trade exception, which you could get a decent player, and you just got DeAnthony Melton, who is solid, not great. And then where are you? I don't know. And to your point, and I think you make a good one, Markkanen's 27. He is what they want Kuminga to be. Not exactly, but I'm saying he's a 23-8, 23-10. He's going to give you 20 and 10 every night. So, and he's a stretch big, which is something they do need. So he would seemingly fit. 2-3 years down the line, is Kuminga going to be better than Markkanen? Maybe, but that's no guarantee. So it's kind of like the Paul George thing, and it actually is. I'm not going to say he's better than Paul George, but Paul George is 34, Markkanen's 27. So you're kind of getting in between that because you had a kind of a shelf life of about 2-3 years with Paul, which would have been to the end of Curry.
Right.
So that made that nice.
Right.
And then you could have done the clean break.
Right.
Markkanen gives you a little bit now, but again, as I look at the Western Conference, Dallas just got Clay. Houston's improving. We know what OKC and Minnesota are doing.
Yo, man, OKC getting Hartenstein and Caruso.
Right.
That's a problem.
So now you got to be realistic.
That's
and you
an
think
issue.
And so I think the conversation right now, if you're thinking about giving up, a deal headlined by Kuminga, you have to say to yourself, okay, if it's Markkanen, Draymond, and Curry as our big three, yeah, Markkanen's 27, gets us a little bit younger. Where are we in the West now?
Hey, let me throw something at you. That has to do with these environs. KNBR 680, the sports leader. What's that Arizona connection? Lauri Markkanen.
Right.
Arizona. Steve Kerr. Arizona. I know he's not completely and totally beholden to that.
No, but he would know. I mean, there would be people, right? I mean, he's still
just saying.
Ingrained
that Arizona connection, they
yeah, what kind of a guy is he?
They keep it's mob-like. They keep it quiet, right? they're not loud with it. They're not like the Carolina guys. They're not like, the out of Georgetown cats used to be where they were beating their chest. Not like the Miami guys are in football, where they tell you, they can't wait to tell you about the you. It's about this you. Arizona basketball dudes, like they're real G's. They move in silence like lasagna. They so I'm being sort of a wise guy, but I'm also kind of hipping you onto some game here. That Arizona connection is strong. So, I don't know. Maybe Tolbert's got some. Maybe we get Tolbert in the mix. Can Tolbert make a deal?
Let's put it like this. Tom's been prepping us all for this, that Clay wasn't the fit and maybe he should move on. And I mean, this is, he might know a thing or two.
Maybe.
So
maybe.
Now that if it's another Arizona guy, he might know something.
Arizona connection, I wonder.
By the way, Steve Kerr 250.
Oh, wow, really? I didn't know that. Really?
Interesting. So this is, by the way, this is going to be the deal for Klay Thompson. The Warriors will acquire that trade exception of $16.3 million and then a second-round pick from the Hornets. So there you go. Is that worth Klay Thompson? Did you ever think that Klay Thompson was going to go for a trade exception in a second-round pick? Because I didn't.
Not at all.
And he's going to get $350 in Dallas.
Nah.
So $350 in Dallas. Trade except, but again, that can help you because because they're an over. I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're an over the cap team. But again, to not get too deep into this, that allows you to do take on a player of $16.3 million. And again, Markkanen's at 18.4, I think is what it is. And then you get a second-round pick. So,
can we spare a thought for one person as we, this is the day that I think a lot of people never thought was going to come. This is the day that people who did think was going to come, but they didn't, they still don't like it, even if you had it in your mind that, yeah, Clay was going to leave. Can we spare a thought for one person? Where's that dude that was running around here pretending that he was Clay? How's that cat feeling right now?
Yeah, his life, he is.
Where he at?
He's got to move to Dallas.
What does he do now? What happened?
Yeah, he's done.
Does he continue to walk around pretending to be Clay, or does he hang up his fake uniform? What about that guy?
You remember what's amazing about that guy? Is that remember he walked on the court and was shooting shots?
Yeah. Wasn't it during the
guys
finals?
were like, I guess that's Clay. It's like, dude, he was like 50 pounds heavier.
Wasn't it during the finals?
Yeah, I think you're right.
He got into Chase and he got some shots up. And then they kicked him out.
Like, wait a minute.
And I think banned him from Chase. And he was like, can't believe they banned me from Chase. Like, dog, you stuck on the court during the finals. You guys should get shot.
That's your 15 minutes or however long you were on the court. But, I mean, you knew that was going to end quick.
So
there was one confident guy going,
weird Klay Thompson impersonator. We're thinking about you.
That's wild.
No,
I
it's
didn't
tough
even
for you
think
today,
about that.
dog.
By the way, how about this? This just popped up. Lakers are willing to offer Klay Thompson 80 over 4.
He said, no.
And the Warriors went, no.
No.
I bet he's pissed about that. So then the Warriors just took another 30 from him. But it's like, dude, we're not. I always thought this. We talked about this last week. They weren't dealing with the Lakers. Can you imagine Klay coming up here and hit like a game-winning 3 or something like that, knock the Warriors out of the playoff? That wasn't happening. Like if he does it with Dallas, it's bad.
Perish to thought.
But if he does it with the Lakers,
it's a problem. It is
people
a
go
problem.
crazy.
But even if he did, I said this earlier, even this terrible, nightmarish, ever happening scenario of Klay hitting a game-winning shot as a Laker, he's still good in the Bay forever. Forever. Forget how this all went down. Listen, it's a wrap. Everything is finite. Don't be mad that it's over. Be grateful that it happened. That man is gold in the Bay for what he did.
No doubt.
That's it. You could be mad that he's moving on. You could be assign blame to Klay, to the war, whatever. But anybody break bad with Klay over this, you check yourself.
Yeah.
Check yourself. That's your hang-up. No one else's.
All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR. Klay is a Maverick, top of the hour. Going to be interesting to hear Tom talk about this. Make sure that you tune in. And Steve Kerr with the first reaction from Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors to the Mavericks at 2:50. Don't miss it. Pop and Lund, Rod Brooks hanging out only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Steph, Clay.
Just call me Steph. Next question, man. I
said stuff.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I believe you, but it's all good. Better make a good question then.
How cold was it, and how did you deal with the cold?
Ooh, I actually didn't mind the snow.
That's a good question, right?
That's actually a pretty good question. Snow was tough. Southern California wintertime, it got to like 55 degrees. I thought that was tough, but I enjoyed the snow, man. I probably did a lot of stuff back then I wouldn't do now as far as sledding, snowball fights, building the snowman. I enjoy the seasons too. I mean, growing up in Oregon, you know I love when the fall came, color changing of the leaves, but that was a big adjustment.
We're going to miss that, man. Klay Thompson going to the Mavericks. Looks like a three-way. Josh Green going to Charlotte, and a $16.3 million trade exception and a second-round pick to the Warriors. That's what it sounds like. We don't have officials on that, but Dallas had a $16.3 million trade exception, which means the Warriors could use that potentially. Lauri Markkanen seems to be the player that they want. Some report saying that they would go all in like they did for Paul George. Markkanen is 27. Solid player, there's no doubt about it. That stretch big that you need, 7-foot stretch. And he's been very, very good in Utah. Was pretty good in Chicago. They went to Cleveland, kind of got lost for a minute there, and then has come over to Utah, and he's been a really, really good player.
Durable.
Yeah. Only 1 year left on the deal. You'd have to extend him. Would you put Kuminga in it? That's the big deal. But the big story today is losing Klay Thompson to the Mavericks and all these people who continue to send you and I these mock-ups of his jersey.
Stop it.
So, anyway, it's
soon.
weird. But, we see it all the time here. It's no weirder than any 49er going to the Raiders when that was a mass exodus across the bridge. So I see it.
Yeah, and you think about the major moves from one team that you're known with to another in the shock to the system. Joe to the Chiefs is the first thing you think about.
No doubt.
I was saying to John earlier, I saw Akeem Olajuwon become a Toronto Raptor.
That was
okay. I saw Earl Campbell become a Saint. All right, so I'm
before you mentioned that to me, man, I was
this.
like, damn, I forgot about that.
Very much used to this. Obviously Jerry to the Raiders, Ronnie to the Raiders.
Oh, that was
it's not Bay Area, but it's still Wayne Gretzky.
Oh,
didn't watch any hockey back then, other than you just kind of knew Wayne Gretzky because it was Wayne Gretzky. And every time you saw Wayne Gretzky, he was an Edmonton Oiler. The next thing you know, he's a Los Angeles King. Like that's one of those shock to the system. Obviously, Tom Brady, I guess, is the latest example of longtime great leaving his longtime home and going elsewhere from New England to Tampa. It's just we've gotten used to it because player movement is just part of sports. Thank goodness. Free agency is great. They've all deserved that. Shout out to Kurt Flood, for getting that ball rolling all the way back in the day when he was with the Cardinals. But we've gotten used to it. It's still though a shock to the system to see it when you equate one player with a franchise and then to see them in another jersey. It's definitely cold water to the face. But hey, man. Just the way it is.
Well, and here's the overriding factor of this whole thing is everybody predicts the end. This is the end. This is the end of all these dynasties. This is the end. Klay Thompson leaving is the end. Yeah. It's not Steph Curry because everybody said, well, until Steph leaves, but it's not the big three.
Even if they win another championship,
right.
If Klay's not involved, then that's the end of the Warrior dynasty.
It was these three guys. Every picture you see with the trophies and the Warriors in this era is that. So this era is over. With Klay Thompson leaving, this era is over, and they've got a lot of tough decisions to make. Can they pivot and get a Lauri Markkanen? What would that even mean? Are you even better after you lose Paul and Klay and potentially Kuminga in a deal for Markkanen? Can you compete in the West, which there is clearly teams like Oklahoma City, Minnesota, I even think Houston, if they're going to be aggressive in this offseason, that are going to move up and down. Dallas getting Klay, that makes them better, I think. They lose Derek Jones Jr., but I think getting Klay, they're better.
Is Brandon Ingram, that's just popped into my head. Yeah. Is Brandon Ingram off the table, not available?
See, that's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I got to think that they're looking into him. But then if you're New Orleans, I mean, you just upgraded. They've made it a nice move in the offseason. So, I mean, they're they could be really good. Do they now look and pivot and think, you know what, let's just keep Ingram? I don't know what their financial situation is, but I mean that's a pretty good team. So I don't even know what Lauri Markkanen would make you in the Western Conference if you're putting Kuminga in that deal and you've lost Chris Paul and you've lost Klay Thompson and you add Markkanen and DeAnthony Melton, who they signed to their mid-level exception from the 76ers. Are they better? Losing those, if we just assume for a second, Markkanen in.
Well, okay, here's let me ask you this question.
Thompson out, right?
Because
Paul out.
Here, the Warriors had issues last year. Okay, one of those issues is that one of your best players was not around for extended amounts of time because of, let's just say, reasons. I'm talking about Draymond Green.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
because of temper tantrums and.
So
stuff.
When we talk about whether this hypothetical scenario, if Markkanen is part of the deal, are the Warriors better than they were last year? I counter that question with, is Draymond going to play?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Because they would have been better in many instances last year, on many nights, if he were available. But he wasn't because of reasons. So I ask you again. Is Draymond going to be around? Because if he's around, then they're better than they were last year.
Okay, I don't like to. Yeah, I don't like to answer a question with a question, but
I know
I keep going back. But I keep going back to this. That if they're winning, I think he's okay. But if they're 5 or 10 under 500, which they might be, then he's not okay because he's not a good loser. And there's nothing wrong with not being a good loser or being a bad loser, whatever you want to call it.
I think Lauri Markkanen makes you a better team.
Okay.
If Draymond's around, I think they're a better team than they were last year.
Good question. All right, we'll finish this conversation coming up next. At the top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes. Tommy will have a lot of things to say about this, obviously, and Steve Kerr with your first opportunity to hear him, minus Klay Thompson. And he just said on a national radio show last week they were desperate to keep Klay. What does he think now? You're going to find out at 2:50. Rod Brooks is in. It's Poppin' London only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Would you like to write a book someday?
I think so. Not necessarily just about basketball, but, probably about my family, a journey in the NBA, the ability to inspire people. I don't know. Maybe. Definitely want to produce some film. I got some things in the works.
I bet he does. I bet he does. 100% positive that was a bit of honesty from Clay. Like, yeah, I got some stuff cooking.
I would have missed that part, man. I think the player, there's no doubt, but the dude, you're not getting that again.
I said it earlier.
You're never getting Curry the player. You're never getting Clay the person.
I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. When Clay was happy, everyone was happy. When Clay was unhappy, as we saw him last year, it was a bummer. It was a bummer. You felt for him, and he's a happiness barometer. Like, when he's happy, we felt a little bit of that. When he was bummed, and some of it, by his own doing, his own actions, but when he was bummed, just like, oh, man, it sucks. So if this makes him happy, and now I sound like, like I'm dealing with a breakup. This makes him happy. I don't care.
Oh, man.
But it is a breakup.
Yeah.
So if this
they're never good.
Yeah, if this makes him happy, good. I just hope it doesn't work out well for the Mavericks, but I hope this works out well for Clay. And if Dallas gets happy Clay, then that's okay.
Give her a rotted moment. The memes are coming out. There you go.
Oh, no.
The memes are coming out.
Can we show that to the camera, or is this the bad word?
Is that really going to hurt? Can I do that? The memes are going to start coming. The memes are going to start coming.
Oh, man.
Well,
you know what? Here's what Steph has to do. He get him some help. Stick around long enough for Cannon Curry to be draft eligible, and then
55th pick, second round.
Encourage the Warriors strongly to draft his son, Cannon Curry, and just like LeBron did with Bronny, and there you go. Help, Steph. Help is in your own crib. You're just gonna have to wait a little bit for it.
Who knew?
I'm an idea guy. I'm a solution guy, John. That's what I do now. In my spare time, I come up with dumbass solutions.
Now it's now the great savior is Lauri Markkanen. So everyone's hoping that Lauri Markkanen could be the one to try to extend everything. But again, once Clay's gone, man, it's
it. Just have to look at it differently.
To me,
now he's gone. He's gone. You got to go somewhere else. And I like Markkanen.
Yeah.
So if that's a possible direction and they decide to go in that direction, if they rock it with Kuminga, all right, I'm cool with it. Thrill me. I'd like to see 4 more points on his average. I'd like to see a couple of more rebounds, on his rebounding average. So that's fine. All right, whatever. Markkanen, that's the one that if want to talk about what excites me, because it's always about me, that's the one that I rock with.
Yeah.
So, there we go.
There you go. By the way, they're saying Clay has officially signed that deal, so there's no last minute locking Clay into, onto the boat and saying we ain't letting you off till you sign with us. So that's it. 3 years, $50 million. The Warriors get a trade exception of $16.3 and a second-round pick. Charlotte gets Josh Green. Not that you care about that, but there you go. So, and we're clearly to the second tier because now we're hearing about like Westbrook possibly to Denver, Phoenix looking at Kyle Lowry. I mean, I don't know what the deals are, but. Clippers, Nuggets, Sixers interested in Reggie Bullock.
Hey, man. Getting close to closing time, ain't it?
Man, free agency happens so fast. We're like, woohoo, and then it's like over.
Getting close to kind of looking around going, all right, what we got here?
It's like an 18-year-old for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, it's started and it's over.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's free agency in every sport now. Like, see you later, man. That was fun. She's sitting there going, we're done?
I was not expecting a parallel to be drawn between an 18-year-old's first few experiences to free agency comings and goings.
It's like boom, boom, like Paul George's side with the Sixers, Clay's on Dallas, whatever. And then all of a sudden now we're down to the B-teamers. Where's Russell Westbrook going? Why, to shoot bricks off of Jokic passes? I mean, talk about a bad fit. God. I mean, Denver's just like, oh, my God, we lost KCP to Orlando. Russell Westbrook. I mean, what a horrible fit.
But that's the NBA now.
Yeah,
That's the way that
got to get somebody.
Yeah, it's weird how the ability to start a dynasty or to keep a dynasty together, both of those things have gone by the wayside. You could do neither with the way it's all set up.
I cannot believe it. But anyway, that's the case. All right, man. It was awesome to see you today, man.
It's a ton of fun, man.
Really
good to see you as well. Always good to be haunting these hallways.
Well, and you're going to be back.
Yes,
we got Pops out for a few weeks.
Yeah.
So you're going to be back, so make sure that you continue to hang out with Rod.
And apparently I got to keep my head on the swivel because y'all just throwing things at each other.
That's what Copes does every day. We have these soft, they're Nerf-ish kind of balls in here, really small, and the door will just open, and automatically I just duck or put my hand up. Because one of these Nerf balls is fine, but we got a couple of these things flying around. We got one that's like a mini basketball, but is hard, doesn't feel good when it hits your head. And then we have one of these. It's like a foam dice, but it's got 4 corners in it. You catch a corner with your eye, you can go blind.
It's good to know that this place is still.
So just be careful.
It's still basically staffed by children. It's good to know. Nothing has changed. I love it.
That's why, when I hear about meetings, we're like, oh, meetings. We don't do meetings. We just hang out and talk. Best part.
Ton of fun, man.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Great to see you. Rod Brooks is going to be in the next few weeks as well, so it is always great to see Rod. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Tomorrow we'll be back in studio, and next, don't miss it because Tolbert and Copes, and you want to hear what Tommy's got to say with Clay leaving, and Steve Kerr's coming up at 2:50. So make sure you tune in next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Klay Thompson's 13-year career in Golden State is now over.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Tim Kawakami going to join us today. Bag's going to join us today. May or may not have a head coach on in about an hour. And it's warm. Everybody stay hydrated out there. It's hot. There's a hot one out there. I know, like 74 in Alameda, but that's still kind of hot, relatively speaking. Although I can't pull that one on my mom. I told her, God, it's going to be hot in Alameda next week. And I told her how hot it was going to be, and she just said, shut up. It's going to be 112 to 115 in Vegas. I'm like, well, I go, my hot is your, coldest, though. Like, this is your low. Your low is my high. It didn't work. What's up?
What's up, dude? How's the weekend?
It was good. I got. There's something I had to throw out there just right off the top. A lot of stuff to get to today, but you know how when you get emails, you get headlines and stuff, and you got to actually hit the email to see what it says. So there's one I get New York Times stuff all the time.
The subject, you get it in the
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, New York Times always sends me stuff. Not that I don't subscribe to it, but I don't know. I must be on a list or something. Maybe they'll get me one of these days.
There's still your data somewhere, and they just gave it to the New York Times. Yeah, maybe it's The Athletic. That's why.
It could be.
The Athletic has it, and they're owned by New York Times now.
Yeah, then you know what? I think you could be right.
We forgot to the bottom.
So it was one of the little subject headers, and I looked down and I read it wrong. You just read it real quick because you're not really you're gonna delete it anyway.
Yeah.
And it said the 5 best massacres. And I thought, that's a weird way to phrase that. 5 best massacres.
How do we gauge best? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like, what does that go? That just seems
by numbers
weird.
or success.
So I clicked on it, well, because I was interested. I'm like, God, it was 5 best mascaras. I just didn't read. I didn't take the time to read it. I was like, I never read that stuff. But I did. And look, if I had to vote, I'm going St. Valentine's Day Massacre. That was my favorite. I'm not saying you should rank massacres in terms of favorites, but that's a really good one. But yeah, it was weird when it hit me. I was like, 5 best massacres. I go, God, especially for the New York Times, it's a weird way to frame that.
Yeah.
Mascaras. So there you go.
Yeah.
So it wasn't massacres.
And
I didn't look into
Valentine's Day's got to be up there.
Yeah. Look, I know we had the parade this
Mascara.
weekend.
Right.
I didn't look into it though. Okay, I just didn't look into it.
I gotcha.
I don't do mascaras. So anyway, where do we start? I mean, I guess we'll start with Clay, but gosh, what a great weekend! Dodgers Giants was an incredible.
I got out there.
series. Yeah, weather,
man.
ball games. I mean, wow, just so a lot to get into today.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the ball games. Giants take 2 or 3 and probably feel like they could have had 3 or 4.
Yes.
Could have had all 3 of them. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day. That's today.
Oh, you big time.
$1.193 million.
Yep.
By the way, Brock Purdy's going to get just under $1 million now for this season. $985 is where Brock Purdy's at. Bobby Bonilla made $1.19 this morning. Just by waking up.
That's the best.
And then we do want to hear from everybody all day long. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Just your thoughts on the entire Clay situation. I can't imagine, and I don't see any Warriors fan that's upset about what's happened. But I do think that people are kind of resonating with what's happened now and being like, man, it is the end of an era. That we talked about it at the end of the play-in. I don't know. Is it a tournament, I guess? And at the end of the play-in series, a tournament, whatever it is that they played, where Clay had a terrible shooting. Was it 0 of 10 or something like that?
0 of 10.
0 of 10 shooting is how he goes out as a Warrior. We talked about that potentially being the last night of the Warrior dynasty. And if Clay's not a part of this thing anymore, that dynasty is come to an end. Now, this is an organization that's been geared towards big-time free agents, talented roster move players, and now they've geared not inexpensive, but they've gone under the luxury tax apron, Tom. We love talking aprons here. On Tolbert and Copes, the apron leader, the apron show on the apron leader. So they're going to be under the tax level there, and they've leaned younger and not more athletic, but with draft picks and some younger rotational players. So it's going to be a different looking Warrior team at the back end of Steph Curry's prime here as he I don't want to say it's fading, but we've talked about this. He's definitely on the back 9 of his career. Do they have enough around him now to compete?
Well, I mean, compete for what?
That's the question. No, because the answer is no to that.
They don't.
Yeah.
They're in a transition period, and where they go, I'm still not sure. Here's what I do know about them: they're always going to try and get a big piece. They want to compete for championships there. They're going to give every effort to compete for a championship there. You may not be able to. I said this last week multiple times. Sometimes there are just no roads to a championship. There just aren't. So they got 4 and 10 years. That's tough. That's really, really tough. And we'll do this at some point during this show. But really, where this started, where the slide kind of started a little bit, even though they got one more championship after, was the draft, where they had Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. And, that could have been one that took them into the future. It didn't quite work. That's how the Spurs did it with Kawhi, Parker, Ginobili. That took them into, because Duncan went from like front and center to kind of a back seat, so to speak, and not in voice and not in stature and not in defensive ability, but kind of the way they played and the way they ran their offense, who they ran it through. His role changed. So that could have been, Steph in that Duncan type role, but they don't have those 3 players.
Sure.
So it's usually inevitable. Everybody wants people to get their flowers. It just doesn't work out that way. It's tough because egos get in the way, roles change, and it's just tough to accept for certain players. I think this started for Clay with the 2-year, $48 million deal last year that I think he thought was a little insulting for what he did to that team. Saw what they gave Steph, and more importantly, saw what they gave to Draymond, which was 5 years. I think it was 5 years.
4
$100
years.
million.
It was 4 years.
Was it 4 years?
Yeah.
So 20. Okay, yeah, 4 for 100. So 25 a year, which I think if they would have been offered that, he would have signed it. Boom, it would have been done. But I don't know. I don't think he's not worth that anymore. Like, that's the problem. Like, you want to give guys rewards, and but you don't want to give them a lifetime achievement award while you're still trying to win a championship. You can't do that. And then what are you telling the rest of the team? Like, yeah, we'd love to win, but no, we owe this guy that. No, I mean, they paid him over $200 million. He got $70+ million when he was hurt for 2 years. So, they showed him plenty of respect. Absolutely. And he's going to be, like, when all this is over, the fences will be mended, and he'll get a statue. If they do statues, and he'll come back and get the applause. That's when you're going to get your flowers. But as of right now, it's just hard to do, especially when he wants more of a role than I think they see for him at this time. And that's tough for a guy that's won all those 4 championships. And it was him, Draymond, and Steph. Those were like the 3 guys. There were others. There was Bogut. There was Iguodala. There was KD, Livingston, West. You name it. There was a bunch of guys. But it was those 3. Those guys were there when they started it, and they were there when they ended it. So he was kind of the odd one out. And I think he felt a little jilted by that. And then his role last year was kind of up and down because, well, he was up and down. He wasn't as good as he was. Defensively, he wasn't as good as he was. He didn't shoot the balls consistently as he had in the past. He would still have games where he'd be explosive, and then he'd have games where, he was 3 for 15 and hunting shots. And that's all he was doing was hunting shots. He wasn't playing great defense and just kind of out there hunting shots. So, that's why I said last week, or maybe it was a couple weeks ago, that I'm not sure him coming back was a good idea at any price. Just because I'm not sure he would have been accepted. He would have accepted the role they had for him. It would have been hard for him. So, you could see this one kind of coming from a mile away. And then I think the last straw, those were the 2 big straws. The contract, his role last year that kind of fluctuated and ultimately led to him being on the bench after that Clipper debacle. He didn't last very long on the bench, but, it's still, hey, we're willing to do this to you. At least in his mind, I'm sure that's how he kind of rationalized it. And then at the end of the season, he wasn't priority number 1. I'm not sure if he was priority number 2, 3, or 4, but I'm sure he felt that too. Like, oh, okay, so we're just going to go out there and try to do all this other stuff, and then you'll get to me? I'm the one who helps you win here. I'm part of the 3. I'm part of the dynasty, and that's how you're going to do me? Like, that's how you rationalize it in your mind. So you're just like, screw it. I think at that point it was made up in his mind that he was going to go somewhere else.
I think so too.
Regardless of price. Like, he just didn't care at that point. But it is telling that he went to Dallas over the Lakers because I think taxes probably played a part in his mind. Like, well, if I'm not getting all the money, I'm going to get as much as I can. So I'm going to cut down on the taxes a little bit going to Dallas. I don't know what the sign and trade's going to be, but we're about that later.
He also gets an absolute free, fresh start. He gets to go to a team that was just shy of an NBA Finals. He gets to be a big fish that lands there in terms of name and in stature. He gets to be the 3rd guy with 2 other superstars that are already there. There's nothing with his dad being a broadcaster and any of that noise. I mean, I know LeBron and AD would be there already, but the Lakers shine is still just, it's something that's a little bit different. I think this is in terms of situation for him, pretty damn good situation.
No, I think it's a great situation. Although, if he wanted to be more than what he was going to be with the Warriors, which is like just kind of a catch and shoot guy, that's all he's going to be doing there. He's going to be standing around the perimeter, watching Kyrie and Luka mess around with the basketball while he's just kind of standing around. So maybe they'll change up the offense a little bit, but he's not at that point in his career. So he will. I mean, eventually it's going to have to sink in for him. Like, this is who I am now. And I kept trying to say that last year. Like, he's got to get to a point where he says, look, this is who I am. I got to embrace it. Easy for me to say because I'm not a Hall of Famer. I never did the things that he did. I never scaled the heights he did. So I can only imagine how tough it is to try and embrace that as you get older, to realize your mortality, in a sense, is a lot closer than it is far away. And it can't be that easy. So he had a hard time, I think, embracing that last year. He'll have to embrace that this year. But I think it will be easier with a new team. The roles will be defined. There's not going to be the expectations. There won't be the, oh man, Clay used to be so good for us.
He doesn't have to worry about every time he has a decent performance going, yeah, but it's not what he was.
No,
right?
they'll be pumped to have him.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, it'll be fine too, because Luka and Kyrie will take the heat there. That's going to be on them, specifically Luka. It won't be on Clay anymore. Clay just goes, just go out there and try to provide some defense for him. And I mean, they lost a pretty good defender in Derrick Jones Jr., who signed with the Clippers. So I'm not sure defensively they're not going to be quite as good next year. I mean, P.J. Washington's still back, Gafford's still back, but Clay can play a little bit of defense. He's not nearly what he was, but they got him to shoot, space the court. Let Luke and Kyrie do what they do, and then you have shooters all over the court. So his minutes will probably be, I would imagine, mid-20s, low 20s, stuff like that. But it'll be a difference. God, it's going to be so weird. It's going to be so bizarre, him coming back to the Bay Area in a Maverick uniform. I mean, I'm having a really hard time imagining that. But look, this is how it usually ends. This is how it usually ends. I know people want it the other way, but this is how it usually ends. And trust me, this is the way it would have ended for Barry Bonds had anybody offered him a contract. Because I think he still wanted to play, but just no one wanted to deal with all the crap that came along with Barry Bonds, the media coverage, the scrutiny, all that stuff. So they're just like, well, whatever. But I will always say you'll never see anybody with as good a numbers as Barry Bonds that nobody ever signed. Like, we don't want him. We're good. We don't want 1,000 OPS guy. I'm getting off track, but the point of the matter is, or the fact of the matter is, it's just hard.
Yeah.
When teams go through good times to retire and sail away together, hey, this is great. It doesn't.
To decide it's over it's hard.
Think how hard that is for three guys to all retire together, all at the same time. That means they all have to be playing at the same level. They all have to realize together that, that's it. Let's retire together. Like they're doing it's like the basketball retiring version at Thelma and Louise. Let's just all get in the car together and go off the cliff. No one's, because one person's always going to want, I'd like to play a little bit more. I don't want to play. Well, I want to go play somewhere else. It just doesn't work. We all want it to work, but there'll be time for that. Look, 5-10 years from now, we'll all get together again, and they'll have a ceremony for them, and they'll all be at Chase together and go over there and celebrate them that way.
Yeah,
but
right.
For now, Clay's going to be let that sink in. Clay, I don't even know what the analogy to that is. I guess Montana for Kansas City.
There's Bumgarner to the D-backs. I mean, these are all kind of weird things. I mean, they're
Bumgarner to the D-back. This even seems weirder than that, though, doesn't it?
Because he still has, I think, more in the tank than we believe Madison Bumgarner had when he left.
This is bizarre, man.
808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. How are you feeling? Is it weird to think of Clay in a Dallas Mavericks uniform? I mean, it's not quite as weird because we already have the edits out there of him rocking number 10 in the blue Dallas Mavs uni. Klay Thompson agrees to a 3-year, $50 million deal with the Mavericks. Still awaiting the details on whether or not that's a sign-in trade. I guess he could potentially just sign with them, but it would have to be for a little lower of a dollar amount. But your calls, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. How is Dub Nation feeling about the exit of Klay Thompson and the end of the Splash Brothers? We'll talk more about this next on the Sports Leader. According to multiple reports, Klay Thompson and the Warriors are officially parting ways. Klay is expected to sign a 3-year deal worth $50 million with a player option with the Dallas Mavericks. Call in all day, 415-808-KNBR, and give us your thoughts on Klay Thompson's time as a Warrior coming to an end. Your calls all day long at 808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Klay Thompson is on his way to the Dallas Mavericks, I'm told. A 3-year, $50 million deal that'll include a player option. It's a sign and trade with the Warriors, with Charlotte. And Klay Thompson's 13-year career in Golden State, 4 championships, is now over.
Tolbert and Cubs with you Monday afternoon, first day of July, July 1. Holiday week for a lot of people, not for the NBA, where free agency got going yesterday. And Klay Thompson has appeared to agree to a 3-year contract worth $50 million that includes a player option. This is per Adrian Wojnarowski, among other sources, to go to the Dallas Mavericks. They're saying it could be a sign-and-trade deal here with Charlotte involved here. And the Warriors are getting like a mid-level trade exception, which just... It makes everything that happened with Jordan Poole a year ago seem like it was more just a roster or a salary dump there, because you waive Chris Paul. Klay Thompson ends up not coming back here. He ends up going to Dallas, and the Warriors get a trade exception out of it. And we'll see what they end up doing with that. They have I think they said they're something like 13, 14 under the cap right now. They could end up splitting that money and trying to get some small rotational players. But as it stands right now, the Warriors are a team that has gone under the salary cap, and Klay Thompson exits. So 13 years you heard there from Adrian Wojnarowski. Last season, he played 77 games. He averaged 17.9 points, 3.3 rebounds, and 2.3 assists. And he did have 268 made three-pointers, which ranked 4th in the NBA. We were just talking about this, though, Tom. It seems and feels like some of the decision, maybe a lot of the decision, for something that reportedly now has been a couple of years coming from guys like Anthony Slater, had a little bit to do or was influenced by his desire to not be compared to the player that he previously was in whichever rotational role they wanted him in now.
And what are you going to do when you're
nothing.
when you're a player of that stature? That's who you get compared to yourself.
So where are you going to go?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? And it was funny too, because I was reading people that were upset because the Warriors traded Jordan Poole and basically got nothing. I'm sorry, you want Jordan Poole? You saw him this year, did you not? Did people watch any Wizards games? Or any highlights, or check out Shackton a Fool just for a week? Did anybody check look, nice kid. I don't want him on the team. I don't care what they got for him. If it's a salary dump, it's a salary dump. That's fine by me. You want him for $30 million a year? Because they weren't trading him for anybody. Like, if you thought for a second they were going to trade him for a really good player, you're wrong. They weren't trading him for a really good player. This is what they got. They got Chris Paul for him, who Washington wanted to get rid of. And the Warriors were hoping maybe they could flip him. Didn't work out, so they're just going to save the $30 million. When I read that, I'm like, really? You guys really wanted to go back? Oh, they lose Klay now. They don't have a score. They could have had Jordan Poole. Really? That's where you wanted? That's what you wanted. You wanted Jordan Poole. No, thank you. Again, I was like fine when he left, and I was more fine after watching him this year with Washington. So that's number one. Number 2 is you're just gonna have to suck it up and get used to the fact this is the new Warriors right now. Like this is normal. All right, you don't just keep rolling and staying like a top contender every single year after year after year. I'll go back to what I said earlier. They had their chance with Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. That was the chance to draft and have some players that could take you into the future. That was the the two timelines thing that caught on. I would have done it. I had no problem doing it. It just, the young guys weren't as good as they had hoped. Wiseman, I don't think, got a great shake. Although, look, he's showing in Detroit that even when they have ample minutes there, and he can barely get on the court, and then when he does get on the court, he's not great. It was a bummer start to his career with injuries and COVID and all that. But the Warriors didn't have time to develop him either, just because they won a championship. But that was their chance. That was the chance. Now, maybe Kuminga's that guy. Maybe he could be that guy. Maybe he could be like Kawhi Leonard that the Spurs got that kind of helped extend that run. Maybe he can be that guy. And I still think Moody could be a nice rotational piece. But like, that was your chance because Draymond, Steph, and Clay they're getting older, and they will continue to get older. That's the thing about Father Time. It continues to progress.
Undefeated.
The same for everybody. Every time around the sun, one more year comes up. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how great you are, whatever you do. So that was their chance. Now I like the pieces they have. I like TJD. I like Kuminga. I like Podziemski. I mean, I like some of the players they have. It's not a championship core, but that's what happens. Like, this is what happens. And I know everybody's trying to figure out a way to get back to the promised land. I know everybody wants Fantasy World to continue on, and it started in about 2013. The championship started in 15, but sorry. I'm sorry. You're just going to have to make do with a 12-year run that most organizations never get in any sport.
No,
you're just going to have to make do with that. They should apologize to you for only winning 2 years ago against the most storied franchise in the game. So I look. This is it. This is it, man. This is how it normally goes. Most teams aren't lucky to even get this, but take solace in the fact you have an ownership group and a front office that is always working to try to land the next big player, always trying to figure out how to get another championship, always trying to figure out how to be in the mix. Here's what I don't want them to do, though. I don't want them to be desperate about it. Like, oh my gosh, we need to get back to the top, and then you do something dumb, and then you set yourself in a much bigger hole. Sometimes you just got to take your medicine. Sometimes you take your medicine, you swallow hard, and you move on. And that's just it, because that's the best path. It's not the most pleasant path. It doesn't taste the greatest, but it's the best for you. And sometimes that's just what you have to do. And that may be, in this instant, what they have to do. I know what you're thinking. Well, yeah, but what about Steph and Steph's last few years where he's, they could be a championship contender with Steph. Steph's won 4 championships. You realize that, right? Steph's won 4. You can't do that for everybody. You know how many stars there are in the league? Not everyone can be given a great roster and a chance to win a championship. I guarantee they're going to say the same thing about Denver this year. Oh, that's all you're going to put around Jokic? It's one of the greatest players in the history of the game, and you got to do better than that. You can see that one coming a mile away with KCP signing in Orlando. Who knows who they'll get? Maybe Westbrook? Don't know. But yeah, I would love to see Steph get another chance. But more than Steph, I'd just love to see the Warriors get another chance.
Yeah.
It may not work. It just may not be in the cards for a couple years. So, wrap your heads around that.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. By the way, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins the show in about 20 minutes at 2:50. Head coach, Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us at 2:50. And we'll get to your calls. Jay and Gilroy, Scarecrow, I see you guys hanging on the lines. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We can get into some of that stuff with the memories of Clay and the thoughts about Klay Thompson leaving. Also wondering how Warrior fans are feeling about the roster, and do they blame Mike Dunleavy for not getting anything done this weekend? You could look at this and say it's a rough weekend for the Warriors. I saw some people who are already going, this team's not going anywhere.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Steve Kerr joins us at 2:50. Your call's next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who are you?
I am failure.
Failure. I thought I defeated you.
You will never get rid of me.
That doesn't concern me.
Your weakness should concern you.
I still remember how to beat you.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
Keep finding Klay Thompson to the rim again. Klay three. Yes, sir. Oh, man. 40. Crowd standing. Curry driving again. Well, if you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it.
And man, I'm just so proud of these guys. It's something, man, I'll tell my grandkids, and I can't even put it to words, Doris.
Thompson turning and shooting. What a shot by Klay Thompson.
How much do you feed off of the D?
Man,
Klay corner three. 60 for Klay Thompson.
oh, it's strength in numbers, It's right here. Strength in numbers.
That's upside down.
My bad.
Yeah.
Klay just Googled himself and say 3-time champion already.
For NBA history, you got it. 14 threes in a game. Has never been done until tonight. Thompson running the floor and a foul. And Thompson grabs his left knee. Now writhing in pain. Klay Thompson was headed back to the locker room, but then turned around and limped back out on the floor. Thompson just the 2 points. This team exploding to the rim. Klay Thompson powers one down.
So remember, Thompson's ACL injury was the left leg. The Achilles, the right Achilles, goes off that left leg this time. Still, he's got plenty of explosion here.
I'm on cloud 109 right now. I don't even know what to say. I mean, there's some dog days. There's a lot of tears shed on the bench. Steph talking me right, and even Draymond, and just leaning on those guys. Andre, I'm just thankful to be here, man. This is crazy. I can't even believe it. I knew it was a possibility. To see it in real time, holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Holy cannoli.
Oh, man. And so many more moments and memories than the ones we had there. Klay Thompson, after 13 years, the only basketball home he's ever had in the NBA, comes to an end as he's agreed to a deal with the Dallas Mavericks. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We are going to catch up with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr coming up in about 15 minutes at 2:50. But your thoughts, your calls, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's go out to Jay. Jay's in Gilroy. Jay, what's going on, man? Klay Thompson is a Maverick. You're on the Sports Leader.
He certainly is. Well, I'm not going to really complain. But they're killing me. I'm just joking. Now, personally, I thought they lost their opportunity when they missed out getting Siakam last year. I really think that they should have went all in and got him. And I knew as soon as he was going to get comfortable in Indiana that he was going to re-up there in Indiana.
Well, he didn't want to come here. He didn't want to come here though, so they didn't want to give up everything to get him for a year. Because he told them that he would not resign with them. I think he wanted to be in Indiana. He wanted to be with Halliburton. So that was the problem. They might have been able to get him, but they didn't want to give up all those assets for the half a year.
I got you, but wouldn't Siakam, wasn't there a way that they could have used him to then make some kind of trade?
No, because you would have traded for him. You couldn't have turned around and traded him because he would have been a free agent at the time. He wanted to go to Indiana because he was going to resign with them. He wasn't going to resign with the Warriors.
I got you. I never heard that part. I always heard the part that, the Warriors were going to get, kept going for him, and there was always rumors about him coming. I never heard the part that he didn't want to be a Warrior.
Yeah, he didn't want to stay here. He wouldn't commit to like re-signing like he did with Indiana.
I appreciate the call, Jay. Let's go to Scarecrow.
Thanks,
Scarecrow's and Tracy. Scarecrow, Klay Thompson is no longer a Warrior. That's the first time it kind of hit me there with all that the rejoin sounds and the memories and Bob Fitzgerald going, nobody more than 3-pointers in a game in NBA history than Klay Thompson. What's up, Scarecrow? You're on KNBR.
Yeah, I don't know that we should be surprised. I think the NBA salary cap worked the way it was supposed to work. And unfortunately, like I said, they're not going to be able to sign Klay, and that's okay. He'll move on. And you just kind of wonder if the Bay Area sports scene kind of in general is sort of being diminished piece by piece by piece. You know, the Raiders are gone, the A's are gone. You know, if you want to watch Cal or Stanford, that's an East Coast deal. And it's just part of the change that happens. And I don't know if it's better. I don't know if it's worse. But good luck to you, Klay. And, you know, when one door shuts, another one opens. So good luck to Steve Kerr and the guys, and we'll see what happens.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. I mean, the Niners just went to a Super Bowl. I don't think the Bay Area sports scene is like diminished. I think Klay Thompson leaving certainly affects the feeling of this dynasty, but I think we all kind of knew we were into a new phase of Warrior basketball anyway, right? After the way this season went.
And the Giants had a 5-2 homestand.
Yeah, that's sweet. I mean, I feel totally different about them now. You know?
Yeah. I think the Warriors Summer League's looking good.
By the way, new month for Giants, fresh start, baby. Come on, July 1 after a 5-2 homestand.
I don't know if you want a fresh start. The back end of June was good. Yeah. That was some good eating right there. I'm thinking, hell, now you need is 2 out of the next 6. Get greedy, go for 3 out of the next 6, and you're good to go. Now, look, this one, even if Klay came back, it's not like they were competing for a championship.
Agreed.
So, did you want to have him back and just kind of flounder a little bit and kind of hope that maybe they could get to a top 6 so they didn't have to do the whole play-in thing again? And next year, Steph's going to be a year older, and Draymond's going to be a year older. So, I don't mind that they did this because it's kind of like a salary reset for them. It's a salary cap reset for them. Now they're going to have some flexibility going forward. So it's going to be a little more interesting where they haven't had that flexibility. It's going to be harder. This year's going to be tough. You know, I'm not going to say it's going to be great because it's hard when you have a player as great as Steph. You want to compete for championships. You do. Again, there may not be a road to that path. So you're trying to figure out, okay, you know, TJD, Pods, Bajemski, Kuminga, Moody, they're all going to get minutes this year, and we're going to kind of see the growth and see what they can do and kind of see what they have moving forward and who can step up and ride shotgun, so to speak, with Steph. And then, you know, I like the Melton signing. I think that was a really good signing for them. They had a backup point guard, a guy that can play defense, a guy that can shoot a little bit. I like him. So we'll find out what direction they're going, but they're going to start having some flexibility. I've heard that they might be in on marketing, but it would take a boatload. So I've been told of picks. By boatload, I'm not sure boatload means 5 or 6 first rounders. I'm not sure, but it'd be a lot. It'd be basically what you gave up for what Minnesota gives up for Gobert, which is about 5 first rounders, I think. That's a lot. That's a lot of capital. Yeah. Like, I like Lowry, I do. I'm a big fan. Arizona, bear down, all that. But man, that's a lot of equity to give up for a guy who I consider kind of a tier 2 player, maybe a 2A if you want to. But I don't think he's in the 1 category with those guys. So, but again, you always know what the Warriors are going to keep churning, keep working, keep grinding to try to bring those type of players in here to compete for championships. I mean, Joe has said as much. So this isn't the end. It's the end of this iteration of the Warriors. But as far as like, okay, how far are we like kind of not at the bottom, but kind of at this maybe 10, 11, 12, 9, in that type of area before they can start heading back up again. Because the West got weaker. The Warriors got weaker. The Clippers got weaker. Mavericks got stronger. OKC, holy smokes. OKC is going to be a monster for about 3-4 years. They are going to be because Hartenstein and Caruso, those were great signings for them. I mean, so, you know, it's not going to be easy, but at some point you got to kind of have that reset and go, okay, now what direction are we going? And most importantly, I think this is better for the Warriors, better for Klay. I think Klay will be better next year. I think his mind will be a little more free next year. He won't have to think about all the things that happened here in the past, trying to hold on to those things. He can just go play. Just go play a couple years, do his thing, and see what happens down. But I know one thing. When he comes here, he's going to kick their ass. He wants to win so bad when he comes here. He's super competitive. He doesn't show it as much as the others, but he's really competitive. So I hope he does well. I hope he does great next year. All the best to him. I mean, he is a super guy, and you root for a guy like that. And I think we all love Klay, and all would have loved to have seen it end here, but sometimes fairy tale endings just don't happen.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Jeff, Steve, JT, Tom, Keith, all you guys hanging on the lines. Mert even wants to get in on some of the talk on Klay Thompson. We'll get to more of your thoughts. Klay Thompson leaves for the Dallas Mavericks. Your thoughts next on the Sports Leader. Paul George signed a max deal with the Philadelphia 76ers after a potential trade between the Clippers and Warriors fell through. Can you really blame Mike Dunleavy Jr. for the Warriors offseason? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in the Klay Thompson conversation, and I imagine you do. You're listening to a live radio show. And, Tom, I want to start right there. This is live radio, right? It's live.
Correct.
What you're listening to right now is not recorded. So mistakes were made.
Thank you.
Okay? This is not a recording. This is actually me talking right now and Tom having a conversation. People make mistakes, okay? I've been teasing. Sometimes things just sort of fall into your lap, Tom. Like, we were trying to connect with Steve Kerr today. All right?
Yes.
We've been talking about Steve Kerr was going to join us coming up at 2:50, 3 o'clock today. You and I were kind of waiting to say this was official because we hadn't locked it in yet. Then all of a sudden, at like 1:30, John Lund's like, hey, stay tuned. He's coming. So then me and you have to run with it, right? Then we got to pick up the pieces. Steve Kerr not coming on today. Had to reschedule him for next week. He's going to join us next week.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
So the only two people we can blame for this are John Lund and Derek. Those are the only two people I'm going to point the finger of blame at here. So
Derek.
You're welcome to hit John and Derek on the text line or us, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, or the wine line for all your unfiltered hate. We tried to give the number out last week, Tim, on Friday, but we didn't know it because you're the only one who knows the wine line number. What is it, Tim?
415-995-6998 for Unbridled Hate.
6998 for Unbridled Hate. Or 808-KNBR for your Klay Thompson thoughts and takes. Let's go to JT in Richmond. He's been waiting a while. JT is in Richmond. You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, JT?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. You know, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a Warrior. He's great. But it was time to go. I agree with Tom. I kind of saw it coming. You know, he was once a great on-ball defender, and he's not anymore. So I'm about the Warriors getting better. So I don't think they get better at any price if he stays.
I'm with you. I appreciate the call, JT. I think that's the most frustrating part of this to me, and maybe people haven't gotten to that point yet, is he hasn't been replaced. There's nothing that's been done yet to make the roster any different or improve it from where it was last year, per se, right? They haven't done enough to compete in the Western Conference. We all just agreed they're not a championship caliber team. But, like, you've still got Steph Curry. You invested this money in Draymond Green. Part of it, and I saw somebody text us in earlier saying, what's more frustrating about the Jordan Poole situation is the contract that was handed to him before you end up trading him away. I think the hope at that time is that you can keep that roster spot open with Chris Paul and do something there. But as you said many times last week, nobody was going to take a 39-year-old at $30 million a year when the Warriors could just waive him and you could sign him. He was statistically off the worst season of his career, coming off the bench, playing a different role. He's an aging veteran, but, you know, again, having Jordan Poole here doesn't change this. I don't think the money in the Jordan Poole situation altered all that much for what could have happened for Klay. You may still be in the same situation with Klay Thompson, wanting more money and years than he got.
Yeah, I saw they were there's a possibility they were thinking about replacing Klay Thompson with Nick Ahmed, but I'm not positive. So we'll have to
some non-roster guy.
Gonna have to do a little more digging on that. No, but it is similar to Brandon Crawford, right? A guy that's been on your team his whole career, had won championships with your team. Now, I mean, Brandon Crawford's not the player, not the baseball equivalent of Klay, but, you know, they're homegrown guys. They've won championships. They're fan favorites, easy going, easy to like, all those things. And then when they leave, it's like, oh, man, that bites. Even though you know them leaving's probably the best thing for the team and probably makes the team better. So that's the whole, like, they're not getting rid of Klay Thompson if they think he could help the team and the team be better with him. But they weren't good last year. And it was a tough year for Klay. It wasn't easy for people in that locker room last year with Klay. And Klay was hard, difficult to deal with at times last year because he had a hard time dealing with his role on the team. And it became difficult in the locker room for, I'm sure, a lot of the players and the coaching staff. Like, it wasn't as easy as it usually was. And that's the way it goes sometimes with great players that are aging. The difficulty, embracing your new role on the teams. Again, I'll go back to what I said. I'm not sure signing him would have been prudent at any price. Because if that's what you have to fight through, then what are we doing? We're trying to win games. We got to deal with this all the time. The ups and the downs and the highs and the lows. So now Clay is going to be in a position where hopefully he doesn't have to deal with that. He can just go play, be a fourth option, fifth option, whatever it is, and just go do what he does. And they'll embrace him there, and they'll feel like, hey, this is a guy that can help us win a championship here. But Luke and Kyrie are going to get the heat. Like it's going to be on them whether they win, whether they lose, at least through the media. But sometimes it's just time to move on. It is, and I think last year kind of proved to a lot of people in the organization that, like, look, we can't do this again. Like, if he can't come back and be happy and embrace the role that he's given, then we can't do that again. I think there were a few people that felt that way. We don't want to go through that again.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call. Part of the reason this is palatable, I guess, for me is it's weird going to Dallas, but it could have been Los Angeles, right? Like, there was thought that he could have ended up with he took meetings with the Lakers, I guess Lakers, Clippers, Sixers, and Mavericks were the teams that Clay met with, ended up agreeing to a 3-year, $50 million deal with the Mavericks. Let's go to Mike. Mike is in Los Angeles. Mike's on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? So I got maybe a little bit of a different slant on this. I think they should have done everything in their power to keep these guys together. I don't even care if the team stinks, because they're going to stink anyway. Now, granted, the players probably wouldn't be thrilled about this, but I would rather see them go down with the ship for historical purposes and be able to say, hey, I saw these guys as lifelong warriors, and that's the way it was. It's like championships, great. We had them. It was awesome. I would rather have that legacy be part of this whole story. They're going to suck. We kind of know that. And if Lauri Markkanen is coming to the Warriors, let us not forget that the GM of the Utah Jazz is Danny Ainge. He is going to take Dunleavy Jr. behind the shed and paddle him and leave him standing in the corner facing the wall. I mean, if you think you're going to get him without getting raked across the coals, you're wrong. So no matter if they had kept Clay, Clay left, they're still not going to be good. I would rather have them kept these guys as long as they possibly.
All right, man. Hey, appreciate the phone call. I mean, literally, all due respect, and you know what's coming next.
Go ahead.
I think that's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want to be? Stepbrothers on the boat crashing into the rocks like that? No. I don't know. Maybe there's other people out there like you that just wanted to see them like ride off into the sunset together and suck.
I want to see them get bad together.
Yeah, I want those memories of them winning 35 games together, like yucking it up on the bench. Like, no. And trust me, that's not like it's all about anyway. Like, they would never, ever, under any circumstances, do that. But I don't want to see that either. Like, I don't want to see those guys, legendary players, Hall of Fame players, like, hey, look at them. They started off together, they won championships together, and now they suck together. Isn't that romantic?
He is going to take Dunleavy Jr. behind the shed and paddle him again.
I kept thinking of the Blair Witch.
Yeah, I know.
Put him in the corner like the Blair Witch. But now that I didn't want to see. And the one thing I think in you saying that you're not fully paying heed to is they wouldn't want that either. Like, no players of their caliber are going to be happy playing together, winning 35 games. Just like, you know what? Isn't this great? We're going down together. Like, the ship's sinking, we're about to die, but hey, we're together at least. Like, no, somebody's jumping overboard. Somebody's grabbing the raft. Somebody's getting off the boat. Like, I ain't going down like this. This ain't happening. Now, no self-respecting Hall of Famer is going to be cool losing 50 games a year with his buddies. Like that wouldn't happen either.
Can you imagine baseball teams thought that way? Guys get like 15-year contracts. They're like, I know we're losing 120 a year, but at least we're watching our guys stink.
We suck, but we suck together.
Suck together.
This is amazing. But you are right. He is right about one thing. Danny Ainge would extract more than a pound of flesh.
Paddle him.
In that it was a little creepy when he said that. In that deal, he would get a lot. There is no doubt about it. He would get a ton for Lauri Markkanen.
The Lakers apparently were. So Warriors, that's our guy Mike in LA, wishing the Warriors would just ride their guys into oblivion until the team. All right,
them into the ground.
Now they're all gone. We can start fresh. Like once they all decide to call it a career, and we can start fresh. The Lakers were apparently in on Clay, and Clay had great interest, but they do say that, or it was reported by Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, that the Lakers were an extremely intriguing place for Clay, but financial savings from living in Texas over California.
Taxes, baby.
And the fact that the Mavs were 3 wins away from an NBA title played a big role in Clay's decision. Somehow taxes noted first. The report is out on what the Lakers apparently were willing to offer Clay. 4 years, $80 million.
Wow.
And he turned it down.
My God.
There you go. So it wasn't always just about the years and about the money.
Shouldn't that have alleviated any tax concerns? 4 years and 80?
And and the sign and trade deal for the Warriors was D'Angelo Russell would have been included in the sign and trade.
No, please.
See,
no.
Warrior fans, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been Clay to the Lakers, and then you get D'Angelo Russell back.
It could have been a lot worse. Can you imagine that reunion?
No, can you imagine? We're like, hey, well, at least we got some of the gang back together. Yeah. That'd be tough.
No.
That'd be a tough deal. Back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Tom and Gilroy. Tom says this whole thing is a little depressing. Tom, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to give some flowers to Clay, and then I have one question that I'll take off the air if I could. I've been a Bay Area sports fan for over 50 years. I've grown to accept that this is just part of the deal. I've seen had to stomach Mays in a Mets jersey, and McCovey in a Padres jersey, and Montana in a Chiefs jersey, and Ronnie Lott in a Raiders jersey. So this is a tough one. It's just the way it is. I just want to give flowers to Clay. I don't know if he's listening out there, but Bay Area loves you. Thanks for everything. In all my years of watching sports, that 37-point quarter, probably the single most incredible thing I've ever seen. Individual performance, listening to Barnett and Fitzgerald just go crazy with every shot. Just amazing stuff. So best of luck to Clay. The Dallas Mavericks are now my second favorite team. Thank God he didn't go to the Lakers. Just thanks for everything, Clay. And then my question real quick off the air. All I've heard today is Markkanen. I've read some stuff the last few days about Ingram, Butler, DeRozan. Are any of those guys still on the table, and is there any way to do that? Of course, I want my cake and eat it too, so I'd hate to see Kuminga or Podziemski go, but are DeRozan and Butler even a possibility at this point?
Appreciate the call, Tom.
Butler isn't.
No.
Butler said he's playing this year with the Heat, and then he'll be
and he wouldn't sign an extension if traded.
Yeah. DeRozan, I don't know if that's even a guy the Warriors are interested in. I know Ingram's been talked about, but I haven't really heard no traction on that one. And I'm not sure. I mean, again, and I said this when it came to Paul George, is what they're going to give up going to make them any better with Paul George? Like, you got to be better with the player you're getting, with what you're giving. Now, what I'd heard about Lauri Markkanen was it was just a boatload of picks. So you better, you better win. If you don't win, you don't have any way to replenish those picks. Now, there's always ways to do that, but still, that's a lot of picks. I'm thinking a boatload means at least 5. That's a lot of picks. So, but I mean, look, you'd always like to have one of those players, and I think that's one of the reasons they signed Poole. That's one of those reasons they signed D'Angelo Russell, is you sign guys with these big contracts so you can move them, so you can trade them for other players that make that much money. Like you have to have those to be able to move pieces
to match
around.
contracts, right?
Exactly. So and they signed Poole to that and couldn't really get much for him. Like that's why they ended up getting Paul. And with Russell, it worked out well because you got Wiggins and a pick, which ended up being Wiggins and Kuminga. I mean, that was a hell of a deal because I think we all knew when they got D'Angelo Russell, like, why are they doing that? He's not going to fit. He's not going to fit with Steph. Well, it was, hey, if we get him, it opens up a salary slot, in the $30 million range or $20 million, whatever it was at the time. And there are other people out there that want him. Like the Warriors, there's no doubt the Warriors knew that the T-Wolves coveted Russell because I think they wanted him before. And they knew that. So like, hey, if we get him, then we can move him. And, maybe if we want to get Wiggins, because maybe they had thought about that before as well. So, I mean, these are pieces that are always thought about and kind of mentally put in motion before they're ever done. It's not like last minute, hey, you know what? I wonder if they like no. They signed him to that deal knowing there are a few teams out there that like him. And, hey, if they have pieces that we like, then we can work with them and move them. He knew that they liked, I forget who it was that thought Russell and Cal would be a great pick-and-roll combo. It wasn't. It was terrible. It just wasn't good. Because we saw Russell's act here. I mean, he didn't even try on defense while he was here. And he's just kind of hot or cold. Anyway, now they don't have that right now. I mean, they have Draymond, they have Steph, and Kuminga's going to be due for a monster raise fairly soon. But you got to have those to have some flexibility and have some maneuverability to trade those type of pieces because you see guys moving all over the place, right? I mean, you start looking at all the best teams in basketball now, and usually one of the top two guys came from somewhere else. Right? I mean, you look at Boston, their top two, they got drafted. But then after that, 3 and 4 and 5 came from somewhere else. Philadelphia, 1 and 2 drafted. 3 is coming from somewhere else. Miami, number 1, Butler came from somewhere else. Dallas, number 2, came from somewhere else. Phoenix, 2 and 3 came from somewhere else. Like, I mean, you got to have this flexibility to be able to maneuver and bring these people in. Like good players at relatively high salaries, you got to have guys like that to be able to trade for them. So the Warriors don't have that anymore for the first time in forever. Forever they don't have that because they ain't trading Steph. I'm sorry. For those people that think, hey, if they're not going to win, you might as well just stop yourself right there, okay? Because that is where it ends. Like they will go the Barry Bonds route as far as I'm concerned with Steph as long as Steph wants to be here. Like if Steph ever said, I'd like to go somewhere else and try and win. This just isn't working. I'd like to spend the last 3 or 4 years winning a championship. Yes. Then I think they would consider it because they would honor that request. And then you could get your massive haul, like picks and players, and you get all kinds of stuff for Steph. But if Steph wants to be here, Steph's going to be here. Ain't trading Steph if Steph doesn't want to go. You're not trading the best player in franchise history. You will pull the Barry Bonds where you're just like, hey, people are going to come see Steph, just like they say Bonds saw Bonds. We're not going to be great, but we're going to be entertaining, and they're going to have a chance to see one of the greatest that's ever done it. People will do that, and they're not going to they will not trade him. They're not going to let Steph walk out the door unless Steph says, you know what, I'd like to have another crack at a championship. I don't think you guys are going to get there in the next few years. But I don't see that happening. I think that means something to Steph retiring. Very few players have done that. I mean, you look at Kobe and Tim Duncan coming to mind, obviously Magic, Larry Bird, stuff like that. But, I think Steph wants to be one of those players. So that's just not good. So that's one player that could, in theory, help you kind of start the road to kind of, okay, look at all the picks we got and look at all this. But it's not going to happen. That one is not going to happen. And I'll be honest, I kind of laughed at the guy when he says he wants the 3 amigos to go down and just kind of go sync together. I didn't want that. But if they're not going to be great, I want Steph to be here. I do want to have Steph here. Like, I don't know, for some reason that's just different. Like, I don't want Steph in a different.
Well, he's
uniform.
different. He's the superstar of superstars.
He's the greatest player in franchise history.
That's the way it goes down. 808 KNBR. More of you guys. I see Darren, Steve, Mike, Mark, Bobby, Kurt. We'll get to all these calls. And the question that Tom was just asking, or really that everybody's asking now, is if Klay's not here, they're not going to land a guy like Paul George. Where do the Warriors go next? It'll be a different looking Warriors team than we've seen in the most recent years of this dynasty, which has come to an end. Tolbert and Copes, more of your calls, and we answer the question, where do they go next on the Sports Leader? Chris Paul was released by the Warriors and signed soon after with the San Antonio Spurs. For any and all Warrior updates, keep it locked right here. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon, first day of July here. Tim Kawakami going to join us at 3:50. Andy Baggerly at 4:50. We'll get to more of your calls here in just a couple of minutes. But the question that I was just asking is, where do the Warriors go from here after Klay Thompson agrees he's going to go to the Dallas Mavericks for 3 years, $50 million? So the Warriors trade, there was a hyped trade last week for the Warriors trying to acquire Paul George. There's a lot of hype, did not come to fruition. On Saturday, Paul George opted out of his $48 million contract. He hits free agency, and then he signs with the 76ers last night at 4 years, $212 million. I should also tell you that during that last segment, the largest contract in NBA history was agreed to. Did you hear about this?
The largest contract in NBA history?
Jason Tatum just signed the largest in NBA history. 5 years, $314 million. 62.8 a year. Am I wrong on that being the largest in NBA history?
I thought Jaylen Brown's was larger than that.
They have the two highest paid players in the league as well. I believe that's the biggest ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's Jaylen Brown?
He's like at 60 a year, something like that. No, he's at 62. I think he's at 62.8. No, I think he's at 60.
Is he? Okay.
Who cares? It's $130 million between two players is what it is. Yeah, $314 million extension. Yeah, including a player option and a trade kicker for Jason Tatum. So there you go. They've got the two highest paid players in the league. Tim Kawakami, who's going to join us in about a half hour or so, he reported the details of the Warriors' conversations with the Clippers for Paul George. Quote, from what I heard, some combination, but definitely not all, of Wiggins, CP3, Kuminga, and Moody, plus a future first-rounder. Paul George was on board. Steph was on board. Draymond was on board. The Clippers didn't want to do a deal with the Warriors. How about that?
I had also heard there was something that was offered that was one young player, which I'm assuming was Podziemski or Kuminga, and then like a bunch of first-rounders. But I have no idea if that's... I don't know which one would be more palatable to me if I'm the Warrior. I mean, if I'm the Warriors, I don't want to give up that much. I don't want to give up assets, and I don't know, if that's something where the Clippers said, "Hey, if we're going to do this, we want to get assets back," because they lost a lot of first-round picks in the Paul George deal.
Dude, it's one of the worst trades ever now.
Which really didn't work out great for them.
They go up like 7 first-rounders, a couple of pick swaps, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Dude, OKC's like, whoop, whoop.
They're set for life.
Whoop.
Yeah.
We got all our picks. We got
Miami's picks. We got all sorts of picks, dude. It's pretty incredible.
We're totally good.
But see, for me, this is where I wonder, like, how the Clippers not wanting to take a deal with the Warriors or make a deal with the Warriors means they just lose Paul George for absolutely nothing. You give up all those picks and you recoup nothing. This is why when we were talking last week about whether or not CP3 could be involved in a deal like that to include some of the money or to make that offer work, why wouldn't a team do that just to acquire something and then figure it out from there? Because if you were getting a Kuminga or a Moody or a Podziemski, whatever the deal was, and he says certainly not all of them, and we'll ask Tim Kawakami about this a little bit later on, but plus a future first-rounder, you'd rather say, well, we're not doing a deal with them, but then we don't get anything. Then nobody wins, and you're sitting here now with a 2-year deal for James Harden. So the other part of yesterday was Chris Paul was released after he was due the $30 million. Chris Haynes reported that Chicago offered Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins for Zach LaVine, and the Warriors turned that offer down as well. Which, interesting. He's due $138 million over the next 3 years. Also, supposedly Chris Paul was not in favor of going to Chicago, as he'd already worked out a deal with the Spurs. He signed then with San Antonio a 1-year, $11 million deal, which I could give a damn if he's worked out a deal with the Spurs if I got something on the table that I want. But they clearly did not want to go over the luxury tax or stay that high. They wanted to get under this apron is what it looks like.
Yeah, I heard, from what I've read and heard, that Bulls are trying to give away Zach LaVine. Nobody wants him. Nobody wants that contract. Nobody wants to pay him $45 million a year. So, and I don't know exactly how Chris Paul's salary would have worked into it. Like, they would have had to guarantee his $30 million.
Exactly.
Or they could have guaranteed half of it, re-signed him, guaranteed half of it, and then traded him. I guess is how it could have worked, because a non-guaranteed contract doesn't count in trades.
Which is why Wiggins was the more likely one.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the Warriors just can't do anything desperate. Even if they do nothing and it's not great, you can't just do something desperate like, oh, we're going to do something to get back in this thing right now, and then all of a sudden it's like, oops, we've given away all our picks and we're the 7th seed. Or we've given away all our picks and we're losing in the first round, Clippers. Or you're giving away all your picks and you're losing in the first round, Lakers. I mean, Minnesota, it's worked out for them so far. When they gave up a boatload of picks to get Rudy Gobert, and now it's starting to finally pay dividends. But you can't be in a position to where we want to get back to where we were so desperately that we're just whatever you want, we'll take. That can't be the case either. I know that Markkanen's the guy they've had their eye on, and then he would fit perfectly too, just because of what he does, the skill set that he brings, and it's another high-priced player that can be, used in trade opportunities for other players that you may want. So that's one certainly to keep an eye on. But again, if you're dealing with Danny Ainge, you're giving up a lot of picks, Because I got to think they'll
take you out and paddle you, dude, in the shed.
He will. Put you in the corner and turn you around.
You paddle him, dude, behind the shed.
Paddle. Like they got to get for him what they got for Rudy.
Right.
I would think.
Yeah.
Right? So
exactly.
it's 5. I think it was 5 first-round picks. I mean, there's probably pick swaps in there and everything, but, I mean, I don't know. Some people don't, some people look at picks and go, whatever. They're picks. I don't care. I mean, I'm more on that side that I don't have to have all my assets, but I got to have some assets, right? I got to have a way to replenish. I can't just give them all away and say, well, then we're just going to keep trying to, if we'll try to trade to get them back somehow, because it's not easy. It is not easy. So hopefully they'll be judicious. I trust that they will try to do the right thing and get back into the top half of the Western Conference. But if you get desperate, make a mistake, then you've compounded it, and then 2 or 3 years of scuffling could end up being 7-8 years of scuffling.
Warriors did sign DeAnthony Melton for 1 year, $12.8 million today.
Good deal.
Backup point guard, good shooter. So nice addition to the bench. And there are reports, as you mentioned, that they could be in on Lauri Markkanen, but it is going to cost a whole lot. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Let's go back out to the phone line. Steve in San Jose has been waiting for a while. Klay Thompson departs, the end of an era in Golden State. Steve, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, Tom? How you guys doing?
What's up, dude?
What's up?
Hey, long time no see, man. I saw you at Game 5 of the Dodgers when we lost, unfortunately. You were outside the public house. So.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Good game, though. Good game until the very last check swing that wasn't a check swing.
I was feeling good when Ruff hit that solo shot. Yeah.
Dude, I was having some unforgiving words to Gavin Lux outside the bullpen. But anyways, long story short, hey, man, I'm sorry to hear about the Klay Thompson news. I knew it was coming. Klay Thompson, man, one of the best decades of my life. First time I went to a Warriors game was in '96. I watched Jordan, Kukoc, Kerr, Pippen, all those guys murder the the Warriors when you couldn't sell a ticket. I think it was $37 I paid. It's been a long time coming. But in the end, I just want to send some flowers to Klay. I know his statue will be there eventually. I just wish him nothing but the best. I know he deserves every dollar he can get, and I know he's not the guy that we used to see, but in the end, he put in his work, and I understand why he's upset, and I would be too. And I think he deserves every nickel he can get. Just really unfortunate, man. It's a sad day, man. I can't wait to see him come back to the Bay, and I hope he wins. Unfortunately, I know that sounds weird, but that's part of the grit and that lives in me from Klay Thompson. So I just want to send a huge shout out to Klay Thompson. I hope he's listening. The Bay loves you and will love you forever. And thank you for all the great years. It's been nothing but the best. So
appreciate the call, Steve. Thanks so much, man. By the way, I found the box score from that game he was talking about. Bulls did absolutely rip the Warriors that night, dude. They moved to 40-5. 115-92.
40-5. Is that what they were?
The 96. This is January 31st, 97. So we said 96 season. Yes, dude, 115-92.
That's absurd.
Jed Bushler had 13 minutes for the Bulls that game. Didn't score.
Did he?
0 for 3 from the field. And Scotty had a big night. Scottie Pippen, 14 of 24 and 32 points. But, how about that? Steve Kerr, 4 of 5 from the field in that one for 11.
Nice.
Good deal. Good deal.
Dr. Joe.
That's all I got. That's all I got for you on the beat down there. Joe Smith had 16 for the Dubs. Every Warriors starter in double digits.
I want to just throw this in there that I know you mentioned earlier that Steve's coming on the 8th, and the reason he didn't come on today because free agency and he can't talk about certain things. So I did text him, and Steve, to his credit, said, "I don't care. I'll do whatever you want to do today. You want to do 8th?" And I go, "Look, I don't want to get you fined.
Yeah,
I don't want to get into. I've already done that once. I don't need to do it again." He's like, "All right, cool. We'll do it." So he's good. He would have been okay doing it today. We just would have had limitations on what we could have and couldn't have talked about. And I didn't want to put him in an awkward position, getting the team fined and all that crap. So we just figured let's wait until the 8th. Because really, I wanted to talk to him a little about free agency, but a lot about the Olympics. I wanted to know about the Olympic team and his experience. He'll be there a few days and coaching the team by the time we get a chance to talk to him. But we'll talk to him next week, and we'll ask him about all this, about free agency and what direction the team's going and Clay and all that, and we'll be able to talk to him about those sort of things. So we thought it'd be more interesting for the listener to listen to it when we have all avenues open to us. We can ask all the questions that we want to ask instead of kind of being neutered a little bit by the league rules. And again, I didn't want them to get fined and get them in trouble. So we just thought it'd be better off to wait until next week to do it. So he was good with it. Hope everybody understands.
Neuter, spade, all the same. Tolbert and Coach with you Monday afternoon. Can you really blame Mike Dunleavy for how this weekend went down? Would it have gone any different, you think, if Bob Myers were here? We'll talk more about this Warrior offseason that's off to a roaring start on these Sports League.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
This is the end of something magical in basketball. Like, this was a dynastic team, and this guy from the threes in Oklahoma City to the threes against Toronto to coming out with a busted ACL to shoot the free throws to the loudest ovation I heard in that arena ever. This is the end of something, and we need to take a moment to appreciate it. We also need to take a moment to ask, wait a second, hold on here. Same with the Clippers if Paul George leaves. What's plan B here for this team that has one of the 10 to 12 greatest players of all time still playing at an all-NBA level? They just waived Chris Paul. That salary slot's gone. They might lose an all-time great Warrior, all-time great player for nothing. That player would be gone. They don't have a ton of financial flexibility. It's not like they opened up $40 million in cap space. If this team wants to win right now at a decently high level, what direction are they going to go in? We saw them sniff around Paul George. I expect them to be creative and aggressive, but doors are closing, as Wendy said, and they might be grasping at straws in the next 72 hours.
That was the voice of Zach Lowe saying this is the end of something special for the Golden State Warriors with the exit of Klay Thompson. A lot of Warrior fans were upset at Mike Dunleavy today. I did see it on social media for letting Klay walk, not trading for Paul George, and passing on the Zach LaVine deal. Now, the Zach LaVine deal to me does look more attractive. I don't know what they would have had to give it up or give up exactly, and maybe they weigh the young talent that they have over the $45 million a year for Zach LaVine. And I think Zach LaVine makes them better, but at what expense? Do you lose Kuminga in that trade? If you do, then I'm out on that. I was in on the Kuminga potentially for a Paul George edition because that's a game changer, absolutely, and it may help you compete in the Western Conference. I don't know that Zach LaVine does that much more. Can you blame Mike Dunleavy for what's happened to the Warriors? Didn't we know things were going to be this tough for him this offseason?
Yeah, look, he inherited a team where the stars were aging. So it was going to be tougher to try and figure this out. Again, it wasn't easy. The best case scenario was Klay was better than he was, happier than he was last year. But even if he is, to what end? Like, where does that get you? I mean, they're just not the same team. And it's not just the players. The players are getting older. They're not as good as they once were. We get that. But they were like in 2015, they were so far ahead of the curve in terms of length, interchangeability, wings. Like they do it all. They were, and then they had the death lineup that they called it.
Yep.
That was a small ball lineup that had Draymond at 5, Harrison at 4, Iguodala, and then Steph and Klay. And you talked about Klay, premium defender. Iguodala, premium defender. Draymond, premium defender. Harrison Barnes, if he wasn't premium, he was pretty close. He'd guard 4s. And they could defend, they could shoot, and that was before the league really caught on to like, oh man, we need to have some guys that can be interchangeable, some guys that can switch, because switching back then screwed up offenses, something fierce, and not as much anymore because everybody's used to all that stuff now. But it's still like you'd like to have those type of players. Boston won a championship with 4 of them basically. White's one of those guys, Brown, Tatum, and then Holiday. So you'd like to still have those guys, but the Warriors were like kind of caught everybody off guard with that. They don't have that advantage anymore. So guys are getting a little bit older. You don't have your advantage that you once had. You're not as deep as you once were because you're not as good, so it's harder to get the players to come over here just to try to win a championship for a year. The guys aren't as young as they once were, so it's tougher. It's tougher. And it was going to be tough for Mike Dunleavy. I mean, you can get on Mike all you want. To me, that's misplaced. A lot of fans just don't want to accept it, that this was the most likely path. Not the only path, of course, but a path that was wider, a lot wider than the rest of them. Like, that was just the one that was most easily accessible, and the other one's going to be really hard to get to. It's not like you can't get there. It's like watching those sci-fi movies where it's like all these alternate realities. Like, this was the most likely one. The other ones are out there somewhere, but it would have taken some magic to get to them. This was like, the guys are getting a bit older. Klay's not happy. It's going to be harder to trade the guys because, they're not going to be as valuable as they once were. The guys that you want that teams want, you don't want to trade. Like, they don't want to trade Kuminga. They don't want to trade Podziemski because they want some youth on this team. So, it wasn't like he had a great, a hand to deal from. Now, the Clippers very easily could have taken that trade. They could have very easily taken the Warriors offer, and they could have had Paul George. Now, where would that have gotten him? I'm not so sure. I know you would have been paying Paul George $50 million a year, over $50 million a year, when he was like 34, 35, 36, 37. It's not like he is the pillar of reliability health-wise during the course of the season. So if I got to give up Kuminga and maybe some picks to get that, I don't know. I don't even know if that sounded super attractive to me. It would have been a splash. Guys would have liked it. Fans would have liked it. Oh, Steph and Paul George and Draymond and Kuminga, and here we go. And
do you think it would have made you better right now?
Maybe, but like again, to what end? How much better?
What did it cost?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, are they better? Yeah, they were 10th last year.
Yeah,
but what if they're 9th? They're better. They're not that much better. So how much better did you want to get? That was always my point.
Can you get to
6?
Yeah.
How much better do you want to get? Like, do you want to get to 6? Do you want to get to 5? Do you feel? I've always felt like, okay, I want to get into the top half of the West.
So 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I want to feel like I want to have home court the first round, and then let's let it rip after that and go for it. But I don't want to give up that much to have a 6 seed. Like, that doesn't excite me all that much. And I don't know how well that contract would have aged, to be honest. But then again, it's a big contract. You could always flip it for another contract somehow, somewhere. But they didn't get that done. And we've said they've been working on marketing. I don't know what else is out there. But, the pipe dream has always been Giannis. That's always been the pipe dream. And maybe that's a way to get, Giannis as a Lori or somebody else comes over that makes a lot of money. They could start putting pieces together. Because right now they don't really have any way to get him other than Steph. And that's not obviously the reason they would bring him over here is to play with Steph. Because I know they're friends and they'd like to play with one another. So who knows how this whole thing works out. I know they're not. I will say this: they're not done. I'm not as upset as some people that didn't get Paul George. I'm just not. It would have been a good deal. I don't think it would have been a great deal. I don't think it would have been a game-changing deal. It wouldn't have been like, oh my gosh. And I think the KD deal almost ruined it for the Warriors. And everybody thinks, oh, they got to go get another guy like KD. Like that. I mean, that was a once-in-a-lifetime type deal, man. That was the confluence of things that had to happen for them to get KD was just like, wow. All these things did happen, and then KD goes, yeah, I'll come. One of the greatest players of all time comes, like, oh my gosh. But it's different now. They're not the same players they were back then. And the Warriors aren't as attractive, I don't believe, as they were at one point. They're not unattractive. I mean, guys still would like to come here, sure. But it's not a guaranteed championship. Like, oh, I go there, I'm going to win a championship. Like, I know I'm going to win a championship if I go there. Oh, I'm going to have a great chance of winning a championship. So I don't blame Mike Dunleavy, though. I don't. I mean, it wasn't a great position to be in. You're taking over for Bob Myers. Bob gets out at the perfect time and says, see ya, and everybody loves Bob, and rightfully so. Then you look at some of the stuff that he did and winning championships and all that. It was going to be hard for the next guy. It always is. But I think Mike's a real sharp guy, and I think it was a tough position to be put in, and let's not judge him harshly early on in his career as the GM.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, things may have gone differently had Bob Myers been here, but I can't imagine there would have been that many different moves.
No.
If the Clippers didn't want to make that trade, there's nothing more you can do about it. If they were having discussions and the Clippers said we're not doing it with the Warriors, then that's all you can do. Tolbert and Copes with you. 808 KNBR is the number to call. By the way, somebody checks in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 916 says, back in the 60s, my dad used to hang a wooden ping pong paddle on the fridge, and he wasn't afraid to use it on his boys when we misbehaved. We never got timeouts. We got paddled. The good old days. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Yep. Darren is in San Ramon. Darren, you're on the Sports Leader. Klay Thompson is a Maverick. What's up, man?
Gentlemen, how's it going? Can you hear me?
We got you.
Yep.
So this whole Warriors departure breakup reminds me a lot of the Bulls departure with Pippen from a player standpoint. And then from an ownership standpoint, this reminds me a lot of a Bob Chapek, Bob Iger situation and takeover. I know we don't really want to blame Dunleavy, but the fans, they're saying that it's, in my opinion, Thompson leaving the Warriors is a disaster. And not just for the reason of there's multiple layers here. I mean, Thompson is a fan favorite. Yeah, he's not as great as he once was. But he's still one of the best catch shooters from the perimeter. It's hard to replace a four-time champion like Klay Thompson. There are some bigger issues, I think, here with the Warriors losing Thompson. And if you're going to lose anybody and keep somebody, I think Draymond is a guy that you'd want to walk away, and keep Thompson so that, do you want to see these guys right into the sunset? But, I'd rather watch Step Brothers 100 times over this season than watch another season of Warrior basketball, and you guys are talking about not going after something desperate, but, if you're not going to go after something desperate and just kind of, be whatever and just let the season play out, you should have just gone after Clay, kept him, maybe got rid of some other guys. They got rid of Chris Paul. You get rid of Draymond. They need a bigger guy down low in the post to play off the rim. And, you keep Klay Thompson, keep the fans happy. They're your fan base. I mean, yeah, they're on the court playing the game, but, we've been around for a long time watching this team, and I think there is some value to bringing someone back like Klay Thompson, who has given the Warriors 4 championships. Yeah, he's coming off injury, and, he didn't have a great season last year, but he's still a great perimeter shooter. He's hard to replace. If you look at the Warriors bench,
Darren, we got to run. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I appreciate the call. He's talking a little bit out of both sides of his mouth. You got to add stuff to be more successful, but then, just give the fans what they want. I don't think the fans wanted Klay back to the point of I'm up in arms because one of my fan favorites. It seems to me like fans were more upset. Giants fans were more upset at the departure of Brandon Crawford than they are about the departure of Klay Thompson. That's legit what it feels like to me. Like the vitriol was more, it was heavier on Farhan for not bringing back Brandon Crawford. And I do feel like fans hate Farhan more than they're upset with Mike Dunleavy. And fans can say, well, it's been 5 years of this. It's been X, Y, Z. Fans were like this with Farhan the second he got here. Fans have hated Farhan and have been like, prove that you can win to me. And to me, it's more egregious to not add talent around Steph. And again, I'm not up in arms and angry at Dunleavy. I think he's in a really, really tough spot, and he wasn't left with a lot to work with in terms of draft pick capital and in terms of what the roster flexibility was for this year. Maybe last offseason it wasn't the best thing to trade Jordan Poole to acquire the Chris Paul contract, but you had to make a move somewhere, and that was the decision they decided to make. So I will never agree with you should have just done something the fans like and bring a guy back. Keep the fans happy. Nothing makes fans happier than winning. Nothing makes fans happier than winning. And it doesn't really matter who's on the roster if you win. That's who's going to make fans happy.
I forget who the GM was that said it. If you listen to the fans too much, you'll end up sitting with them.
Yep.
I don't know who said that, but it was a great line because it's so true. If you go by the whims of the fan, then, you ain't going to have your job very long. You're just not. And again, I think everyone, I'm repeating myself, but the way I look at this is sometimes there's only a few roads to take, and this was one of them. I think everyone feels like there's endless amount of roads you can choose from. Like, they should have done that, or should have done this, should have done that, should have done this. The reason that they, and look, you don't understand that Klay wasn't happy last year. Like, he was a little bit of it wasn't easy going, shall I say, in the locker room last year at times. There was some mood swings, and it was tough. It was tough on him. So if bringing him back, you're talking about all the basketball stuff. Well, he could shoot, he could do yeah, but still, you got to deal with the locker room stuff too, and it's not the same. He doesn't have the same consistency, and I don't think it's gonna get better. So you're going to have to deal with that kind of stuff again. Do you want to deal with that stuff? Does Steph want to deal with that stuff? It's not like everything was like, hey, this is awesome last year. Like, everybody's having a great time. That wasn't it. And Draymond was a better player. Draymond was a better player than Steph last year. He was more productive than Steph last year. Different players, but he impacted winning more than Klay did last year.
I want winners. So,
you can, that's your opinion. That's fine. If you wanted him back, you're not the only one, I'm sure. And I know why you wanted him back. Same reason everybody else wants him back. If they want him back, when he's on, he can shoot, he can electrify the crowd. He's a great personality. Everybody loves him. All those things. Yeah, I get that. But again, I think it's better for him. I think it's better for the Warriors that he goes elsewhere next year.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We are going to catch up with Tim Kawakami, who did have the report that the Warriors have been in discussions with the Clippers for Paul George and were willing to part with a couple of their young players, CP3, not all of them, but as well as a future first-rounder. We'll talk to Tim Kawakami about the details he got on that deal and why the Clippers were unwilling to make a trade with the Warriors. Instead, they just let Paul George walk, and they got nothing. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic next on the Sports League.
I want winners.
Giants went 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Dodgers after taking 3 of 4 against the Chicago Cubs. Have your feelings on the Giants changed over the last week? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works right for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. His number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included here is confidential and proprietary of Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or reused in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Pleased to be joined on the UMA guest line by Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. Had a good information, a good piece on the Klay Thompson situation. Had news that the Warriors were in conversations with the Clippers about Paul George, and the Clippers just didn't want to do a deal with the Warriors. What's going on, Tim? How are you, man?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. That sort of made me laugh when I read that, because I thought, well, I understand, like, in baseball you get that a lot, maybe more so in years past, where you'd see a team like 19 times and didn't want to have to face a big player like that in division. The NBA is a little bit different. You see everybody. I know the Warriors and the Clippers compete, but Clippers would allow Paul George to walk rather than recoup anything for all the picks they gave up when they traded Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to OKC for Paul George. What do you know about this deal?
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors thought they had a deal, certain formulations that the Clippers could pick. The Clippers, I think just came back to them. They just didn't want to add that money. It's a money thing, right? Second apron. We're hearing it. Second apron. It was a big deal for the Warriors to get out of it, to cut the money down. And they cut it way down, obviously, right now. But the Clippers, what they didn't want was just to take back money, whether it's Wiggins' contract, would have been Chris Paul's contract. They had to take back some money. You can get assets, get a first-round pick, maybe Kuminga, maybe Moody, not all of those things, but you can take it one way or the other. And it got frustrating for the Warriors because they thought they're offering enough. They thought that it should be enough if it's a pick in Kuminga and Wiggins, or whichever way you wanted to do it. And the Clippers kept saying, and I don't think they ever said absolutely no, never, we'll never do this. They just didn't like the formulation that pushed them back in the second apron if they're giving up Paul George. They would rather get out of that financial situation. That does not help them as a basketball team, but it does give them more flexibility. We're seeing it. They're adding some players now. It's a complicated thing, similar to what the Warriors did. Everyone's going crazy because they traded Jordan Poole for the Chris Paul contract. We're hoping to use that as a trade device. They ended up not doing that. And, oh, my God, you got nothing for Jordan Poole. Well, no, actually, they got the flexibility to use a non-taxpayer mid-level, and that's what gets D'Anthony Melton. I know it's a long conversation. It's a hard thing to get into people's head. But you actually do pick up something when you cut money, if you cut enough of it to get yourself get extra mid-level capability. Now, that's very technical stuff, but I think the Clippers did something similar with Paul George. They just wanted the financial flexibility. We know that Steve Ballmer is going to pay a ton of money, right? We know that. We know Joe Lacob's going to pay a ton of money eventually. They just chose to get out of it this time to give themselves a little bit more accessibility to others' tools in the salary cap, and we'll see if it makes them better.
Now, this is just my opinion. I'm curious if you agree, Tim, that this whole thing with Clay started when they offered him the 2 for $48. He felt disrespected. He looked at Draymond's contract and said, hey, I'm part of this 3-2. You're not treating me as such. And I just think that from that moment on, it was in his head. At the first beginning of the year, he couldn't get right, and then he kind of did, and then he didn't, and then he must have talked to Steve 6-7 times. Every time he hit the press conference, right, he'd say all the things everybody wanted to hear. I kind of felt this way at the time. I felt like he was just saying things that he thought people wanted to hear. Like, I never really thought he totally bought into that. He still had that underlying feeling of, God, really, you guys are going to do this to me? That's all you're going to offer me? Are you going to put me on the bench too? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? And it got to the point where it's like, well, even if I have to take less, I'll go somewhere else because I just don't. And the fact that during free agency, he was like their 4th or 5th priority, which I don't think sat well with him. But I think it all started with that contract, Tim. I think that's where it all started to go downhill and never was really able to recover after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all baked in it. A lot of the things you mentioned are all involved because I think part of that contract offer was suspicion by the Warriors that he was going to be put to the bench at some point, and that somebody else was going to start in that place. I don't think they knew that Podziemski was going to do what he did, but look what happened.
Yeah,
I don't think, they for sure can put Moses Moody in there, but he might. I think there was, and listen, D'Anthony Melton, if they put him in that roster right now and Clay was there, he might get more minutes than Clay. I don't want to sound blunt about it, but he does more things. Not at the high level that Clay does, shooting the threes, but he does other stuff. I just think there was some amount of thinking in the Warriors that we want to be flexible here. If we commit to Clay, it's not going to be full boat. With Draymond, they're going to play Draymond a power forward. Like, that's their guy, right?
Yep.
Or center. They can play him different ways. They did not, I don't think, really feel that way about Clay. They might be proven wrong. He might have an incredible season with the Mavericks, might come in and beat the Warriors a couple times. Who knows? I think when you say that offer, and I have heard there's some blurriness of was that really 2 for $48? Were there some other things in there? I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back. I think Draymond's the one who brought it up, which is interesting, about how the franchise has done right by him, Steph and Clay. And look, Clay got hurt. They offered him, they paid him $190 million even after he got hurt. He missed 2 years. So that's like $80 million. And Clay, and when asked about that, it's like, oh, wow, you think they weren't, if they didn't offer me that? Well, that's not the reaction you get from the Warriors.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. Like, there is a sense that, Jesus, we paid this guy when we knew he was going to miss at least 1 year, and then he missed another year and a half. All understandable. Nobody's fault. But I think there was a little bit of chip on the shoulder both ways on that one. That the Warriors paid him that $190 million when... Geez, that kind of was for, career achievement award, and who knows what he's going to be, and that Clay knew they were thinking that. So I'm going to go all the way back to that one, just kind of the beginning of the edginess. He gets the ACL tear, obviously playing for them. He deserved the $190 million. Then he gets the Achilles tear the next offseason, so he's going to miss another year and a half. I just think there was some built-up stuff with that, Tom, is what I think. It doesn't mean it couldn't have changed. Doesn't mean if he plays great 2 years ago, it's different, or great this season in his past one, it's different. But those seasons happened. He was okay 2 years ago. He was not very good last season. He was not. No. And then he goes 0 for 10 in the play-in game. And again, it's one game, but it was not a great game. And I just don't think Steve Kerr, I don't think Mike Dunleavy Jr., I don't think Joe Lacob, I don't think others in the front office could say, you know what, this guy's going to be a starting level player for 3 more years. They couldn't say that, and I would agree with them. Now, I think Clay deserves all, the grace you can give him. He deserves, they should have paid him, maybe 2 for 48, even now, if that wasn't the market. It just got to the point where the Warriors weren't going to offer it to him if it was going to freeze up anything else. And Clay, once they weren't going to offer it to him, Clay wasn't even going to consider it. And it's just one of those things where it just headed down a road of inevitability. I didn't think it was going to, 3 weeks ago, I didn't think it was going to happen. But it never cooled down. The edginess never got cooled down. And he's the guy who's the first one to leave because he got pissed off at them, and they were a little bit edgy with him. It's sad to see because you want great players to play with one franchise, and it's 3 of them. It's unbelievable that it lasted this long. I guess you can say, you know what, that's why it was incredible it lasted this long, because there were a lot of ways it could have broken up, and one of them just happened.
Yeah, I said, I made this argument a couple of weeks ago that I don't, and even more so last week, that I thought it'd be better for him to go somewhere else at any price. Like, I don't think the Warriors should have signed him at any price, because I'm not sure he was ready to embrace the role that they had for him, and I think it would have been harder to embrace that role with the team that you won championships for. I think it'll be easier for him to embrace that role with the Mavericks. I think it would have been hard. It was really hard last year. I don't think it was going to get easier, and I know for a fact that the locker room wasn't easy last year, that he had a lot of ups and downs last year. I just think at any price, I don't care what they were going to pay him, it was probably better for him to go somewhere else. Better for him, better for them. It kind of sucks. I mean, it does suck, but I think in the end, this is probably something that needed to happen for both of them.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. He's competing against himself, right? He's competing against memories of what he did in that uniform. He's doing it himself, not just outsiders. Like, he's doing it, and I get it. And he's doing it the way Steve's looking at him, or the way Steph's looking at him, or the way Draymond's looking at him, or the way Marcus Thompson's looking at him, right? Or the way I'm looking at him. Like, those things are boiling in his head. I get it. And, I'm just saying that because he kind of bit back at me and Slater a couple times in press conferences. Listen, it's all okay. But I'll flip it a little bit, saying Clay goes 0 for 10 with the Warriors. He's Clay. He's the guy who was Game 6 Clay. He's 60 point and 3/4 Clay. He's looked the championships. He goes 0 for 10 for the Mavericks in an elimination game, Tommy. Like, it's going to be a different reaction. He might not get to 0 for 10. He might get to 0 for 3. And he's like Tim Hardaway Jr., right? Cold shooting streak. He's out of the rotation in the playoffs. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to Clay, but Clay's in that kind of role now, right? He's kind of in that, gun for hire. Like, you're going to make baskets for us. That's what you're going to do. Wait a minute, you're not making baskets for us? There's not all this built-up loyalty. There's not this equity with him. I imagine he's going to have a fine season. I imagine he's going to do very similar to what he did for the Warriors and maybe a little bit better. But I don't know that the Warriors could pay him an excess amount just for that. I think they made that decision. It feels cold. Maybe it will come back to haunt them. I'll put it this way. I don't think the major stakeholders in that locker room, and we know who I'm talking about, are completely, nonplussed by this. I think they want Clay back. You always want Clay back, but there's other ways that this could have worked, and they weren't upset about that. Paul George was exactly who Steph Curry and Draymond wanted. They were in on the recruiting. Why wouldn't they? I think there's another one or two players that are possibly going to be on the move this offseason that the Warriors are in, and we know the reports are Lauri Markkanen would fit this roster ideally. Can they do it? I don't know. Are they absolutely in on this? I have not heard that specifically, but Woj, hard to doubt Woj on that, and he's been reporting it. You can see why. If they can get Lauri Markkanen, again, it's going to be really expensive. We know that Danny Ainge does not trade lightly. Right? He is not fun to trade with. But if they can get into it, it's going to cost. It's going to cost a boatload of draft picks, right? Mikal Bridges. Add another draft pick to that. He was 5.
Yep.
We want 6.
Yep.
It's going to be something like that. But I can see them in on that. Again, I'm not reporting it. This is Woj reporting it, but I'm just commenting on Woj reporting that this makes sense. They're going to try, and we'll see what the fit is, and we'll see if they can do it. But I can understand that the Warriors themselves, on a strictly basketball question, can go another option and feel like they'll be better or at least the same. And the Clay thing was just off to the side. It was emotions. It was sentiment to bring him back. It was emotions that he was pissed off and he wanted to go somewhere else. That's someone that it had to be dealt with on its own, and it has been dealt with. He's not with the team anymore. Now they got to get better. They got to see how they can get better. But Tommy, you know it. Podziemski was ahead of Clay, period, starting this. Yep. It's not even a question. He was ahead of Clay. And Moody was going to compete with him. And that would have been a hard thing for a coach who went to the University of Arizona to deal with. And he dealt with it a lot last season. It was going to be more. And it wasn't just going to be him. It was going to be everybody. And maybe that's the best for everybody. It's just sad that it had to go that way, but it might have been just the natural course of events.
Yeah.
When we're talking to Tim Kawakami here on the Umag Islam, when we talk about it costing a boatload of picks, and we were discussing that before we had you on with Danny Ainge potentially for a guy like Lauri Markkanen. For cost for the Warriors, are they in desperation mode to land a player like that?
Yeah, what desperation mode is, right? I think they were pretty intent on getting Paul George, and I think Markkanen would be a pretty similar. He's not the same kind of player, but he's younger, right? And he might be a better positional fit. This really would maximize what you could do with Draymond, because they've been desperate for a shooting 5, because then you can play Draymond with a shooting 5. It's hard to play him with a non-shooting 5. We finally saw it kind of hitting the wall with him and Looney last season. I don't know. What does that mean? Would they be putting 4 first-round picks in it? Yes, I think they would put 4 first-round draft picks in it. Yes, I think they would. Would they give up everything? Kuminga and Mutin, I don't know that part. I don't know what Utah would want, other than we guarantee they would want draft picks. I think they got to pedal down, though. I think Joe Lacob and Mike D'Antoni Jr. are very, very intent on making something happen. They're not a let's just cut the salary and we're happy kind of franchise. Now, that might be the way it works out. That is one way for this to go. They've already cut the salary. The worst case scenario is to have a bloated salary and not have a good team. They've eliminated that. Now, can they make another step from there? So, okay, we've cut it down. We've given ourselves more maneuverability. Let's bump it up again, not all the way up the second apron. It probably wouldn't even go first apron. I think they'd be prohibited from going first apron. But, go up to 170 instead of 400 and get a really good young player. I think they'd be very eager to do this. How far they're willing to go, I don't know. I think they put a lot of draft picks on that table. So I think the Mikal Bridges 5 first round, they'd be right there for it. In my opinion, again, not my reporting, don't aggravate me, but I think if that's desperation, I don't know if it's desperation. It's very close to it. It's on that line. But they don't want to mess around with Steph's last 3-4 years. They don't want to mess. They want to make that as good as possible. They just didn't want to do it in an overpay statement that would, in a situation that would not get them, say, above the 4 seed. Could Markkanen get them above the 4 seed if they're not giving up talent with that? I think you could look at it that way. I don't know for sure, but I think they would be in that area.
Doesn't any deal have to – because that's what I've been saying, Tim. We're talking to Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, nice enough to join us. That's what I've been saying. Like, any deal that I make, I got to feel like I can get to the 4 seed. Whether you do or not, who knows? But you got to feel like, okay, this puts us right there, because if not, then what am I doing? Am I giving up assets, getting to the 6th seed or the 5th? Like that doesn't work for me. Like, either we're going to try to get a first round home court and then feel like we're giving ourselves a shot at it, or I don't know what I'm doing here, because Oklahoma City is like a monster now, and they're going to be good for 3 or 4 years. Dallas got better. Minnesota's going to be good again. We'll see about Denver after losing KCP, but like, I got to feel like that's the goal. I got to feel like when I go into the season, we're a top 4 team, because if not, I just can't do the deal to get to 6, because that doesn't make sense to me.
I agree, and I think Paul George was a borderline case for that.
I totally agree.
I mean, I understood why they wanted to do it, and I'm going to write about it. I'm not 100% sure I'd write them in as the 4 seed with Paul George. It's plausible. I mean, you can make a case for it. I'm not sure it is, but here's the difference. They would have had to give up Kuminga, I think, in the Paul George trade.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd have to give up Kuminga in the market. I don't know that Utah would want to, because that's another person who's going to, be expecting a pretty large contract pretty soon. He's up for the rookie extension. It's not going to be a small one. So you could possibly do it mostly with picks. Maybe a Gary Payton second salary balance, maybe Kevon. Like, we're here. I'm just throwing names out. I don't mean to, but that's how it would have to happen.
Yeah.
That's logically how it would happen. I don't think Utah wants young talent coming back necessarily. They want the picks. So if you're in a position where you're just giving up picks and you're adding talent and you're adding marketing to Steph, Draymond, Kuminga, Moody, Pajemski, like, okay, that almost makes me think it's closer. Like, that would almost be, I mean, Paul George, far better player. Far, like, the guy who could take over a series for you and has. Markkinen has not done that, but
yeah.
I think the talent give up would be less. It just would be more picks, and that's super risky. But I almost would think it's a more plausible argument to get to the 4 that way than it would be for Paul George. Now, again, Paul George is far better player. We're talking different levels here, but you would have to give up stuff, right? Kuminga would have been in that. Kuminga or Wiggins would have been in that deal. And when you give up Kuminga or Wiggins, the question is, okay, wait a minute, now who's going to be the guy who's doing that? And you probably wouldn't have that as much with Markkinen. And probably, if that's the deal, it's going to be it's going to be a host of draft picks, which is obviously risky. Teams do it now, right? We're seeing it across the board. The Knicks just did it. Other teams have done it time and again, and teams are trading their picks back and forth half the time. I can see that as the way this happens. We shall see. And again, Lauri Markkinen is not a perfect player. If he was a perfect player, I don't think Utah would be even just taking calls on him. I don't think they're desperate to trade him. I mean, it's Danny Ainge. It's an asset. He's going to play it hard. But I can see that. Okay, could they be as good as the Mavericks were last year in the regular season? Right, 4 seed. Like, I can see that. Like, you could plot it out. You still got Steph Curry. Maybe Draymond doesn't get suspended for as many games as he did. Like, that's all the arguments they're making to themselves right now.
Maybe he doesn't.
And I do. It's a maybe. I'm sure about that. And you get growth from Kuminga. You get growth from Pajemski. There are ways. There are ways you can convince yourself that this is a 4 seed with a shot at the first, second, 2 rounds, and then who knows. Again, I'm not making a decision. It would be, those picks get very juicy if you're giving up 29 or 30. That is when this franchise could really need and be one of those teams that are producing 5th pick overall, 4th overall. But you're never having a player like Steph Curry again, ever. That's never happened. Nope. So you don't want to just float around and go, you know what, maybe we're a playing team. Wouldn't that be great? That's not where this franchise is. And I just don't know anyone else other than Markkinen would be available. Who knows how available he is? We're just talking because, again, that's the name that's out there. But I think I might do it on the Warriors. Again, how many picks are we talking about here? I'm saying 4. It might even be more than 4. It probably is because Mikal Bridges was 5, I think. So this is when it's poker, right? This is when you are ready. What chip do you hold back in your back pocket and you go, we're not giving this up. And then you know what? We are now giving it up, and let's make a deal. I think they were ready to do that with Paul George. He just never got that far. I was told that it wasn't going to be Wiggins and Kuminga in a deal, but man, if the Clippers said, we do this deal, you have Paul George, if you put Wiggins and Kuminga into it, maybe that would have happened. They just never got that far.
Well, I mean, real quick, I know we got to run, but wasn't this year's pick, Tim? Wasn't that the one they gave to Memphis to take Iguodala?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, I mean, that didn't seem like much at the time. It's like, oh, okay, I get it. They're kind of maneuvering around, and you got to give it the pick. They really could have used that pick.
I don't like that pick this year. I don't like it now.
That would have been a really nice pick to have.
At least a trade, right? At least a
Yes.
trade. Not a great draft, but at least a trade. But because that draft is over, they can trade 2025. They couldn't do it before the 2024 draft because that would have been traded 24 and 25. You can't trade 2 future first-round picks. Now that the 24 draft is over, they can trade 2025. Just want to clarify
Technicality
that.
now, right, yeah.
It's a great draft. I mean, it could be a great draft. I mean, I was like, hey, wait a minute. Like, do the Warriors want to tank here for 1 year? Steph, rest up a little bit, and we'll go get Cooper Flag if we can, and go get 20. No, that is not the Warriors' tendency. I'll put it that way. And by the way, the last time they did that, they drafted James Wiseman, so they may not want to do that. Not the greatest memories for this franchise.
No, not a great memory.
Stuff's going on. Stuff's still going on.
Hey, we always appreciate coming on. Thank you so much for your time. It's always fun reading your stuff, and if you didn't get a chance to read it today in The Athletic, Tim wrote a very, very good piece about, I'll just give you the title, The Perfect and Poetic Time of Klay Thompson's 13 Seasons of Splash for the Warriors. Get a little retrospective, and again, good read, little trip down memory lane. Thank you so much, Tim. Always appreciate it, and we'll do it again soon.
Thanks, Tim.
Got it. Anytime, guys.
Good deal there. Missed any of that. Good insight there from Tim Kawakami on what went down between the Warriors and the Clippers. Also, did not anticipate leaving the Kawakami interview like, get Markkanen. They're a top 4 seed. I'm feeling good about it now. Len Tom's guy out of Arizona, Lauri Markkanen. And he's right. There's a case to be made if he's that player, but he's an imperfect player, and it may cost you a haul. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text if you want to get back involved in the conversation. Lauri Markkanen could be the Warriors' next target on the Sports Leader. According to multiple reports, Klay Thompson and the Warriors are officially parting ways. Klay's expected to sign a 3-year deal worth $50 million with a player option with the Dallas Mavericks. Call in all day, 415-808-KNBR, and give us your thoughts on Klay Thompson's time as a Warrior coming to an end. Your calls all day long at 808-KNBR.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
To me, trade-wise, I think Lauri Markkanen is a guy that I would really, really have my eyes on, someone that can kind of be part of the now and the future at 27 years old. He gives you the size. He gives you the shooting. He's obviously a 7-footer, but he allows Draymond to play that small ball 5-2. He's the guy that I think would just make a lot of sense for the Warriors. But also Danny Ainge, we know the way he works over in Utah, so he's not going to give you a friendly deal by any means to trade to a Western Conference opponent with the Warriors. But that'd actually be my guy that I would really have my eyes on to try to find a way to have the success now with Steph, have the success now with Steve and Draymond, but be able to kind of continue this thing going forward, because with the other guys, you are looking at a short window, but a window that definitely is a lot more competitive than the team right now.
That's the voice of Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. He joined us last week, and we just asked him, give us some names out there that are not Paul George that the Warriors could be in on, and that was the name he came up with. Lauri Markkanen would be a nice fit, and we just talked to Tim Kawakami, who said he's not reporting it. It is a report from Adrian Wojnarowski, who does have his ear to the ground on this stuff, saying the Warriors could be in on a Lauri Markkanen deal. As other teams are calling on Markkanen from the Utah Jazz as well. He's coming off a pretty damn good year. 55 games played. He averaged 23 points a game, 8.5 rebounds, 2 assists. Shot 48% from the field, 40% from three, and 90% from the free throw line. I don't really look at many of the other analytics stats there. He did win the most improved player of the year in 2022-23 when he averaged 25.5 points a game. He's improved just about every season of his career. Spent 4 years in Chicago, a season in Cleveland, and the last 2 in Utah. That's got to be the best reputation a general manager could have, by the way. He's willing to make a deal, and it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. You know what I mean? Like everybody who talks Danny Ainge, that's last week with Dalton. You mentioned it early in the show. We get Tim on, and Tim comes and goes, "Well, but you know how Danny Ainge works, man. It's going to cost you 5 picks."
Him.
Yeah, you may take We had that caller who said, "Yeah, he's going to take Ben Livio back and paddle him if he wants to get Lauri Markkanen." It's a good reputation to have that you're willing to make those deals because teams will call you, but it's going to cost you a lot, and you can recoup a lot of assets.
I mean, you know that going in, right?
Yep.
So you already know it going in, so you kind of have a good idea of what it's going to cost you. But again, it's not just about having him for next year or maybe the following year. It's about having an asset that you could go out and maybe get somebody else. So who knows? We'll see what they do the rest of the summer. I just know that they're going to try. Joe Lacob's not one that sits around and just goes, okay, we'll just run it this season. Maybe reset it, get Steph to sit out, and see if we can get Cooper Flagg. First off, Steph would never do that. This team's not tanking to get the number 1 seed. Not going to happen. But it is a better draft next year. So I still suspect. I don't think this is it for them. I don't think it's it. I don't think that. I just have a feeling, knowing who they are and how they operate, they're not going to say, okay, it's over, party's over. Let's just go ahead and, we'll just kind of ride this out for a little bit. That's not how they work. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they went out there and got somebody.
Let's hear the phone line. Say at 808 KNBR. Mark is in San Jose. Mark, you're on the Sports Leader. How you feeling about this Clay exit?
Yeah, thanks, boys. I appreciate the time. Just a question and a comment. I'm not sure why everyone is so down with status quo. I mean, the players they've got. Jaylen Brown didn't develop for years. I saw him at Cal. I never would have anticipated this. Somebody, obviously, like maybe Dunleavy and maybe Steve Kerr saw more, guys who are good evaluators. We've got Wiggins, if he plays like 2022. Kuminga's young. Moody is improving. Podziemski is first team all-rookie. The center, they got Trace Jackson. I mean, they got a lot of assets.
Trace Jackson Davis, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you got a lot of assets. And so I know you're planning on them with this idea of getting better. You'd expect the talent observation by Kerr and the rest of them, they will get better. How much better? I agree. They haven't done it yet. But, either did Brown and the rest of those guys not do it until they did it. So it just seems like to me maybe we're underselling the analysis by the guys as to why they haven't pulled the trigger on certain things. They'd like to. If they get Markkanen, great. But what they have now, I don't think it deems being so negative on what the future holds for the existing Warriors.
Say what, Mark?
Your comments are appreciated.
Hell of a rational call. Appreciate the call, Mark. It makes some good points. I think the reason people are down on them is because what we've talked about is running back the same roster minus Clay is a team that got you to the 10 spot last year.
Yep.
Now, will there be improvements? That's the hope. That's the expectation. Again, if they're to make a jump or Kuminga's to make a jump this year in the same caliber that he made one last season, I feel pretty damn good about them competing. But will he continue to have that level of growth? That remains to be seen. We just don't know. We don't know what development looks like incrementally or season by season.
Yeah, and then you also have to factor in depreciating assets, Steph and Draymond.
Yep.
How close are they going to be to what they were the year before? I said Draymond was good last year. He was good, not by Draymond standards, but he was still a guy that could help you win basketball games. But he's getting worse. So is Steph. Steph was worse last year. It's still good enough to, I think, be the top guy on a winning championship-winning team, or at least like A-B, 1A, 1B, that type of deal. But he wasn't what he was 2 years ago. What's he going to be like next year? So, yes, I agree with you. Some of those guys are going to get better. How much, we don't know. Well, Steph and Draymond are going to get worse. How much? Don't know. 1%, 8%, 12%? Not sure. So there's that balancing act there is, okay, what are these guys going to be able to give us next year? And what can we expect from Kuminga? What kind of jump's he going to take? What kind of jump is Podziemski going to take? Moody should see his first consistent minutes since he's been a Warrior this year. TJD he was really good last year, how they used him. He'll be back. And I like Melton. I think Melton's a really good backup point guard. So, it'll be interesting. But then you look at the West, and it's like, well, they're not that team, they're not that team, they're not that team, they're not that team, they're not that team. So it's not going to be easy unless some guys take some monstrous leaps. If that happens, then who knows? Maybe they'll be onto something, but we will see.
Well, back out to the phones here. Let's go Jeff in Sebastopol. Jeff, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, I was going to use one of your terms you guys say. Vomit in my mouth of all these greedy fans. I mean, my God, would anyone take 4 championships? Of course they would. I mean, it just makes me kind of annoyed with the fans because they don't really enjoy when they have it. Then when they don't have it, or I perceive they don't have it, they're pissing and moaning about stuff. Come on. I mean, nobody wins forever. You don't win forever in life either. You get older and things happen. Just enjoy what you get.
All right. Appreciate the call, Jeff. He's going, Fallout Boy, thanks for the memories, huh? Yeah. Yeah, 2 rational calls in a row. Can we make it 3? I don't know. We're going down to Florida. Let's go down to Florida and talk to our guy Mike in Tampa. Mike in Tampa, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, boys?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's nostalgia, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. It's you remember the good times. You wanted to do something special and potentially have all 3 retire as Warriors, only play as Warriors. And, all these fans that are upset, that the Warriors maybe didn't do enough. Again, it comes down to Clay. Did he, 2 sides to the story, right? He's got to want to be here, right? And after having to play the role last year where he's coming off the bench, like he said all the right things. But, when we talk about memories, man, for me, it's still that 37-point quarter. I mean, whenever I'm having a bad day or I just feel like I need to get motivated, I watch the whole 9-minute clip on YouTube where it's like pretty much the uninterrupted with Bob, and it just builds, right? It's like, okay, the first bucket goes in, cool. Second bucket goes in, cool. Third bucket, cool. The fourth is the lob up to him. You're like, okay, now this is starting to become something. It's like a snowball that just, as it's rolling down the hill, just gets bigger and bigger, and then Bob's call for it just gets bigger and bigger. And then what's crazy is, like, as this is going down, the Kings aren't calling any timeouts. You would think, like, as this whole run's going on, hey, maybe we need to call a timeout and break this apart. But they're just letting it happen. And then, it's kind of like what Tommy brought up before, right? Like, in 15, they were just so good that first year. I mean, their defense was impeccable. Offense was impeccable. Yep. I mean, you see, like, there's times where, like, the Kings just couldn't get anything because it was just so stifling with Clay and David Lee and Draymond and Steph. And then once it got to, like, bucket 8, I don't know if I think 9 was the one where it took the bounce off and then went in. You knew at that point, okay, this guy, God's playing a hand in this, and then, yeah, I mean, it was just crazy. And then you're starting to see, like, Draymond and Steph consciously, before it was like, okay, we'll get him the ball if he gets hot, but we're still maybe take our shots. Then it was like after 8, 9, it's like, all right, let's just keep feeding Clay the ball. And then what's funny, no one really talks about it, but before he went to the free throw line, he hit a 3 then that didn't get called because it was right after the buzzer. He hits a 3 before the foul call or after the foul call, and it was amazing, man. I mean, like I said, it's one of my all-time favorite clips. Whenever I just need to get some momentum, some motivation, and I mean, he embodied the Bay Area. I think that's why it stings a little bit too. There's certain athletes. Tim Lincecum, right? He embodied the Bay Area, Bay culture, Clay area, man, and I wish him all the best, and I'm just glad he didn't go to the Lakers. I was fearing that was going to happen, being from L.A., his dad broadcast for the Lakers. I was thinking that was going to happen, especially with Bron saying he would take the minimum to bring him on. I wish him well, and hopefully we can get marketing and just keep this thing going for a little bit before Steph and Draymond eventually have to see the other end of the road there. But, yeah, man.
Appreciate the call, Mike.
Guys.
Thanks so much, man. Good calls, dude. Walking through that, he was getting hyped just talking about each play. Then the 7th one goes in. Then the 9th, you saw it bounce off. Then you knew God had a hand in it. I was like, I was kind of getting fired up just listening to him talk about it. We will get to some more Clay sound a little bit later at 5:15 with our Sound Swore Clay. We'll get some of the best sounds of Klay Thompson's career as a Golden State Warrior as it comes to an end. He signs a 3-year deal worth $50 million with the Dallas Mavericks. All right, we'll jump off of Warrior basketball and Klay Thompson talking into some Giants baseball. Tom, we said we wanted 4 of the next 9.
Yep.
They got 2 of them this weekend.
Got 2.
Now I'm going to need more. Now I'm going to need like 6 or 8.
Home.
Now I'm going to need like 6 of 9. You know what I mean?
Baseball.
I'm going to need 6 of 9, Tim.
Settle down.
Come on, Tim.
69.
Settle down.
It's like 4-30. I hadn't heard 169 yet.
Settle down.
Summer of 69. Giants took 2 or 3
Brian.
from the Dodgers over the weekend. We'll talk about it next. And then Andy Baggerly at 4:50 on the Sports Leader. After I tell you, by the way, the Tolbert & Cups is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Eat me, Tim. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Giants win 2 or 3. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High drive to right. It is out of here. And we are going home. And Chapman drives one down the left field line into the corner, and it is out of here. Chapman with his 11th of the year. Baxter now has to wear this one. It's 9-0.
Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Tolbert & Copes with you on a Monday off day for the Giants as the month of July starts. They flipped the calendar after winning 2 of 3 against the Dodgers, taking 3 of 4 against the Cubs for a 5-2 homestand. Nice weekend for the Giants. Though Saturday, man, does feel like it slipped away. They played damn good baseball, I thought, on Saturday, going back and forth. After the Dodgers, they had the lead. The Dodgers take the lead back. Shohei hits that big home run to center field. And then it's 6-6 into the 9th. They got bottom of the 9th, bases loaded, 1 out, and Patrick Bailey strikes out. And that was, it's hard to say the difference in the game, but it's to the point now where Giants get bases loaded less than 2 outs, and I'm like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm not confident that they're going to get any runs in. Yesterday, a really nice day as they hammer them. Michael Bivens, a beautiful start for him, an outing. He picks up the win, going 5 innings. For a guy who was a closer and was pitching like the 9th and sometimes the 8th and the 9th down in Sacramento or up in Sacramento, he's coming in and he's giving them 3 to 4, 5 innings of work at a time, which is pretty impressive. On Friday, same deal for who's the other Spencer they have? Because you got Landon Roop out there yesterday. Who's the other? There's 2 Spencers on the team, Tim. Who's the other one? Spencer Howard. They DFA'd him, right. Spencer Howard, they DFA'd, and then, the 6 earned. Not all that good. That was tough. Luke Jackson got knocked around, of course, on Thursday. We talked about him. But overall, good weekend for the Giants going blow for blow with the Dodgers. If not for that 11th inning on Saturday, they could have swept them. And again, at that point, to me, 1 run, 2 runs. With the runner on second base, based on how the Giants bullpen have been throwing, I know Sean Jelly's out there. He kind of took the lashing going back out for the 11th. But whether it's 5 runs or 6 runs or it's 1 run at that point, you had to score the run at the bottom of the 9th inning. That's ultimately where I thought the game was lost. Is you got to have Patrick Bailey hit a ball in the air. Somebody's got to get that ball in or get that run in to take the lead. Ultimately, feel pretty good about it. Under 500 still as they enter July, but a tough road trip here. 3 against Atlanta, 3 against Cleveland, then an off day next Monday, which, by the way, is the Willie Mays Celebration of Life Day down at Oracle Park. Tom and I will be from the patio, and we'll be doing the show from giving you live look-ins. We'll be carrying the Celebration of Life next Monday, July the 8th. So how are we feeling about this team after this past week? The Giants, I feel like, much like every other team in baseball, are kind of, when they win a few in a row, you feel pretty good about them when they're playing decent baseball because they have the reinforcements. And we talked last week with somebody, I can't remember who it was, near the end of the week, and we were talking about the Giants looking like a different team in terms of what they could do come trade deadline time or not do because of the reinforcements in pitching and how that makes them a unique team. And that there are a lot of teams out there that need starting pitching in the way the Giants do. They've got, 2.5 starters right now going. You'll see a little bit more of Hayden Birdsong. You'll see more Jordan Hicks. You'll get more Logan Webb. Also, by the way, a nice outing, was it yesterday or 2 days ago for Blake Snell down in AAA. He threw 3 or 4 innings and struck out a handful of dudes, didn't walk anybody, and was pretty damn sharp. So some of those guys working their way back. But because the Giants are hanging around 500, even though they're just under it, and they're hanging around the middle of the pack come the wild card, they're a team that I do think if they can get 1 to 2 of those starters back, Kyle Harrison's one you're anticipating coming back and getting some good innings out of. They're a team that could be dangerous if they hang around just because of the depth at pitching. Bullpen pitched very well over this series with the exception of that 11th inning. Tom, I was just running through the 3 games this weekend. Just your thoughts on how they played. I mean, you really do feel like they should have swept this series after having the bases loaded bottom of the 9th on Saturday and Bailey didn't get them in.
That was a rough one. That was a rough one. But, after winning yesterday, you're kind of like, okay, that's cool. We got 2 out of 3, and you move on. I mean, just a fun weekend. It really was a fun weekend of baseball. I mean, it's always fun when your team wins a series, but they won it against the Dodgers, and they won it. Yesterday was just, how many, 11 doubles or 10 doubles yesterday?
It was 10 at one point. Did they hit an 11th? I know they had 10.
I don't know. It was just
I think the Ramos one was the 10th in the 8th inning.
It was a double palooza yesterday, and it was kind of the weekend of Soler. Like, Soler was captain double this weekend. I don't know how many doubles he had this weekend. I know at least 4, if not 5, doubles this weekend, but he was rolling. And if he's hitting the ball at the top of the order, like, the offense looks totally different. Totally different. So, baseball is just so funny because the feelings I have about this team on Friday doing the show are totally different than the ones I have now about this team. And it was only 3 games, but the way they were hitting the ball and took a series off the Dodgers, and again, you get 2 out of the next 6, then you got 4 out of your 9. You get 3 out of the next 6, you've had a winning 9. If they get a winning 9-game stretch, that's gold. Yep. Absolute gold. Like, I think we may be able to look 2 months from now, go back and look at this part of the schedule, that if they not only survive it but come out of it with a winning record, like, that's massive. Now they could lose the next 4, and it might not matter. But
that's what I mean. That's the teams they're wishy-washy.
Well, that's baseball. I mean, and it's baseball, and that's kind of all these teams in the middle of this quagmire. But yeah, I mean, that yesterday was you're thinking, oh boy, Paxton hadn't been pitching great, but I wonder how Bivens going to pitch. Bivens was fantastic, and Paxton just got his head kicked in. I mean, absolutely got his head kicked in. It could have been worse than it was after 4 innings. I mean, it really could have been. It felt like there was damage that could have been done, like severe damage every single inning.
By the way, it was 10 doubles in the game. 10.
10 doubles? My goodness.
Most since
gracious.
1912 for the Giants.
Is that what it is?
God. Yeah, right.
Holy cow. Holy cow.
They had 16 hits, 10 of them were doubles.
My God. I mean, that's amazing. That's wild. I was going to look real quick to see what the
and a home run, dude. So there you go.
what the double count was on Soler for the weekend, because he had 2 yesterday, did he not? Didn't he have another game with 2? Wasn't Friday 2?
Soler yesterday had 2. I'll get you his numbers on Friday too.
Yeah, I think Friday he had 2 as well when they won 5-3. I was looking right now at the Giants doubles. No, he had none. What about yesterday then?
Yesterday he had 2.
Saturday.
Oh, I don't know. Saturday I'd have to look.
Saturday, maybe my double palooza. That was a 14-7 game, which was bizarre. Let's see. VR had Soler had 2. He had 4 doubles on the weekend. Yeah, I knew he had another game where he had a couple doubles. So, yeah, he's starting to heat up a little bit, and yeah, you just feel different about this team. And now they got 3 against the Braves. So you go to Atlanta, and Atlanta's kind of been, I think they got up to 10 games above 500 early in the season, and that's kind of where they are now. So they've been playing around 500 ball for a while. So it's not like going to Atlanta is like you're playing one of the best teams in the National League. Yes, but the way they've been playing, it's not like they're a dominant team. So, it's a good time to start scoring some runs. So you start scoring a few runs, start feeling good about yourself. You take a series against the Dodgers, day off, and then head out on the road and see if you can get 1. If you get 2 in Atlanta, man, you are golden. If you can win 2 series in a row and you're 4-2 with 3 games to go on this stretch, man, alive. I'm getting way ahead of myself. We're way too far ahead of this. They took 1 series, moving on to the second one, but if they get 1, maybe even 2 against Atlanta, that would be huge. And I'm assuming it's going to be hot in Atlanta this weekend. Just a guess. I will check.
I haven't looked, but yeah, I would imagine so. July in Atlanta and then to Cleveland.
It just sounds hot, doesn't it? Like, it sounds unpleasant.
They don't call it Hot Atlanta for nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, we're
91, 92, 90, 91, 92, 96.
And humid, too. 91, 92, 96. You got a hot one there for the 4th of July. That's a 4:20 local time first pitch here in the Bay Area.
My goodness.
On Thursday. We are, by the way, going to catch up with Andy Baggerly at 4:50 here, and we'll get you some Sound Swore, Clay, and some other good stuff as the show pours on. By the way, you're going to have John Dickinson tonight from 6 until 9, talking more on the Clay Thompson scenario here with KNBR tonight. But we do have the update per Shams Charania on what the Warriors received in the sign-in trade deal for Clay Thompson. Because it was part of a sign-in trade to the Mavericks for $50 million in 3 years. Ready, Warrior fans? Warrior fans not going to be happy about what they got in return. The Mavericks have sent 2 second-round picks to the Warriors to complete the Klay Thompson sign-in trade to Dallas.
What?
So at least they got something out of it.
2 second-round picks?
He was just going to walk. I mean, Tom, your reaction?
Hey, I guess you get something. I guess.
Yeah, people are very upset going, that's all they got for a franchise legend. I was like, he was just going to leave.
Yeah, he was going to leave anyway.
It's the Kevin Durant thing. It's the Andre Iguodala thing. At least you're getting something out of the leave. So, one more time, Derek, what'd you say? I can't hear it. I don't know what you're referencing here. Derek's just saying a year in my ear. What? 2023? 2031 is one of the second rounders? Warriors have received an exciting trade for Klay Thompson. 2 second-round draft picks. One of them when Clay's kids will be old enough to play. When we come on back, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, he covers the Giants. We'll get his thoughts on the way the Giants...
I think Arizona's playing Bama that year.
Yeah, maybe. He'll probably be going. We'll see when Andy Baggerly thought of the Giants taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. We'll get a little update on Blake Snell, who threw in Sacramento over this weekend as the Giants get ready for a 3-game series that starts tomorrow in Atlanta. It's only here on the Sports Leader. Paul George signed a max deal with the Philadelphia 76ers after a potential trade between the Clippers and Warriors fell through. Can you really blame Mike Dunleavy Jr. for the Warriors offseason? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, covers the San Francisco Giants. Giants take 2 of 3 over the weekend to wrap up a 5-2 homestand against the Cubs and the Dodgers. Now they hit the road for Atlanta and Cleveland. Bags joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Bags? How are you, man?
Doing well. Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday. By the way, as always, Andy Baggerly, sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. Dolan Law Firm, So, I mean, it's funny. You leave a series like that. If you tell everybody on Friday, Giants are taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, you feel good. I wake up today like, man, they could have got all 3 of those things, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's probably the biggest takeaway is you reflect on how they had to pick themselves up off the deck after losing, not just losing in a heartbreaking fashion in 11 innings and having just a billion kind of regrets that you could look back on and things that, probably coulda, shoulda, woulda that you could have looked back as you unspool that game. But they burned all that bullpen to get there and left themselves in a very precarious position. There are a lot of people in the organization who woke up that Sunday morning not knowing how they were going to get through 9 innings. And so for Spencer Bivens to do what he did, not only a great personal story, I mean, that was just, he just electrified the whole ballpark with what he did, especially striking out Ohtani in the 5th. And frankly, I mean, it's pretty simple. If the Giants win games, the fans are going to be engaged. They're going to come out. But when you win games like that, and I'm not even talking about hitting 10 doubles, but just showing that kind of emotion on the field, I mean, that pumped everybody up. That got everybody, I think that's when teams start playing a little above their pay grade is when, they get that sense of belief and they inspire each other. And so that was huge. It was a really, really big win to take into the off day. And we know this rotation's got, a lot of things have to happen for it to start to come together and sort of Voltron its way together like it's supposed to. But another good team in Atlanta, another good team after that in Cleveland. But that was a super, super big win.
Now, does he get the I don't know if anybody's used it, Bags, but does he get the Bell Bivens DeVoe analogy?
All right.
I'm sure he's never heard that once in his life. He probably
no. I'm just wondering.
His friends come up to him and saying, "Hey, gotta be DeVoe. Oh, you would like these."
Can you stand the rain? Oh, yeah.
Oh my God! So we have such a fun weekend. I almost forgot about Wisely's walk off on Friday.
I know, right? What a win!
I was like, Webb went 7, 2 earned. Wisely got a walk off. Like, ho hum. Let's get to Saturday and Sunday, but. I'm not sure how they're doing it right now with the rotation. I mean, it's just kind of ham and egging it and just hoping for the best, which kind of takes me to what state is the rotation in right now in terms of who may be coming back and who do you expect in the next week, 2 weeks? What are we looking at here with Harrison and Snell and everybody else?
Yeah, I don't know if they're ham and egging it. If they're ham and egging it, the eggs are powdered eggs.
God, not that.
Probably it's probably some canned like Hormel product instead of the ham.
I go they're spam and egg in it. Yeah.
I don't know. Yesterday was pretty good ham, pretty good egg. I gotta say.
Some government pork there. Yeah, they're not exactly ready to turn the corner on this yet. I mean, at least they've got 3 probable pitchers lined up for this series. They've got Webb and Hayden Birdsong and Jordan Hicks, but. Blake Snell's going to throw another rehab appearance, and Robbie Ray's not going to be back until after the All-Star break. And Alex Cobb is not going to be back till after the All-Star break. The first guy they might fold in is Kyle Harrison because he's coming along well. He says, by the way, his box jumping days in the gym are over. But that's where it's got to start. And you know what? Maybe they just have to, until then, have games where they score more runs. And it does seem like there's a little more vigor in that lineup. Wilmer Flores has been playing through a lot of nagging stuff. So is Tyler Estrada, and now you start to see Wade in there paired with Ramos and Wisely doing what he's doing, and that lineup's got a little more gumption to it right now, and maybe they're just going to have to outscore a few opponents till they get this rotation kind of back in line.
You wrote last week, and maybe we talked to you about it last week, but I wanted to ask you about Snell's comments a little bit more. You did talk about it. I remember now that you talked about it last week. Like, he knew it wasn't going to look good, right? You told us that. Like, he knew he didn't want to talk about it because he knew the way it was going to come off, and that's exactly the way it came off, like him kind of complaining that they were pushing him and not letting him get to where he needed to be right. Do you think that was frustration? Do you think he felt like that's the way he legitimately felt? Like, I'm curious. Those were his quotes. I don't know where he is. Farhan didn't seem too concerned with it, and I don't know if anybody else should be either. because it's really just go out there and pitch better than you've been pitching. But is there a sense of, let's kind of get this thing going, which would be understandable because he's been making $32 million for this year, and who knows if he'll be back the year after, although it's starting to look like he will. But how did you read those?
Yeah, I think it's just an unfortunate situation. I mean, he wants to be right, and he knows himself, and obviously he's got a personal stake in pitching well down the stretch. But you know what? This is a guy who has had some special permissions attached to him his whole career. I mean, he's kind of like, and Bob Melvin had him in San Diego, so he knows. And the Giants knew what they were getting. They knew what they were signing up for. They knew they were getting a guy who wasn't a first-half pitcher, a guy who is not going to go, generally more than 6 innings. He's never thrown a complete game in his life. And, there are pitchers who will go out there at 70%, and they'll compete their ass off, and they'll find a way, to get it done. And sometimes they'll sort of overestimate what they can do when they're not healthy, and they end up being a detriment to the team and not having a good start. But there are guys who just, that's the way they're wired. That's the way they're built. I mean, Alex Cobb is certainly a guy like that. He pitched on that bad hip and was a pretty good starter all last year. It wasn't as good as he was the previous year, but he was an all-star in the first half. So, there are guys that that's who you're signing, that's who you're getting. The Giants knew they weren't getting that kind of guy. That's not Blake Snell. That's not what he's all about. It's consistent. I don't think that you can really, it's like the old joke with the scorpion stinging the crocodile, whatever the hell it was.
The scorpion.
It's in my nature. Yeah. So I'm Blake Snell. This is what I do. It's not to say he's jaking it, but he knows that when he's healthy, when he's right, he can win a Cy Young award. And maybe he won't win it this year. Obviously, it's too late. But if the Giants are going to try to get the kind of difference-making performance out of him that the Padres got in the second half, then they probably do need to listen to him and make sure he has every opportunity to get back and he doesn't just re-injure that groin again when he comes back. And their situation is so dire that you can't blame them either for being like, "Are you sure? Are you sure you can't get in there? Are you sure?"
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But this started from the very beginning of the season when they carried him on the active roster for 9 days, and he was useless to them. And I think there was some thought that he could pitch in that second series at Dodger Stadium, and he couldn't. So this has kind of been a back and forth that's gone almost from the day he signed in late March. And you know what? Who knows? Maybe he's upset at his agent. Maybe he doesn't want to be in that position at all. Maybe he felt he should have taken whatever was being offered to him in January. I don't know. I mean, I'm just totally spitballing, but there's probably a lot of what ifs that both parties are thinking about right now. But he still has an opportunity to make a difference on this team, and certainly if he pitches the way he's capable of. I mean, he won the Cy Young Award last year, so you still can have those sort of sugar plum dreams of Ray and Snell and Webb, and maybe in just a couple weeks they'll be there. But I think every page you turn on the calendar, every series that goes by that you don't have those guys, you just wonder how long can we keep this going.
In terms of, we're talking to Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. For a guy like Michael Bivens, should we expect him to be throwing like further into games or longer in games? I know he went 5 yesterday as a career long. He threw 3 in his big league debut, but he was like the closer down in Sacramento. It's odd to me that they're using him for as many innings as they are, considering how they've used pitchers in the past who come up from the minor leagues. What do you anticipate his usage will look like?
Yeah, he did pitch as many as 3 innings for Sacramento in his 27, I think, appearances. All of them were relief appearances. I like the way he went about it. He said, look, I've always dreamed of being a starter in the big leagues and having my name be listed as the starting pitcher, and so I'm going to treat this like I'm a regular starter. I'm not going to think of myself as a bulk guy or an opener or whatever. I'm just going to treat this as a start and go in and give it all I've got. And he got through 5 innings, which I don't think anybody expected. I think they were just hopeful they could get 5 mixing and matching between Bivens and Landon Root, who joined the team straight from the Arizona Complex League where he was rehabbing. So, to get through 5 with Bivens, that's how efficient he was. That's how effective he was. And, would they stretch him out to start? I mean, really, they've got a few candidates who could do that. Grant Brisbee in his week in review, looked at Randy Rodriguez was a starter in the minors. Sean Daly was almost exclusively a starter in the minors, and now he's been exclusively a reliever in the big leagues. All those guys have shown that they've got the kind of pitch mix that could get through a lineup more than once. And who knows, maybe, a year from now, 2 years from now, some of those guys are in the Giants rotation. But it's kind of hard to do that midstream in the middle of a season to stretch a guy out. I mean, I can think of going way back. There was a time when Dustin Hermanson went from starter to closer, or vice versa, in the middle of a season. But you really don't find that very often. So, I don't know if they would look at Bivens as a guy who could be a conventional starter. But hey, they're going to have to find the innings from somewhere until these other guys get back. So, I just think that he's won himself a bigger role on the team. And the one thing that you always sort of have in the back of your mind as a concern, or not a concern, but just sort of the way things could play out is, when a team is chasing innings, they're always basically trying to trade out spent arms for fresh arms. And there are times guys will pitch really good and they'll get deep in a game and throw a lot of pitches because they're effective. And the reward is to be sent back to the minor leagues the next day. Now, the Giants did have an off day, a travel day, so they should be a little bit better rested than they otherwise would be to start this series. But I'd be really surprised if you see Spencer Bivens get traded out for a fresh arm. I mean, the way he pitched, I think he's earned himself a bigger role on the staff, no matter what role that might be.
I'm assuming Soler in the leadoff spot for the time being?
It could be. I really thought that going to Atlanta might be a thing that gets him going. I mean, usually when you step back in a ballpark where you were World Series MVP, that tends to get the good vibes going. But he kind of got the ball rolling already. He was really blistering the ball against the Dodgers. So, I don't know. It's maybe it's one of those things where they batted him leadoff to get him going and maybe take the pressure of trying to knock in runs off a little bit. And now that he's going a little bit in the leadoff spot, it's like, well, gosh, do you want to? Or did we accomplish what we wanted, and now we're going to put him back where he's supposed to be, quote unquote, or do you not want to mess with it because he's going good? So, yeah, it might be some interesting conversations on that flight over to Atlanta, and no matter where he hits, I mean, the Giants are going to need a better second half from him, and going to need him to be a guy who can get those big hits with the runners on base, the kind of hits that can really flip a game, and there haven't been enough of them thus far, but. Clearly you look at the series he just had, and he can redirect the baseball.
I'm wondering, and I haven't looked at this, Bags. I haven't looked at Chapman close enough, like his yearly game logs, but I looked at his numbers today, and he's on pace for 20 home runs, 40 doubles, like in an OPS of around 750, which is usually what he's around. And I'm just wondering if that's what he does. Like, I know in Toronto last year, he got off to a blistering start and then cooled off later in the season. Like, is that been his MO throughout the course of his career, where the bat kind of goes dead for a little while and then all of a sudden he just catches fire for 2 weeks and then kind of goes dormant again and then catches fire? Do you know if that's been his MO or not?
Yeah, I think people who watched him play more in Oakland might have a better answer than I would. I can tell you a couple things I've noticed. One, we know from the bat speed metrics now that he's got elite bat speed. That also means his bat is in and out of the zone quick. So, if he's not synced up, it means he's going to be, it's going to look bad, and he's going to have a lot of swing and miss. And that kind of maybe explains or makes sense why he's been, known as kind of a hot and cold hitter throughout his career. The one thing about the doubles, he was leading the major leagues in doubles at the All-Star break last year, and I really wondered how much of that was like the spongy turf in Toronto, but you watch this guy on a daily basis, and he's sniffing a double almost every ball in play. I mean, he probably hits more hustle doubles than anybody in the big leagues, and he did get a little over exuberant trying to steal third catch Tyler Glasnow napping the other day, but for the most part, when he takes chances on the base paths, he ends up getting those 90 feet. He's sniffing, and that's been I think something I didn't realize about him. I figured a lot of the doubles were gap shots or hard hit balls yanked down the line, but a lot of them are just those ones that sort of fall in, and he just knows that he can make it, and he makes it, and I think that's been kind of fun to watch.
I got to hate first out of the inning, Acott Stoling at third. Right, I think it was Conforto doubled right after that too. Right after he'd went into a double. That was a frustrating one. I was saying earlier that, like, when you lose a game in extras now, like that, 14-7 or whatever the final was on Saturday, I don't care if it's 2 runs or if it's 7 runs at that point. I mean, it's frustrating, but the game, to me, that was one of those games bags where I didn't want the runner on second especially. I understand sometimes it's like, let's get this thing going. That was such a good game Saturday.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, I'm not a big fan of the runner at second base. I understand that it does cut down on the marathon extra inning games. And I think they started that really in COVID just to make sure that the teams weren't playing 15, 16 inning games, and you have to have a whole bunch of roster moves because teams will just burn out their whole bullpen, and they didn't want to have a lot of player movement during the COVID year. But it kind of stuck around because I think the players liked it. They liked not playing the super long games, and I don't know. I mean, I've seen it first and second in international play, and I know that sort of became a little automatic that the team would bunt them over. And I don't know. I would like to start with a runner at first base, not at second. And maybe I haven't thought this all the way through. I'm sure there's a very good reason that they have a runner at second. But what I don't like about it is you could have Tyler Rogers, who's a really good relief pitcher, but he's not a strikeout pitcher. That's not his fault. He was just born that way. He's a contact pitcher, and he's very, very good at it. Yeah. But if he gets 3 ground balls, then they're probably weird, choppy ground balls, so you get the out at first, that's a run in, and he's the losing pitcher, and the ball can never leave the infield. And I realize that's part of the good or bad luck of the game, but I really think that we're talking about strikeouts and how important strikeouts are in today's game. I just think the runner on second base is just it only pushes us more in that direction. You want relievers who are going to come in, and it's immediately a strikeout situation, and not all pitchers are created equal. I don't think it's fair to the guys that don't strike as many batters out. So I would start with a runner at first base, because then maybe you get a chance to maybe you bunt him over, maybe you don't, and maybe you get a double play and you get out of it. It just seems to me like maybe it won't make as many games end as quickly as they do with the runner on second, but I just think it's a little more fun than having the runner at second base.
Suck it up, play like a champ. That's all I got to say.
Or we could just sit there in the 18th, 19th, 20th innings and sing.
No, I don't want that either.
Like we used to.
They don't want that. I don't want. Of course, we're in the playoffs. I do want that. This is like the shootout. It doesn't matter. It's in the regular season. Playoffs, not a chance.
Okay, so here's this. What if we do this? What if we allow those super long extra inning games back? Okay, regular rules, but you don't cut off beer sales. Beer sales till the very end. Now, how do you feel about it?
What to the very end?
Beer sales don't get cut off.
Oh, no, I can't have that. I have people crashing into poles on the way out. No, that's not good either.
We're here at the top of the 17th.
I mean, look, if it's only for me, that's fine, because I know how to handle myself. But I can't trust everybody else out there. So, no.
Okay, fair enough.
I have to stay at home and drink my beer to the 17th inning. Look, there is something great about a great extra inning game. There's nothing better than the Astros and the Mets back in the 80s. It went like 18 innings. The Giants and the Nationals went, I think it was 18. Like, those are fun. They really are. I don't need them in July. I mean, in July, I was like kind of, although I will say 4th of July is coming up. And I believe, I don't know who the Braves played, but it was a 4th of July game. And it went like 16, 17 innings. And I want to say Rick Mailer hit a game-winning or game-tying home run. He was a Braves pitcher, and he was a pinch hitter. And he was a terrible hitter. And I was like,
yeah, I know.
Remember
that?
It was like
Mailer.
3 in the
Mailer. It was, yeah.
Could have been the Cubs. I'm not sure. It's like 3 in the morning at Fulton County Stadium, and I'm watching at home. It's like hanging out, going, "Oh, this is amazing! Oh my gosh, it's really late there. Oh, Mailer's up. This game's over. Oh, Mailer hit a home run. You got to be kidding me."
Was it Rick Camp? Was it not Mailer?
Maybe it was Camp. Maybe it was Camp.
Rick Camp. There you go.
You could have, yeah. It was. What is it? What does it say the score of the game was?
I'll get it for you in just a second.
Because I know whoever scored an extra innings, and then the Braves tied it up, so it went further. Like, you thought the game was going to be over, and it just kept going and kept going and kept going.
July 4th, 85. Okay. So he retired, by the way, Rick Camp did, with a batting average of .074, 13 for 175. He hit with 2 outs in the 18th inning, and the Braves trailing 11-10. He fell behind 0-2 to Tom Gorman, and then he jumped on the next pitch and drove it over the wall for a home run
and
to win the game. Yeah, nobody could believe it. Pretty incredible.
Whether it's something like that or Santiago Garcia basically standing out of the batter's box, he's so afraid of the ball and he draws a walk anyway, or Barry Zito putting down a sneak bunt. I mean, we don't that's not part of the game anymore. And I think for the most part it's a good thing. No one wants to watch all those pitcher at bats, but we lost a little bit. We lost a little something there. Pat Perry, I remember he hit a big homer for the Cubs one year when he had absolutely no business swinging the bat, and boom, he put one in the bleachers, and everyone went out of their minds. But yeah, I miss that stuff. That's the good stuff. We're not going to get that back.
No, I do too. All right, you're right. Screw the guy on second.
Yeah, screw the guy on second. By the way, Tom, that wasn't a walk-off. It just tied the game.
Yeah, I knew it was one or the other. Yeah, that tied the game. Now, who were they playing?
They were playing the Mets, and what's great about this is I'm watching the video of it. Right before he hits the home run, Gary Carter walks out from behind the plate and waves the outfielders in with his hands. Gary Carter's like telling him to take some steps in, dude. And then John Sterling's on the broadcast. John Sterling says if he hits a homer to tie this game, this will be certified as absolutely the nuttiest in the history of baseball, says John Sterling. So,
and then he did it.
And then he did it to tie it. And the outfielder puts his hands on his head. He looks at the sky and like he's all pissed off. He can't believe it's still going. So that's the kind of stuff you get. Rick Camp memories when you talk to Andy Baggerly. We do it every week. Thanks so much, Bags. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, have a good week, guys.
Good
Thanks,
deal,
Max.
man.
I appreciate it.
Giants off today. We got to get this call from John Sterling on this home run, dude. He's on the call. He's on the call for the Mets and the Braves here, which is hilarious. All right, we'll take a quick break and then we come on back. By the way, top of the hour, more Warrior talk, NBA talk. John Dickinson's going to be with you from 6 until 9 tonight, giving you more on NBA free agency and where the Warriors go after Paul George has decided to sign a 4-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. Clay goes for 3 years and $50 million to the Mavericks, and the Warriors could have their eyes on Lauri Markkanen. When we come on back, some of the best Clay moments in his 13 years as a Warrior. Sounds Swore Clay is next on the Sports Leader. Chris Paul was released by the Warriors and signed soon after with the San Antonio Spurs. For any and all Warrior updates, keep it locked right here. KNBR, the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and if you guessed I was here to talk about O'Donnell Financial Group, you'd be correct, because making the transition from work life to retirement life can be jarring and disorienting. Hard to do it by yourself. Doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and his team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at the time that is correct for you. Everybody's unique and sooner than you think. You may have a different lifestyle than the one you're living right now, but you don't have to do all of that in one giant leap at one time. That's where the experts at O'Donnell Financial Group can help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. They can help you transition to retirement confidently and, again, on your own terms. There's no point in waiting. Give Greg O'Donnell, the founder and CEO of O'Donnell Financial Group, a call for your complimentary review of your financial situation today. You can reach him at 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. KNBR.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Cope's with you Monday evening here. Giants off today, back in action tomorrow against the Braves. We'll have a pregame for you at 3:20. Giants and Braves tomorrow, 4:20. Actually, all three games. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then on Friday, you get a 4:10 first pitch. 4:10 against Cleveland. A sound swore Clay. Some great sounds of Klay Thompson. Not like memories on the court. All stuff from off the court. All Clay behind the mic. In our sound swore Clay here. Why don't we go back to 2014? This is when we heard in a great montage Derek put together earlier in the show. But back in 2014 when Roz Goldon-Wude was doing the sideline, she's talking to Clay about his defense after the game. Here it is.
All right, last one for you. Defensively, you're out there working hard. You want to be known as a two-way player. How much do you feed off of the D?
I pride myself on my defense. I hate getting scored on more than I like scoring. So, it's fun to play against young guys like Wiggins who have all the talent in the world. Every night there's a great matchup in the NBA. So it's a great time, and I really appreciate and embrace the challenge.
All right, Clay, thank you for sticking this interview out.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Congrats.
Thank you.
Sounded young there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sounded pretty young.
That one threw him for a loop a little bit.
How much do you feed off of the D?
Give me Clay's reaction, too.
How much do you feed off of the D?
It's just so childish.
Oh, man.
It's so funny mid-interview.
How much do you feed off of the D?
Oh, God. That's funny.
All right. Let's go to 2017 now. I was back in 2014. Here's 2017. Clay through the years. Clay's getting interviewed. Do you remember this? They're in New York for a game against the Knicks. Clay's just, it's like the day of the game they played that night. So Clay's just like walking the streets of New York. And some new local newscast is just doing man-on-the-street interviews about stuff going on, about the construction or whatever it is. They end up just running into Clay. They don't know it's Klay Thompson, and here he is.
NBA champ Klay Thompson says he looks up curious, but still quickly walks underneath.
So I usually observe if the piping and stuff is new, or if sometimes, something looks like it's been there a while. I kind of try to avoid
scaffolding and stuff. The scaffolding and some of the pipes and stuff. I was just funny. He was just walking down the street.
New.
I usually observe if the piping and stuff is new. Or
if the piping and stuff is new.
Someone just asked him a question. He said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Like, why? That's why I laugh at that, dude. All right, we'll go 4 years past that, 2021. Remember Clay's, after he tore his Achilles, he's doing they put him on a broadcast at NBC Sports Bay Area. He's helping call a game. Is it the Pistons? Is that who they're playing? Rodney Magruder's on the Pistons at the time. And,
Magruder.
And Clay starts going after Rodney Magruder here on the broadcast.
The Pistons under 40%. What's Magruder doing over there? There's a little scuffle happening.
What are you talking about, Juan?
And then everything seems to be okay there.
Oh, my God.
Clay's figuring out what's going on over there, Clay.
Rodney Magruder. Oh, no, this dude might be out the league soon. He's probably mad about that. Who knows?
Wow. Shots fired.
He's over here checking my guy. You good?
Did they put the broadcast table? Was he like under the hoop or something? Was he like behind the basket?
No, he was. Remember, he was in the tunnel.
He's in the tunnel. That's right.
And the table sitting up under the tunnel. Yeah. He was sitting by there.
What's up, Juan? What do you say, Juan?
What do you say, Juan?
Talking to JTA, dude.
Trying to check my guy.
I don't know. You're probably gonna be out of the league soon.
But I know ain't nobody scared of no damn Rodney McGruder.
There it is.
Rodney McGruder.
I know ain't nobody scared of no damn Rodney McGruder.
Then they signed him, by the way.
They did.
Remember that? Was that last offseason? They had a McGruder to training camp route.
Draymond's Rodney McGruder was about half. It was dismissive, but it was about half as dismissive as the glove.
The glove.
That was about as dismissive
because he used the
as
nickname,
you could ever hear. He said his name, and it was a Hall of Famer he was saying it about.
The glove.
The glove. Like, he's just dismissive of a Hall of Fame guy and like whatever. That guy can't.
The glove.
Yeah, right. The glove.
So, one of the best defenders ever. One of the best guards defense of all time.
He's like, whatever.
Where's you like a glove? Yeah, okay, the glove.
The glove.
Who said that?
Rodney McGruder.
He laughed his ass off. Here's another one from Clay. This is in 2022. Do you remember who Clay's idol was or is?
Ah, man.
He's a fictional.
I don't.
He's a fictional character.
I don't.
Jackie Moon, due to the Flint Tropics.
Oh, Jackie
Moon. Will Ferrell showed up at a game in 2022. Clay got
that.
Got to hang with him pregame. Here he is talking about meeting his idol, Jackie Moon.
I mean, we've been in a tough spot with these L's we've been stacking up, so I was very grateful to see Jackie. I mean, I just remember through my rehab, I would watch semi-pro when I have a dark day, and that move would always keep me in the good light. So I appreciate him coming out, and what a hooper he can play. Look at that pivot.
The way he closed out on you, Clay, you had to be nervous.
A little bit. I mean, I didn't want him to come under my feet or anything, but they were dirty back in the ABA, so I didn't want to test him too much.
Yeah.
You're talking about him like he's a real guy. Yeah, so it was great to meet Jackie.
Jackie Moon.
Why did that happen again? Why did they organize that? Do you remember?
I have no idea.
No? They came out and he hung with the team before the game.
I had no idea he was going to be here. All of a sudden I look down, like, who's that dude? And I go, oh, crap, that's Will Ferrell. It's Jackie Moon down there.
If you have enough success as a team, as an organization, and then you start to lose a bunch, then guys like that will just show up. Here to change the mood. Come to make things
mood
real
changer.
Different. Yeah. Here's one more from Clay. This is 2022. This is after they win the championship, and Clay's got some receipts he wants to call out. Jaren Jackson Jr. Here's Clay.
I can't wait. There was this one player on the Grizzlies who tweeted strength in numbers after they beat us in the regular season, and it pissed me off so much. I can't wait to retweet that thing. Freaking bum. I had to watch that. I'm just like, this freaking clown. Okay.
Freaking bum.
Okay. Sorry. That memory just popped up. You're going to mock us? Like, you ain't ever been there before, bruh. We've been there. We know what it takes. So to be here again, hold that.
We'll do a last couple for Clay. Mark Spears. Back right.
Twitter fingers. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? When he dropped the bum is a great rip. Nobody uses bum anymore, but it's so good when guy's a bum. He's a bum.
Man, but see that
freaking bum.
When things started to go poorly for Clay in the last couple of years, following that championship, I mean, you can hear it there. Like it was like he was happy to win, but he also immediately is thinking about the people who were looking to knock him down when they weren't winning. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of I think that's some of the trend that has followed him around for the last couple of years. The four fingers in Devin Booker's face. That's the one that always comes to mind. But really, even after a win, this is kind of how his attitude changed a bit.
A little darker.
Yeah, he was like even still angry about it. It's like, bro, you just got four.
Yeah.
You guys took care of them. They're gone.
We're good.
They're out.
Keep moving.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking about after the win. But I mean, this is
bum.
What we're seeing the ramifications
freaking bum
today.
Twitter fingers. Can you believe it?
Can you believe that? Can't wait to retweet that thing.
and beating him down a little bit.
Glove. Nobody's scared of no damn Rodney McGruder.
Dude, he's pointing at like the iPad. He's laughing his ass off. There's a glove. Yeah.
The laugh too. It's such a dismissive laugh.
It's guttural too. Like he's actually laughing. Jordan is laughing his ass. There's a glove. Yeah. Right. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. That was your Sound Swore Clay for Monday, July 1st, 2024. We'll take a quick break. And we had that caller earlier from Mike in Tampa, maybe, was talking about how on bad days he goes and he watches the Clay 37-point quarter, the 60-point performance. I think a lot of people, when they think about Klay Thompson, that will be the memory they have, is either Game 6 Clay or the 37 points in a quarter. And, Tom, you were on the call for that game. We'll talk more about that next on the Sports Show.
and beating him down a little bit.
The glove. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
If you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it. George Gervin had 33 and a quarter, and Klay Thompson has 50 and 37 in a quarter. I'm going to repeat that. 37 in a quarter.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Klay Thompson is a Dallas Maverick. And for those wondering what the Warriors got in the sign and trade, because it was a sign and trade deal, I believe the Hornets were involved in it as well as a three-team sign and trade. Warriors got 2 second-round draft picks back from the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for the Klay Thompson sign and trade, and one of them is a 2031 draft pick.
Okay.
So there you go. You have that to look forward to 7 years from now. The moment we all think about with Klay, it's one of the most incredible moments in not just Bay Area sports history, but NBA history. 37 points in a quarter, 60 points in the game. Tom, you were on the call. I mean, I don't know when you started realizing it was something special. After we had that caller earlier, it was kind of running through. He goes, after that fifth one went in a row, you started thinking, okay, something weird is going on here. And then he makes that seventh one that bounces up and knocks in off the back iron, the three-pointer. It was, and to the caller's point, he goes, the Kings didn't call a timeout. They didn't try to stop this thing at all, which was weird. I mean, I don't know. What was your thought as it was happening, and how do you remember that night?
Well, my first thought was Tim told me that was 2015. I thought it was a little later than that. The reason I thought it was a little later than that, because as much as I like Bob, they couldn't pull up an old KNBR clip of us calling the game. I mean, gee, Minnie. I mean, let's go. You might get Tim Roy some love, if indeed it was 2015.
I don't believe we have the rights to those.
What do you mean we don't have the rights? It was on KNBR. That was on KNBR 2015. How can we not have the rights to our calls from 2015?
I don't think we own them. I think the team does.
The team, we don't own those. 2015, we don't have.
I think that's the way it goes. Yeah.
Moving on.
It's like rights deals. We can. But
Was that Tim?
Tim in your ear?
Shut up, Tim. If that was you.
Tim, keep it. Let us discuss this, okay? Let's air this out ourselves.
Let's do a show, okay?
Yeah, let us do it.
Good. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I know who that was. It was probably around 20-point mark where I thought, wow, this is like you get a 20-point quarter, you're doing something. And then it just kept going and kept going. And then probably around the 23, 24-point mark, you could just tell they're feeding him. They're just giving him the ball. And he was hitting some ridiculous shots. Absolutely absurd. And he hit one from the left corner that I know was traveling. But I want to say that was like for his 37th point or 34th point, whatever it was. The officials were going to call it. The Kings couldn't do anything about it. He just catch it and shoot it, and it was good. I mean, it was such an out-of-body experience that I thought he could have gone for, if that quarter would have gone another minute, he would have had another like 10 points.
Probably, yeah.
Like he could have had close to 50 points in a quarter. I mean, it was just 37 in a quarter. That's a monster quarter for a team. It's absurd for a player. I can't imagine that will ever be broken. Yeah, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like Game 6 in OKC was wild as well. Like that was a crazy one. Watching him just explode in the second half. I want to say fourth quarter. Could have been third as well, but he went off. I want to say his fourth. But I think he had 11 threes in that game. That was incredible as well. That was such a great atmosphere down in Oklahoma City. So those are the two. But for me, the one 37-point quarter is more vivid. It wasn't more meaningful. It was just more vivid because it was just so stunning. Like it just came out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, 37 points. It's the only time I've ever got anything signed from somebody. I don't even know if I still have it. Clay was Brenda's favorite player, so I got her a third quarter box score. It wasn't even the full game box score. It's just a third quarter box score. Cool. And 37 points, signed it, and it was it was wild. It was just, I mean, to see a record like that, that was stunning. Absolutely take your breath away, stunning.
And that's, I mean, we knew what Clay was capable of in terms of the combustibility, but that to me is the night where it solidified everything, where it was like, this legit could happen at any point. Now, he only did it once, of course, but the 14 threes in a game, like, there was a period of time there with the Warriors where games would start, and it was like, get Clay shots. Get him shots early because it might be a night where he's going to explode for 8, 9, 10, 11 threes. Mm-hmm. He was still fourth in the NBA in three-pointers made last year, despite having statistically one of the lower average seasons across the board for his career. But is that for you the night? I mean, I don't know when you felt it, but that for me, like, we talk about like guys coming up to the big leagues and seeing them do something, and you want to see them do it through the league. Baseball's different, but consistently do it and make the adjustments. That night for me with Clay made it so that I believe no matter when he touched the ball, he was capable of combusting for something like that, or going on hitting him in bunches like that.
Yeah, and then what the Indiana game was after that. Yep. I want to say, and that was 60 points. 3 quarters in like 4 dribbles, or it was some absurd stat how many dribbles he had and how much time the ball spent in his hands, which was very, very little. I don't know if it was like 20 seconds or whatever it was. But, yeah, that was Clay. And 14 threes in Chicago, and when he got going, it was just automatic. Just automatic. Like, Steph's got one of the most beautiful jump shots, but I think Clay's is prettier. Like, I think Clay has maybe the most it's just picturesque jump shot in the league. Just the form and everything. It's just a gorgeous jump shot. And when he gets it locked in, man, it's just pow, 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 pow. And watching him do his thing is so much fun. That's why, you know, you look back, and I know people are thinking about the memories of him and Steph. That's as good a run as a guard tandem can have. in the NBA. I mean, not only were the Warriors great over that time frame, they were great. Perhaps the best guard combination in the history of the NBA. And there are others out there that are really good. There's no doubt. West and Goodrich and Dumars and Thomas, or just to name a couple of them. But if they're not at the top, they're right there. I would put them at the top. But it was special, man. It was a special run. And to watch him do some of the things that he did alongside Steph was pretty awesome.
60 points in that game against Indy on 11 dribbles.
I thought it was 11 dribbles. I knew it was something ridiculous.
In 3 quarters, he played 29 minutes and 3 seconds. He was 21 of 33 from the field, 8 of 14 from deep. Dude, he had 60 points on 33 shots. 10 of 11 from the free throw line. I mean, that's an all-time night. And then I'm trying to get the third quarter box score, the 126-101 win over the Kings, just because that one's fun. Anyway, he holds the record. Most three-pointers made in the game at 14, 60 points on 11 dribbles, most points in a quarter at 37. He's a 4-time champion, a 5-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA, and he was an All-Defensive Player at one point. And maybe the one that a lot of fans will think about, it's one that definitely comes to mind for me, is the walking back onto the court from the tunnel to shoot the free throws.
Yep.
The Kobe moment for him, which was, I mean, that's one that sort of gives you chills when you think about a guy's legacy with the team.
Yeah, I mean, just to be able to rock back out there, hit those free throws, and because you're thinking, well, I got to shoot my free throws in case they need me.
Yeah.
And at that point, it was over. It was over. But he was just going to go back out there and shoot those free throws, and then come off the court. And look, I know after KD went down, it was over. But there was still a chance. They were going to Game 7 that if Clay is healthy, they're going to have a chance to win that, which would have been amazing. But they would have had a chance. After that, that was it. That was all she wrote. But I mean, yeah. How do you not remember that? There's just a lot of stuff you remember from him out there. I'm gonna remember the smile and the kind of the attitude, and he was just different than everybody else. The one thing about Clay is everybody thought he's Rocco, and just got his boat and his video games and. Maybe go smoke out and just chill and happy-go-lucky. But God, he was still is an intense competitor. If you didn't know that now, if you didn't know that then, you know it now, because he cares deeply about this stuff, and that's why he felt so disrespected by this whole thing. So he's going to go somewhere else and try. But that guy wanted to win as desperately as anybody, and he was. He was fun to watch, man. He was really, really fun to watch.
January 23rd, 2015, Warriors beat the Kings 126-101. The third quarter for Clay. He plays all 12 minutes.
13 for 14?
13 for 13.
Oh, 13 for 13.
He's 9 of 9 from 3. Dude, he had 9 threes in one quarter. 2 for 2 from the free throw line for 37 points. Steph, rough quarter, 0 for 3. The Warriors scored 41 points in the quarter, all scored by the big three. Draymond had 2 and Steph had 2. Steph had 6 assists in the quarter. Draymond had 5 boards. And by the way, Clay, just for good measure, chipped in an assist as well. Just for fun.
9 threes in a quarter.
Steph and Draymond both 0 of 1. Nobody else took a shot in the period. It's pretty incredible, right?
Wow. Wow.
That's pretty funny. Andrew Bogut played that game. Harrison Barnes. Yeah, this is the team. Iguodala did not dress for the game. The bench is Barbosa, James Michael McAdoo, Brendan Rush, David Lee, Livingston Spades, and Justin Holiday. Funny looking back at these rosters and at these teams. Anyway, we remember Klay Thompson as the Golden State Warrior, and we're going to see him again. See him 4 more times this year against the Mavericks. I mean, in general, we said at the top of the show, but you think that's a good fit there for them, right?
Who's that?
You think Klay is a good fit in Dallas?
I do, yes, absolutely. He's going to have to accept a different role where he's not playing as much, and he's not going to have the ball in his hands a lot. I mean, Luke and Kyrie are going to have the ball, but yeah, I like that. Offensively, it's good. Defensively, I wonder how good they're going to be. They lose Derek Jones Jr., which is a big deal. He's a really good perimeter defender. I like P.J. Washington, Gaffer, we mentioned a lot, but Derek Jones Jr. was a guy that could really defend for them. So we'll see what their roster looks like when they get ready for camp. Clay's not the defender that he once was. I mean, Luka got better last year, but he's still wanting, and Kyrie's just okay, marginal. So we will see. But as far as court spacing and being able to shoot, yeah, I love that fit there.
We'll see where the Warriors decide to go after, throughout free agency. The name that was thrown out earlier today by Adrian Wojnarowski was Lauri Markkanen, but as everybody says, Danny Ainge is a tough dude to negotiate with in terms of what you'd have to give up. Probably 4 to 5 draft picks, we'd think.
Handle him.
Future draft picks, but Warriors going to have to use some of those to rebuild some of this, but also you want to go in while you've got Steph Curry. Our guy, John Dickinson, JD, is going to be with you at the top of the hour. We'll see what he's got going on tonight as he walks you through more of NBA free agency. Also, Jason Tatum today handed the largest contract in NBA history, 5 years, $314 million. He's getting over 62 per year, nearly $63 million a season. We'll see what JD's got going on next. Maybe some time for a little bit of soup, only here on the Sports Leader. Giants won 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Dodgers after taking 3 of 4 against the Chicago Cubs. Have your feelings on the Giants changed over the last week? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, let's get to a little soup. This ought to be good. Anytime you have a story featuring Jamarcus Russell, you know it's going to be top quality. Well, let me take that back. And Jamarcus Russell actually is volunteering to coach a high school team. So that's a good thing. Give him back. You know, he didn't work out in the NFL, but plenty of money and has time, so decides to give a little bit of his time to the kids in high school. He can show them how to throw it 70 yards on a knee. So that'd be nice because it came in handy with the NFL, with the Raiders. And he can tell them stay away from Scissor. That's not going to work either. Well, apparently, check that. He might not have as much money as I once thought. Allegedly, he took a $74,000 check from a local business who was approached by Russell about donating to Williamson High School so they could build a new weight room. Apparently, he didn't build that weight room with that check. He cashed it and kept it for himself.
Come on, bro.
Deposited the check at a credit union and then withdrew $55,000 of it.
This guy. This guy. He's
The good news is you're fired.
Yeah, he was. He got fired.
Well, it's hard to get fired when you're a volunteer, but yes,
he was
no longer volunteering.
Removed as a high school assistant.
They've banned him.
We're going to ask you to not volunteer.
Banned him from campus and conversing with the football team.
Dude, it's his alma mater, too. He screwed like his whole high school, bro. Come on.
How bad is that? How much did he get paid with the Raiders? Like, it was like $39 million, wasn't it? Something like that, like the signing bonus. Because back then, that was before the rookies got slotted. I think you can get whatever you can get back then, and I think it was a huge signing bonus for him. Yeah, that's something.
Where the weight room is, I'll check it on.
I want to go back and help the kids.
He got $32 million guaranteed.
$32 million guaranteed. And now
6 years, $61 million, 32 guaranteed, average salary of 10 a year. Yeah, his bonus was insane. Yeah.
And now taking checks.
That's a tough deal, man. That's a tough deal.
Donation, try to get the weight room built, and my man cashes, deposits it, and then takes out $55,000. Wow. Man, that scissor will mess you up.
At least he left 19 there. for the kids, maybe. I don't know. I mean, he's gonna see legal action on this for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just stole $70,000.
There's no doubt about it.
I love whenever they write about him too. They mention his record. He went 7-18 as a starter. I was like, really? He won 7 games? Huh?
Oh my
Surprising
gosh.
to me.
That is great. Did we talk about this? The fortune teller last week?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, fortune teller apparently followed somebody home, knocked on her. She knocked on her door and said, "Hey, do you have any water? And can I come into I think it was use the restroom."
The fortune teller did this?
Yeah, fortune teller did this.
The fortune teller didn't know the answers to the questions before she asked them?
Well, yeah, she came in, she let her in, and then she robbed. She robbed the person.
Nice.
Now, this is the part I don't get. She stole $12,000 from a woman from her purse. Who has $12,000 in your purse?
Yeah, well, can't trust
banks. Oh, that's
these
what it
days.
was. Oh, it's even better. Deputy said Mitchell went to the victim's home and asked her where she could buy Mexican food and if she could come inside for some water. Yeah, sure. Yeah, come on in. I'll grab you some water. Like, Oh, you want? Yeah, we got a El Gordo's down there on Main Street. And, you want some water? Yeah, come on in.
The cards can reveal things that you will never see by yourself. Call me now for your free tarot reading.
Like, is there anybody that like just lets people into the house?
No,
like that's some like country. That's some country stuff right there.
Yeah,
that's just some like country, small town country stuff. Like, sure, come on in, darling. Come on, I'll get you a glass of water. Like, there's no way somebody comes to my door tonight and says, yeah, is there a Mexican restaurant around here? I'd go, yeah, La Penca. It's about a mile down that way. Hey, can I come in and get some water? Yeah, that's a no, a hard
Call
no.
me now for your free tarot reading.
Come in now for some free water.
She said that, so she had her come in for some water, got the gun, stuck it in her back, and told her to give her money. Said Mitchell followed the victim to her bedroom, made her open her purse. She took $12,000 and left the home. Who has $12,000 in your purse?
You know what? I'm going back on my ripping the fortune teller. I think she's legit. I think she knew which house to hit, dude. I mean, how did she know going to this one house was going to net her $12,000?
That's a great question.
I got the strong feeling from this one.
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how could you know? How could you possibly know? It's funny to pronounce what you... Well, she must not have said what she did for a living when she robbed her.
She did not.
No. She just asked her later on, like, what do you do? You had to have seen this coming.
Call me now for your free tarot reading.
You had to have known we were going to catch you, didn't you, miss? I mean...
She told her, she said, what she told the victim, you should have come and seen me. You would have saw this coming, but she didn't.
Yeah,
so
right,
she didn't
exactly.
see it. Who has $12,000 in their purse, though? Small town, $12,000 just sitting around your purse. That seems, I don't know. Maybe she was a dope dealer. Maybe that old lady was dealing drugs.
The cocaine train.
She was slanging that thing.
She never got her Mexican
who knows
food
what was
either, huh?
happening?
She never got her.
I don't know, but apparently she went to Jamar. Maybe, you know what? I think that was... I'm going to try to wedge away. We can fit Jamarcus Russell into this story, too, just for the heck of it. I don't know how.
Into the fortune teller one?
Yeah.
Call me now for your free tarot reading.
Okay, that's enough. JD joins us. What's up, JD?
What's up, dude?
What's going on, fellas? Good to be with you here on a Monday. A lot going on.
A lot going on. What's your take on the Clay Warriors at all?
It's a sad day, I think, to see him go. First and foremost, when you